In the year 2035, a fully immersive game titled Dark Realm was launched, instantly captivating the world. However, just a year later, the game manifested in reality, unleashing monstrous entities, murderous outsiders, and supernatural travelers, precipitating an absolute apocalypse that led to the extinction of humanity. Zhang Qing found himself reborn 2 years prior and was astounded to discover that the helmet had returned with him. Thus, he logged in early, embracing the duality of rebirth and preemptive action. How could he possibly fail? Chapter 1. Rebirth and Early Login. In the ancient city of Suzhou and Hangzhou, amid crumbling walls and shattered remnants, a figure erupted from the concealed crowd, rising ominously within a cloud of crimson mist. Kekekek. The denizens of this world are truly delectable, it murmured before lunging into the throng, instantly erupting a multitude of blood mist. A monster! It's a hidden terror! Run for your lives! Flee! Zhang Qing screamed in terror, leaping from his bed only to tumble to the floor below. The cold wooden surface felt remarkably smooth, devoid of any dust, a cleanliness unimaginable in the aftermath of the apocalypse. This is my home. I'm still alive. Zhang Qing gasped for breath, bewildered as he surveyed the familiar surroundings. The bed, the floor, the gaming chair, the computer on the desk, and the small ornament atop the screen. It was all too familiar, even the sliver of sunlight filtering through the curtain's gap. Suddenly, Zhang Qing sprang to his feet, sprinting a couple of steps to fixate on the electronic clock mounted on the wall. It read April 25th, 2034. In a sweeping glance, he spotted his phone, picked it up, and illuminated the screen. It too displayed April 25th, 2034. I've been reborn. He unlocked it, perusing various applications. A strange expression crossed his face, soon replaced by uncontained joy. I'm truly reborn. On April 25th, 2035, a game known as Dark Realm was released, sweeping the globe with its hyper-realistic design. In an instant, it garnered over 2 billion players. Yet, no one anticipated that just a year later, on April 25th, 2036, the game would abruptly invade reality, with all the terrors, indigenous outsiders, and entities materializing in the world. In an instant, calamity struck. The horrors commenced a bloody feast, mercilessly killing and devouring. The indigenous beings and entities sought to dominate this realm. The feeble inhabitants of Blue Star, following a nuclear cleansing, fought valiantly against those who had gained power from the game. Ultimately, they were left gasping for survival, succumbing to extinction within a month. A year hence, the game will be released. This is the evolution of the rules, an insurmountable inevitability. Zhang Qing began to regain his composure. I must document all my observations. Then I can seize the initiative in the game. Only then might I have a chance of survival. He opened the door and ventured into the living room in search of paper and pen, eager to transcribe the fortuitous revelations from his memory. Rebirth had now become his greatest trump card. A reborn individual could leverage their foresight to gain the upper hand, seize opportunities, and navigate further, more securely, and more swiftly than ordinary players. Suddenly, as Zhang Qing stepped into the living room, he froze. On the coffee table lay a helmet, not of the motorcycle variety, but a technologically advanced headpiece adorned with dazzling lights and an astonishing aesthetic. This is the game helmet. How did it appear? Zhang Qing would never forget the visage of this helmet, recalling the fervor with which he had competed with countless others for the chance to purchase it at launch. He had marveled at the game's realism while cradling it in his hands. At this moment, his heart raced. A thought emerged in his mind. Could it be possible that he could use this helmet to log in early? Once this notion took root, it became inescapable. Early login would grant him 2 years to develop. In Dark Realm, players could access extensive information about various events prior to entering the world, and people had often remarked on the game's astonishingly realistic universe. If he were to log in early, he could acquire opportunities that would be utterly unattainable for ordinary players. In that case, 2 years hence, how could he possibly fail? He had grown weary of the clandestine existence following the apocalypse. Constant vigilance was required against those nearby, fearing hidden terrors. He had to be wary of the sounds from the outside, terrified of the slaughter by outsiders. He endured hunger and cold, as venturing outside the shelter carried a high probability of death. He had had enough. He was fed up with everything. Since he had been reborn and was in possession of the game helmet, then, this time, he would forge a path unlike any other. Zhang Qing took a deep breath and stepped toward the game helmet. He picked it up. The sensation was reminiscent of that time. Back then, it was excitement. Now it was trepidation. Early login should be feasible, right? With this thought in mind, Zhang Qing settled onto the sofa and slowly donned the helmet. Instantly, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Player detected. Connection channel has been opened. Would you like to log in? Friendly reminder. The Dark Realm helmet can scan brainwaves, allowing players to communicate with the system through thought. With a jolt, Zhang Qing tore the helmet off. His eyes sparkled with realization. It was possible. He could indeed log in early. If that were the case, he must prepare thoroughly. He retrieved his phone to check his balance. His account still held a substantial sum, ensuring sufficient provisions for 2 years. Subsequently, an order was placed online for some ready-made dishes and rice. Technology and relentless effort, it matters not. 2 years hence, strength will abound, and poison shall not be fatal. Convenience is the essence. A mere microwave will suffice, complemented by a rice cooker to prepare meals at scheduled intervals. Once all was accomplished, Zhang Qing returned to his chamber, drawing the curtains tightly. Then, donning his helmet, he reclined. The Dark Realm. I have arrived ahead of schedule. The voice echoed. Player detected. Connection channel has been opened. Would you like to log in? Friendly reminder. The Dark Realm helmet can skin brainwaves, allowing players to communicate with the system through their thoughts. Yes, initiate login. Brainwave signal detected successfully. Commencing connection. Connection successful. Welcome to the Dark Realm. A flash of light enveloped him. Zhang Qing felt a profound void before his eyes. This is quite normal. The voice continued. Friendly reminder. During the first login introduction, players need not panic. Upon first entering the game, players will be automatically matched with an identity. Please ensure the identity is reasonable, for otherwise, the intelligent NPCs may perceive you as a concealed threat and eliminate you. Players are advised not to disregard the preciousness of life. With each death, your identity will be rematched, and all progress will be reset to 0. Players should refrain from attempting suicide to swap identities. According to the matching rules, each death will diminish your identity weight, thereby infinitely increasing your game difficulty. Players should not provoke intelligent NPCs lightly. They are endowed with distinct personalities, and provoking them may lead to them targeting you, thus raising your game difficulty. Now, we shall introduce your player identity. Chapter 2. Slaying the Wife to Attain the Path. Your name is Zhang Qing, a bodyguard sold to the Chuan family of Zhang. By the way, the Chuan family belongs to the Mouse clan. You are fortunate. The Chuan family has recently assigned you a human woman, having just married 3 days ago. You are well-versed in matters of procreation, yet little do you know, once your wife conceives, you shall become a sacrificial offering to the ancestors. Today, after rising, you typically patrol with your partner, Li Hu. However, due to excessive fatigue from the previous night, you sought a place to take a brief nap. The system's voice gradually faded away. The world before Zhang Qing's eyes grew increasingly clear. Zhang Qing, wake up quickly. A figure beside him nudged Zhang Qing. He slowly stirred from the corner. I might want to criticize, but Zhang, you truly overexert yourself. I understand you've recently married, but such matters should be indulged in sparingly. Look at you, seeking a place to nap even while patrolling in broad daylight. Should the Lord discover this, you would certainly face a beating. All right, patrol is concluded. We must return promptly. Li Hu continued to lecture. Zhang Qing hastily rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He glanced at Li Hu, a member of the Bull clan. He bore a bovine visage, complete with a prominent horn atop his forehead. Li Hu, 24, 26. His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Qing's mind raced with thoughts. The Dark Realm had been entered. There was the health bar of characters. The Dark Realm afforded substantial privileges to those who landed for Blue Star. Being able to see the health bar was akin to possessing a super cheat. The more formidable the entity, the more robust the health bar appeared. Indeed, the Dark Realm is a world of cultivation. Otherwise, it would have long succumbed to chaos. Warriors in the early stages are categorized into several realms. Glimmer, Candlelight, Starflash, Waning Moon, and Rising Sunday individuals like Zhang Qing and Li Hu, serving as sole bodyguards, are deemed utterly inconsequential, not even qualifying as Glimmer Realm. Li Hu has a full health of 26 points, while Zhang Qing. He raised his gaze to check. Zhang Qing, 18, 21. Quite inadequate. Moreover, he was not even at full health. Savored the taste of life? Had he overexerted himself last night? Damn it, women truly are obstacles to strength. Hugo, my apologies for making a fool of myself. Zhang Qing began to embody his character, speaking with a smile. Li Hu shrugged, saying nothing further. The two companions began their journey back. Meanwhile, in Zhang Qing's mind, a storm of thoughts raged. Zhang is a city of the Mouse clan. The Chuan family must belong to them. I wonder where they rank in terms of power within Zhang. The status of humans in the Dark Realm is exceedingly low. Starting as a sole bodyguard is practically a stroke of luck. According to the rules of the Dark Realm, I must find ways to kill either people or monsters. Killing people allows for the acquisition of their health points, thereby increasing one's maximum health. Killing monsters grants attribute points. Though there may be diminishing returns, I have yet to grasp this rule. Unlike the indigenous practitioners of the Dark Realm, players can enhance their cultivation level simply through attribute points. However, currently, the probability of me successfully taking action is exceedingly slim. Zhang Qing's brow furrowed slightly. The beginning in the Dark Realm is indeed arduous. In his previous life, many found themselves stuck in the early stages, unable to move. Particularly those who spawned as vagrants faced a hellish start. Vagrants in the wilderness became food for monsters, devoured when hunger struck. In a cycle of endless deaths, identities were continuously reset, leading to a decline in system weight. Some even found themselves reduced to mere meat on a roasting spit, barely clinging to life. A disaster. Currently, Zhang Qing's identity was relatively favorable. Yet to embark on the path of cultivation and growth, he still needed to devise a strategy. Perhaps using his salary to purchase a cultivation technique will be a worthwhile choice. However, according to the system, he must not allow his wife to conceive. Otherwise, he would become a sacrifice and perish on the spot. Yet even if his wife does not become pregnant, she could still potentially become a sacrificial offering. As a sole bodyguard, one possesses no rights. Unless one becomes a recognized warrior, only then will one's value increase. He inspected his assets. A total of 10 silver coins. 10 silver coins should suffice to exchange for the lowest tier cultivation technique from the family's scripture repository. Only by practicing a technique can one transcend the boundaries of martial arts. To break through the realm of martial arts equates to gaining value. This seems to be the only method to navigate the challenging beginning. On the way, Zhang Qing extracted a considerable amount of information from Li Hu. The Chuan family ranks third in Zicheng's power hierarchy. The first is the Yu family, the reigning powerhouse of Zicheng, a lord-level clan with an unshakable status. The second is the Tai family, which currently has irreconcilable friction with the Chuan family. A conflict between the two is imminent. The Chuan family is currently preparing for the ancestral sacrificial ceremony. They aim to extend the lifespan of their ancestors and fiercely compete with the Tai family for the second position. Ancestral sacrifices? Offerings. In this context, the urgency to elevate his martial arts prowess becomes all the more pressing. Best to return for now and contemplate strategies this afternoon. Perhaps he could exchange for techniques, working overtime at night to see if he could embark on cultivation. As for the rebirth-related golden finger, there is scant information regarding Zicheng. This is not Zhang Qing's stronghold. However, he vaguely recalls two significant events. First, half a year hence, Zicheng will be destroyed, with survivors being a mere fraction. Then, a secret treasure named Starsteel will emerge from Zicheng, seemingly capable of allowing beings to enter the ranks of practitioners. As for what practitioners are, well, this thing is extraordinary, leaving only legends behind. In his previous life, across the entire Blue Star, until its obliteration, there was only one practitioner. It is said that their combat prowess is exceedingly terrifying, akin to being endowed with cheats. Given that I have assumed the identity of Zicheng, I must find a way to survive and acquire this coveted treasure. However, this shall undoubtedly be a protracted endeavor. Together with Li Hu, I returned to the quarters of the guards. Zhang Qing found himself momentarily bewildered, unsure of which residence belonged to him. However, it mattered little. Brother Hu, I sincerely thank you for this morning. Do come to my home for lunch, he said, extending his hand to grasp Li Hu's. Under Zhang Qing's earnest invitation, Li Hu acquiesced, and under his guidance, Zhang Qing located his abode. Upon knocking at the door, it was opened by a woman who appeared to be in her prime, around 18 years old, with harmonious features, bright and expressive eyes, and lustrous, flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, bestowing upon her an extraordinary allure. Zhang Qing's gaze was transfixed. The Zhang family certainly spared no expense. Such a paragon of beauty was merely awarded to a guard. He raised his head slightly to examine the blood bar above the woman's head. Wang Yu 1,000. What in the world? 1,000 health points? No way. Zhang Qing's legs began to tremble slightly. If she were a martial artist, possessing 1,000 health points would undoubtedly signify a formidable strength, making it implausible for her to be bestowed as a mere prize. However, if she were not a martial artist, then that would mean she is a specter. I'm losing my mind. Zhang Qing thought to himself. His unexpected wife turned out to be a specter. A death knight, no less. Fortunately, since I logged in without any contamination, otherwise, I would have undoubtedly been incapacitated. Steady now. I must not allow her to perceive any flaws, or I shall be eliminated on the spot. Zhang Qing thought. He then said, Wang Yu, I have brought Brother Hu over for a meal. Please prepare accordingly. Wang Yu responded, Certainly, my husband, her voice soft and delicate, betraying no hint of her spectral nature. Specters are adept at concealment. However, just as she turned, Zhang Qing sprang into action, swiftly severing her head with a single stroke. 199. Blood splattered, drenching Li Hu's face and hair. Li Hu stood in stunned silence. Yet, in the next moment, the blade glimmered as Zhang Qing cleaved through his neck. Chapter 3. Crush it to death. Liumbia, Zeru, Bintisis. Death. Congratulations, player. You have slain Li Hu and gained a maximum health increase of 26. Current health, 44, 47. My apologies, Brother Hu. Your life shall be inherited by me. After completing this, Zhang Qing retreated in a frenzy, shouting, "There's a monster. I've spotted it lurking. Someone quickly." The entire guard compound trembled with commotion. In the next moment, the headless corpse of Wang Yu erupted, revealing a colossal figure ascending amidst a mist of blood. A monstrous entity, over 3 meters tall, emerged, a grotesque creature with multiple legs. A multi-legged monster, obsute uno, o mia. It possessed 7 limbs, supporting a body reminiscent of a spider. At that moment, it was voraciously devouring Brother Hu's remains, tearing into his skull and pulling out his entire spine with a sickening crunch. The sound of shattering bones echoed as it obliterated Hu's head, erasing the traces left by Zhang Qing's blade. The multi-legged monster continued to feast upon Hu's body, oblivious to the uproar it had incited in the guard compound. Where's the monster? Where? It was at the entrance of Zhang Qing's room. Damn it, Li Hu has been devoured. Hurry and summon help. Fetch Leader Chuan. The air was filled with frantic voices. A multitude of guards rushed forth. Their ranks not solely comprised of humans. There were members of the pig clan, towering figures with swine heads and large, flapping ears. The bull clan was also present, adorned with iron rings through their nostrils and prominent horns. Upon hearing of the monster's presence, everyone quickly armed themselves with bows and arrows. The creature was formidable, wielding a terrifying strength. However, the majority of such monsters, despite their massive forms, exhibited somewhat diminished agility. Thus, bows and arrows were deemed the most effective means of combating them. Zhang Qing, concealed behind the crowd, surveyed his surroundings. Niosan 43-43. Zhu Qi 41-42. Bai Kavi 73-73. Chuan Ming 113-113. Among the throng, only Chuan Ming boasted a health exceeding 100, signifying his entry into the realm of the radiant light. Then, amidst the chaos, a member of the rat clan emerged. Chuan Fa 274. With over 200 health points, he was a third-tier radiant light warrior. Everyone, remain calm. Chuan Fa commanded, his voice resonating with authority, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The leader has arrived. Someone shouted. The guards converged towards Chuan Fa, forming ranks as rehearsed. Upon witnessing the assembly, Chuan Fa felt a surge of courage and began to issue commands. The guards, now with a pillar of strength, took their positions. Only Zhang Qing remained huddled in a corner, trembling as if gripped by fear. Chuan Fa glanced at him, recalling that it was his room. He furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, likely understanding that the sudden transformation of his partner into a monster had terrified him. Such a reaction was forgivable. It was perfectly natural to find it difficult to accept that one's beloved could become a creature of horror. In reality, Zhang Qing's mind was clear. His peripheral vision was fixed intently on the health bar of the multi-legged monster. The final blow was of utmost significance. Securing the last strike would grant him a considerable bounty of attribute points exceeding 80. The locals, lacking any concept of attribute points, would unwittingly yield all rewards from the kill to him. Without their assistance in tracking the monster's health, it would be exceedingly challenging for them to ascertain whether it had been slain. This was his opportunity. Upon witnessing his partner's transformation, Zhang Qing had devised a plan in an instant. To navigate this dire predicament and avoid being sacrificed, he required formidable combat prowess. Breaking through his limits and becoming a warrior was undoubtedly the correct path. Slaying monsters was the sole means to acquire attribute points. Otherwise, even if he exchanged for martial techniques, the pace of a newcomer's cultivation would be excruciatingly slow. As for Brother Hu, my apologies. A bit more health could ensure my survival rate and enhance my chances of landing the final blow. Everyone follow my orders. Attack with bows and arrows. Chuan Fa bellowed. In the next moment, a barrage of arrows rained down, piercing the multi-legged monster, which was soon riddled with projectiles. 12, 4, 5, 9, 11. The damage was minimal, akin to mere scratches. However, the sheer volume was impressive. After the initial volley, they had collectively inflicted over 100 points of damage on the multi-legged monster. Multi-legged monster, chasse sute chinze o mie. Enraged by the onslaught, the creature hurled the mangled remains of Brother Hu aside and charged towards the crowd. Its speed was not to be underestimated, and it quickly closed the distance. Thud, thud. 2 unfortunate souls were immediately crushed into a pulp beneath its long limbs. 41. Zhu Qi 0-42. 43. Niosan 0-43. They were too fragile, utterly inadequate. There was a stark difference between an unremarkable warrior and a true fighter. Faced with a monster, they stood little chance of retaliation. Bang. 22. Chuan Fa 252, 274. The leader of the guards, Chuan Fa, managed to withstand the assault momentarily, though his face flushed with exertion. Nevertheless, he was a warrior of the Radiant Light Realm. With a swift counterattack, he swung his weapon, landing a blow. 25. A monster chasse sude 3 Omia. A mere 25 points of damage, slightly more than the arrows, but it sufficed. At least they could retaliate. Continue the assault. Chuan Fa shouted. The arrows flew once more. Though many guards were paralyzed by fear, the stench of blood from the two mangled corpses still lingering in the air. 8, 13, 7, 12. This round inflicted only around 80 points of damage, with two notable hits coming from the Rat Clan warriors. The Rat Clan, though diminutive in stature, roughly 1.5 meters, covered in fine fur with long tails, were the true rulers of the sub-city. With another round of attacks, the multi-legged monster was pushed to further fury. Yet, with Chuan Fa firmly holding its ground, they continued to fight on. Chuan Fa, 87, 274. A multi-legged monster, O Suta 3, O Mia. Truly formidable. A leader of the guards in the Glimmering Realm, commanding a ragtag army, is indeed capable of wearing down a creature with 1,000 blood points. Zhang Qing licked his lips, trembling as he grasped his long knife and bow. He was ready to join the fray. At this moment, the casualties among the guards had surpassed half. Chuan Fa teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, the multi-legged monster was not without its own wounds. You scoundrel! Return my wife's life! Zhang Qing bellowed, releasing an arrow with fervor. Thud! Zhang Qing, don't act rashly! Chuan Fa shouted, pulling the enraged Zhang Qing back into their ranks. Chapter 4. Attribute points acquired. Chuan Fa felt a twinge of headache. His men were dwindling, either paralyzed by fear or slain by the monster. Just then, Zhang Qing regained his composure. Seizing the moment of Zhang Qing's fury, Chuan Fa devised a plan. You shoot at its eyes, its weak points from the back while I hold it off. He instructed. As the leader of the guards, it was imperative to subdue this beast, lest they face repercussions from their master. Zhang Qing was too fragile to take the front lines. Better to have him at a distance, dealing damage. All right, Zhang Qing replied, his face a mask of fury. Subsequently, Chuan Fa, with his injured body, engaged the multi-legged monster once more, while Zhang Qing unleashed a volley of arrows. Although his aim did not quite reach the precision Chuan Fa had hoped for regarding the weak spots, the arrows still grazed the creature. With each slash from Chuan Fa, the multi-legged monster was soon left with but a sliver of health. Multi-legged monster, 23, O Mie. At that moment, Zhang Qing ceased fire. Chuan Fa, unaware of Zhang Qing's intention to control the monster's health, struck again. Just then, the multi-legged monster retaliated with a kick, resulting in 2 damage notifications. Multi-legged monster, doi. 1000. Chuan Fa, 16, 273. Now's the time. Zhang Qing knocked another arrow. Thud! The arrow struck true, embedding itself in the creature's forehead. Multi-legged monster, 0, Omie. Dead. Congratulations, player, for slaying the multi-legged monster, earning 1 attribute point. Zhang Qing exhaled a long sigh. He had finally acquired an attribute point. The difficulty of obtaining such points in the early stages of the Dark Realm was almost unimaginable. One must not underestimate the value of a single attribute point. If utilized wisely, it could greatly enhance one's initial progress. He turned a glance at Chuan Fa, who had only 16 health remaining. If he were to land a blow, it would deal 275 damage. Damn it, he had to restrain himself. In the Dark Realm, every appearance of a monster warranted thorough investigation. If Chuan Fa bore any signs of injury, Zhang Qing feared he would be implicated. Moreover, many onlookers were trembling, observing the scene. He had to maintain his composure. If discovered, death would mean starting anew. The gamble of altering one's identity was too perilous. Die for me, Zhang Qing roared, charging at the immobile creature, mercilessly striking it down. This was his persona. Maintaining his character in the Dark Realm was crucial. Otherwise, one could easily be mistaken for a lurking monster. Chuan Fa managed to rise, clutching his chest, and pulled Zhang Qing away. All right, it's dead now. You've earned your merit this time. Zhang Qing's expression softened. He squeezed his eyes shut, allowing a few tears to escape. My dear wife. He sobbed uncontrollably. Chuan Fa felt a pang of sympathy. This guard had proven his worth, standing strong in a critical moment. Let's discuss this with the master later. You show promise, he remarked. Enough of this weeping. It's unbecoming. I'll speak on your behalf, so the master may reward you, Chuan Fa added. Zhang Qing, still sniffling, stepped aside. The onlookers watched with pity, but upon reflecting on their own performances, their faces were etched with concern. Rest and regroup? I will report to the master, Chuan Fa said, gritting his teeth as he exited. He was left with barely any health and was nearly collapsing. Yet fortunately, another guard leader arrived to assist with the aftermath. The two leaders proceeded to report to their master. Zhang Qing returned to his humble dwelling and immediately accessed his panel. Zhang Qing. Martial arts, unremarkable. Health, 38. 47. Constitution, 2. Intelligence, 1. Martial technique, none. Attribute points, 1. Not bad. A typical player would have 1 point in constitution and intelligence. Zhang Qing was doing well in comparison. Now, with an additional attribute point, he could allocate it to either constitution or intelligence. Increasing constitution would enhance his maximum health and latent stamina, while boosting intelligence would improve his capacity for learning martial techniques. However, Zhang Qing had other plans, as he intended to reserve this crucial point for elevating his martial technique after mastering it. This was paramount. The realm of martial techniques determined whether one could transcend their limits and ascend to the glimmering realm of warriors. This single attribute point was a strategic reserve for Zhang Qing's martial pursuits. In the afternoon, Chuan Fa paid him a visit. Chuan Fa, 54, 273. He had regained considerable health, likely due to healing potions from their master. Zhang Qing, you performed admirably at noon. This is a reward from the master. He presented Zhang Qing with 10 silver coins. I suggest you visit the scripture pavilion. These coins will grant you entry. Seek out a martial technique to study. If you rank up, you might even ascend to the position of a leader. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Leader Chuan, Zhang Qing replied, waving his hands in gratitude. Chuan Fa was commendable. At least some reward had made its way to Zhang Qing. Had he been more ruthless, he might have consumed the entire reward for himself, offering only verbal commendations with no tangible benefit. Well then, I also intend to visit the scripture pavilion. Will you join me? Chuan Fa inquired, barely able to suppress his delight. Today, the master had been exceptionally generous, nearly bestowing half a gold coin in rewards. He had only given Zhang Qing 10 silver coins, leaving the others without a penny. Those useless ones lacked training value. With this money, combined with his savings, he should be able to exchange for a mid-grade martial technique from the Glimmering Realm. As for Zhang Qing, his bravery was commendable. He might yet prove to be a valuable ally in the future. That is splendid. Thank you once again, Leader Chuan, Zhang Qing exclaimed with delight. I am quite unsure of where the scripture repository is located. Subsequently, the two made their way to the repository. Chuan Fa ascended to the second floor, seeking techniques of the radiant light grade. Techniques, akin to realms, are categorized into tiers. Each realm is divided into 3 ranks: lower, middle, and upper. Cultivating a technique of a certain tier poses significant challenges for advancement. For instance, a lower-grade radiant light technique is exceedingly difficult to cultivate to perfection and subsequently transcend into a middle-grade radiant light technique. However, for a registrant, as long as one possesses attribute points, they can elevate their techniques. The requisite attribute points, however, will accumulate. For example, a lower-grade radiant light technique necessitates an initial entry point, and thereafter, an additional point to attain proficiency, with each level of mastery requiring just 1 point. Yet, upon breaking through to a middle-grade radiant light technique, it requires 2 points, and to ascend to an upper-grade radiant light technique, 4 points are necessary. Should one aspire to surpass the technique realm and become a lower-grade candlelight technique, 6 points would be required, and so forth. Thus, possessing attribute points suffices. Zhang Qing's requirements for techniques were not particularly demanding. Upon entering the scripture repository, he paid 10 silver coins and arrived at the lower-grade radiant light section on the first floor. Here, a plethora of techniques awaited selection. At the outset, one should refrain from choosing sword techniques or body techniques, and instead opt for core techniques that enhance physical attributes. This way, once cultivated, one's physique would subtly improve. Zhang Qing mused, recognizing the wealth bestowed upon him by his rebirth was now vividly manifesting. The knowledge of which techniques would yield the greatest benefits from attribute points was a wisdom gleaned by countless individuals in his previous life. Amidst the selections, Zhang Qing's gaze fell upon a technique titled Kaiyuan Technique. His pupils contracted in surprise. It was indeed that. Chapter 5, the Kaiyuan Technique. Kaiyuan Technique. One of the top 10 supreme core techniques from his past life. Beyond the Starflash realm, its power greatly surpassed that of techniques of the same tier. Zhang Qing picked it up and opened the first page, where a large character was stamped prominently. However, it mattered not. Registrants are indifferent to such imperfections. As long as they possess attribute points, they will naturally mend and even enhance the tier. As long as they can gain entry, that suffices. You chose this? Chuan Fa had descended from the floor above and inquired as he observed Zhang Qing fixated on the technique. Leader Chuan, what do you think of this technique? Zhang Qing responded, regaining his composure. It's decent. I've heard entry is swift, though it is a fragmented text and cannot be cultivated beyond entry level. At most helping you step into the radiant light realm. Then I shall choose this one. I am in dire need of strength. Oh, that is acceptable. Chuan Fa nodded, seemingly unfazed. If one were to discover that their bedfellow of several days was a specter, their thirst for strength would undoubtedly intensify. Zhang Qing's choice earned him a commendable nod from Chuan Fa. Later, at the entrance, the two committed the technique to memory before returning home. Upon arriving, Zhang Qing promptly sat cross-legged and commenced the operation of the technique. With a modicum of cultivation experience from his previous life, combined with the straightforward entry of this technique, he quickly grasped it. Moments later, the notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have comprehended the technique, lower grade radiant light, Kaiyuan technique. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Kaiyuan technique, physique 1. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Kaiyuan technique, proficiency 1. I did it. A smile spread across Zhang Qing's face. The understanding of such core techniques would enhance his physique. A warm current coursed through his entire being, and Zhang Qing could distinctly feel the augmentation of his strength and stamina. The technique was now reflected on his panel. Thus, it was time to allocate points. He directed his single attribute point towards the technique. Congratulations, the proficiency of the Kaiyuan technique has increased. Lower grade radiant light, Kaiyuan technique level 1, 1000 experience. The Kaiyuan technique had progressed from entry level to proficient. Upon reopening the panel, the following appeared. Zhang Qing. Martial path, unranked. Health, 4857. Physique, 3. Intelligence, 1. Technique, Kaiyuan technique. Attribute points, 0. Logically speaking, having acquired a technique should qualify Zhang Qing as having entered the radiant light realm of martial arts. However, this is the perspective of the indigenous inhabitants of the dark realm, not that of registrants. For registrants, one crucial element remains absent, which is the physique attribute. The minimum requirement for the radiant light martial path is a physique of 10 points. In conversion, this equates to 100 health. Thus, a physique of 10 points, 100 health, and the entry-level core martial technique must all be meant to be considered a radiant light martial artist. Currently, Zhang Qing's technique met the standard. The only remaining requirement was his physique. Once the technique threshold was achieved, his physique would gradually increase to 10 points. However, the speed of this increase would be exceedingly slow unless he bolstered his nutritional intake through diet, consumed rare herbs, or allocated attribute points. Regardless, this was indeed a dreamlike beginning, Zhang Qing mused. Indeed, the challenges of the Dark Realm are formidable. Its interactions with NPCs and the intelligence displayed by them are what render the early stages most captivating. It is only in the mid to late stages that individuals begin to pursue strength. Subsequently, the game descended, and Blue Star was obliterated. Individuals like Zhang Qing, who possessed a favorable identity early on and had learned techniques, undoubtedly experienced a dreamlike start. I am in urgent need of attribute points, Zhang Qing contemplated. As long as I have attribute points, everything will be manageable. Yet, the acquisition of attribute points posed immense difficulty. Surely, he could not encounter specters daily within the Chuan household. If memory serves me right, the family guards are able to undertake missions from the Lord's Manor. Maintaining the stability of a city necessitates constant patrolling, and the Razor team, under the Lord's Manor, is dedicated to this task. They are entrusted with the mission of locating hidden specters and, nearly every day, manage to find and eliminate one or two. If I could join them and secure the final blow. Zhang Qing's gaze sharpened. This is indeed feasible. I must find a way to join the Razor team under the guise of a Chuan family guard. With this thought, Zhang Qing approached Chuan Fa with the last 10 silver coins he possessed. After Chuan Fa cheerfully accepted the 10 silver coins, he promptly arranged for Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, you should know that those assigned to the Razor team are often trembling in their boots. What is your intention? Leader Chuan, I wish to slay more specters. Zhang Qing replied. This rationale left Chuan Fa with no grounds for refusal. The human populace in the sub-city is scant, and procreation is exceedingly difficult. It is only natural to harbor immense hatred towards specters, especially when a wife suddenly transforms into one. Thus, Chuan Fa declared, very well, starting tomorrow, I will have you take the place of our family S quota for the Razor team. Is that acceptable? Thank you, Leader Chuan. Be careful, don't die. Rest assured. Chuan too. I shall return alive. Chuan Fa nodded in agreement. Soon after, Zhang Qing departed. Moments later, a figure entered Chuan Fa's abode. It was another head of the guards, Chuan Qi. What brings you here? I found someone to take the spot for a Razor. Oh, Are you sending that fellow to his demise? Hey, I have someone eager to go. Splendid. Simply take them along tomorrow. Well then, don't worry. I'll share half of the 10 silver coins for the replacement fee. Hee. A delightful collaboration. Chuan Chi swiftly exited. Chuan Fa indulged in his drink, reveling in his advantageous position. Two birds with one stone. How delightful. Razor, truly no one wishes to volunteer. The Lord's manner is insistent. There is no other choice. The top families must each send a representative daily. It's your turn. What will you do if you refuse? Spend 10 silver coins to ask the head of guards for a substitute. That's the replacement fee. Chuan Fa was effectively reaping benefits from both sides. In truth, Zhang Qing was also aware of this. 10 silver coins, merely a pretext to maintain one's facade. In the shadow realm, where the existence of the bizarre looms, one's identity is of utmost importance. Once a flaw is exposed, one is immediately treated as a bizarre and executed. After all, no one can detect a concealed bizarre. It's better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. Countless players in the past have found themselves besieged by Razor once their identities collapsed. The Shadow Realm holds no concept of human rights. Once Razor's people deem you a bizarre, the squad will vote, and upon a majority, execution ensues. Your head will be severed, your human skin shattered, and the bizarre will reveal its true form. If it's proven otherwise later, well, you've died in vain. Thus, Razor's reputation is notoriously foul. To prevent Razor from indiscriminately killing, the Lord's Manor periodically reorganizes the teams, incorporating individuals from various prominent families to mitigate unilateral actions from Razor. Yet, this is merely a superficial remedy, addressing symptoms rather than the root cause. Nevertheless, such is the way. In the Shadow Realm, the strong are revered, and the weak's demise garners little concern. Chapter 6, Razor Squad. As night fell, Zhang Qing logged off for a meal. In a hurried 15 minutes, he prepared his lunch for the next day and promptly logged back in. Sleep? He preferred to rest within the game. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise at night, his unmoving corpse would surely be a cause for great suffering. The following morning, after having logged off for breakfast and preparing lunch, he logged back in. Chuan Fa led Zhang Qing towards the Razor Hall under the Lord's Manor. Zhang Qing. While with Razor, do not concern yourself with too much. Vote as needed, Chuan Fa advised. The most crucial thing is to avoid rushing to the forefront. If you can evade, do so. In the end, surviving is paramount. Zhang Qing nodded appreciatively. Chuan Fa bore no particular affection for him. Initially, he merely deemed him a capable fighter. Now, he perceived that if Zhang Qing could endure within Razor, it would mean a continuous influx of replacement fees. Thus, he couldn't help but offer additional counsel. Zhang Qing was well aware of the underlying rationale. He merely feigned ignorance. Before long, the members of the Razor Squad emerged. They typically operated in teams of 5, diverse in their races, and approached Zhang Qing directly. Bao Lai, 143, 143. Yin Qing, 175, 175. Hu San, 264, 264. Heishan, 254, 254. Guan Tianyu, 475, 475. This was the configuration of the Razor Squad. 2 first-tier, micro-light realm members from the rodent race. 2 second-tier micro-light realm members, one from the rabbit race and the other from the pig race, with the captain being a 4th-tier micro-light realm member, also from the rodent race. One could say Zhang Qing was fortunate. The captain could also possibly be a 3rd-tier micro-light realm member. A 4th-tier member undoubtedly bolstered the squad's survivability. Are you the one sent by the Chuan family today? Guan Tianyu scrutinized Zhang Qing, frowning. The Chuan family is becoming increasingly careless, sending someone who isn't even micro-light realm. Whatever. They're merely a target to lure the bizarre. I am Zhang Qing. Pleased to meet you. Zhang Qing quickly introduced himself. Hee, another human. TSK, the bizarre adore human flesh. Chuckled the pig race member, Heishan. However, upon receiving a glare from Guan Tianyu, he dared not speak further. All right, let us move. Guan Tianyu commanded, leading the team on patrol. Zhang Qing followed closely, patrolling the sub-city. This sub-city appeared relatively prosperous, with many pedestrians, stalls, and shops lining the streets. However, upon sighting the Razor Squad, people scurried away as though confronted by a plague. Zhang Qing observed keenly. Would you look at that? After all this watching, there's indeed something to behold. Bayua. 15. Fudi. 25. And Xian. 1540. Gaoye. Hutun. Look, another 1,000 blood bizarre. Zhang Qing remained silent, refraining from uttering a word. In the Razor Squad, one must never seek to draw attention. In a past life, someone infiltrated the Razor Squad, using their ability to see health bars to directly mark the bazaar. Soon after, in less than an hour, they were executed by Razor. The rationale was simple. You were too precise. Certainly, you were a bizarre traitor attempting to infiltrate Razor for merit and promotion, right? Seize him, and thus, that individual's head was severed. Razor's foul reputation is not without cause. After nearly an hour of patrolling, Guan Tianyu grew increasingly agitated. How is it that not a single suspicious individual has appeared along this route? This is unacceptable. He then grabbed an unfortunate soul from the roadside, a member of the monkey race. With a sharp face, it was evident he was no good person. I suspect this individual might be a bizarre. What does everyone think? Guan Tianyu inquired. The others pondered deeply, then nodded in agreement. Zhang Qing, observing, tout, beautiful, 27. Great, they're about to create chaos again. My lord, I am not a bizarre. Bifu immediately fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Yet, even if his monkey brain were to break, it would be of no use. Guan Tianyu disregarded this, stating, "Come, let us vote. I agree. Zhang Qing immediately raised his hand. It was apparent they were merely seeking a scapegoat. There was no need for him to oppose them. The group cast one last glance at Zhang Qing before stepping back. Zhang Qing, is it? You step forward. Guan Tianyu commanded. Zhang Qing understood his implication. He stepped forward, drew his blade, and cleaved the unfortunate's head from his shoulders before retreating swiftly. Congratulations. You have slain Bifu, gaining 27 life points. Current life points, 84. Excellent. An unexpected gain of 27 points of vitality. Indeed, the Razor Squad is the place where stragglers are destined to arrive. You've even managed to sneak up behind me. Guan Yutian observed the headless corpse for a while, noting its lack of transformation, and immediately began to lecture Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing was well aware that it would not undergo a transformation. However, he could not afford to let his persona falter, so he could only chuckle awkwardly. Damn it, I killed the wrong one. Guan Yutian lamented. The compensation for this individual falls upon you, Zhang Qing, since it was your hand that struck. Well, it seems today's business trip expenses will not need to be claimed, as they will be counted as compensation for this unfortunate soul. Zhang Qing smiled. Business trips yield silver. Yet, the manner in which one can claim this money is fraught with trickery. As for compensating the deceased, who would dare to demand money from the Razor? Continue patrolling, Guan Yutian commanded, stepping over the corpse and leading the team onward. Once they departed, a few individuals cautiously emerged, casting furtive glances at the Razor Squad. This had become a routine occurrence. Even if the Razor Squad was merciless in their killings, what difference did it make? Outside the city, there was no shortage of people. Inside the city, there would always be a crowd. In the wilderness, the dangers were manifold. Yet within the city, one could still find a glimmer of hope. If one were truly slain by the Razor Squad, it could only be said that luck had deserted them. After patrolling for about an hour, the Razor Squad casually settled at a nearby tea stall, engaging in idle chatter. The Minotaur stall owner, exasperated, could only keep refilling their teacups. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that Guan Yutian finally rose, taking Zhang Qing back to the Razor Hall for a meal. This was the only benefit Zhang Qing could truly relish. The cuisine at the Razor Hall was renowned for its excellence. Many guards joined the Razor Squad primarily for this meal, as it bore traces of medicinal essence. Zhang Qing savored every bite. Upon finishing, the system chimed in, "Congratulations, you have gained 5 attribute points. No wonder." Though the Razor Squad was perilous, the rewards were substantial. A single meal could augment one's attributes by 5 points. If this continued for 2 consecutive days, wouldn't that yield a full point? It was no surprise that early strategies advised aspiring members to find ways to survive within the Razor Squad. The benefits were indeed here, Zhang Qing mused. However, this was merely the early stage. Once one's realm advanced, the enhancement from these meals infused with medicinal essence would scarcely be felt. This was easily comprehensible. In the later stages, once one grew powerful, such modest boosts from medicinal meals would become negligible. After the meal, Captain Guan once more set forth with the squad. In the midst of their aimless wandering, they chanced upon an unfortunate soul. Zhang Qing glanced at the individual, Tian Yuan, 1380. One must admit, your technique is quite precise. Now it was the time to truly showcase their skills. Chapter 7, Battlefield First Aid. I believe he is a trickster. I think so too. The voting commenced anew. Naturally, Zhang Qing raised his hand in agreement. And yet, Guan Yutian still instructed Zhang Qing to take action. Zhang Qing took a deep breath. Facing the pleading Tian Yuan, he unsheathed his blade and struck. Do not transform. Hold it in. Wait until I have retreated before you change. Zhang Qing murmured. and with a swift stroke, he severed the head from the body. 199. Following the familiar pattern, he immediately concealed himself behind Guan Yutian. Blood splattered as the head rolled to the ground. Guan Yutian was far from pleased. The guard from the Chuan family were exceedingly slippery. They fled with remarkable speed. And once again, they found their way behind me. Was that a trick? What is there to fear? Look, is that a trick? What luck do I have? No sooner had he spoken than bang! A mist of blood erupted as Tian Yuan's headless corpse exploded, and a figure emerged from within. Guan Yutian. Zhang Qing took a glance. Long-armed trickster, 1181, 1380. A towering figure nearing 3 meters, with arms so elongated they nearly grazed the ground. Its entire body was devoid of skin, composed solely of a blood-red muscular membrane, and its mouth stretched grotesquely to its ears, a sight most terrifying. Guan Yutian was momentarily stunned, slowly turning around as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Bad luck indeed. It truly is a trickster. What to do now? All he could do was brace himself and charge forward. As a member of the Razor, behind the privilege lay a heavy responsibility. Should a Razor member flee upon encountering a trickster, it would result in immediate execution and repercussions for their family. Thus, even through gritted teeth, Guan Yutian steeled himself to advance. Just as he intended to call upon Zhang Qing, the human shield, to charge ahead, he realized Zhang Qing had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, this useless fool from the Chuan family. Form a formation, form a formation, he shouted. The squad members promptly responded. All were warriors of the Radiant level, skilled enough to cooperate and handle a trickster with 1,000 health points without much trouble. As per usual, you archers apply pressure, while I and Heishan will take the front. Heishan, a member of the Boar clan, was tough-skinned and robust. In terms of defense, he was certainly no weaker. As for himself, being of the Rat clan, he was nimble and agile. Altogether, they comprised 3 ranged attackers, 1 warrior, and 1 shield bearer. They were capable of striking. Heishan understood well that slaying tricksters was their duty within the Razor. With a mighty roar, he charged forward. Yet faster still were the archers trailing behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows of Radiant-level warriors were indeed remarkable. In the blink of an eye, they embedded themselves into the long-armed trickster. 22, 24, 21. A total of 67 points, a decent output. After all, they were Radiant-level warriors. Their attack power was commendable, and they could draw their bows with impressive speed. Bang! Before the second round of arrows could arrive, the long-armed trickster collided with Heishan. 12, 34. Immediately, 2 damage indicators appeared. Heishan's health bar dropped significantly. Heishan, 220, 254. Long-armed trickster, 1112, 1380. Heishan braced against the 2 massive hands of the long-armed trickster, while Guan Yutian, like a cunning serpent, stealthily approached, relentlessly stabbing at the creature's back. Thrust, stab, thrust. Simultaneously, the second wave of arrows arrived. 32, 31, 32, 23, 21. A flurry of attacks ensued, unleashing a torrent of damage that swiftly depleted the long-armed trickster's health by nearly 200 points within mere moments. The long-armed trickster would not remain idle. With a sweeping motion of its massive hand, it sent Heishan flying. 45. Then, disregarding Guan Yutian's ambush from behind, it charged straight into the trio of ranged attackers. Clenching its fists, it delivered a devastating blow. No! Yinqing's expression shifted, and with a piercing wail, the sound abruptly ceased. Thud! It resembled the sickening sound of frog being crushed underfoot. 175. In a breathtaking instant, the adversary was vanquished. Following this swift action, the remaining 2 opponents were sent flying. The health of Pu San remained relatively robust, while Bao Lai had lost 1/3 of his vitality. Surely, they would not be overwhelmed. Zhang Qing, concealed behind a street corner, observed the unfolding scenario. Notably, the 2 primary forces, Heishan and Guan Yutian, sustained minimal damage, suggesting a promising outcome. As the ranged team was swept aside, Heishan was the first to charge in to engage the foe. Guan Yutian followed suit, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Despite the setbacks, Pu San and Bao Lai regained their footing and continued to deliver damage. The health of Chang Shou Gui plummeted, losing over 400 points in a short span. Presently, Chang Shou Gui's vitality stood at 703 of 1380. The offensive was commendable, and after a brief period of disarray, Guan Yutian and his allies began to seize control of the rhythm of battle. Zhang Qing narrowed his eyes, contemplating the progression. Should this tactic persist, Heishan would likely be the first to falter. If he were a Tier 4 light, defeating this creature would be almost assured. However, he was merely a Tier 2 light, with less than 300 health points, insufficient for survival. Hence, it would fall to Guan Yutian to take the lead. As anticipated, After Heishan endured for a moment longer, inflicting nearly 200 points of damage to Chang Shou-Gui, his health began to dwindle rapidly. At this juncture, Guan Yutian let out a fierce shout and commenced direct combat with Chang Shou-Gui. A Tier 4 light could nearly exchange blows with the creature. With the support of Pu San's ranged attacks, it was plausible they could indeed claim victory over Chang Shou-Gui. However, the creature was no fool. In its human guise, it exhibited quick wit. Upon reverting to its true form, its intellect diminished, but it was far from foolish. Demonstrating its cunning, the creature refrained from engaging Guan Yutian directly, a nimble member of the mouse tribe, known for its agility. Instead, it charged towards Pu San and the others. Guan Yutian's expression shifted dramatically as he pursued, only to be caught off guard when Chang Shou-Gui pivoted and struck him with a fist, sending him hurtling away. In Guan Yutian's eyes, Bao Lai's condition was dire. He was barely breathing, a mere whisper away from death. Yet, in Zhang Qing's perspective, this was a significant health pool. Unless treated immediately, he would succumb within moments. Witnessing Guan Yutian restrain Chang Shou-Gui once more, Zhang Qing made a bold decision. He dashed forward, grasping Bao Lai's form and dragging him away from the battlefield. Indeed, battlefield first aid is often executed in such a manner. However, moving an injured individual can exacerbate their condition. Bao Lai succumbe. Congratulations, host. You have slain Bao Lai and gained maximum health value of 143. Current health, 218. A Surge of Fortune. Chapter 8. Chang Shou-Gui. Guan Yutian, witnessing Zhang Qing's actions, was consumed by rage. Forget about the dead. Grab your Bao and fight, he bellowed. With 2 squad members lost, Yin Qing and Bao Lai, the remaining trio struggled to maintain their stance. Heishan was gravely injured, with little combat efficacy left. Pu San was under heavy scrutiny. Any movement could provoke Chang Shou-Gui into an attack. Guan Yutian gritted his teeth, enduring the pressure of the confrontation, but he lacked the upper hand. Each block with his blade resulted in debilitating recoil, and his stamina was waning. The endurance of the mouse tribe paled in comparison to the protracted vitality of the creature. Zhang Qing's entrance presented a variable. Perhaps he could serve as a human shield, allowing Guan Yutian a moment to recuperate. Upon hearing this command, Zhang Qing did not flee. Instead, he seized his bow and joined the fray. Drawing a deep breath, he released a shot aimed at the foe. He then sprinted towards Heishan, who was in a precarious state. Sir, you must retreat from the battlefield. I will hold off the creature, Zhang Qing called out as he ran. Heishan paused, his eyes glistening with emotion. I truly should perish. This lad is a good soul. As Zhang Qing rushed to support Heishan, he helped him to his feet, and they stumbled towards safety. Zhang Qing, you shall be my brother henceforth. I shall protect you, Heishan declared, moved by the gesture. Just then, a shout rang out from behind. Watch out. It appeared Guan Yutian had once again drawn the creature's attention. In truth, Chang Shou-Gui, having spotted Zhang Qing, a mere Tier 1 light, dared to attack, swiftly locked onto him. Guan Yutian had hoped Zhang Qing would provoke the creature, granting him a moment to breathe. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qing was aiding Heishan in his escape. In a moment of clarity, Zhang Qing turned to see Chang Shou-Gui charging toward him. He instinctively raised his arms to shield his chest, thinking, with over 200 health points and possessing light techniques, I refuse to believe you can defeat me in an instant. Bam! Chang Shou-Gui swung a powerful strike, sending Zhang Qing flying. Excellent. Indeed, you could not eliminate me with a single blow, he mused, but his flight inadvertently exposed Heishan. With a single punch, Heishan cried out in agony, but he was not slain. Zhang Qing's eyes sharpened as he assessed the situation. Heishan's vitality stood at a mere 3 points. In Guan Yutian's eyes, this was akin to death. Damn it, he seethed in fury. This squad has been under his command for quite some time now. It has also come to his ears that there are intentions from above to disband the rotation team. Thus, every individual within this squad could potentially become his own foundation in the future. Yet, at present, only 2 remain alive. Guan Yutian, filled with wrath, charges forward without hesitation, unleashing a torrential barrage of blows upon the long-armed ghoul. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing employs his well-honed skills once again, rushing to provide battlefield assistance. While rendering aid, he shouts, Doctor, come quickly and save him. Congratulations, host, for slaying the long-armed ghoul and receiving a maximum health boost of 254. Current host health, 340, 472. What a windfall. Zhang Qing, infuriated, retorts, stop worrying about the dead. Lend a hand. Pu San, you too, don't just stand there. With that, Zhang Qing and Pu San join the fray. Guan Yutian, valiantly enduring the onslaught of the long-armed ghoul, finds his stamina waning. Presently, the long-armed ghoul, covered in wounds, appears to be in a dire state. In Zhang Qing's view, long-armed ghoul, 231, 1380. Observing the others, he notes Pu San, 134, 264. Guan Yutian, 173, 475. Zhang Qing, 340, 472. Excellent. I possess the most health. Pu San initiates an attack. 24. Zhang Qing follows suit, though intentionally misdirecting his strike. Having just been swept by the long-arm ghoul and sustaining severe injuries, a wild miss seems quite reasonable. However, this significant deviation sends a chill down Pu San's spine as the long-arm ghoul bears down on him, prompting a hasty retreat. Seizing this moment, Guan Yutian launches a frenzied series of attacks. 23, 21, 24. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he is struck and sent flying by the long-arm ghoul. 54. Fatigued, his defenses falter, and the long-arm ghoul seems to sense his vulnerability, relentlessly pursuing him. Two powerful punches land squarely. 34. 64. Damn it. Guan Yutian is left with scant health. Guan Yutian, 21, 475. This fellow cannot perish. Should he die, the long-arm ghoul would remain unvanquished, and even his own survival would incur repercussions. The Razor-S dungeon is akin to death itself. Thus, he must be saved. Suddenly, an arrow pierces the long-arm ghoul's forehead. It freezes, slowly turning its head to glare at the lively Zhang Qing, rage igniting within. This is akin to a fly. It abandons the dying Guan Yutian and charges after Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing looses another arrow, which lodges itself in the ghoul's eye socket. 35. A critical hit. He then takes off running. Zhang Qing's burst of speed rivals that of a luminary martial artist, yet his stamina is lacking. After a few strides, he turns back to shoot another arrow. 16. While shouting, "My lord!" This is directed at Pu San, who, with gritted teeth, releases an arrow of his own. 24. Subsequently, he discards his bow and draws his blade. With over 100 health points remaining, he is still able to fight. The long-arm ghoul, drawn to Zhang Qing, fails to notice Pu San's blade approaching. With swift strokes, 21, 20, 24, he lands 3 decisive cuts. These strikes nearly reduce the long-arm ghoul to a mere sliver of health. Long-arm ghoul, 74, 1380. Boom! The long-arm ghoul retaliates, sending Pu San flying. Pu San 100, 264. Damn it, still not dead. Guan Yutian, gasping for breath, sees Pu San hurled away, his eyes turning red with fury. The long-arm ghoul, riddled with wounds and adorned with a multitude of arrows, bleeds profusely. Yet it remains alive. Zhang Qing is acutely aware that it has but a thin layer of health left. Guan, muster all your strength and run. He bellows. Pu San and I will charge once more. If you survive, I shall commend you. Guan Yutian coughs up blood and swallows several pills, preparing for one final assault. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing, chewing his lip, thinks to himself, commendation? That is an impossibility. He is merely to serve as a steadfast target. The Razor-S den is filled with merciless predators. However, at this moment, controlling the blood flow is critical. The long-arm ghoul's life is precariously poised. To secure the final blow will require both skill and courage. Chapter 9. Within reach. Young men, let's fight. Zhang Qing roars, immediately turning to charge at the long-arm ghoul. With over 300 health points remaining, he can withstand a couple of hits. However, the first to reach the long-arm ghoul are Guan Yutian and Pu San, their superior realms granting them swift speed. Guan Yutian bellows, swinging his long knife to carve a massive wound into the long-arm ghoul. 34. Pu San too has succumbed to a frenzy. The bandages atop his head unravel, revealing his rabbit-like ears. His eyes glisten with crimson, blood surging forth as he strikes fiercely. 31. The long-arm ghoul teeters on the brink of death. Yet, it manages to lash out, sending both Pu San and Guan Yutian flying. They collide into one another, tumbling like rolling gourds. 72. 12. Fortunately, Guan Yutian was knocked aside by Pu San. Had he been directly struck, he would have surely perished. Nevertheless, Guan Yutian can no longer rise. Currently, his health stands at Guan Yutian 9, 475. At this level, a few hits from Zhang Qing could easily lead to his demise. But wait, suddenly, 7. A number appears above Guan Yutian's head. It signifies health recovery. He must have consumed a potion. Yet, even with this recovery, he cannot stand for the time being. Pu San fares little better, having taken a blow that inflicted 72 points of damage, nearly shattering all of his bones. His health is at Pu San 28, 264. As for the long-arm ghoul, its health has dwindled to a maddening degree. Long-arm ghoul 9, 1380. Just 9 points of health remain. Charge. Can my 340 points of health not exchange for its 9? Kill. Zhang Qing feels a surge of adrenaline, his eyes ablaze. The straight figure of the long-handed phantom charged forward with fervor. Bang! The long-handed phantom still possessed strength. With a powerful punch, it sent Zhang Qing flying. Alas, I cannot approach. In the heat of the moment, having discarded his bow and arrow during the charge, Zhang Qing quickly devised a plan. He hurled the long knife he held directly at the phantom. Thud! The blade embedded itself in the phantom's head. Dead. A notification rang out. Congratulations to the player for defeating the long-handed phantom, earning 15 attribute points. After receiving the message, Zhang Qing collapsed onto the ground, motionless, resembling a warrior who had charged to the very end. The body of the long-handed phantom fell, remaining still for a moment. Guan Yutian and Pu San exchanged glances and then cautiously approached. It's dead. Truly dead. Guan Yutian's face lit up with joy. He swiftly pulled Zhang Qing's long knife from the phantom's head and tossed it aside, replacing it with his own. Meanwhile, Pu San, with a peculiar expression, moved closer to Zhang Qing. However, Zhang Qing, aware of the phantom's true nature, pretended to awaken groggily upon sensing someone approaching. Observing Pu San and Guan Yutian by the phantom, he exclaimed, "Captain, you have slain the phantom." Upon hearing this, both Pu San and Guan Yutian were taken aback. Then Guan Yutian chuckled, "Indeed, you're quite sharp. You're still alive." At this moment, he noted the health bar above his head. Guan Yutian, 41, for 175. With such low health, he spoke with such bravado. "You also contributed this time. I see you have some courage. Do come join my team tomorrow. I will reward you then." "All right, thank you, Captain. As for the reward, let's consider it your achievement," Zhang Qing replied, understandingly. "You're quite injured. I grant you permission to return and rest early. Don't forget to join us tomorrow." "Yes, goodbye, Captain," Zhang Qing said, rising with a limp. He picked up his long knife and bow, heading towards the Chuan family residence. "Wait," Guan Yutian suddenly called out, perhaps noticing Zhang Qing's significant injuries, and wanted to offer him some encouragement. "A healer will come by shortly. They can tend to your wounds as well." "Ah, thank you, Captain," Zhang Qing responded happily. What a delightful surprise. A healer, a unique presence among warriors with special healing attributes, is closely tied to their core techniques. In my past life, none on Blue Star could learn healing techniques, for they are closely guarded and extremely precious. Zhang Qing felt a surge of joy within. It seemed this fellow intended for him to continue working without pay tomorrow. After battling the phantom, a healer would provide immediate treatment. It was said that when players were first healed by a healer, it would trigger a special effect that enhanced their physique. This time, he struck gold. His flattery was not in vain. While working alongside the Razor team, Zhang Qing was quite clear-headed. He had no intention of competing for small favors. Little did he know, these minor benefits could yield unexpected rewards. Of course, he also needed to be wary of being used as fodder. All of this depended on his own discernment. Moments later, the members of the Razor team slowly made their way over. Yes, they were slower than the police in television dramas. This was simple. Healers are generally protected. Their combat abilities are low and fragile, making them valuable. They only appear once the battle has truly settled. Otherwise, it would be a jest if they were to fall in combat. Zhang Qing noticed a unique presence among the group, a female from the sheep clan, remarkably human-like. Her skin was fair, with only 2 small horns on her forehead and short ears peeking out to signify her lineage, making her quite adorable. In every other aspect, she was indistinguishable from a human, even possessing a form more graceful than that of the average woman. Zhang Qing was immediately on guard. In the Dark Realm, humans held low status. However, among other races, the closer their appearance to humans, the higher their social standing. This Sheep Clan female was certainly extraordinary. She approached Guan Yutian first, extending her small hand to begin her healing work. A soft green glow flickered as healing numbers began to appear above Guan Yutian's head. 45. 45. 45. Moments later, his health was restored to around 80% before she turned her attention to Pu San's injuries, and finally, to Zhang Qing. There was a clear distinction in her attention. Quite normal. "You've worked hard," the She Clan woman whispered softly as she arrived at Zhang Qing's side, her voice gentle. She began her healing. At that moment, Zhang Qing noticed the health bar above her head. "Young man, 1540, 1540. 1,000 health?" No. This was the 5th tier of the candle flame. More critically, her surname was Yang. In the Sheep Clan, the Yang surname is royal. This woman undoubtedly hailed from the Sheep Emperor City. That city is the royal capital of the Sheep Clan, and nearly all Yang surnamed Sheep Clan members originate from there. "Thank you," Zhang Qing responded quietly, as his health rapidly surged upwards, soon reaching Zhang Qing, 390, 472. As his health increased, he distinctly heard the system voice in the background. "First contact with the force of transformation. Reward, 5 physique." Zhang Qing, 440, 522. The force of transformation. Zhang Qing did not reveal any outward reactions or expressions, but silently committed those words to memory. In his past life, much information was made public, yet many secrets remained undisclosed. Having been reborn and gaining early exposure, he should now have access to these hidden truths. Once the woman departed, Zhang Qing reflected on his gains. A significant windfall. Chapter 10. Ascension to the Glimmering Realm. Zhang Qing. Martial arts, unremarkable. Health, 440, 522. Physique, 8. Intelligence, 1. Technique, opening yuan technique. Attribute points, 2. First and foremost, he had substantially increased his health, transforming from a paltry 2-digit figure into a robust 500 health powerhouse. Even if the long-handed phantom were to rise again, it would take several blows to defeat Zhang Qing. There was no mystery to it. He simply had greater health. Additionally, he now possessed 2 attribute points, with 5 for eating and 15 from the long-handed phantom. These 2 attribute points were almost universally recognized as needing to be allocated to physique. Thus, with 10 points in physique, Zhang Qing would enter the ranks of the Glimmering Realm martial artists. However, he needed to wait. It would not be appropriate to advance in front of Guan Yutian and the others. The breakthrough during battle is understandable. A breakthrough after returning home is also justifiable. However, achieving a breakthrough after receiving treatment is incomprehensible. Treatment itself serves as a means to awaken one's innate potential. Once that potential is activated and the body healed, how could one still possess the strength to break through? It defies logic. Facing a razor's edge, that is a death sentence. Very well. Do not forget to assemble tomorrow, stated Guan Yutian. Understood, Captain. I shall take my leave, Zhang Qing replied, making his way towards the Chuanfu. As for the long-handed specter, the razor will handle the aftermath and distribute rewards. However, that no longer concerns me. Before long, following the route etched in his memory, Zhang Qing returned to Chuanfu. Entering through a small side door, he was the first to encounter Chuan Fa. Greetings, Chief. I have returned. Zhang Qing clasped his hands in salute. Upon seeing Zhang Qing return early, bloodied, and with a look of astonishment on his face, Chuan Fa asked, "Did you encounter a specter?" "Indeed," Zhang Qing replied. "Did you eliminate it?" "The captain took care of that. I merely assisted him." "Impressive. You even returned alive. Will you be going again tomorrow?" "I shall." "Excellent." Chuan Fa nodded, then pondered for a moment before retrieving an item from his sleeve and tossing it to Zhang Qing. "Here, take this and recuperate well. You look injured." Zhang Qing caught a glimpse of the item, a thin slice of blood ginseng, delicate as a cicada's wing. This particular item costs 1 silver piece per slice. "Rest well. You need not partake in the patrol. I will take care of the arrangements." "Thank you, Chief," Zhang Qing said, a smile brightening his face as he hurried away. Turning a corner, he felt his complexion begin to return to normal. He tossed the blood ginseng slice in his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. TSK. Not even a hint of an attribute point increase. What a sham, Zhang Qing grumbled. Soon after, he returned to his room, closed the door, and let out a long breath. The past 2 days had gone exceedingly smoothly, almost without a hitch. The rewards he had garnered thus far were already substantial. Currently, there were no issues with the route. Mixing with the razor allowed him to acquire both health and attribute points. However, Guan Yutian was not very competent. Today, when I feigned unconsciousness, he even attempted to kill me to seize credit. I must find an opportunity to turn him into my blood bag. Yet within the razor, the hierarchy is strict. If the captain were to die, the team members would bear undeniable responsibility, perhaps even face collective punishment. I wonder if the Chuan family would protect me. Chuan Fa is merely a minor leader, lacking significant authority. Even if I were to ascend to the Radiant Light Realm, the Chuan family might not support me in the razor unless I exhibited extraordinary martial prowess. But I'm just an ordinary guard, suddenly showcasing remarkable martial talent. Wouldn't that shatter my persona? Zhang Qing felt a headache coming on. The Dark Realm is quite challenging to navigate. While it's fine for sightseeing, genuinely integrating and acquiring resources is no easy feat. I must leverage all the experiences from my past life to the fullest. Upon further contemplation, I should not risk shattering my persona. After all, I had previously inquired with Li Hu about my lack of exposure to martial arts. Coupled with my wife becoming a specter, revealing extraordinary martial talent seems logical. Thus, I am merely short 10 silver pieces and 1 attribute point. First, I must establish a reputation within the Chuan family to gain their favor. Then I can act with more confidence in the razor. Let this be my plan. Zhang Qing summarized his thoughts and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Allocate points, he declared, assigning the remaining 2 attribute points to his constitution. Thus, he attained 10 points in constitution. Congratulations, you have met the breakthrough requirements. Will you break through? Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the first tier of the radiant light realm. Reward received. Constitution 1. In the next moment, an unprecedented sensation surged from the depths of his being. That was power. After advancing to the radiant light realm, he had truly become a martial artist. With 11 points in Constitution, his strength, agility, endurance, and recovery had all seen substantial enhancement. This was an experience Zhang Qing had never encountered before. Moreover, the core technique of the opening yuan art began to manifest its inherent capabilities following his achievement of the radiant light realm. Endurance enhancement. A thought flickered in Zhang Qing's mind as he noticed a significant increase in his stamina recovery upon operating the opening yuan art. If memory serves me correctly, in my past life, the possessors of the opening yuan art of the Starflash realm had attack power considerably superior to that of ordinary martial artists at the same level. It appears my assumption was flawed. The opening yuan art does not gain strength solely upon reaching the Starflash realm, but rather, the enhancement effects vary by realm. After Starflash, the focus is on strength, which directly correlates to attack power. Now, at the Radiant Light realm, the enhancement is on endurance. Excellent. Sustained stamina is a vital asset for survival in battle. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Zhang Qing lay back on his bed and subsequently logged off. Removing his helmet, he rose from the bed in his room. Clenching his fists, he realized there was a subtle change in his strength. The transmission of power was not overt, almost negligible. It seems my past life's experiences were not in vain. Only upon entering the Rising Sun realm would the true transmission of strength manifest in this world. Various rules have not shifted due to my early login. Thus, I possess a tangible year of developmental advantage over others. Zhang Qing got out of bed, tended to his personal hygiene, took a shower, and then had dinner. Having 2 meals in a day is inconsequential. After all, it's merely 2 years, and a youthful body can endure. Once the power transmission arrives, nothing will pose a problem. Even cancer could be cured on the spot. After finishing his meal, he immediately logged back in. Sleep is essential, but one cannot log off to sleep. Resting within the dark realm suffices, and this way, he can also handle unexpected incidents. This persona must be upheld. As for training techniques at night to compensate for attribute points, I advise against it. 1 point of intelligence can yield a mere 3 points of proficiency overnight, even if you're exceptional. Moreover, advancing the opening yuan art from proficiency to mastery requires 1,000 points of proficiency. 300 nights of perseverance may lead to enhancement. Go ahead and endure that. It's better to sleep and continue tomorrow. Chapter 11. The Path of Deception. The next day, Zhang Qing logged off early, had breakfast, and then logged back in. At Chuanfu, as he stepped out, he encountered Chuan Fa once more. Chuanfa, 193, 273. The recovery of health is impressively swift, indeed. Martial artists possess remarkable recuperative abilities. Earlier, Chuan Fa had only a sliver of health remaining. He must have consumed medicine. Zhang Qing was developing the habit of frequently checking the health of those around him to guard against the specter's stealth. After consuming a person, a specter could don their skin, making them indistinguishable to the naked eye. Upon seeing Zhang Qing, Chuan Fa paused momentarily, squinting his eyes. Have you ascended to the Radiant Light realm? Indeed. Thanks to the medicine provided by Chief Chuan yesterday, I practiced diligently overnight, mastered the fundamentals of the technique, and subsequently broke through to become a martial artist. The indigenous warriors are intimately connected to their martial arts techniques, as they lack any understanding of physical data. Thus, it is quite common for one to ascend to the realm of the flickering light after mastering the fundamentals of their craft. Indeed, how splendid! A glimmer sparkled in Chuan Fa's eyes. The Razor Hall primarily requires warriors of the flickering light caliber for its operations. Previously, a casual pretense sufficed. However, prolonged subterfuge would inevitably attract attention from the Razor Hall. Now, with Zhang Qing's recent elevation to the flickering light, it is fortuitous. If he can maintain his vitality, the rewards shall undoubtedly be abundant. Chuan Fa chuckled amiably. Zhang Qing, I shall escort you to the Razor Hall. Yes, thank you, Chuan too. The two departed from the Chuan residence, making their way towards the city lord's Razor Hall. Upon arrival, they encountered Guan Yutian. Guan Yutian, 475, fully restored. TSK. How advantageous it is to possess healing attributes as a warrior. Such grievous wounds, and yet he is back to full strength by the next day. Alongside Guan Yutian was Pu San, along with a few additional team members. Zhang Qing surveyed the group. Pu San, 264. Duoya, 235. Feng Shi, 255. Qianfa, 2470. A brother with 2,000 health points? The Star Flash realm? Impossible. Such high-tier warriors do not typically comprise a team of this nature. Thus, it is suspicious. My goodness. Guan Yutian, Guanzong, what on earth are you up to? Zhang Qing, come here. Upon spotting Zhang Qing, Guan Yutian promptly beckoned him over. As Zhang Qing approached, he too noticed the remarkable breakthrough. Goodness, you've ascended to the flickering light realm. Impressive. Observing that Chuan Fa had already distanced himself, Zhang Qing smiled. I was merely a step away. After a little provocation yesterday, and some nourishment upon returning home, I managed to break through. Guan Yutian nodded, visibly more enthusiastic now that Zhang Qing had ascended. He eagerly introduced the team members. This is Pu San, whom you've met before, and this is Duo Ya, Feng Zhe, and Qian Fa. One by one, he gestured. They shall be our comrades henceforth. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. Zhang Qing maintained a composed demeanor, concealing any signs of surprise. This team harbored a Qian Fa with 2,000 health points, yet he acted as if he were oblivious. Nevertheless, during the formation, Zhang Qing ensured to keep a respectful distance from Qian Fa. Judging a creature's strength solely by health points is not always precise. Yet a higher health count invariably indicates greater power. It is evident that this 2470 health Qian Fa may not be easily manageable by this team. Let us proceed. We have patrols to conduct today, so stay alert. Guan Yutian declared as he led the team away, heading towards the city gates of Zicheng. Exiting the city? Into the wild? Zhang Qing slightly furrowed his brow. Patrols beyond the city limits are commonplace for safeguarding local trade routes. However, only high-ranking teams are typically permitted to venture out, such as those at the candlelight or even star flash levels. As for a mere flickering light team like ours, wouldn't that be tantamount to walking into danger? What could this mean? Could it be a net gathering operation? Zhang Qing's heart raced at the thought. The Razor organization operates with tightly knit, formidable teams, while weaker squads tend to be more disorganized. The stronger teams discreetly investigate for hidden threats. During a coordinated effort, they seek to root out and eliminate these threats altogether. Those confirmed through covert investigation are almost certainly imposters. After all, once a creature hides itself, it loses all knowledge of its original human connections. They cannot inherit the memories of their consumed hosts, only their outward forms. Thus, identifying them becomes rather straightforward. If an individual returns from a trip and no longer recognizes their family, it is nearly guaranteed that they have been replaced. Likewise, a solitary individual exhibiting behavior completely at odds with their prior self raises alarms. Elite teams conduct discreet inquiries within communities, making it easy to uncover less adept imposters. Of course, some have concealed themselves for years or even decades, rendering them nearly impossible to detect unless they inadvertently reveal their true nature. After all, they cannot resist the urge to consume. This time, it is highly likely that a net gathering operation is underway, Zhang Qing mused. Hence, my chances of slipping through the cracks are quite substantial. The mere thought of a multitude of weakened imposters filled him with excitement. Yet, he maintained a stoic facade, continuing to nestle behind Guan Yutian. Guan Yutian had grown accustomed to this behavior. In his mind, Zhang Qing was the type who, though not particularly bold, would charge forth when fueled by passion. Therefore, it was normal for him to hold back. However, Zhang Qing, lingering behind Guan Yutian, noticed the latter casting furtive glances toward Qian Fa. How intriguing. It seems he possesses some insider knowledge. Qian Fa is likely already exposed. Yet, Guanzong, you must feign ignorance. Your occasional glances are blatantly suspicious. Should the creature sense any anomaly, it may reveal its true form, and we would be doomed. Fortunately, Qian Fa appeared oblivious to any oddities. Perhaps it believed infiltrating the Razor Hall was an impressive feat. It was adept at the art of subterfuge. Soon enough, the team exited the gates of Zicheng, stepping onto the trade route. Zhang Qing's peripheral vision caught fleeting glimpses of health bars darting about. Fortune favors the bold. The more perilous the waters, the more valuable the catch. Steady now. The wilderness is indeed teeming with threats. As soon as the team stepped outside, they would be under scrutiny. Yet, along the trade route, the Razor Hall had laid countless traps, repeatedly slaying those dim-witted imposters. Thus, those remaining were, to some extent, more astute. They could only observe from the shadows, too fearful to reveal themselves. Should they leap from a brush and find themselves confronted by a throng of warriors prepared for battle, it would be quite the predicament. Such are the lessons learned through blood and tears. This is the reflexive response, a method employed to maintain stability along the trade routes between cities, Zhang Qing contemplated. Everyone, heed my command. Suddenly, Guan Yutian spoke up. Zhang Qing tensed instantly. The surrounding brush rustled ominously. The concealed imposters fled faster than rabbits. They are like startled birds. Follow me, charge ahead. With that, Guan Yutian surged forward. The team members hesitated for a moment before swiftly following suit. Chapter 12. Give me a moment to catch my breath. The team advanced rapidly, soon plunging into the wilderness under Guan Yutian's leadership. Zhang Qing felt every cell in his body scream. The wild. Danger. Danger. He stole another glance at Guan Yutian's health bar. Guan Yutian, 475, 475. The substitution of the cunning has not occurred. Is this command normal? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Qing followed suit. There was no issue with speed. His physical constitution at level 11 could still endure, complemented by the stamina enhancement provided by the opening yuan technique. Overall, Zhang Qing managed to keep pace. After several minutes, the team navigated around a thicket, revealing a vast expanse ahead. Qian Fa's expression immediately turned unnatural, an open field in the wilderness. It was an ideal setting for a large-scale massacre. Rustle. The sound of footsteps brushing against the grass was heard. In the next moment, it multiplied. Squads surged forth from all directions into the clearing, their coordination as if rehearsed countless times. Zhang Qing could confirm. This was indeed a net-gathering operation. Suddenly, a squad erupted with a spray of blood. The cunning had sensed danger, revealing its true form and preparing to flee. Huh, now you wish to escape? Too late. A charming yet icy voice echoed. A female member of the Mouse clan, clad in white, charged forward. Through the fleeting blood bar, Zhang Qing discerned. Yuan, 1340, 1340. A realm of flickering flames, indeed. Moreover, a glance around the scene revealed, Yuhua, 1100, 1100. Yi, 1200, 1200. Yu2, 1400, 1400. Yuhua Shui, 2850, 2850. The foremost family of the sub-city, the Yu family. The actions of those in the realm of flickering flames were further bolstered by a presence of the star-flashing realm overseeing the situation. Zhang Qing dared not let his gaze wander. A city lord family, quite fearsome, their power and influence at the pinnacle. As Yuan pursued the fleeing foe, the others remained motionless, and no cunning reappeared among the various squads. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, Yuan returned, holding aloft the head of a cunning. Zhang Qing could not help but click his tongue in dismay. He hadn't even managed an assist. Moreover, Yuan, 1140, 1340. Killing a single cunning had only cost her 200 health points. This individual was far stronger than her displayed health bar suggested. Everyone, the net-gathering operation begins. Yuan proclaimed, her aura brimming with intensity. Now those whose names I call, step forward. As her voice resonated, the atmosphere turned oppressively tense. Zhang Qing cast a sidelong glance at Qian Fa. TSK, utterly composed. Impressive. Guanrong, Yuan announced. After a moment, a member of the Bull clan stepped forward. Zhang Qing stula lanza, Guanrong, 325, 325. Not a cunning, but in the next moment, Yuan's sword flickered, and the bull's head rolled to the ground. 325. Guanrong, 325. What the hell? Zhang Qing was left dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be stable? Wasn't this a net-gathering operation? You gotta be kidding me. Yuan regarded the headless corpse of Quan Rong with an unperturbed expression, as if the lifeless figure held no significance to her. Yuanka, she continued. Following her command, a trembling member of the Monkey clan approached, bearing the look of one wrongfully accused. However, Zhang Qing felt a jolt. Yuanka, 970. Good heavens, this one emerged from the Microlight squad. With such health points? An iron cunning. Was this fellow gambling? Did Quan Rong's corpse bolster his confidence? Once Yuanka stood firm, Yuan's sword flashed again. 199, a miscalculated gamble. The next instant, boom, blood mist erupted, revealing a cunning. Tooth disc cunning, 1941, 2140. It bore a humanoid form, with elongated arms and no palms, replaced instead by a moving disc of teeth. Roar. The tooth disc cunning bellowed furiously and attacked Yuan directly. The disc sliced through the air. If it struck true, one would undoubtedly be cleaved in twain. Yet the Yu clan, being of the Mouse lineage, thrived on agility. In an instant, Yuan evaded with remarkable speed, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of sword light. The other members of the Yu family did not merely spectate. They converged to engage in a fray. Kill. Suddenly, a deep roar erupted from one of the squads. Clouds of blood mist exploded forth, and one by one, cunning revealed themselves. As they manifested, they commenced a rampant slaughter. However, the squad members seemed to have anticipated this, managing to withstand the onslaught. Zhang Qing began to flee. Within his squad, Qian Fa transformed upon receiving some unspoken command, while Guan Yutian held the line fiercely. The others began to unleash their attacks. Zhang Qing quickly grasped the situation. Their formations had been adjusted. It seemed Quan Rong had not died in vain. At the very least, he had attracted the Cunning's attention, allowing the squad members to reposition themselves. By doing so, the Yu clan could swiftly concentrate their fire and eliminate the Cunning. Zhang Qing's perspective shifted instantly. At the outermost edge of the squad, he targeted Qian Fa, who was not in his true form, a being known as Knife-Slashing Cunning 2470, 2470. A barrage of attacks descended upon the Knife-Slashing Cunning, swiftly draining over 200 health points. Yet, Guan Yutian also sustained damage. There was no choice. The Cunning's might was formidable. Even with a block, one would be shaken and lose health points. Unless one could match the Cunning's power, it would be difficult to eliminate it without sustaining injuries. The squad's assault continued. 24, 35, 21, 27. A significant volume of damage surged against the Knife-Slashing Cunning. Its health bar plummeted, yet remained above critical levels. Zhang Qing surveyed the chaos. Tooth Disc Cunning, 1210, 2140. Red Skin Cunning, 2011, 2310. Canine Tooth Cunning, 1980, 2210. Knife-Slashing Cunning, 2110, 2470. He needed to land a hit. He had to find a way to score at least a 20-point attribute gain. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a damage number appeared above the Tooth Disc Cunning. 370. A critical hit. Yuan was unleashing her fury. As a member of a City Lord family, she undoubtedly possessed powerful techniques of the highest caliber. Once employed, their potency was immense. Zhang Qing caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. In Yuan's hand, the long sword unexpectedly unleashed a streak of white light, akin to a long whip that directly struck the Ji Pan Gui, sending it flying. Alarmingly, it was flung back towards their direction. Zhang Qing's face paled in terror. He promptly rolled aside and, in a panic, shot an arrow in that direction. The damage was inconsequential, yet he managed to graze it quite naturally. Yuan and the others were oblivious to any oddity, instead regarding Zhang Qing with newfound respect. This fellow, in the micro-light realm, displayed commendable reflexes. They resumed their onslaught. Within 2 minutes, Zhang Qing received a notification from the system. Congratulations on your participation in the defeat of Ji Pan Gui, earning 0. For attribute points. Delightful. Chapter 13. A Feast of Spoils. Before the multitude of onlookers, Zhang Qing steadfastly upheld his persona. Countless players in his previous life had perished due to their roles, their accumulated efforts rendered null. When they began anew, they found it impossible to regain their footing. Zhang Qing would not fall into that trap. The longer he remained in this identity, the more stable his position became. Therefore, he must not falter. With a mere graze on the Ji Pan Gui and the ongoing assault on the Dao Fa Gui, a steady accumulation of attribute points was assured today. What followed, however, would depend on fortune. Suddenly, another sound sliced through the air. Zhang Qing turned to see a Gui hurtling towards him. Du Jiaogi, 1647-2670. With a swift motion, he attempted to graze it once more, even wiping away the imaginary sweat from his brow. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yu and observing him. She was doing it on purpose. Yet, this was advantageous for him, allowing him to secure yet another opportunity. Little sister, what is going on? You two de curiosity. Why does Yuan keep sending the Gui flying? Look at that guard from the Chuan family. Yuan pointed at Zhang Qing. Human? What is wrong? Is the Gui lying in wait? The Gui adored the flesh and blood of humans. No, his reflexes are remarkably swift. It must be innate. And his aura is quite profound. He could well be a promising martial arts talent. Yuan remarked. But he is from the Chuan family. We could consider recruiting him. I have a keen eye. This lad has potential. All right. I'll inquire at the Chuan residence later. Then let us get to work. I'll test him further. Be cautious. He seems to have just entered the micro-light realm, quite weak. Don't let him perish. I know. A group of you family members in the candlelight realm moved with incredible speed, mercilessly striking the Du Jiao Gui. It had barely recovered from being struck before dozens of punctures riddled its body, and its health plummeted precipitously, despite its desperate resistance. It could only endure for a little over a minute. Congratulations on your participation in the defeat of Du Jiao Gui, earning 0. 5 attribute points. Zhang Qing's system chimed again. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yu and positioning herself strategically. Indeed, not long after, another Gui was sent flying towards him. Luo Sha Gui, 2173, 2345. It was deliberate, undoubtedly aimed at him. Zhang Qing's mind raced. First, did they believe he was a Gui testing him? Impossible. His identity was solid. Even an elite team of razors would find no fault. If there were any flaws, they would pertain to the speed of his cultivation, which, in turn, would serve as leverage. A genius with an exceptionally fast cultivation speed. That was indeed leverage. Thus, an alternative possibility emerged. Yuan saw potential in him and sought to recruit him, testing his cultivation prowess. If so, it was time to delve deeper into his persona. Zhang Qing roared in fury, his eyes reddening, drawing his bow and unleashing a barrage of arrows at the Luo Shage. His strikes were fervent. Afterward, he cast aside the bow, brandishing his sword and charging forward with a howl. Guan Yuqian cast a glance, his eyes twitching. This fellow was losing his composure again. Fortunately, Yuan swiftly intervened, repelling the Luo Shage with a precise strike of her sword, and with a gentle kick, sent Zhang Qing back, admonishing him to remain calm. Those who cannot control their emotions will never rise to prominence. Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback. The redness in his eyes began to fade. Yes, yes, he replied meekly, turning to retrieve his bow and continue his assault. Upon seeing this, Yuan noted the clarity returning to his gaze and chose not to engage him further, instead charging towards the Luo Shage. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Qing secretly rejoiced. He had bet correctly. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. All in, it was an art. Young Yuan was easily manipulated. In less than 2 minutes, the Luo Shage was slain. Congratulations on your participation in the defeat of Luo Shage, earning 0.5 attribute points. Following this, Yuan intentionally directed each subsequent Gue towards Zhang Qing's vicinity. He remained composed, adhering to the plan, seizing every opportunity to graze or forcefully engage. In Yuan's eyes, a hint of stubbornness began to emerge from him. Thus, the notifications continued to flood in. Congratulations on your participation in the defeat of Cho Hua Gue, earning 0.5 attribute points. Congratulations on your participation in the defeat of Nanli Gue, earning 0.6 attribute points. Congratulations on your participation in the defeat of Hong Pai Gue, earning 0.5 attribute points. He was well fed. This wave had brought him prosperity. Soon, the field was cleared of all Gue, transformed into a saturated expanse of crimson and black, littered with severed limbs and echoing with anguished cries. Some individuals lay grievously injured, lamenting their fates. Zhang Qing surveyed the bloodied bodies, selecting the most suitable target. Before long, he found the one. Goshir 134. This was a dog-headed creature, covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. It lay closest to Zhang Qing, on the brink of demise. He could not simply ignore it. Moreover, his persona included a precedent for rescuing teammates. Thus, he hurried over, applying pressure to the creature's bleeding wounds. As he pressed down, Goshir's eyes widened in shock. Had he still been able to speak, he would have surely exclaimed the pride of the dog clan. With that pressure, blood erupted from his body like a fountain. Goshir 134. Congratulations on defeating Goshir, earning a maximum health increase of 134. Current health points, 570, 696. Splendid. Another wave consumed. Such injuries are beyond salvation. Do not waste your efforts. Yuan's voice echoed nearby. Zhang Qing momentarily lost his focus and murmured, "We must try to save him. What if he survives? Remember this, human. Compassion will inevitably drag you into the abyss." Yuan snorted coldly and departed. Zhang Qing lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze remarkably clear. Indeed, compassion will ultimately lead one to the abyss. Thus, I will slay you all, be it any race, whether it be the cunning or the humans. I bear no psychological burden, because, in this life, I shall not permit myself to descend into the abyss. Recalling the times when I was relentlessly pursued by the cunning, reflecting on the days lived in perpetual fear, recalling the countless lives extinguished by foreign tribes, constructing towering memorials of sorrow. Yishal arbo no compasión. I shall not plunge into the abyss. Furthermore, when I possess the capability, I will not allow the blue star to fall into despair. Yuan, I concur with your sentiments. In the Shadow Realm, I alone embody an entire race. Chapter 14. Rewards. Guan Yutian approached Zhang Qing, patting him on the shoulder. It's time to regroup. Yes, Captain, Zhang Qing replied, rising with a hint of melancholy on his face. Guan Yutian could not help but add, in battles against the cunning, death is inevitable. If one day I fall, do not waste time trying to save me. Continue the fight. Zhang Qing glanced at Guan Yutian's health bar, which stood at over 400 points, and resolutely declared, Captain, I will certainly save you. Without fail. Guan Yutian gave Zhang Qing's shoulder another pat before turning to leave. Zhang Qing followed suit. When they had arrived, the team consisted of 6 members. Now, only 4 remained. Furthermore, each bore wounds. Guan Yutian, 245, 475, Pu San, 179, 264, Fengshe, 145, 255. Along with himself. Health points, 570, 696. TSK, once again, I possess the highest health. Beyond that, Zhang Qing's panel displayed over 6 attribute points. Yuan truly has nourished Zhang Qing well, allowing him to accrue so much. With 6 attribute points, he could endeavor to learn additional techniques, especially those related to combat, such as swordsmanship, archery, and footwork. Otherwise, he would merely engage in guerrilla tactics, skimming by. Only with techniques would his offensive capability rise. Relying solely on brute strength would yield little output. With substantial output, the chances of landing the final blow would increase significantly. Simply skimming would only yield 20 attribute points, but securing the final strike could grant 100, a 5-fold difference. Moreover, he needed to complete a crucial aspect of his character, becoming a martial arts prodigy. Once this was achieved, a closed loop would form, leaving nearly no vulnerabilities. After all, prior to assuming this identity, he was remarkably ordinary. A few years ago, sold into the Chuan family by human traffickers, he became a bodyguard due to his imposing stature. For years, he had followed the same trajectory. The true transformation occurred during his recent time here. Once he inadvertently proves himself to be a martial arts prodigy, all logic would close the loop, solidifying his identity. Thus, he would truly integrate into the shadow realm. Now, with attribute points in hand, what about the silver? A single technique requires at least 10 silvers. Should I antagonize Chuan FA for it? Or after the netting operation concludes, everyone has worked hard. Upon returning, I will distribute the rewards. Suddenly, Guan Yutian spoke up. After the netting operation, it is customary to distribute funds promptly to stabilize morale. After all, the netting operation will undoubtedly result in casualties. By the way, Zhang Qing, you will receive a share too. Me? A présent surprise? No, Guan Yutian is not one to display kindness. He might say a few flattering words. But when it comes to silver, it must be due to Yuan's influence. A person as astute as he would certainly have noted you in conversing with me. Zhang Qing pondered. Captain, I'm from the Chuan family. ISNT it against the rules to take this money. Perhaps you could collect it on my behalf? Zhang Qing proposed. He needed the money and understood that if Yuan were involved, Guan Yutian would not dare withhold it. He would reject a suggestion. However, he felt compelled to voice it. What kind of joke is this? Guan Yutian feigned annoyance. After the netting operation, everyone will receive their due share. It is the rule. Even if you are from the Chuan family, you cannot break the rules. As expected, he would not dare take Zhang Qing's money. Then I thank you for your nurturing, Captain, Zhang Qing said. Guan Yutian smiled, while internally speculating about what Miss Yu and had spoken to this fellow. Nevertheless, it was best to exercise caution, avoiding taking a portion of this money would lead to his demise, and leaving no handle for the higher-ups was ideal. The journey was uneventful. After all, everyone bore the blood of the cunning. No cunning would dare to recklessly ambush patrolling personnel on the trade routes. Thus, it wasn't long before they returned to the sub-city. The members of the Razor guarding the city gate greeted Guan Yutian and allowed them passage without thorough inspection. As for the cunning masquerading as Razor members, please, if that were the case, they would be let in without question. After all, cunning among the Razor members were the easiest to identify. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Razor Hall. Guan Yutian collected a substantial sum of silver from the statistics office, distributing it among the members. When it came to Zhang Qing, he surprisingly received as much as 50 silvers. Captain, I believe I should cover the meal expenses. Zhang Qing stated, counting out 10 silvers and handing them to Guan Yutian. Guan Yutian narrowed his eyes and accepted it. Perfect, it's noon. Let us dine together, Guan Yutian proposed. The meal expenses contained numerous intricacies. Ordinary dishes included a hint of spiritual herbs, but one could pay extra for a more lavish meal. Special spiritual herb dishes cost 1 silver each. Naturally, Guan Yutian would add to Zhang Qing's meal, provided Zhang Qing could consistently dine for 10 days. Should he fail to do so, the remainder would revert to Guan Yutian. Furthermore, there would be no grounds for complaint. One could only say that Zhang Qing knew how to navigate social dynamics. Zhang Qing wished to avoid any rift with Guan Yutian. Yuan remained in uncertainty and could not be relied upon. The King of Hell is easy to provoke, but the little ghosts are a hassle. Spending money would not be in vain. Indeed, the expenditure proved worthwhile. Zhang Qing enjoyed the finest meal since entering the Shadow Realm. The augmented attribute point is a significant boon. Guan Yutian remarked that this meal-enhancing elixir can only elevate a person to the 2nd tier of dim light. No wonder. Within the Razor, the majority of individuals possess over 200 health points. With this nourishment, if one survives for a few months, they will naturally ascend to the 2nd tier of dim light. For me, purchasing an attribute point for 10 silver coins is quite the bargain. Perhaps even more than one. A substantial profit indeed. At the entrance, Guan Yutian stated, Zhang Qing, that will be sufficient for today. You may return home. Understood, Captain. I'll take my leave now. Zhang Qing replied, considering it an early dismissal. The morning's task had been exceedingly perilous, so an early departure was quite reasonable. Upon returning to the Chuan residence through a side entrance, Zhang Qing encountered Chuan Fa. Chuan head, what brings you here? TSK. Surviving the net gathering operation, Zhang Qing. I have high hopes for you. Chuan Fa Chakud. In a family, such as the Chuan clan, the channels for acquiring information are plentiful. Thus, even a mere head of guards can obtain certain clandestine tidings. Chuan head, Zhang Qing responded with a smile, subsequently counting out 10 silver coins to hand over. There are rewards for those who survive today's operation. I wish to visit the scripture pavilion to see if there are any martial arts I can learn to enhance my strength. Could you assist me with directions? Chuan Fa was taken aback, glancing at the silver coins with his mind racing. For a target sent to the Razor Hall by such a family to receive a reward was quite extraordinary. It implied that Zhang Qing had likely caught the attention of a significant figure, which rendered his captain hesitant to withhold his reward. Otherwise, given the nature of those captains, acquiring silver coins would have been dubious at best. Dear brother, what is this? Chuan Fa's smile softened further as he quickly pushed the coins back. As for the scripture pavilion, I shall accompany you without hesitation. We need not engage in such formalities between us. Then I appreciate your help. Chuan head. What do you mean by Chuan head? You are now a martial artist of the dim light realm. Who knows, you might become a leader like me. Just a few years my junior, so call me Chuan Gu instead. Thank you, Chuan Gu. Zhang Qing expressed with gratitude. In his past life, the early stages of the dark realm were fraught with challenges, yet it thrived spectacularly. This was because every individual here transcended the mold of mere NPCs. Just look at Chuan Fa. Navigating within a prominent family, his intellect undoubtedly surpasses mere physical prowess. With just 10 silver coins, he can infer a multitude of conclusions. Better to grant face first and address the substance later. Chapter 15. 3 Martial Arts. Soon, the two arrived at the scripture pavilion. Zhang Qing cast a glance at the elderly guard at the entrance. He sat behind a wooden platform, his face etched with wrinkles, appearing as if he were on the brink of passing. Chuan Jia, 3,600, 3,600. His pupils slightly contracted. This was the strongest individual Zhang Qing had encountered thus far, an expert of the waning moon realm. The Chuan family's depth is indeed profound. The guardians of the scripture pavilion are all at the waning moon level. Indeed, a family ranking among the elite is anything but ordinary. He hadn't paid attention to this on his previous visit. Elder Jia, we have come to select a few martial arts. Chuan Fa saluted respectfully. The elder did not lift his head, but merely gestured with a slight movement of his finger. Hurry, Chuan Fa whispered to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing quickly produced 30 silver coins and placed them on the wooden platform. Subsequently, Chuan Fa guided Zhang Qing into the area for low-tier martial arts of the dim light realm. Typically, the guardians of the scripture pavilion are elderly members of the Chuan family. Chuan Fa quietly explained, their strength is formidable. As they age, they take on roles that require minimal exertion. Zhang Qing nodded, then began his selection of martial arts. The core martial arts are the source and essence. They form the foundation of one's realm. The other techniques support combat effectiveness. Otherwise, even if one were to elevate to the candlelight realm, they could easily be overpowered by higher-tier practitioners of the dim light realm. Zhang Qing required techniques focusing on offensive blade arts, enhancing evasion, agility, and body techniques, as well as defensive body refinement techniques. These 3 are essential. After searching, Zhang Qing first picked up a blade technique titled Heavenly Slash. What a magnificent name! Upon opening it, he discovered its immense power, but it consumed considerable stamina, making it ill-suited for prolonged combat. Excellent, I shall learn it. The opening technique in the dim light realm enhances endurance. This blade technique in my hands will undoubtedly prove advantageous. He continued to leaf through the pages, but regrettably, after a few hundred words, he encountered blank pages. This was because special elixirs were required to unveil the entire content. Otherwise, those with prodigious memories would easily memorize vast amounts of martial arts. Having selected the blade technique, he then proceeded to pick a body technique. Chuan break step. This is a unique technique of the Chuan family. Being of the Rat clan, they have made significant advancements in agility. The Chuan break step is a low-tier technique of the dim light realm. Yet in terms of practicality, it rivals mid-tier techniques of the dim light realm. Among the various clans, only the Monkey clan's techniques could compare. Finally, he sought a body refinement technique for defense. This was the most challenging and theoretically the most resource-intensive. requiring medicinal baths and various herbal aids. However, Zhang Qing could utilize attribute points to enhance it. This privilege is granted to the human race of Blue Star in the Dark Realm. After all, with such high difficulty, without preferential treatment, the Blue Star humans could never rise. Ultimately, Zhang Qing selected a body refinement technique titled Strength. This technique enhances defense while also augmenting some strength, making it a passable choice among body refinement techniques. Are you capable of memorizing all 3 techniques at once? Chuan Fa inquired curiously. Having spent money on them, I must certainly commit them to memory. Zhang Qing chuckled. He then approached the wooden platform at the entrance with the 3 martial arts in hand. Sir, I require your assistance. Zhang Qing addressed the elder. The elder still did not raise his head, but retrieved a potion to spray on the martial arts scrolls. When Zhang Qing took them again, the complete content of the techniques was revealed. Firstly, there was the blade technique, Heavenly Slash. It is an assertive technique. Once one learns to control the warm currents within their body, mastering it will not be difficult. Moments later, congratulations, you have comprehended the technique. Low-tier Heavenly Slash of the Dim Light Realm. Congratulations, you have mastered the Heavenly Slash technique, proficiency level 1. It is done. The low-tier technique at the micro level is simple to grasp. However, Zhang Qing silently mused, time to allocate points. A martial arts prodigy. My persona must be established. The attribute points decreased from 7 to 6. Congratulations, your proficiency in the Heavenly Slash technique has increased. Low-tier Heavenly Slash of the Dim Light Realm. 1,000 experience points. Instantly, a wealth of insights regarding the blade technique flooded Zhang Qing's mind. These insights could not be grasped without prolonged contemplation and practice. However, bolstered by the attribute points, Zhang Qing immediately transformed them into his own. In an instant, a hint of brilliance emanated from Zhang Qing. The elder's brow furrowed slightly, deepening the creases etched upon his face. I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed sir. This was already perfected. Zhang Qing proclaimed as he returned the original text of the technique to the wooden platform and picked up another volume. This one pertains to body techniques, he remarked, simultaneously glancing through it while subtly practicing the movements. Soon, a voice resonated. Congratulations, you have comprehended the technique, glimmering low-grade Chuan Subu. Oh, congratulations, you have mastered Chuan Subu. Proficiency level 1. That is sufficient. Allocate points. The attribute points diminish from 6 to 5. Congratulations, your proficiency in Chuan Subu has increased, glimmering low-grade Chuan Subu 1,000 experience points. Once again, a plethora of experience and skills and body techniques became Zhang Qing's to command. Allocating points was undoubtedly a concept beyond the comprehension of the indigenous denizens of the Shadow Realm. I apologize for the trouble, esteemed sir. Zhang Qing once again returned the original text of Chuan Subu and prepared to retrieve the final volume, Neo Manjin. Suddenly, the elder's voice interrupted. What is your name? Zhang Qing looked up, astonished. I am called Zhang Qing. Elder, have you encountered a martial arts prodigy before? I find it hard to believe you can contain your excitement. Zhang Qing, quite commendable, the elder remarked before lowering his gaze once more. Zhang Qing seized Neo Manjin, quickly memorizing its contents. This body refining technique was unlike the others. Entering its practice necessitated medicinal materials for a supportive herbal bath. First, he needed to memorize it. Moments later, Zhang Qing had it committed to memory and then set the text aside, bowing in farewell as he departed. On his way back, Chuan Fa's demeanor grew increasingly fervent. In fact, he subtly broached the subject of the top-tier contracts. It seemed that the elder known as Chuan Jia's inquiry into Zhang Qing's name bore significance. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Qing commenced his training in Yomanjin. Although the herbal bath was essential for initiation, certain postures must first be mastered. In the scripture vault, Chuan Jia tapped rhythmically on the wooden surface. A figure entered and knelt on one knee. Greetings, Deputy Hall Master. Chuan Jia still did not raise his head, engrossed in the tome before him, yet spoke. There is an individual named Zhang Qing of the human race. Investigate his background and experiences. If there are no issues, bring him into the first-tier hall. Yes, the figure responded. Also, send a portion of the medicinal materials for the Nyo Man Gene initiation over. This young fellow possesses commendable potential. Understood. If there is nothing further from the Deputy Hall Master, I shall take my leave. Proceed. The figure retreated, and shortly after, a set of herbal bath materials was delivered to Zhang Qing's chamber. Chapter 16. A Surge in Strength. In the Razor Hall, Yuan sat in the main hall while Guan Yutian stood upright at her side. Miss, this is the current information regarding Zhang Qing. Yuan nodded and then stated, "Go to the Chuan family and procure Zhang Qing's indenture. I require this individual." "Yes." Guan Yuqian acknowledged, then departed for the Chuan family. Moments later, Guan Yuqian returned, "Miss. The Chuan family refuses to sell, claiming he has already been absorbed into their first-tier hall." Yuan raised an eyebrow. TSK. They move swiftly. "Very well. Tomorrow you shall return to the Chuan family and demand he be assigned to your team. Simply state his name." "Yes." Guan Yuqian replied, subsequently withdrawing. Gazing at the now empty hall, Yuan murmured, "In the past, it was exceedingly easy for my Yu family to acquire individuals from the Chuan family, even those from their first-tier hall. Today, a refusal? Is this a signal? A warning not to grow too close to the Tai family? It appears the Chuan family's elder has yet to pass away. Are they determined to target my Yu family? The old bones before their demise. Seeking to play a grand game. How intriguing, truly intriguing." At the Chuan residence, Zhang Qing examined the herbal bath materials, expressing profound gratitude to the attendant who delivered them. Once the attendant departed, he prepared for the herbal bath. What need was there for gratitude when he remained merely a pawn in this game? It must have been the elder named Chuan Jia who recognized the potential within him. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Quite stable. Soon, the herbal bath was ready. Zhang Qing immersed himself in the tub, exhaling deeply. Since his early registration, he had navigated through without missteps, progressing step by step to this point, and now possessing 5 attribute points of immense value. One could only say that being reborn was akin to wielding a cheat. All right, let us contemplate the next phase of the plan. 5 skill points, just enough to attain proficiency in all 4 techniques. Then, I shall engage long-term with the razor actions, reaping blood packs and attribute points. Ideally, I would have the opportunity to lead a team independently. My identity has been solidified. Maintaining my persona should be manageable, allowing for a slightly more ruthless approach, garnering a few attribute points daily. By the time of the grand heist in Zicheng 6 months hence, I should be formidable. Perhaps then, I might devise a means to touch the secret treasure known as Star Steel. The sequence, TSK. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a notification. "Congratulations. You have comprehended the technique, glimmering low-grade, Neo-Manjin. Congratulations. You have mastered Neo-Manjin, proficiency level 1. Here it comes. Allocate points." The attribute points decreased from 5 to 3. He directly invested 2 points. "Congratulations. Your proficiency in Neo-Manjin has increased. Glimmering low-grade Neo-Manjin 1,000 experience points. Proficiency surged 2 levels, surpassing the basic threshold." Then, he expended the remaining 3 attribute points. "Congratulations. Your proficiency in Kai Yuan technique has increased. Glimmering low-grade Kai Yuan technique step 1,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your proficiency in Kai Tian / has increased. Glimmering low-grade Kai Tian / 1,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your proficiency in Chuan Sub has increased. Glimmering low-grade Chuan Sub 1,000 experience points. Magnificent. Zhang Qing. Martial arts, glimmering realm. Health points 696. Physique 11. Intelligence 1. Techniques Yuan Defua Dian Sluth Chuan Suibu Numanyin. Attribute points. None. Strength surge forth. Once the techniques were fully developed, Zhang Qing's combat prowess would escalate dramatically, and his evasion, reaction, and defense would undergo a qualitative transformation. Presently, Chuan Fa was no longer Zhang Qing's match. In just 3 days, he had transformed from a mere inconsequential guard to this level. It was indeed remarkable. Thanks to his rebirth, otherwise, no gaming mogul could have achieved such heights. The persona aspect alone would have required them to perish several times. Phew. Rising, he dried himself off, then seated himself cross-legged on the bed. Afterward, he logged off to dine. Once his meal was completed, he promptly logged back in. Coincidentally, just as he came online, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, Zhang Qing was greeted by an unfamiliar member of the Rat clan. "I am Chuan Chao, a member of the One-Pin Hall." Without even stepping into the room, Chuan Chao spoke directly. "Zhang Qing, you have been officially inducted into the One-Pin Hall. The Hall Master has granted you permission to undertake daily missions with the Razor, documenting your observations. When necessary, the Hall Master will assist you in securing a position as a squad leader within the Razor." Having delivered his message, he turned and departed. Zhang Qing furrowed his brow. "Wait a moment. Record my observations? Have I become a pawn infiltrated into the Razor? No, this is absurd. I am far too conspicuous to serve as a double agent. Moreover, how could I possibly hide my affiliation with the One-Pin Hall from the Razor? This feels like being pushed into the flames. Perhaps, maybe I am just a superfluous piece on the board. If I prove to be of no use, then so be it. If I do prove useful, it would be an unexpected delight. Huh, just wait, my dear old friends. Give me some time to develop, and you shall see what I am capable of. Zhang Qing decided to regard this situation as a minor interlude. For now, he would focus on his own growth. Later that afternoon, Chuan Fa arrived, bearing food and drink. They enjoyed a jovial meal together, and before taking his leave, Chuan Fa presented Zhang Qing with a stipend of 20 silver coins, assuring him that this would be a daily occurrence. After much insistence, Zhang Qing reluctantly accepted, realizing that Chuan Fa was resolute in his offer, 10 silver coins daily, or else it would be seen as a slight against him. Thus, he acquiesced, acknowledging that the stipend had indeed increased in value. In any case, Zhang Qing was sure to profit. Chuan Fa was not the type to suffer losses. However, with Zhang Qing now part of the one-pin haul, Chuan Fa dared not exploit him, while other guards would continue to extract their share without hesitation. The following day, Zhang Qing logged off early to eat and quickly returned online, ready to commence his duties with the razor. Guan Yutian was delighted to see him and immediately began to introduce the new team members. The mortality rate in the razor is astonishing, he remarked as he listed the team as statistics. Pu San, 275, Feng Zhe, 255, Yuan Qi, 265, and Guan Yuqian, 480. Guan Yuqian and Pu San had gained a slight increase in their health, indicating an improvement in their abilities, while the team had only gained one new member, Yuan Qi, a rabbit clan male who stood approximately 7 meters tall for his kind. Like Pu San, he had his ears wrapped in bandages. All right, everyone is here. Let us go on patrol, Guan Yutian declared with satisfaction. The Razor's primary duty consisted of daily patrols, capturing scapegoats, and, if they encountered any anomalies, engaging in combat. Naturally, they also needed to address any reports that arose. Just moments after setting out, a figure approached with a beaming smile. Zhang Qing glanced over. Ki Yi, Shuguet. Guan Darren, he called out, clearly familiar with Guan Yutian. Is there something you need, Chiga? Guan Yutian inquired. There's a household down the back street that has been acting strange after dealing with a Tiger Clan merchant. I suspect such a thing exists. Lead the way, Guan Yutian responded. The Razor Squad's compensation was primarily determined by their achievements in battle, with the slaying of anomalies being a significant source of income. One might say Guan Yutian was somewhat opportunistic, yet he was undeniably brave against these creatures. Guided by Qi Ge, the squad soon arrived at the back street where several Dog Clan members appeared distressed. Among them were an elderly couple, a woman, and a young boy, clearly a family. Upon seeing Qi Ge and the others approach, they hurriedly came forward. Zhang Qing, observing from behind Guan Yutian, felt a chill run down his spine. Kaye, bin Kirk. Muye, binotus. Guer, bin Yirmi. Kaji, bininji. Goodness, this family was entirely composed of anomalies. My lord, they cried out in anguish, kneeling before Guan Yutian and pleading with tears streaming down their faces. Zhang Qing quickly grasped the situation. The Dog Clan's male head of the household had returned home exhibiting bizarre behavior, even accusing them of being anomalies and threatening to report them to the Razor. Such strange conduct indicated that he had likely been replaced by an anomaly. Guan Yutian, infuriated, shoved the man aside and kicked the door open, creating a resounding crash that drew the attention of many onlookers. However, upon realizing it was the Razor, they quickly retreated. Inside, a Dog Clan man was nearly frantic, his eyes bloodshot, brandishing a long knife as he shouted, "Anomalies. They're all anomalies. Kill them. Return my wife, my children, my parents." Indeed, the situation escalated quickly. Guan Yutian scoffed. It seems the anomalies from the wild have yet to adapt to the city's environment. Their disguise is woefully inadequate. Having encountered such situations before, he knew that not many anomalies in the wild possessed intelligence. Often, the less astute ones acted in such foolish ways. Ready to strike and tear apart the anomalies' guise, Guan Yutian was interrupted by Zhang Qing. Captain, allow me to handle this. Are you joking? I'm currently standing in the midst of 5 anomalies. Zhang Qing retorted, wanting to maintain some distance. As for whether they would transform upon the death of this Dog Clan member, he would evaluate the situation. In his heart, Zhang Qing felt prepared. No longer the naive Karami he once was. Very well, Guan Yutian consented to Zhang Qing's request, having learned of his circumstances during his visit to the Chuan residence. Having a spouse who was an anomaly would surely have incited his wrath, thus entrusting the task of tearing apart the anomaly as disguised to him. Zhang Qing approached, and in an instant, a flash of steel illuminated the air. Kalian's head rolled to the ground. Congratulations on slaying Kalian, earning a maximum health increase of 35. Current maximum health, 730. The perks of work. Following the beheading, A moment passed without any anomalies revealing their true forms. The remaining anomalies broke down in tears, wailing and lamenting, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Zhang Qing observed, not planning to transform, are we? Are you prepared to brush this aside? Alas, it seems that the terror of the wilderness has driven one to the brink of madness. Guan Yutian surveyed the scene, ready to disband the team and depart. Initially, a family member had been reported as a specter, only to discover that it was not the case. A staggering blow indeed. Guan Yutian was reluctant to witness further developments. Zhang Qing, however, sensed that retreat was not an option. Those 4 specters, each boasting over 1,000 health points, were certainly worth confronting. Calculating the potential gains, he surmised that 2 attribute points were a baseline. Should he claim all the spoils, no less than 4 attribute points could be acquired. Thus, he called out Captain. What is it? Guan Yutian looked on with curiosity. Yet, Zhang Qing made a decisive move, blades flashed, and he severed the head of the canine woman with a swift stroke. Blood sprayed forth. I believe I can still test my strength, Zhang Qing declared after dispatching the head. Guan Yutian was rendered speechless, feeling that Zhang Qing's actions were rather impulsive. A mistake could incur financial repercussions, even if the family did not dare to retaliate. The team leader above would certainly impose penalties. This would cost Zhang Qing 2 days' worth of patrol wages. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The surviving elder and child ceased their lamentations, their eyes now filled with astonishment and confusion. In the next moment, an explosive sound erupted. The canine woman that Zhang Qing had slain transformed. Bloodflower Spectre, 821, 1020. Following this, the remaining 2 elders and the child also erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Bloodflower Spectre, 1040, 1040. Bloodflower Spectre, 1030, 1030. Bloodflower Spectre 1000, 1000. Remarkably, they were indeed a family unit. The Bloodflower Spectre was not particularly large, standing just slightly taller than an average person. In its mature form, it possessed several tentacles for its lower body, while its head resembled a blood-red flower, with fangs concealed within the bud. This was a spectre, formation. Guan Yutian exclaimed in shock, then glared at Zhang Qing with a look that seemed to say, "Brother, you have brought great misfortune upon us." There was a real possibility that they might not escape this encounter. Without hesitation, Guan Yutian, the strongest member of the team, charged forward first. With a single stroke, he struck down, inflicting 60. He then swiftly turned to block a tentacle attack. 7. So weak? It could be dealt with. Guan Yutian's heart surged with confidence. The Bloodflower Spectre's health was precariously low, indicating it was not formidable. Zhang Qing had initially suspected as much, and to his surprise, his assessment was accurate. Hold the line. Zhang Qing, focus your attacks. Guan Yutian began issuing commands. This specter was indeed not strong. Guan Yutian felt confident in his ability to take it on solo. Within the team, only Zhang Qing had just recently broken into the microglow realm, and with someone overseeing him, Guan Yutian was no longer willing to use him as a shield. Instead, he directed him to engage in ranged attacks. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when Zhang Qing had already surged forward, activating his opening technique, unleashing a torrent of energy from within. He prepared the heavenly slash, and, stepping lightly, charged towards the specter he had first attacked. With the lowest health, it was his target. A direct slash. The power of the heavenly slash cascaded forth, sending the Bloodflower Spectre flying and inflicting a massive wound upon its floral head. 140. Bloodflower Spectre, 661, 1020. A critical hit. How formidable. Zhang Qing felt the energy within him depleting. This strike had consumed at least a quarter of his stamina. Remarkable, the cost was high, yet the impact was undeniable. Nevertheless, Zhang Qing did not linger on the thought. He pressed on with a flurry of strikes. The Flower Spectre howled and retaliated, leaving a series of wounds upon Zhang Qing. Yet 24, 23, he could withstand all. The Bullish Might passive had significantly bolstered Zhang Qing's defenses, even dulling the sensation of pain. Meanwhile, his massive blade was ferociously unleashed. 53, 47, 58. The attack speed of both combatants differed greatly. Zhang Qing was clearly much faster. This was a direct blood-for-blood assault. The Bloodflower Spectre's health plummeted at an alarming rate, even faster than that faced by Guan Yutian. Observing Zhang Qing's ferocity, the others refrained from intervening and turned their focus towards the remaining specters. Chapter 18. 4 Attribute Points. Zhang Qing scanned his surroundings. Bloodflower Spectre, 941, 1040. Bloodflower Spectre, 862, 1030. Bloodflower Spectre, 741, 1000. He was indeed the fastest to deal damage. Thus, he resolved to accelerate further. This way, he could claim the final strikes on the others. Blood for blood assault. 21, 24, 19. Though damage numbers continued to erupt above his head, they were not lethal to Zhang Qing. After mastering the bullish might, his defense had increased significantly. With the addition of the heavenly slash, his regular attacks had also gained potency. Moreover, the bullish might offered some degree of enhancement. 53, 46, 63. The Bloodflower Spectre was faltering. In less than a minute, it was left with merely a sliver of health. Bloodflower Spectre, 73, 10, 20. Two final strikes. 45, 28. D. Bloodflower Spectre, 0, 10, 20. Congratulations! You have slain the Bloodflower Spectre and earned 1 attribute point. Excellent. 1 attribute point secured. On to the next. A spectre with over 1,000 health points was not to be feared. Even the likes of Chuanfa, accompanied by a band of lesser beings, could wear one down. Not to mention an organization like the Razor, dedicated to combating specters, especially with the one before Guan Yutian, which was also nearing its end. Bloodflower Spectre, 372, 1040. Upon seeing this health bar, Zhang Qing charged forward without hesitation. Captain, I'm coming to assist you. Guan Yutian, witnessing Zhang Qing's success, was momentarily astonished. Yet, he found nothing particularly strange. Zhang Qing, having caught Yuan's eye, was certainly deserving of his attention. Subsequently, Zhang Qing joined the fray, and together they pushed the Bloodflower Spectre back, unable to withstand even a minute. With a horizontal slash from Zhang Qing, 45. Bloodflower Spectre, 0, 10, 40. Congratulations! You have slain the Bloodflower Spectre and earned 1 attribute point. However, Zhang Qing did not halt. He continued to strike the fallen foe. While mercilessly whipping the corpse, he continued to observe the remaining 2 eerie health bars. Bloodflower Eerie, 382, 1030. Bloodflower Eerie, 324, 1000. At last, it has perished. Guan Yutian pulled Zhang Qing aside. Then, Zhang Qing, momentarily taken aback, nodded and said, Captain, take a breather. I shall assist Pu San and the others. Guan Yutian murmured, this fellow has grown considerably stronger, yet he is still easily provoked. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing's heart screamed, slow down, wait for me. Upon seeing Zhang Qing charging forth, Pu San's eyes revealed a flicker of gratitude. In response to Zhang Qing's goodwill, Pu San exerted himself even more, nearly startling Zhang Qing. What are you doing exploding like that? Let go of that eerie creature. Allow me to handle it. Thankfully, he caught up just in time. With a slight control over the health, during Pu San's attack interval, Zhang Qing delivered a swift strike, severing the flower of the Bloodflower Eerie. 33. Bloodflower Eerie, 0, 10, 30. Congratulations on slaying the Bloodflower Eerie. You have earned 1 attribute point. Another point in hand. Out of the 4 eerie creatures, he had already claimed 3. Only 1 remained. Bloodflower Eerie, 162, 1000. This particular foe was being jointly confronted by Yuan Shi and Feng Zhe, who had just recently joined the squad. The two were somewhat hesitant, battling the weakest eerie, but doing so at a sluggish pace. However, this granted Zhang Qing an opportunity. After delivering a whip to the corpse, Zhang Qing feigned a look of realization that the Bloodflower Eerie was indeed lifeless. He then charged toward the last one. This delay had nearly depleted the health bar of that eerie creature. Fortunately, with the swift movements of Chuan Suebu, Zhang Qing almost executed a celestial slash. His body moved in sync with the blade, spanning several meters with a single stroke. Thud. 17. Bloodflower Eerie, 0, 1000. Congratulations on slaying the Bloodflower Eerie. You have earned 1 attribute point. Phew. He finally caught up. He nearly failed to score a hit. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Qing did not relent, continuing to whip the corpse. Guan Yutian could no longer bear to watch. He approached and pulled Zhang Qing away. All right, calm down. I understand your intense disdain for the eerie creatures, but you must remain aware of the battlefield. Once slain, refrain from whipping the corpse. Your frenzied demeanor is rather unsettling. Zhang Qing, composed yet somewhat foolish-looking, scratched his head. Guan Yutian let out a faint sigh. It seems the transformation of his wife into an eerie creature has greatly impacted him. I hope he can emerge from this shadow in the future. Subsequently, Guan Yutian began to feel a surge of excitement. For eerie creatures, what a significant profit. Within the Razor Society, there are stipulations upon slaying an eerie. There are substantial rewards. 4 eerie creatures could very well yield for gold coins. Hee. Splendid. Brothers, we are about to strike it rich. Guan Yutian said, squinting his eyes. Especially you, Zhang Qing. Your contributions are remarkable. It appears you have not only earned back your patrol money, but have also made a considerable profit. All thanks to the captain. Zhang Qing replied with a grin. Ah, refrain from such remarks in the future. Guan Yutian shook his head. Had it not been for your persistence, we might never have found these four eerie creatures. If left unattended, they might have truly hidden away over time. Do not be modest. Wealth is essential. It can purchase spiritual elixirs and even internal potions from the Razor Society. Zhang Qing's eyes brightened as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, Captain." Guan Yuqian chuckled. Miss Yuan has taken a liking to Zhang Qing. Perhaps one day, he will rise above her. Everything now is an investment. It will not go to waste. Afterwards, the group tidied up, even dragging the mangled bodies of the four eerie creatures directly to the Razor Society without waiting for the aftermath handlers. Along the way, they attracted considerable attention. People pointed and whispered about the eerie corpses. The Razor Society may be notorious, but they are indeed effective in capturing eerie creatures. If not for the Razor's stringent efforts, the city would likely have been thoroughly infiltrated by these eerie beings. It can only be said that their reputation is polarizing. Upon returning to the Razor Society, Guan Yutian immediately went to collect the reward, simultaneously calling for a healing warrior. Once again, Zhang Qing encountered Young Man. Young Man, 1550. Her strength seemed to have improved slightly. However, a faint sorrow lingered in her eyes, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. Upon approaching, Young Man greeted them softly with, "You've worked hard," before swiftly administering healing. The process was quick, as everyone's injuries were not severe. Afterwards, Young Man departed, and Guan Yuqian returned, wearing a broad smile while tossing several gleaming yellow objects in his hand. "Gold! Come, time to distribute the spoils." Guan Yutian exclaimed cheerfully. "Zhang Qing, your contributions are the greatest. Here's one for you." The others each received half. Zhang Qing accepted the gold. To be honest, this was his first time acquiring gold. Even in his previous life, he had never obtained any. The gleaming piece was slightly smaller than a marble, yet its value was immense. As he held it, he noticed it was not pure gold, but rather a type of alloy, possessing remarkable hardness. Chapter 19. Seeking Trouble. After distributing the rewards, Guan Yutian led everyone to the cafeteria. Although it was not mealtime, tea was available. A group of them gathered, boasting and bantering. As for patrolling, I just took down 4 eerie creatures. Even the deputy Captain Wu and team mind us lounging here. Zhang Qing listened more and spoke less, absorbing more information from their conversations. For instance, he learned about the military merit system of the Razor Society. This is a privilege reserved for formal members. Only by slaying eerie creatures can one earn military merit. Moreover, military merit can be exchanged for spiritual elixirs. Spiritual elixirs are high-end items in the Dark Realm, immensely beneficial for both natives and players like Zhang Qing. In his previous life, players could hardly touch such items. They were primarily circulated within powerful families and the Razor Society. Even if they appeared on the black market, they commanded exorbitant prices, starting at a base of gold. Beyond spiritual elixirs, there are also weapons. Weapons in the Dark Realm are broadly categorized into 3 types. Ordinary weapons, such as those wielded by Zhang Qing or Guan Yutian, are forged from steel and built to endure. Next are refined gold weapons. As the name suggests, refined gold weapons are forged from gold and other materials. Just considering the materials alone is enough to make one's scalp tingle. The gold required starts at a minimum of 100 gold coins, not to mention the even more expensive auxiliary materials and crafting costs. Guan Yutian, this captain of the small squad, is simply out of the question. Even within a prominent family, exquisite golden weapons cannot be overly abundant, for they are exceedingly precious. As for the last category, it comprises secret treasures. Their rarity is such that not even an entire city could produce a single piece. If exquisite golden weapons can be classified as high-end items, then secret treasure weapons are the epitome of top-tier items, akin to the legendary golden artifacts. Apart from elixirs and weapons, Zhang Qing has also heard certain rumors. It is widely known throughout the entire subcity that the Tai family and the Chuan family are at odds. Perhaps, in the near future, the subcity will witness some unrest. At this point, Guan Yutian cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Qing, seemingly hinting that he should align himself with the Razor Hall. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for him to extricate himself from impending troubles. Zhang Qing nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed true. Amidst the struggles of the prominent families, he is unable to cause any ripples. Focusing on personal growth is undoubtedly the correct approach. After several hours of boasting, Guan Yutian treated everyone to a meal, marking the conclusion of their gathering. Congratulations! You have consumed a spirit elixir, gaining 1 attribute point. Zhang Qing indulged in a spirit elixir meal once more, thus earning an additional attribute point. As for the attribute points acquired today, they should all be invested in his constitution. His martial arts proficiency has already met the necessary requirements. Although further enhancement would amplify his power, his constitution might not be able to sustain it. The perfected level of the sky-splitting strike consumes 1/4 of 1's stamina for its most potent strike. If he were to elevate it to the 4th level of mastery, the most formidable blow would likely deplete half of his stamina. Half of his stamina would leave him nearly incapacitated after executing such a move. That would be akin to courting death. Therefore, augmenting his constitution is imperative. Subsequently, he promptly allocated all 5 attribute points, raising his constitution to 16 points. Thus, he is merely 4 attribute points away from reaching the 2nd tier of the luminous realm. Zhang Qing, 780. His life force is increased by 50 points. Exhaling deeply, the effects of the constitution increment are evidently profound. Zhang Qing can distinctly feel his endurance, strength, and overall stamina have all significantly enhanced. While there may still be a slight disparity in power compared to Guan Yutian, he is now undoubtedly capable of contending with Pu San. Although Pu San is at the 2nd tier of the luminous realm, Zhang Qing's martial arts level and health points can certainly bridge that gap. After all, any indigenous individual who can cultivate their martial arts to mastery at the 2nd tier of the luminous realm would be considered a prodigy, long since taken away for training, thus unlikely to remain in this place. After their meal, the team was set to continue patrolling. The dark realm knows no respite. Consequently, Zhang Qing could not log off. On the way, Guan Yutian appeared rather bored. After engaging in a skirmish that morning, he had lost interest in capturing a random scapegoat. However, Zhang Qing was anxious. Without capturing a scapegoat, he would lack healing items. Failing to encounter a creature would mean no attribute points for him. Yet, he could not act independently of the Razor Hall. Straying from their ranks and indiscriminately slaying would easily brand him as a target for execution by the Razor Hall. Was he to venture into the wilderness? Absolutely not. Zhang Qing immediately shook his head internally. The wilderness is a terrifying place. Even the Razor Hall only dares to traverse trade routes. These routes consist of cities, painstakingly stabilized over years and decades. Despite his ability to contend against creatures with 1,000 health points, one could easily encounter formidable foes with 3,000 to 4,000 health points in the wilderness. Given his current strength at the luminous realm, survival in such a scenario is utterly impossible. Hence, venturing into the wilderness is not an option at this time. Casting a glance around, he noted that there were numerous hidden creatures lurking within this sub-city. Jigu 1313, Gu He 2121, Gochi 1818, Kaota 260 Look at that, a creature with 2,000 health points. This health pool, when rounded, should yield about 3 attribute points. Shall we go for it? Zhang Qing was prepared to take action. Not wanting to let 3 attribute points slip away, he intentionally bumped into the creature, instantly drawing the attention of the squad. Guan Yutian swiftly kicked it away. 11. Kaota 260 Are you blind? Guan Yutian cursed. Turning back, he noticed Zhang Qing fixated on the creature. What is the matter? He inquired, intrigued. Look at that individual, Zhang Qing pointed out. Upon realizing Zhang Qing was indicating him, Gao Ta exaggeratedly feigned injury and collapsed to the ground. However, his performance was far too overdone. Pu San and Feng Zhe narrowed their eyes. Yuan Qi gripped his weapon tightly. Concealing oneself as a creature requires not only intellect, but also skill in acting. Brother, your performance is too lacking, Guan Yutian noted, approaching slowly with his weapon drawn, while the others assumed combat stances. Creatures lacking in acting prowess are easily exposed. Even in unexpected situations, a mere ordinary person could discern their abnormality. The terror in Gao Ta's eyes revealed his awareness of the blunder he had made. Resolutely, he decided to transform. Bang! Blood splattered as he tore through his own human skin and roared at the group. Passers-by fled in panic, leaving only Guan Yutian's squad to confront the creature. Snail shell creature, 2549, 2560. Standing over 3 meters tall, it bore a pseudo-human shape with a thick carapace on its back, its entire form a dreary gray. Its mouth occupied more than half of its head, filled with a myriad of teeth. Additionally, 2 antennae adorned its head, each tipped with what appear to be eyes. This creature possesses 4 eyes. Chapter 20, Spirit Elixirs. A snail creature? No wonder it reacts slowly. Therefore, its speed of movement should also be lacking. Such sluggish creatures ought to be huntable. A 5-person squad should have no issue defeating it. Guan Yutian recognized this characteristic as well. Employing ranged arrows to wear it down seemed prudent, as its speed should not be formidable. The group immediately began to switch to bows and arrows, launching their assault without delay. 13. 14, 18, 31, 20. The creature's shell is indeed thick. Zhang Qing dealt 20 points of damage, while Guan Yutian achieved the highest damage at 31 points. The others did not surpass 20. After sustaining the attack, the snail shell creature let out a mighty roar and charged towards them. However, its speed was truly inadequate, akin to a running adult. This velocity posed no threat to martial artists. Thus, the squad was almost playing with the enemy like a kite on a string. Zhang Qing felt an unease creeping into his heart. If the snail-like creature was capable of such mobility, then it truly had no place to survive. The fact that it could accumulate over 2,000 health points indicated it must possess some extraordinary ability. In the next moment, thud, bang, Pusen was sent flying. His chest a gruesome mess, blood gushing forth as if it were free. The damage was substantial, 197. Pusen 73, 270. He was severely injured on the spot. What was that? What struck Pusen? Even Zhang Qing could only see a fleeting shadow pass by. Was it feigning? Its speed was remarkable. No, if it were truly that swift, it could have dispatched someone instantly. It was its tongue. Guan Yutian shouted, "Be careful." Its tongue can lash out with incredible speed. Maintain a distance of around 20 meters to avoid it. The group retreated once more. Pusen struggled to rise, attempting to bandage his wounds. The squad distanced themselves, maintaining approximately 40 meters from the snail-like creature. Arrows rained down, pummeling the creature, causing it to screech in agony. Although it was scraping, it was doing so quickly. The creature's counterattack likely lay in that very tongue. Alas, had it encountered a martial artist, it could have used its stealthy ambush to inflict serious injury and nearly secure victory. Instead, it faced a squad. Its singular move had failed. Huh, this thing is out of tricks. Keep attacking. Guan Yutian chuckled. Encountering such a creature was simply a stroke of luck. Its offensive capabilities were limited, and its mobility was not swift. Victory was all but assured. A gleam shone in Zhang Qing's eyes, as if he could see 3 attribute points beckoning to him. Perhaps this snail-like creature relied solely on this one maneuver. Thus, what remained was to seize the final blow. With the health bar in his view, Zhang Qing calculated the damage. Then, when the snail-like creature had less than 20 health points remaining, he unleashed a decisive arrow. 18. Snail-like creature, 0, 2,540. Death. Congratulations on slaying the snail-like creature. You have gained 3 attribute points. Success. What a relief. The squad continued to fire several more arrows until the creature lay motionless. After waiting a moment longer, Guan Yutian led the team closer. Today's luck was exceptional. Guan Yutian mused with satisfaction. He had already received accolades in the morning and was pleasantly surprised by the afternoon's bounty. Let's head back and claim our rewards. Guan Yutian exclaimed excitedly. Today's contributions are significant. I'll show you what a spiritual elixir is. The group buzzed with excitement. Spiritual elixirs could only be exchanged for military merit. Having just defeated 5 creatures in one go, Guan Yutian's military merit should be ample. Soon, the group joyously carried the snail-like creature to the Razor Hall. Thanks to Guan Yutian's guidance, Zhang Qing entered the inner sanctum of the Razor Hall for the first time. In a grand hall, he beheld numerous members of the Razor Hall. This appeared to be a trading area. The spiritual elixirs Guan Yutian mentioned were likely exchanged here. Guan Yutian approached a wooden platform and spoke to someone behind it. After a brief discussion, he received a spiritual elixir and a token, consuming the elixir on the spot. He returned. Upon his return, Guan Yutian handed the token to Zhang Qing, saying, "You're in luck. A significant individual has taken notice of you. This is your Razor Hall token. It contains military merit." Zhang Qing was taken aback. This was an unexpected delight. It seemed that Yuan still remembered him. "Would you like to exchange for a spiritual elixir?" Guan Yutian whispered in Zhang Qing's ear. Zhang Qing nodded eagerly. Spiritual elixirs, akin to premium weapons, were high-end goods from the Shadow Realm. According to records from his past life, consuming one would grant attribute points. There was a tale of a notable figure who, spending millions in gold, acquired spiritual elixirs from players and swept through the black market. In one day, he ascended 3 levels. However, due to his wealth being too conspicuous, he was ambushed and lost everything, requiring a restart. This incident drew significant attention and ridicule, leading everyone to understand the importance of maintaining a low profile. In any case, if there was a legitimate channel to acquire spiritual elixirs, one's strength could skyrocket rapidly. Guan Yutian brought Zhang Qing to the wooden platform, gesturing for him to present the token. Opposite them stood a young girl from the Rat clan. She took the token and assessed it using a special method. 10 points of military merit. This is the spiritual elixir menu. After speaking, she handed Zhang Qing a form. Upon receiving it, Zhang Qing saw that the price for spiritual elixirs started at 5 military merits. There were numerous types of elixirs, although some had resistance issues. I'll take 1 blood restoration elixir and 1 body refinement elixir, Zhang Qing declared. The girl nodded, deducting military merit from the token, and then poured out 1 elixir each from different porcelain vials, handing them along with the token to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing accepted them. Second tier of the glimmering realm. Secured. Hurry and consume them, Guan Yutian urged. The elixirs were already losing potency the moment they left the vials. Zhang Qing nodded and promptly tossed the blood restoration elixir into his mouth. He chewed. It had little flavor, but a potent medicinal essence. Congratulations. You have consumed the blood restoration elixir, gaining 3 attribute points. 3 points of attributes, equivalent to a formidable creature with over 2,500 health points. Next came the body refinement elixir. Congratulations. You have consumed the body refinement elixir, gaining 3 attribute points. Brilliant. He had acquired a total of 6 attribute points. Coupled with the previous 3 points, Zhang Qing now possessed a staggering 9 attribute points. These 2 elixirs are a tremendous boon for someone like you entering the glimmering realm, Guan Yuqian remarked. If you train diligently tonight, I believe you will see yourself advancing to the 2nd tier of the glimmering realm by tomorrow. Zhang Qing nodded, saying, I feel a surge of power brewing within me. Captain, do we have any plans for the afternoon? Or do you like to head back first? Go ahead. Focus on your training. You're on the verge of a breakthrough, Guan Yuqian replied. All right. Chapter 21. 2nd tier of the glimmering realm. Upon returning to the Chuan residence, Zhang Qing immediately sat cross-legged on his bed, allocating 4 points to his physique. Congratulations. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 2nd tier of the glimmering realm. Reward. 1 point to physique. Splendid. There were still 5 attribute points remaining. Zhang Qing pondered for a moment before investing 1 point into his physique, while the other 4 points were allocated to upgrading his martial arts proficiency from mastery to perfection. This strategy made sense. He needed to pace his breakthrough. Within the confines of the city, the number of scouts is exceedingly high, rendering individuals like me nearly invisible, with my information largely in the public domain. Thus, to maintain my facade, each breakthrough must be justified with a reasonable cause. Now that I possess the Razor's token, I can use elixirs as a guise moving forward. In fact, exchanging for elixirs could facilitate a seamless ascension with each transaction. However, acquiring an elixir requires 5 military merits. Once I gather the requisite military merits, the attribute points obtained from the enigmatic side will be sufficient for an elevation in rank. Therefore, there is no immediate need to hasten the enhancement of my physique. At present, it is imperative to augment my stealth combat capabilities. The martial arts technique is the best choice. Coupled with the ability to siphon health from opponents, I shall achieve formidable heights in vitality, attack, speed, and defense. Do not underestimate my current standing as merely 2nd tier in the Radiant Realm. When engaged in combat, even those at the 4th tier like Guan Yutian will find it challenging to contend with me. Upon reviewing my status panel, I see Zhang Qing, Martial Arts, Radiant Realm, 2nd tier, Health, 840. Physique, 22. Intelligence 1. Martial Arts Techniques, Opening Yuan Technique, Sky Cleaving Slash, River Shattering Step, Oxen Fury. Attribute points, none. A surge of strength envelopes me once more, even more intense than before. Judging by my prowess, Zhang Qing has experienced a significant advancement. Though I may only be at the 2nd tier of the Radiant Realm, in terms of combat capability, even the 4th tier Guan Yutian would struggle to match me. This is due to my high vitality and the elevated state of my martial arts techniques. One more step forward, and my martial arts will reach the pinnacle of perfection. For the natives to cultivate their martial arts to such an extraordinary level is no simple feat. Guan Yutian would have to strike me with his head. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Zhang Qing opened his eyes. In the Shadow Realm, my persona has been firmly established, and I have fully integrated myself within it. The Chuan family and the Razor are both on the rise, and the path to becoming stronger is becoming increasingly clear. Utilizing the characteristics of players to accumulate attribute points and expand my vitality, and then employing military merit elixirs for swift advancement to conceal my true nature. There are virtually no logical inconsistencies. I shall develop in a cautious manner until survival becomes untenable. In this life, I am determined to go further. Zhang Qing mused. In reality, in Suzhou and Hangzhou, as night fell, Zhang Qing logged off. He swiftly had a meal and took a shower. Then, stepping onto the balcony, he gazed upon this bustling world, clenched his fist, and felt the subtle shift of power coursing through him. Exhaling deeply, he returned to his bedroom and logged back in. Almost all of Zhang Qing's time was devoted to the Shadow Realm, yet it was worth it. Upon logging in, He and T lingered in his room for long before there was a knock at the door. Zhang Qing opened it to find Chuan Chao, 362. It's this fellow. War Chuan, what brings you here? Zhang Qing inquired. Will you not invite me in for a moment? Chuan Chao replied, his tone considerably gentler. Please, my lord, Zhang Qing responded, hastily adopting a deferential demeanor. After closing the door, the two took their seats. Chuan Chao spoke. There is no need for such formalities. We are both members of the First Hall, so let us keep it simple. Indeed, Brother Chuan. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Zhang Qing replied. Have you acquired the Razor's identity badge? Indeed. How unfortunate that my information is so readily available. I just received it this afternoon, and the First Hall is already aware. You've advanced to the second tier of the Radiant Realm, correct? Yes. With the aid of elixirs? Correct. Excellent. Keep these. As he spoke, Chuan Chao handed over 3 vials, which, upon being placed on the table, revealed a palpable weight within. This is a unique elixir from the Chuan family, a reward from the head of the family for you, Chuan Chao stated. Zhang Qing was taken aback. He had just exchanged for 2 elixirs from the Razor, and now the Chuan family was sending him 3? Is this a message that what the Razor provides, the Chuan family can also offer, and perhaps even more? How delightful. A windfall. Please convey my gratitude to the head of the family, Brother Chuan, Zhang Qing said exuberantly, standing to bow. Indeed, Zhang Qing, the head of the family treats you well. Do not forget that you are a Chuan family member. Rest assured I, Zhang Qing, shall forever belong to the Chuan family. He vowed earnestly. Such is the nature of theatrics. It is merely a small tactic. The head of the family has further rewards. Chuan Chao continued. Tomorrow, while on patrol, the head of the family will arrange for you to confront the enigmatic creatures. The military merits from the Razor originate from slaying these beings. Only by defeating them can you gain the opportunity for advancement. Understood, Zhang Qing acknowledged. The Chuan family is pushing me into a position of power. It is all too evident. They view me as a living target. Wait until I rise. I shall not hesitate to deliver a severe betrayal. I am grateful for the head of the family's guidance. I, Zhang Qing, am a Chuan family member in life and a spirit of the Chuan family in death. He declared passionately. Excellent. Your words reflect that the head of the family's efforts in nurturing you have not been in vain. Chuan Chao responded cheerfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Qing adeptly navigated the conversation, asserting his unwavering loyalty to the Chuan family and his absolute obedience to their commands, leaving Chuan Chao momentarily stunned. He could not help but feel that Zhang Qing's loyalty was as evident as the sun and moon. After an hour of engaging dialogue, Chuan Chao departed, satisfied. Zhang Qing exhaled deeply. I truly wish I could slay that insufferable fool. So much blather. My face is sore from smiling. After Chuan Chao left, Zhang Qing turned his gaze to the elixirs on the table. In the Shadow Realm, the concept of poison does not exist. Or rather, no toxic substances have been identified among the spiritual medicines. Regardless of the type, all elixirs can be consumed. Once refined into elixirs, it is said that their potency diminishes significantly, but there is no notion of lethal poison. Thus, Zhang Qing consumed them directly. Congratulations, you have consumed Chuan Blood Elixir. Attribute points increased by 3. Congratulations, you have consumed Chuan Bone Elixir. Attribute points increased by 3. Congratulations, you have consumed Chuan Spirit Elixir. Attribute points increased by 3. 9 attribute points acquired. I am now capable of advancing to the 3rd tier of the Radiant Realm. However, for the sake of my persona, I must bide my time. I must establish myself as a genius in martial arts. To break through recklessly requires a facade of being an extraordinary cultivator. Yet, this necessitates a steady and substantial source of attribute points. Otherwise, this persona will falter. If my cultivation suddenly skyrockets, then plateaus, followed by another sudden surge, it would be deemed unnatural. Such irregularities imply deceit. This is the logic of the Shadow Realm. As night fell, Zhang Qing began to rest. Sleeping in the Shadow Realm allows for ample relaxation, which is the foundation of Zhang Qing's unwavering commitment to dedicating all his time to it. Chapter 22. Guarding the City Gates. The following day, Zhang Qing awoke, carrying with him 9 attribute points, invigorated and free from burdens. The concerns of masters and razors were cast aside. The true path lay in hunting the enigmatic. After freshening up and enjoying a breakfast from Chuanfu, he made his way towards the Razor Hall. Guan Yutian immediately spotted Zhang Qing and waved him over. You've done well. My friend, you've truly advanced to the 2nd tier of dim light. At this pace, you're not lagging behind the folks in the inner hall. Guan Yutian remarked with a smile, his attitude towards Zhang Qing having undergone a complete transformation. It's all thanks to the captain's guidance. Zhang Qing replied with a grin, greeting Pu San, Feng Zhe, and others. In every sense, Zhang Qing was increasingly embodying the essence of a Razor member. We won't be patrolling today. Guan Yutian squinted as he spoke. According to the rotation system, it's our turn to guard the city gate. By the rules, we can let in about 200 people. So, you all understand. Zhang Qing and the others nodded. Guarding the city gate and inspecting those wishing to enter was also the responsibility of the Razor, and moreover, it was a lucrative task. In these times, who could dream of entering the city without paying? The very ability to enter relied solely on the words of the Razor members stationed at the gates. As for the number of people allowed in, there were regulations. Each month, the Lord's office would tally the number of deceased from the previous month and subsequently determine how many could enter each day of the following month. This ensured that the population within the city would never dwindle. Otherwise, with the Razor's methods of elimination, the city would soon be devoid of inhabitants. Before long, the team arrived at the city gate and prepared to open it. Captain, what about the tea fee? Pu San, knowledgeable in the ways of the trade, approached Guan Yutian and whispered, 50 copper coins, that's the standard rate. We cannot disrupt the established rules. Understood. With that, they proceeded to open the gate. Creaking and groaning, the bronze and steel gate slowly swung open. Through the opening, Zhang Qing beheld the scene outside. A throng of refugees. What are they doing here? Crowding this place? It reeks. Pu San charged forward, brandishing his long knife to drive the refugees from the entrance, even striking down those who lingered too long, blood splattering as they retreated in terror. Guan Yutian then stepped forward, standing at the threshold, and shouted to the refugees. Those who wished to enter the city and understand the rules, stepped forward. After a moment, not a single soul dared approach. The reason was clear. They had no money. What a bunch of destitute fools. Pu San spat disdainfully. Were it not for the city walls, they wouldn't have survived to see this morning. I believe everyone should pay a protection fee. Otherwise, they can just head back to the wilderness. Damn it, even the merchant paths won't allow them to linger. In the Dark Realm, the situation had become commonplace. The refugees of various races were mere fodder, livestock, and commodities outside the city. Many players from previous lives had lamented the moment they found themselves in the wild, as survival became nearly impossible. Those fortunate enough to enter the city did so by exchanging real currency for silver. Otherwise, they could only await their next demise. Zhang Qing approached the city gate, observing the terrified refugees from a distance, and noted their health bars. Tiger 2, 12, 16. Hook 13, 17. Wall call 8, 15. Guoqi 1200, 1200. Hardly anywhere at full health. Among them lurked the enigmatic spirits, some indulging in the chaos, while others sought to sneak into the city, each with their own motives. Yet, they all refrained from transforming near the city walls, for even at night, guards were ever vigilant. From their elevated position, anyone transforming would be easily spotted, and none desired to become a target riddled with arrows. Moments later, a few refugees cautiously approached, predominantly females of some beauty. There were rat folk, rabbit folk, and horse folk, all humanoid in form, presumably sharing a similar aesthetic. They attempted to draw near the team, but were swiftly shooed away. Zhang Qing. These women are all seeking to attach themselves to someone. If you fancy any of them, feel free to choose. Different races won't be able to bear children together. But for some fun, it's manageable. However, keep your eyes peeled. Out in the wild, the wear and tear can be quite severe. Guan Yutian laughed heartily. Zhang Qing chuckled in response, recognizing that women would only hinder his swiftness in drawing his blade. Moreover, humans in the wilderness were prime targets for the enigmatic. They would not allow anyone to reach the city walls alive. The human population within the city was scant, primarily consisting of those transported by slave traders, who only sought individuals with certain qualities: tall, handsome men with substantial wealth, and beautiful women with minimal wear. In summary, Zhang Qing had no intention of seeking companionship in the Dark Realm. He would rather spend his time hunting down more enigmas. With health bars exceeding 1,000, Zhang Qing now sought the opportunity to lure out the true forms of the enigmas. As time progressed, individuals gradually began to enter the city. These were either merchant caravans or small family teams honing their skills in the wild. Regardless of their purpose, each group was led by a master of the Star Flash realm, exempting them from entrance fees. Yet, they would offer some form of compensation to maintain a good rapport with the Razor. It was always wise. Guan Yutian greeted them warmly and accepted their offerings. Guarding the city gates was indeed a lucrative endeavor, not to be taken lightly. Aside from merchants and those in training, the remaining entrants were wanderers, martial artists from other cities who, due to various circumstances, found themselves unable to survive, now drifting along the merchant paths. Those who managed to reach this place were undoubtedly skilled. Zhang Qing scrutinized each individual, Little 7, 562, 572. Montag Li, 703, 733. Bei JU, 134, 145. Lia, Bindokuzuzelidert, Bindokuzuzelidert. 1,000 health points. Moreover, they were at full health. Simultaneously, they carried no traces of the candlelight realm. These were enigmas. In an instant, Zhang Qing drew his blade. With his rising combat prowess, he no longer hesitated. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and a head fell. Zhang Qing. Guan Yuqian paused in surprise, then rushed over, exclaiming, "What are you doing? His attire is unusual." Zhang Qing whispered, "He came from the wild, yet bears no marks. I can't believe it." Guan Yuqian was taken aback, signaling to the team members, each drawing their blades from their sheaths. The individuals awaiting inspection dispersed, adopting an expression akin to spectators at a performance. Indeed, the very next moment, a resounding boom echoed as blood erupted forth. The alluring apparition had transformed. Charming Spectre, 1755, 1954. This humanoid spectre bore a physique strikingly similar to that of a human, even exhibiting pronounced curves. However, its skin was a ghastly shade of crimson, adorned with an abundance of unsettling patterns. A mere glance at it elicited a sense of dread, and prolonged observation could leave one momentarily blinded. Chapter 23. The Charming Spectre. Upon beholding this grotesque form, Guan Yuqian was instantly taken aback. Be cautious. It is a type of charming spectre. Do not gaze at it for too long. The surrounding members of the adventuring party were momentarily stunned as well, their expressions growing more amused, as if they were avidly watching a spectacle unfold. Within their ranks were formidable Starflash warriors, entirely unperturbed by the situation. Naturally, these Starflash champions had no intention of intervening to assist the Razor. They were merely there to spectate. Zhang Qing shook his head slightly. At that moment, Guan Yuqian had already charged forward. The arrows of Pu San and Feng Zhe had begun to take effect. However, they missed entirely. Not a single point of damage registered. The further one was from the target. The more challenging it became to strike accurately. "Draw your swords," Guan Yuqian shouted, imparting his wisdom. As he spoke, he swung his blade down. The charming spectre attempted to evade, but alas, it was a moment too late. 38. Zhang Qing seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful strike, initiating with a mighty sky splitter. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared, as his blow nearly cleaved from the left shoulder of the charming spectre to its right flank. Flesh rolled back, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. 180. A critical hit. Charming Spectre, 1537, 1954. A piercing shriek escaped the Charming Spectre. Zhang Qing felt his head spin as darkness threatened to engulf his vision. Damn it, a mental attack. It truly lives up to its rarity. Boom. 20. Zhang Qing, 820, 840. Indeed, after its crowd control, the first target the Charming Spectre focused on was Zhang Qing. Alas, was it starving? A mere 20 points of damage. Nothing more than a scratch. At that moment, Zhang Qing's skills reached their zenith, showcasing his mastery. The defense granted by the bullish might enhanced his overall resilience. The Charming Spectre was utterly ineffectual against him. Gazing at the damage numbers floating above his head, Zhang Qing felt an urge to exclaim, "Is that all?" Yet he ultimately restrained himself and took a few steps back. "Are you all right?" Guan Yuqian inquired with concern. "I'm fine, I can hold on," Zhang Qing replied, then charged forward once more. When facing the Charming Spectre, it was all about overwhelming it with numbers. One-on-one encounters would be disadvantageous. Surrounding it was the key to subduing the Spectre. Even though this creature possessed unique attack methods capable of crowd control, it could not alter the tide of battle. Numerous wounds appeared upon its form, and scores of damage numbers began to erupt above its head. 41, 73, 21, 24, 13. Damn it. Someone dealt 13 points of damage. Zhang Qing cast a glance at Yuan Qi. "Are you slacking off?" Yuan Qi remained oblivious to Zhang Qing's gaze, cautiously continuing his assault. As a member of the Horse Clan, he inherently possessed formidable stamina, though perhaps his burst damage left something to be desired. Zhang Qing merely glanced over, then shifted his focus back to the Charming Spectre's health bar. The final blow must be seized. After all, it represented 2 attribute points. Charming Spectre, 645, 1954. It was close. Only a third remained. Suddenly, out of the corner of Zhang Qing's eye, he noticed several refugees poised to slip into the city while the Razor's team was preoccupied with the battle. Moreover, their health bars read, Guichi, 1200, 1200. Manong, 1310, 1310. Qingta, 1220, 1220. Shichi, 1320, 1320. For specters sought to take advantage of the chaos. As they moved, the crowd of refugees appeared increasingly unstable. Glancing back at the charming Spectre's health bar, Zhang Qing made his decision. Retreat. He dashed into the midst of the four specters. With swift precision, he struck down. Thud, 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 thud. 199, 199, 199, 199. For heads rolled to the ground, blood splattering forth. How dare you take advantage of the chaos? Zhang Qing bellowed at the refugees. In that instant, the entire crowd was rendered speechless. It was not that Zhang Qing was unwilling to let them go. The surge of bodies had compounded the difficulty of claiming the final strike. Guan Yutian felt a sense of pride in Zhang Qing's actions. Little did he know, as Zhang Qing plunged into the fray, he had already altered the battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. For simultaneous sounds reverberated. A mist of blood enveloped the area. Fawn 2 Spectre, 1001, 1200. Greenwood Spectre, 1111, 1310. Bloodsucker Spectre, 1021, 1220. True Eye Spectre, 1421, 1620. Guan Yutian was left dumbfounded. The individuals Zhang Qing had slain were all specters. Moreover, upon revealing their true forms, they began to charge toward the squad. Their target was Yuan Qi. In an instant, the charming spectre unleashed a timely crowd control attack. 75, 74, 63, 21. Yuan Qi, 22, 265. In a heartbeat, Yuan Qi was gravely injured. The strikes from the four specters descended upon him simultaneously, compounded by the charming spectre's brief crowd control, leaving Yuan Qi nearly overwhelmed by the damage from the first 3 hits. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough to block the 4th blow. Otherwise, he would have been instantly defeated. Yuan Qi, Zhang Qing shouted, rushing forward to help Yuan Qi fend off the second onslaught from the 4 specters. Yet he inadvertently allowed Yuan Qi to suffer yet another hit. Coupled with Zhang Qing's sudden collision, it resulted in 16, 6, Yuan Qi 0, 265, death. Congratulations on defeating Yuan Qi, gaining a maximum health bonus of 265. Current health, 1065, 1105. 1,000 health points. Zhang Qing exclaimed. You bastard. Guan Yutian cursed furiously. How many times must I tell you? Do not save your teammates. Do not save your teammates. The battle is of utmost importance. Rescuing a teammate could lead to catastrophic consequences. Zhang Qing's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. He then charged directly at the enchanting phantom. Enchanting Phantom, 174, 1954. Oh my goodness. Such devastation. Barely managed to keep up. A frenzied exchange of blows ensued. Damage numbers rapidly ascended above both parties' heads. 63, 19, 71, 21, 40. Enchanting Phantom, 0, 1954. Congratulations. You have slain the Enchanting Phantom and earned 2 attribute points. At last, Zhang Qing, at the cost of 40 health points, managed to vanquish it and secured 2 attribute points. Now, only 4 little fiends remained. Our side still had 4 members, all in decent condition. Upon witnessing the demise of the Enchanting Phantom, he immediately darted towards the remaining 4 phantoms. Zhang Qing's mind raced as he fixated on their health bars. After eliminating the first one, he rushed to support Guan Yutian, then proceeded to assist Pu San, and finally Feng Zhe. Ahem. The order of assistance was determined by their attack power, thus ensuring he could effectively claim the final blow. Congratulations. You have slain the Fontu Phantom and earned 1 attribute point. Congratulations. You have slain the Aoki Phantom and earned 1 attribute point. Congratulations. You have slain the Bloodsucking Phantom and earned 1 attribute point. Congratulations. You have slain the True Eye Phantom and earned 1 attribute point. Accomplished. All 4 attribute points were successfully acquired. Phew. The group was panting heavily. This battle had come upon them unexpectedly, and Yuan Qi had suffered losses within it. It could hardly be deemed a resounding victory. Chapter 24. The Outside Clan of the Chuan Family. Guan Yutian's face was still etched with anger. He approached and seized Zhang Qing by the collar, exclaiming furiously, I do not wish to repeat myself. Do not attempt to rescue anyone during battle. It could lead to the annihilation of the entire team. Zhang Qing was taken aback and replied softly, I understand. I will be more cautious next time. What do you know, you fool? A glance at the status panel revealed a health total of 1105. He had accumulated 15 attribute points. TSK. Delightful. Next time, I will still rescue. Guan Yutian softened. Rescuing others is indeed a commendable quality, yet in the Shadow Realm, in the Sub-City, and amidst battles with phantoms, it is quite ill-timed. Hopefully, one day Zhang Qing will grasp this. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. The Razor team's reputation was well-deserved, Today, they had witnessed it firsthand. Among the trial teams, the stellar flash-level experts remarked. Guan Yuqian bowed in acknowledgement as they entered the city. Soon, the city gates fell silent once more. Having just dispatched 5 phantoms, the commoners, terrified by Zhang Qing, scurried far away. Meanwhile, members of the Razor team arrived to handle the phantom corpses, praising the enchanting phantom as precisely the type of phantom body needed for the phantom blood haul. They also noted that the military merit for this phantom would be substantial. Upon hearing the mention of military merit, the gloom on Guan Yuqian's face dissipated as he thought, I can visit the inner hall again to exchange for spirit elixirs. Zhang Qing felt a surge of joy within. Exchange for spirit elixirs? That means I can prepare to elevate my rank. Soon, evening settled in peacefully. The team members secured the city gates and proceeded towards the inner hall of the Razor Hall. The death of Yuan Qi had not stirred any ripples. The Razor Hall was accustomed to daily fatalities. Upon reaching the inner hall, everyone presented their tokens. Indeed, each individual had accrued a significant amount of military merit. Even Zhang Qing, who had exhausted his resources the previous day, had garnered 10 points of military merit. He exchanged for 2 spirit elixirs and consumed them. Congratulations! You have consumed the opening spirit elixir, earning 3 attribute points. Congratulations! You have consumed the bone spirit elixir, earning 3 attribute points. Another 6 attribute points. His total savings now soared to 21 points. Alas, it was rather unfortunate that, due to manning the city gates, he could only enjoy ordinary meals. Spirit cuisine could not be taken out of the dining hall. Otherwise, he could have gained an additional point of attributes. However, it mattered not. The gains made today were substantial. Upon returning, he prepared for a rank elevation. The persona of a prodigious cultivator must be gradually established. After exchanging for the spirit elixirs, it was time for the distribution of earnings. Guarding the city gate was a lucrative endeavor. Overall, the income for the day was considerable. Zhang Qing received a gold ingot. The bright golden object was truly delightful. After a year, when players went online, this little treasure would be worth 100,000. However, Zhang Qing had no intention of selling it. Money had lost much of its significance. He aimed to save up and see if he could acquire a refined golden weapon. A refined golden weapon could drastically enhance his combat prowess. Currently, he possessed 2 gold ingots. Onward with the savings. After parting ways with Guan Yuqian and the others at the entrance of the Razor Hall, Zhang Qing returned to the Chuan residence. To his surprise, Chuan Chao was waiting at the small gate. Brother Chao, what's the matter? A dignitary from the first-class hall wishes to see you, Chuan Chao whispered. Zhang Qing felt speechless within. So, 3 spirit elixirs are to buy my life, are they? Nevertheless, he said nothing further and followed Chuan Chao. Along the way, he encountered Chuan Fa, but upon seeing Chuan Chao, Chuan Fa kept his head bowed low. As a minor leader of the guards, he certainly did not dare to look up in the presence of the first-class hall. After walking a short distance within the Chuan residence, Zhang Qing arrived at the first-class hall. This was his first visit. Previously, even during patrols, he had never ventured to this area. Go on in. The dignitary is waiting for you. Zhang Qing cautiously stepped inside and saw an elderly man. Chuan Jia, 3,600, 3,600. It was him, a powerful figure in the missing moon realm, and he was actually a member of the first-class hall. Ah, the logic now makes sense. He had speculated about his identity and assumed he was merely a leisurely elder. Little did he know he was part of the first-class hall. No wonder the first-class hall acted so swiftly, delivering the medicinal materials required for the medicinal bath at the earliest opportunity. I have met the dignitary. Zhang Qing saluted, his face revealing astonishment as he seemed incredulous that the elder was a dignitary of the first-class hall. Chuan Jia replied, clearly pleased with Zhang Qing's expression. You are quite commendable. Chuan Jia continued, thank you for your praise, dignitary. It is all due to your guidance. I had no idea you were a dignitary of the first-class hall. Chuan Jia waved his hand dismissively. You have talent. Such words are unnecessary. So, are you interested in becoming an external clan member of the Chuan family? Zhang Qing was taken aback. An external clan member of the Chuan family? This was a strategy employed by prominent families to forge alliances. After joining the external clan, his future children could bear the surname Chuan and integrate into the Chuan family, forming a branch. Of course, they would remain a permanent branch. In a shadowy realm, this is an exceedingly alluring enticement. With a surname bestowed upon the descendants, one acquires a sense of belonging. Alas, the Chuan family seems intent on my demise. With such a substantial opportunity presented, does it not portend perilous repercussions? Nevertheless, outwardly, Zhang Qing must maintain his composure. He appeared incredulous, stammering, my lord, am I truly capable? Of course you are. Chuan Jia replied with a smile. Individuals like you, who display unwavering loyalty to the Chuan family, are a rarity. I am willing to lay down my life for the Chuan family. Zhang Qing exclaimed fervently. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ha ha ha. Chuan Jia laughed heartily, but his expression shifted to one of concern as he said, Zhang Qing, the Chuan family trusts you, yet we are currently facing difficulties. I, Zhang Qing, am prepared to alleviate the Chuan family's burdens. He declared, damn it, is this merely a pipe dream? Old Deng, you truly are stingy. You expect me to undertake strenuous tasks without offering something in return? Zhang Qing thought to himself, in the future, we will provide you with a plethora of elixirs to facilitate your rapid advancement. Chuan Jia continued, moreover, you must exert yourself on the razor's side. For instance, within a month, infiltrate the Ghost Blood Hall and ascend to the position of a team leader. Rest assured, the Chuan family will pave the way for you. Can you accomplish this? I shall undoubtedly succeed, Zhang Qing asserted resolutely. Let alone the Ghost Blood Hall. At this moment, if you demanded Star Steel, I would acquiesce. It's merely a mirage after all. Who cannot indulge in such fantasies? Very well, your loyalty to the Chuan family shall not be in vain, Chuan Jia stated. Return to your cultivation. The elixirs will be delivered. Yes. Zhang Qing prepared to leave. As he reached the doorway, a voice called out once more, Zhang Qing, should the opportunity arise, seek a human woman and bear children early to integrate into the Chuan family. Yes, Zhang Qing replied, his voice tinged with excitement. Subsequently, he departed. Once Zhang Qing's figure vanished, Chuan Jia's countenance darkened. Over at the Ghost Blood Hall, 5 individuals have already been sent this month, only to be met with their demise at the hands of that young man. I wonder if Zhang Qing can surprise me. Very well. Let's continue dispatching individuals. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue young man. Chapter 25. A Peerless Genius. Zhang Qing returned to his modest abode, secured the door, and sat cross-legged upon his bed. First, he examined his status panel. How delightful! With over 1,000 health points and 21 attribute points. To ascend? Not yet. I shall await the arrival of the Chuan family's elixirs. As for Chuan Jia's remarks, Zhang Qing pondered. The Chuan family is approaching their ancestral rites. What is the purpose of infiltrating the Ghost Blood Hall? Could it be that they require something from the Ghost Blood Hall for the rites? Tomorrow, I shall probe Wan Yutian for insights regarding the Ghost Blood Hall's true purpose. Zhang Qing is a reborn soul, but has never set foot in Zicheng. This is not his domain. Rebirth has only granted him experience and knowledge. Moreover, in his past life, he struggled to find his footing. Ultimately, he was merged into another entity, failing to extract the power of the dim light realm from the shadowy realm. It is inescapable. He has perished far too many times. Everything has reverted to nothing, and subsequently, his refreshed identity proved insufficient. The gaming experience was exceedingly poor. In this lifetime, he has nearly reached his zenith. Many matters require gradual exploration. Thus, he remains oblivious to the true workings of the Ghost Blood Hall. Soon after, Chuan Chao delivered a selection of elixirs, exhibiting not only warmth but also a degree of respect. Zhang Qing recognized the source of this change. He did not adopt an air of superiority and continued to address Chuan Chao as a brother. This time, Chuan Chao refrained from unnecessary chatter. After delivering the items, he departed. Zhang Qing exhaled in relief and consumed all the elixirs. You consumed Chuan Flower Pill, gaining 3 attribute points. You consumed Chuan Condensing Pill, gaining 3 attribute points. You consumed Chuan Water Pill, gaining 3 attribute points. 3 elixirs granted him 9 attribute points. Zhang Qing commenced his breakthrough. He allocated 8 attribute points to his physique. Congratulations, you have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 3rd tier of the dim light realm. Reward acquired. Physique 1. It is done. Now, I have 22 attribute points remaining. Should I advance another tier? For the time being, let us stabilize. Ascending 2 tiers in one night seems excessive. After all, attribute points do not vanish. As for techniques, I shall invest. Certainly, upgrading by 1 tier suffices. Otherwise, my body may not withstand it. Technique provide de latent combat prouesse. A fully realized technique is formidable. Subsequently, he allocated 4 attribute points, leaving him with 18. Congratulations, your proficiency in the opening Yuan technique has increased to dim light grade. Opening Yuan technique 1, 1000 experience. Congratulations. Your proficiency in the opening Heaven Slash has increased to dim light grade. Opening Heaven Slash 1, 1000 experience. Congratulations. Your proficiency in the Chuan Fragment Step has increased to dim light grade. Chuan Fragment Step 1, 1000 experience. Congratulations. Your proficiency in the Bullish Strength technique has increased to dim light grade. Bullish Strength technique 1, 1000 experience. A surge of experience and muscle memory flooded his mind, causing Zhang Qing to feel a slight pressure in his brain. After a moment, he regained his composure. Thus, all the techniques he mastered are at the pinnacle level. Techniques at the pinnacle level offer combat capabilities that surpass the grade of the technique itself. This means that the dim light grade, fully realized opening heaven / possesses power far exceeding that of the dim light middle grade, whether entry-level or proficient attack techniques. Next, should I consider changing techniques? Haha. The advantage of rebirth has emerged. Prior knowledge can spare one from numerous troubles. The answer is no. This is the concealed privilege of the shadowy realm. Techniques enhanced by attribute points undergo transformative changes when exceeding their original quality, because attribute points will automatically compensate or match the enhanced prowess. The resulting power far surpasses that of the original creator of the technique. With a set of 4 techniques, Zhang Qing can utilize them endlessly. The higher he ascends, the more potent they become, and the fewer limitations he faces. Attribute points complete everything. This is also why Zhang Qing did not deliberately select techniques. After all, once attribute points are invested, they are all formidable. At most, he might encounter a certain secret technique in the future and practice it. He opened his status panel. Zhang Qing. Martial Path, 3rd tier of the dim light realm. Health, 1040, 1195. Physique, 31. Intelligence, 1. Techniques, opening yuan technique, opening heaven / Chuan fragment step, bullish strength technique. Attribute points, 18. The panel gradually flourished. Zhang Qing rose to his feet, and immediately, a series of crackling sounds resonated from his body. This elevation is akin to a complete metamorphosis. It must be attributed to the profound techniques employed. Zhang Qing's current combat prowess cannot merely be classified as microglow level 3. He has nearly transcended the bounds of this tier. The perfection of his techniques is indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qing completed his tasks and leaned against the door to listen for any approaching footsteps. Then, with the speed of light, he logged off. Time for a meal and a shower. Subsequently, he logged back in. Damn, it is indeed somewhat inconvenient to be alone. How much better it would be if 2 people could venture forth together, alleviating the urgency of every moment. Upon logging back in, if nothing unexpected occurred, he would take a rest. The following day, without any surprises, Zhang Qing logged off to address some matters before logging back in once more. Then, he set out for work. Indeed, heading to the razor feels akin to reporting for duty. Guan Yutian was already waiting at the entrance, waving upon spotting Zhang Qing. Have you leveled up again? Guan Yutian inquired, circling Zhang Qing in astonishment. Yes, I gained insights from yesterday's battle and also acquired a new elixir. Zhang Qing replied. That doesn't seem plausible. Guan Yutian continued to express his incredulity. Could it be that you are that 1 in a million genius? Zhang Qing's expression darkened. Please, let us not invoke the idea of being 1 in a million. Such geniuses get sniped in the canyon. I merely established a personal reputation. There's no need for such dramatics. Ultimately, Guan Yutian abandoned his speculation and led the patrol. In the eerie blood hall, young man, speak plainly. What elixir do you still require? Or perhaps a catalyst? Do not continue to challenge the limits of the Yu family. Yuan glared at young man with an icy demeanor. Young man paused, undeterred by Yuan's threat, and playfully replied, If Miss Yu truly wishes to know, I require a heart of kindness as a catalyst. Yuan nearly erupted with rage. In the dark realm, a heart of kindness? Pray tell, good people have long since perished. However, suddenly, Yuan's expression shifted as a thought crossed her mind. She smiled, a heart of kindness. You say? Well, such a thing does exist. Upon hearing this, young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is splendid. I believe I may recall something. Perhaps this time I can finally piece together the formula for that elixir. I hope you do not disappoint us. With that, Yuan departed. As for the heart of kindness, Guan Yutian had previously reported that Zhang Qing possesses the quality of saving others in battle. Such virtue has become extinct in the dark realm. Perhaps that is indeed the essence of a heart of kindness. After all, good people have long since vanished. Who can truly say what a heart of kindness entails? One might as well treat a dead horse as a live one. If the Chuan family wishes to send someone to the eerie blood hall, then so be it. Chapter 26, The Eerie Blood Hall. During the morning patrol, Zhang Qing did not seek out trouble. Even when he encountered the 1,000 blood aberration, he refrained from engaging it. Instead, he conversed with Guan Yutian, subtly gleaning information about the eerie blood hall. It turns out the eerie blood hall is a place for concocting elixirs. Almost all spiritual herbs within the razor are produced there. The hall gathers a plethora of talents, an array of individuals. For instance, those with healing attributes are members of the eerie blood hall. Moreover, the eerie blood hall is aptly named due to its penchant for collecting the blood of strange entities. For instance, the heart's blood of the seducing aberration from yesterday garnered considerable military merit. Otherwise, trading 5 aberrations would not suffice for everyone to exchange for elixirs. Guan Yutian's extensive knowledge stems from his longevity in the Razor. Despite his prowess being only at micro-low level 4, he has been employed in the Razor for nearly a year, a seasoned employee. Zhang Qing smacked his lips. Is this the extent of the information? It seems rather unhelpful. Guan Yutian was also unsure how to gain entry into the Eerie Blood Hall. Fine. Old Dang from the Chuan family. You all take your own initiative. I have done my utmost, yet time is not on my side, Zhang Qing reclined. Entering the Eerie Blood Hall? No problem. Just carry me in. I am powerless. At noon, the team returned to the cafeteria for a meal. As usual, Zhang Qing scanned the surroundings. Curiosity piqued. He noted that the cafeteria occasionally hosted Thousand Blood warriors. He could not ascertain whether they were aberrations. Zhang Qing reasoned that as long as he ensured no Thousand Blood entities were nearby, he could avoid splattering himself with blood during transformations. Lunch consisted of a spiritual meal, which Zhang Qing anticipated. Yet, to his dismay, it proved ineffective. Well, having advanced to microglow level 3, the spiritual meal no longer sufficed. He lost an attribute point, which was disheartening. Fortunately, the deliciousness of the meal restored some of Zhang Qing's spirits. After finishing his meal, Guan Yutian prepared to lead the team on another patrol when unexpectedly, they were intercepted by an individual. After whispering a few words, Guan Yutian looked at Zhang Qing in astonishment and then nodded. Zhang Qing, you have been summoned to the Eerie Blood Hall. You shall accompany him, Guan Yutian stated, his expression peculiar. Zhang Qing was taken aback. Oh, the old Dang from the Chuan family is truly making an effort? They are literally carrying me into the Eerie Blood Hall? Impressive. He began to assess the potential dangers. The Eerie Blood Hall, being a place for concocting elixirs, would undoubtedly be well guarded and possess its own team. His situation resembled a straightforward transfer. If they intended to eliminate him, they could easily do so in the streets. Therefore, it seemed safe to proceed. Well then, Captain, go ahead. But be cautious. Understood. Zhang Qing departed with the individual, glancing at his health bar, which read, Yu Deng, 673, 673. A member of the Yu family. The Eerie Blood Hall is a stronghold of the Yu family? The likelihood is quite high, as elixirs serve as a crucial means of winning over the lower-tier members of the Razor. Before long, Zhang Qing and Yu Deng arrived at the Eerie Blood Hall, situated within the confines of the Razor. Contrary to expectations, there was no stringent security with guards every few steps. We're here, Yu Deng announced as they halted before a courtyard. Inside is Master Yang. You will henceforth work under her. Zhang Qing nodded and pushed open the door to enter. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld young man tending to herbs. Young men, 1540, 1540. Her health bar remained unchanged. Master Yang, I have been reassigned to assist you, Zhang Qing announced with a formal bow. Healing-type warriors are referred to as healers, possessing minimal combat capability due to the nature of their techniques, thus often gravitating towards supportive roles. Healers or researchers are their preferred career paths. Young man regarded Zhang Qing, momentarily taken aback before softly responding, her voice retaining its gentle tone. From now on, I shall rely on you. By the way, come here so I can take your pulse. Your ascension in strength has been remarkably rapid. It's hard to say, but there might be traces of elixirs lingering within you. Zhang Qing felt a slight stir in his heart. It seemed that Yang Man's appearance was somewhat incongruent with his initial expectations. There was an air of pretentiousness about her, as if she were concealing something. Nevertheless, relying on his assessment of the physician's combat prowess, Zhang Qing approached her nonetheless. Yang Man's fingers rested lightly on Zhang Qing's hand, cool to the touch and delicately soft. Oh! Suddenly, she gasped softly, surprisingly. There are no traces of elixirs remaining in your body. Yet, you did consume an elixir in the inner chamber. Could it be? She gazed at Zhang Qing, her expression akin to that of a hunter who has just discovered a rare quarry. Zhang Qing, on high alert, stepped back, even preparing to forcibly break through his realm. Young physician, what are you suggesting? Young man regarded Zhang Qing thoughtfully before speaking. The rules of the Blood Deception Hall are more stringent than you might imagine. In fact, you were sent to me by Yuan. I believe the Chuan family has a similar task for you. Zhang Qing, it appears you have fallen into a web. Young man shed her pretentious demeanor, revealing her true intentions. Zhang Qing fixed his gaze upon her, ready to act at any moment. Young man, being a healer, possessed nearly no combat capability. If it came to abduction, he believed he could manage to escape unharmed. Young physician, what are you talking about? I did not comprehend. Zhang Qing said, attempting to obfuscate the truth. Calm down, young man replied. Your talent has spared you. You show no fear of the elixir's corruption. You are indeed quite precious. The essence of young man as persona shifted dramatically, transforming from a fragile figure into that of a patient viper. Her words suggested she was not ready to sever ties with him just yet. Or perhaps she was simply wary of her own combat strength and sought to stabilize the situation for the time being. Young physician, what is your intention? Zhang Qing narrowed his eyes, preparing to act. Enough of the pretense. You are a clever individual, young man stated. Currently, you are the sole member of my team. I will grant you the authority of captain. You will possess independent operational rights, and I will ensure you receive ample elixirs to facilitate your ascension. A pie in the sky? This fellow can draw as well. Zhang Qing mused, somewhat taken aback. So, what must I offer in return? Assist me in locating some unique aberrations and procure their heart's blood. She replied, just like that enchanting aberration from today? Indeed. Is this a transaction? Absolutely. May I take my leave now? Of course, but I believe it prudent to escort you a short distance, so you may feel more at ease. Zhang Qing pondered. Has young man managed to manipulate me? Within a city, the intricacies of various relationships are quite complex. In his past life, the discussions in forums regarding family ties were not mere fabrications of the imagination, but rather tangible realities. Zhang Qing now found himself navigating through a narrow crevice, striving to extract maximum benefit while inevitably becoming ensnared in the whirlpool. Such is the nature of the dark realm. Young man had yet to display any hostility. Perhaps she harbored her own ambitions. Nonetheless, his method of breaking the deadlock lay in rapidly ascending in power by leveraging advantageous connections. If there were benefits to be gained, he might as well collaborate with her. Chapter 27. Infiltration. Young man did not lie. She indeed escorted Zhang Qing out and even had him change his insignia. He was now recognized as a captain-level figure, endowed with captain-level authority within the inner chamber, capable of independently recruiting team members. It all seemed quite extraordinary. All right, young man said with a sweet smile, devoid of the commanding aura she had exhibited in the small courtyard. You are free to act. Do not forget to report to my courtyard every morning. By the way, I require the heart's blood of the locust tree aberration. Do procure it for me. With that, she turned and departed. Zhang Qing smacked his lips, preparing to return to the Chuan family. His task for the Chuan family had been completed, and he was eager to claim his reward. His thirst for power had intensified. At present, his situation was quite favorable. His character had been firmly established, and he faced no restrictions. He could ascend at will, even advancing multiple tiers in a single day without consequence. Young man would bear the blame. Thus, the remaining 18 attribute points felt insufficient. Time to return to the Chuan family and reap a harvest. Zhang Qing mused. However, before he could step out of the Razor Hall, he was called back. Zhang Qing, follow me. It was Guan Yutian. A superior wishes to see you. Uh-huh. Zhang Qing replied, exasperated. Here we go again. Nonetheless, he did not refuse and followed Guan Yutian. Captain, who is seeking me? You're in luck. It's Miss Yuan, Guan Yutian whispered. Remember, Miss Yuan is the administrator of the Razor Glimmer level teams. All Glimmer level teams fall under her jurisdiction. Do not speak carelessly. If you achieve success, do not forget about me. Captain, you jest. Zhang Qing responded. Before long, Guan Yutian led Zhang Qing to meet Yuan. He discreetly withdrew at the first opportunity. Yuan, 1340. The health bar remained unchanged. It was still the same Yuan Zhang Qing, she acknowledged. You are now officially promoted to the position of captain under Yang Physician of the Blood Deception Hall. Do your utmost. Yes. After a few pleasantries, Yuan lowered her voice, saying, Yang Physician is one of our most crucial alchemists in the Blood Deception Hall. Her expectations can sometimes be quite demanding, yet her contributions are immense. Your responsibilities will be considerable. I will certainly endeavor to meet Yang Physician's expectations. Zhang Qing replied earnestly. Indeed, striving is commendable, but there are times when one's capabilities may fall short. Are you implying? I mentioned that Yang Physician's requirements are vital to the Blood Deception Hall. So many of her requests can be supported by Razor. For instance, any daily requests she makes can be assisted by us. As she spoke, Yuan leaned slightly forward, seemingly attempting to create a sense of pressure. Zhang Qing, being seasoned, felt beads of sweat appear on his brow. He then said, Yang Physician currently requires the heart's blood of the locust tree aberration, yet I have no leads on this matter. I hope this can assist me. Curse it. More espionage. More infiltration. How vexing. Zhang Qing thought. However, he had begun to grasp the nuances of this path. He would agree to everything and then reap the rewards. You are asking for perilous tasks. It would be unreasonable not to offer something in return. The heart's blood of the locust tree aberration? Indeed, it is rare. Yuan remarked. Moreover, I have heard that the locust tree aberration is a mid-tier aberration of considerable strength. Given your current level, it will indeed be a challenge. Yes, my strength is modest, and I fear I may not fulfill Yang physician's significant responsibilities, Zhang Qing stated. Yuan indeed noticed this point. Yang man's supposed benevolence remains uncertain. If it is genuine, and Zhang Qing has managed to survive, it implies that his strength is still insufficient. Conversely, if it is a facade, a slightly more formidable Zhang Qing could serve a greater purpose. Therefore, a modest investment is warranted. After all, the Yu family is affluent and can easily afford it. Thus, I shall grant you a special allowance. Yuan declared, a daily provision of 5 military merits and 2 gold pieces. Utilize them wisely to enhance your strength, so that you may assist Physician Yang. Yes, thank you, miss. Zhang Qing responded joyfully. 5 military merits equate to an ordinary spirit pill. Splendid. That is a daily boost of 3 attributes. Delightful. As for the gold, it remains a valuable currency. Indeed, it is wise to seize such opportunities. All right, you may leave now. The Huai tree will also aid in your search. Yuan poured herself a cup of tea and remarked, yes. Zhang Qing replied and exited, feeling elated. He promptly returned to the Chuan family, with no shortage of opportunities. Upon identifying a route, Zhang Qing began to seize his chances. Entering the Chuan residence, he proceeded to the Yipin Hall, requesting to speak with Chuan Chao regarding an urgent matter. Thus, he encountered Chuan Jia. I have seen the esteemed one. I am grateful for your nurturing, and I have successfully joined the Gui Shui Tang, Zhang Qing stated. Chuan Jia was momentarily taken aback. How did he gain entry? Then, he quickly deduced that Zhang Qing must have received some assistance from others. Betrayal? Such a waste. Bribery? Precisely. To glean more information about Yang Man, it would be prudent to exploit Zhang Qing's knowledge. Consequently, Chuan Jia's demeanor softened, and he was particularly pleased to learn of Zhang Qing's affiliation with Yang Man. Amidst their discussions, Chuan Jia was moved by Zhang Qing's unwavering loyalty and granted him a special allowance of 2 gold pieces and 2 spirit pills daily. Zhang Qing expressed his profound gratitude before taking his leave. The entire process mirrored that of Yuan. However, Zhang Qing was intrigued to discover that Chuan Jia's interest was not in the secrets of the Gui Shuetang, but rather in Yang Man goodness. Everyone is fixated on Yang Man. What is it about this woman that draws such attention? Patience is key. The truth will eventually reveal itself. Subsequently, the Chuan family offered Zhang Qing new accommodations, allowing him to move out. After all, commuting daily from the Chuan residence to the Gui Shuetang was too conspicuous. He could simply report to the Chuan family when necessary. Naturally, financial assistance was only available during these visits. It's a tight-fisted arrangement. Nevertheless, for Zhang Qing, this marked a fresh beginning. Although he was now entangled in a vortex of intrigue, he had also gained considerable privileges: the legal right to kill and collect blood, confront enemies for attributes, and enjoy the benefits of spirit pills and gold. Indeed, if the situation remained under wraps for a while longer, he should have already risen to prominence. At present, Zhang Qing was traversing a broad pathway. Despite the many dangers ahead, if he moved swiftly, he could secure a stable position. In the worst-case scenario, upon reaching the Xingshan realm, he could locate a map and head directly to the city of his previous life. The wilderness? At the Xingshan level, he was already qualified to roam freely. Upon exiting the Chuan residence, with nightfall yet to descend, Zhang Qing prepared to purchase a house. A grand estate was indeed necessary. It would be prudent to acquire a decent property near the Razor. Chapter 28. Night Patrol. Soon, with the assistance of Yizi, Zhang Qing used a gold piece to purchase a residence in the nearby Wuyu Alley, close to the Razor. The estate spanned approximately 200 square meters, featuring several rooms and a small courtyard. Additionally, he procured some essentials. Being close to the Razor, the presence of the supernatural would be minimal. They say the most dangerous places are the safest. That is a fallacy. Supernatural beings lurking in this vicinity would only lead to trouble, as most members of the Razor resided here. After finalizing the purchase, Zhang Qing secured the doors and took a break to dine before logging back in. After a day of busyness, he had neglected many things. Tonight, he would engage in significant endeavors. Zhang Qing mused, glancing at his attribute points. He unhesitatingly allocated them for a rank upgrade. 18 points transformed into 9. Congratulations, you have met the requirements for breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 4th stage of the Glimmering Realm. Heureux, une constitution. Opening his panel, he observed Zhang Qing. Martial Path, 4th stage of the Glimmering Realm. Health, 1240-1295. Constitution, 41. Intelligence 1. Techniques, Yuan Su, Tianzan Chuan Suibu. Neo Manjin attribute points 9. One could only describe it as splendid. Rising from his bed, Zhang Qing felt the surge of power within him. At the fourth stage of the Glimmering Realm, he had reached the same level as Guan Yutian. Remarkable. It took years for others to attain such heights. Players, once endowed with resources, truly progress rapidly. As for combat capabilities, it is no exaggeration to assert that he could effortlessly defeat Guan Yutian. Even with one hand tied behind his back, considering his health, he could likely vanquish any supernatural being with less than 2,000 health. Stepping out into the alley, Zhang Qing found himself amidst the night. The city of Z was under martial law, with ordinary citizens barred from entry and Razor members patrolling the streets. Zhang Qing, now holding the qualifications to patrol Z City as the captain of a Gue Shui Tang team, albeit with only one member, possessed the same authority. As he walked through the streets, Zhang Qing observed the contrasting face of Z City. By day, it thrived with prosperity, yet behind the scenes, in dim corners, hordes of vagrants struggled to survive. Reduced to begging after infiltrating the city, some resorted to illicit activities to scrape by, while others sought refuge away from the bustling city center at night, banding together in groups, both to avoid drawing the attention of supernatural beings and to evade the Razor, who often sought entertainment and violence against them. This was the reality of the vagrants' existence. While wandering, Zhang Qing stumbled upon several vagrant hideouts. Glancing at their health bars, he noted they were barely clinging to life, with mere drops of health remaining, too trivial to warrant his attention. In the future, he would seek better blood packs. The diminishing rule has yet to be triggered. Yet, Zhang Qing harbors concerns regarding the cap on the quantity of loot. Beyond this limit, there might be a decrease. A blood pack containing merely 10 points of health would result in a significant loss. Initially indifferent, now that he is on the right path, he must begin to contemplate the implications. Suddenly, the sound of bones crunching echoes through the night. Zhang Qing's enthusiasm ignites instantly. This is the ominous sound of a ghoul feasting. Moreover, it is accompanied by low, mournful cries. Zhang Qing swiftly approaches. It is a small courtyard. He scales the wall and pushes open the door. Zhang Tung, 2950, 2950. Zhanyu, 2870, 2870. Zhang Zhong, 2840, 2840. Liki, 324. Ganna, Yeden, 19. In an instant, 3 blood-soaked members of the chicken tribe turn to gaze at Zhang Qing, revealing a gruesome scene of dismembered corpses on the ground. These 3 have not transformed. They have chosen to conceal themselves while consuming their bloody feast. Thus, their human disguises may endure for a while longer. Noticing their scrutiny, Zhang Qing exclaims, "You're interrupting." With a sharp clap, he slams the door shut. 3 ghouls with nearly 3,000 health points might prove to be a formidable challenge. He then takes off in a sprint. Bang! The 3 figures burst through the door, pursuing him without having transformed. Their excessive blood seems to grant them a modicum of intelligence. If they strike swiftly enough, once they subdue Zhang Qing, it would merely be a late-night snack. However, just because they do not roar upon transformation does not mean Zhang Qing will remain silent. Help! There are ghouls. His booming voice reverberates through the night sky. Soon, the sound of rustling reaches his ears. It is a squad of Razor people approaching. Teudu, 675, 675. Tieku, 558, 558. Dala, 263, 263. Teya, 275, 275. Baita, Haijambon Muilam, Haijambon Muilam. The Thai clan's rat folk? Are they from the Thai family? Their ranks appear commendable, with several at the 6th and 5th tiers of the Glimmer stage. Accompanied by 3 sturdy bovine warriors, they comprise a formidable elite squad, far superior to Guan Yutian's lackluster team. Without hesitation, Zhang Qing produces his token. I am the captain of the blood of ghouls. And the 3 behind me are ghouls I encountered while they were consuming flesh. Upon seeing the token in Zhang Qing's hand and glancing back at the 3 bloodied figures, Taidu nods in understanding. The next moment, the squad charges toward the 3 ghouls. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the ghouls decide they must transform. Bang, bang, bang. A mist of blood envelopes the area as the 3 figures rapidly ascend. Dagger Tooth Ghoul, 2950, 2950. Vina Ghoul, Domi Opsute Shuptazich, Domi Opsute Shuptazich. Red Tail Ghoul, 2840, 2840. Just as they complete their transformation, Taidu's squad hesitates momentarily. 3 formidable foes, and their aura is quite potent. Goodness, this fellow truly knows how to stir up trouble. However, There is no time to waste. They charge forward. Dalaante ya. You two hold the line while I and Tai Ku assist by Ta to eliminate one. Then we shall come to aid you. Diyu du como. The others nod in agreement. He then turns to Zhang Qing and says, Captain, please join me. This will expedite our efforts. No problem. Zhang Qing readily agrees. Here lies 6 substantial health packs and 9 attribute points. There is no chance he will flee. Let us slay. The elite Glimmer Squad springs into action. Zhang Qing, Tai Du, Tai Ku, and by Ta confront the dagger-toothed ghoul with an overwhelming display of force. The Tai brothers wield swords, stabbing and thrusting with fervor. Bai Ta employs a broad blade that doubles as a shield, serving as the defensive bulwark. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing swings his sword in a fluid, seamless manner, each strike inflicting damage upon the dagger-toothed ghoul. 23, 21, 8, 48. Bai Ta delivers the least damage, while Zhang Qing inflicts the greatest. With a perfected technique akin to the opening sky cut, his finesse surpasses that of his comrades' martial arts. The Tai brothers nod appreciatively. Indeed, this captain of the blood of ghouls possesses an extraordinary swordsmanship that they cannot hope to rival. Chapter 29. The Tai Du Squad. However, the two brothers quickly regain their composure. This is a critical moment. Increase your pace. Dala and Taya are struggling. Tai Du proves to be a competent commander, swiftly regaining his calm. At this juncture, it is imperative not to rush to the aid of Dala and Taya. Should they become separated in the fray, they risk being overwhelmed by the ghouls. The endurance of the ghouls far exceeds that of mere warriors. Zhang Qing glances at the health bar of the dagger-toothed ghoul. Dagger-toothed ghoul, 1470, 2950. TSK. This is progressing swiftly. It is no surprise that the others are faltering. This is a ghoul with nearly 3,000 health points. One can only hope they are not annihilated on the spot. Zhang Qing remains focused on their health bars. 26, 24. Miss. 54. The onslaught continues. Zhang Qing grows increasingly adept, his mind flooded with techniques of the grand completion-level swordsmanship. Gradually, he becomes the primary assailant. Fixated on the dagger-toothed ghoul's health bar, he suddenly hears a loud bang. Taya cries out in agony. Zhang Qing turns to see that he's been struck violently by the vine ghoul, which has impaled him through the chest with a vine. 240. 1. A critical hit. Taya, 34, 275. Astonishing. A devastating blow has left Taya gravely injured. Despite having 35 health points remaining, the penetrating wound in his chest is nearly fatal. Soon, he will bleed out unless a healing warrior intervenes. Otherwise, death is imminent. Taya, be careful. Dieu du chute urgently. The vine ghoul, intent on claiming the life of the critically injured, advances. Yet, Taya's severe wounds make evasion nearly impossible. I'm coming. Zhang Qing embodies the spirit of a true comrade, dashing forward. His grand completion-level step technique leaves a phantom in his wake. Bang! 2. Zhang Qing intercepts the lethal vine aimed at Taya. The impact is substantial, causing some fatigue, but he fails to completely block the attack. The vine still penetrates Taya's forearm. 21. 1. Oh no! It is becoming unbearable. The grievous wound piercing through, relentlessly depleting Taya's vitality. Bang! Zhang Qing swung his blade, cleaving the vine creature and sending it flying. Vine creature, domi chasse sute noze chipatru, domi ob sute shaptizich. He then swiftly turned to seize Taya, exclaiming, Do you have any potions? And dashed towards Tai Du. Taya, 275. It was over. Congratulations on defeating Taya, earning 275 health points. Current maximum health, 1432. 1,570. A windfall indeed. Tai Du shook his head, letting out a sigh. Zhang Qing set Taya's lifeless body aside and bellowed, Hurry up and finish this. Otherwise, more lives will be lost. He then distanced himself from the fray. The blade-toothed creature had already lost several hundred points of health, now below 1,000. And then, he began to unleash his fury. The vine creature's movements were not as swift as his own. Perhaps, in a short span, he could erupt in strength and, along with his companions, bring down the vine creature. It wasn't that Zhang Qing was anxious. The vine creature showed signs of heading towards Lada. Given Lada's current state, he was barely holding on. However, if the vine creature reached him, it might very well be a fatal strike. Would that not deprive him of a health pack? In the next moment, Zhang Qing was at a loss for words. The vine creature indeed made its way towards Lada. Meanwhile, blade-toothed creature, 231, 2,950. Damn, there was no perfect solution. It was simply unavoidable. 24, 25, 12, 64. Blade-toothed creature, 0, 2,950. Congratulations on defeating the blade-toothed creature, earning 3 attribute points. Zhang Qing seized the opportunity, delivering the final blow to end the wicked existence of the blade-toothed creature, thereby acquiring 3 attribute points. Just then, Lada's corpse was hurled over by the vine creature. Zhang Qing ultimately opted for the attribute points. Lada, Taidu's expression darkened. The squad had already lost 2 members, but there were still 2 creatures left. Could they still fight? As he hesitated, Zhang Qing charged forward. Could they simply ignore the battle against the creatures? Such thoughts were futile. With Zhang Qing's charge, Taidu could only grit his teeth and follow suit. Consequently, the 4 of them began to split up to confront the 2 creatures. Zhang Qing and Taidu faced the red-tailed creature, while Tiekawei and Baida dealt with the vine creature. The vine creature's tendril struck with both speed and force. Baida, with his shield, had to engage over there. Meanwhile, the red-tailed creature moved swiftly, and Zhang Qing and Tiekawei, being of the rat clan, were capable of dealing damage. A quick glance at the health points revealed. Red-tailed creature, 2312, 2840. Vine creature, domi shase sute shaptizich, domi ob sute shaptizich. They should be able to secure the attribute points, Zhang Qing mused. Then came the silent eruption. The Tai brothers exerted all their strength, and Zhang Qing also pushed himself. The red-tailed creature was losing health noticeably faster than the vine creature. After a few minutes of entanglement, the red-tailed creature's health plummeted significantly, down to about a quarter. Meanwhile, the Tai brothers' stamina began to show clear signs of depletion. For the Rat Clan, stamina was a critical weakness. Coupled with their high evasion, the energy expenditure was even greater. Therefore, in prolonged skirmishes, the Rat Clan tended to falter. Zhang Qing attempted to monitor Taidu's health, realizing that this fellow's evasion was indeed impressive. Today, if he wanted to claim his health pack, he would have to take matters into his own hands. However, having worked so hard to reach this point, Zhang Qing was determined not to break character. He had to maintain a facade of strength. He couldn't afford to act out just because it was night. What if hidden experts were watching? Such concerns were not lost on Zhang Qing, who remained cautious and prudent. Thus, he could only take on the role of the primary attacker, launching a final assault on the red-tailed creature. 64, 63, 67, 21. Zhang Qing attacked thrice before Taidu could strike once. He was utterly spent. Consequently, Zhang Qing easily brought the red-tailed creature to its demise. Red-tailed creature, 0, 2840. Congratulations on defeating the red-tailed creature, earning 3 attribute points. Taidu let out a sigh of relief, then turned his focus towards the final vine creature. Zhang Qing also charged forward, glancing at the vine creature's health bar. Vine creature, 1987, 2870. These 2 were indeed resilient. Baida primarily contributed defensively, while most of the damage was dealt by Tiekawei alone. The Rat Clan's stamina was already lacking. Managing to wear it down to this extent was commendable. The key point, however, was that this vine creature was evidently more formidable. Its health was slightly inferior to the blade-tooth creature, yet its attack and defense were significantly stronger, making it overall more powerful. Nonetheless, with Zhang Qing and Taidu joining the fray, the once arrogant vine creature began to falter. Despite its furious roars, it found itself surrounded and slaughtered. 19, 18, 5, 68. Zhang Qing's stamina was not heavily taxed. Chapteftant, a terrifying existence. From a racial standpoint, humans possessed considerable stamina, even rumored to outlast other races in endurance. Zhang Qing's core skill was the perfected opening technique. The Microlight Realm's opening technique enhances stamina recovery, resulting in his remarkable endurance. Thus, in terms of offensive capability, he surpassed the collective strength of the other 3. In such a siege, the others would not find themselves on the brink of death. Zhang Qing refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics, diligently striking the creature. The vine creature's health began to plummet rapidly. Vine creature, o mia patru sute obzit shapte, domi ob sute shaptizich. Vine creature, o mia trezit uno, domi ob sute shaptizich. Vine creature, patru sute obzit shapte, domi ob sute shaptizich. It was swift. No, it opened its mouth, exclaiming, "You cannot kill me. Otherwise, Lord Huai Tree will slay you." It struggled, sensing its impending demise. If this continued, there would be no escape. Thus, it sought to intimidate them with the name of Lord Huai Tree. Taidu and the others, however, seemed to ignore its pleas. Yet, Zhang Qing's eyes lit up. Huai Tree? Wasn't that what he was seeking? Consequently, with a flurry of strikes, Zhang Qing sent Taidu and the others' weapons flying, declaring, "The Ghost Blood Hall is pursuing. Authority takeover." Taidu and the others were momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Zhang Qing's words, no further comments were made. In terms of authority, everyone was a captain. However, The captain of the Ghost Blood Hall held slightly superior privileges, as the Ghost Blood Hall was prioritized above others. This elevation in status for its captain was to safeguard the interests of the Ghost Blood Hall. Thus, the few members of Taidu had no objections. Zhang Qing pointed his knife at the vine ghost and inquired, "Where is the Huai Tree Ghost? What is its current human skin identity?" The vine ghost had not anticipated that the reputation of the Huai Tree Ghost would indeed be of significance. Yet, being a mere minor spirit, how could it dare to disclose the whereabouts and identity of the esteemed Huai Tree Ghost? "If you let me go, I will tell you," the vine ghost pleaded. Zhang Qing retorted, "Do you take me for a fool?" With a swift flash of the blade, a wound appeared on the vine ghost's body. The damage was not substantial, but it was certainly painful. "Have you grasped an important issue?" Zhang Qing continued. "Your willingness to speak is merely a guarantee for a more merciful demise. Otherwise, your death will be exceedingly grim." The vine ghost felt a chill. If it had foreseen this outcome, it would have preferred to perish instantly. Its mind was not as quick as Zhang Qing's. It remained fixated on trivial matters while Zhang Qing pressed on relentlessly. One strike, another strike, yet another. In the eyes of the vine ghost, this was nothing short of torture. I do not know where the Huai Tree Ghost is," it stammered, nearing its breaking point. "You do not know?" Zhang Qing pressed further. I will tell you. The Huai Tree Ghost is." Suddenly, a root exploded from the vine ghost's body, depleting its health entirely. "Congratulations on participating in the kill of the vine ghost. You have earned 2 attribute points." Zhang Qing exclaimed, "What the hell? Stealing kills? Are there other experts?" He abruptly turned around, catching a glimpse of a tall figure disappearing into the night. Simultaneously, Zhang Qing noticed the health bar. Huai Tree Ghost, 32,000,32,000. The Huai Tree Ghost? Over 30,000 health? Then there's no need to pursue. What a joke. Chasing after it would be akin to courting death. The Huai Tree Ghost, with its staggering health, was far beyond what he could contend with. The disparity in strength was immense. The typical ratio of spirit health to martial artist level could be approximated at 1:6. This was not an absolute measure, but a general guideline. A perfected Radiant Light Realm expert could theoretically confront spirits with health below 6,000. However, in practice, this was often insurmountable, unless one hailed from a prominent family that nurtured their top talents. Beyond 6,000 health, a spirit's strength underwent a qualitative change, becoming untouchable by anyone below the Candlelight Realm. Then, there were spirits with health below 12,000, which marked the threshold for the Starflash Realm. Anyone not yet reached that realm would find it difficult to escape from such spirits. In the Starflash Realm, martial arts techniques began to undergo a significant transformation, a terrifying metamorphosis with a vast gap between the two stages. Thus, while a perfected Starflash Realm expert might be capable of dealing with spirits with health below 30,000, it was merely a possibility. Lastly, spirits exceeding 30,000 health represented a superlative qualitative change in strength, requiring a practitioner of the Crescent Moon Realm to confront. Following this, every additional 10,000 health corresponded to a new stage. Below the Starflash Realm, the ratio was 1:6. Above it, the ratio shifted to 1:10. The Huai Tree Ghost, with its over 30,000 health, was something only a Crescent Moon Realm expert could contend with. Zhang Qing, being merely a Radiant Light Realm novice, could not even approach it. He would need to summon that old Crescent Moon Realm expert from the Chuan family. As for Young Man's mission and the assistance to be provided to the Razor and the Chuan family, he thought, "Sorry, I cannot engage." He decided to take it easy, casting aside the mission in favor of more rewarding endeavors. Returning to the matter at hand, Zhang Qing began to assess his gains, a health pack and 8 attribute points. He had accumulated a total of 17 attribute points thus far. Meanwhile, Taidu and the others remained oblivious to the fact that the Vine Ghost had been slain by the Huai Tree Ghost, attributing the feat solely to Zhang Qing. "Thank you, sir. This spirit that killed Lada and Taya, you have avenged them," Taidu remarked, his expression lacking sorrow, merely using the words to draw closer to Zhang Qing. "Spirits deserve to die," Zhang Qing replied, embodying his persona and speaking the truth. "I am Taidu, what shall I call you?" "I am Zhang Qing. We are both captains, so there is no need for formalities," Zhang Qing replied with a smile, and the distance between them quickly diminished as they engaged in lively conversation. It turned out that Taidu belonged to the Tai family. Upon learning he was a guard of the Chuan family, he expressed regret, feeling that someone of Zhang Qing's caliber was wasted on such a role. Ultimately, he extended an invitation for Zhang Qing to visit the Tai family sometime. Zhang Qing could only feel speechless. The Tai and Chuan families were on the verge of conflict. Visiting the Tai family would only stir trouble. Subsequently, the White Tower brought in the cleanup crew for the Razor, and Zhang Qing seized the opportunity to take his leave. After patrolling alone for a few laps, he found no spirits. Zhang Qing contemplated returning home to rest. Resting in the Dark Realm could effectively alleviate fatigue and prevent long offline periods. Otherwise, during his earlier days at the Chuan family, he could easily have revealed vulnerabilities. Now that he was living outside, he had a bit more freedom, yet he still carefully monitored his offline time, striving to minimize it. Upon returning home, he realized he had achieved a small breakthrough today, planning to feign further advancement when visiting Yang Man tomorrow. Cautious and prudent, after muttering to himself, Zhang Qing rested. The next day, he awoke, logged off, quickly addressed hygiene and food issues, and logged back on. Excellent. It was a brand new day. Time to visit the Ghost Blood Hall and see Yang Man. Chapter 31. One level a day. Zhang Qing could be fairly certain that Yang Man would not take action against him for the time being. Based on the attitudes of the Chuan family, Yuan, and Yang Man, they were all engaged in a grand scheme. Observing the health of the Huai Tree Ghost, it was evident that this scheme would take some time to unfold. Being entangled in it would only lead him deeper into a dire situation, akin to a ship slowly sinking. Yet, Zhang Qing found pleasure in this predicament, for amid the ship's descent, there were substantial benefits to be gained. As for the final sinking of the ship, by that time, he should be soaring high, untouched by water. What was there to fear about a sinking ship? Once the logic became coherent, Zhang Qing harbored no aversion towards the Blood Shadow Hall. In fact, he even perceived it as an opportunity for his ascendance. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Qing encountered Yang Man. Only during their private interactions did Yang Man's facade of delicate fragility dissipate, replaced by an aura of coolness tinged with a hint of mischief. You arrived quite early. It seems you've come to a realization, Yang Men remarqued, engrossed in her assortment of spiritual herbs without lifting her gaze. Zhang Qing shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands in a classic gesture of resignation. Should I inquire about when I am to meet my demise? Yang Man paused, looking up at him, and replied, albeit with a measured cadence, I am attempting to ensure your survival. After all, there may be times when I require your assistance. Zhang Qing interjected, all right, let's not dwell on that. I have yet to find any leads on the information regarding the Sephora ghost. Could you perhaps provide me with a hint? Young Man rolled her eyes, seemingly exasperated. If you possess information about it, then you already have a ghost. That is a true major ghost. It is entirely normal not to have any news. With that, she rose and retreated into a small chamber, emerging shortly with several elixirs. If you can tolerate the residual effects of the elixirs, you might attempt to elevate your rank. Zhang Qing had been anticipating these words. Really? Just consume the elixirs? Indeed, young men affirmed. For certain warriors, elixirs leave lingering effects. After consuming some ordinary elixirs and reaching the lower 3 to 4 tiers of the Radiance Realm, they become ineffective. One requires elixirs of superior potency and quality. However, those with exceptional physiques can significantly enhance this limit. The so-called immunity to residual effects does not imply a complete absence. Rather, it is merely negligible. You possess this talent, so rapidly advancing your realm should pose no issue. I will ensure that your potential remains unscathed. Zhang Qing nodded, recognizing the truth in her words. Previous experiences had corroborated this conclusion. The Dark Realm's preferential treatment of players was unfathomable. Yet, players still struggled to rise. The reasons were manifold. The cunning of the old foxes within the Dark Realm, coupled with the rapid unraveling of players' personas in the early stages. By the mid to late game, when players learned the necessity of role-playing, the natives of the Dark Realm had already branded them with the title of substitute ghost tribes, leading to widespread slaughter of the native human populace, thereby complicating the player's ascension further. Young Man handed Zhang Qing 3 porcelain vials. Give it a try. If it doesn't work, there's no problem. Just wait until tomorrow. All right. Zhang Qing poured the elixirs from the 3 vials into his mouth. The taste was rather unpalatable. Yet the notification from his system was delightful. Congratulations, you have consumed the Martial Snow Elixir, gaining 3 attribute points. Congratulations, you have consumed the Ice Snow Elixir, gaining 3 attribute points. Congratulations, you have consumed the Melting Snow Elixir, gaining 3 attribute points. Excellent. 9 attribute points acquired. Zhang Qing pretended to sit cross-legged, distributing points. Leveling up, before the 9 points could settle, he allocated them again, leaving him with 17 points remaining. Congratulations, you have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 5th tier of the Radiance Realm. You have received a reward. Constitution 1. Splendid. Success. In an instant following the breakthrough, A surge of vitality coursed through him, instilling a sense of formidable strength. Simultaneously, he felt a slight dizziness. Oh no, my intelligence is insufficient. The last time his cultivation technique reached perfection, he had felt a similar pressure in his head. This time, however, it was an unmistakable signal. Intelligence influences both the speed of martial comprehension and cultivation. When his power was feeble, there was little sensation. Yet now, as Zhang Qing reached the 5th tier of radiance and perfected all his techniques, 1 point of intelligence was no longer adequate. He glanced at his remaining 17 attribute points and decided to invest 1 into intelligence. Allocate points. Upon doing so, the dizziness vanished. Opening his panel, he found Zhang Qing. Martial Path, 5th tier of radiance. Health, 15, 40, 16, 70. Constitution, 51. Intelligence, 2. Techniques, Opening Yuan Technique, Heaven-Splitting Slash, River-Shattering Step, Bullish Strength. Attribute points, 16. The advancement was rapid. Furthermore, he possessed 16 attribute points to be utilized at a critical moment. In a dire situation, allocating points to elevate his realm could instantly restore 100 health points while rejuvenating a significant amount of stamina, catching his opponents off guard and turning the tide of battle. When he lacked attribute points, he could not hoard them. Now, however, he could save them for later use. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation at his wrist. Young man was checking his pulse. Not bad. Your talent is exceptional, and the residual effects of the elixirs are nearly negligible. Zhang Qing opened his eyes, locking his gaze on a young man's. She seemed unfazed, continuing to meet his eyes as she elaborated. One thing you must remember, do not take for granted your innate talent and recklessly consume elixirs in short span. Elixirs are ultimately external substances. Excessive intake in a brief period will stifle a warrior's potential. If you wish to find yourself unable to advance your realm in the future, just disregard my warning. Thank you, I understand, Zhang Qing replied. Indifferent, he mused inwardly that he was merely distributing points. Yet, he kept her advice firmly in mind. 1 tier per day. This was a crucial aspect of his persona. In the matter of the Chuan family and Yuan, he could credit his rise in strength to Young Man's elixirs and his own innate talents. However, Young Man could not attribute her success to the Chuan family and Yuan, as she was the one assessing his condition. Thus, 1 tier per day, such a pace was already extraordinarily remarkable. In the eyes of the natives, it was nothing short of miraculous. Zhang Qing was quite satisfied with this outcome. All right, you may leave now. It's fine if there's no news about the Sephora ghost. Please help me find a blood shadow flower, Young Man instructed. Returning to her work with the spiritual herbs, Zhang Qing departed, immediately setting off to seize opportunities. Thus, he returned to the Chuan residence to find Chuan Jia. Chapter 32, The Auction. Chuan Jia was exceedingly pleased by Zhang Qing's arrival. Upon learning about the blood shadow flower, he became even more excited, fervently jotting it down in a notebook he never let go of. If Zhang Qing had come a little closer, he would have noticed that the notebook was brimming with densely packed names of spiritual herbs, and even the corners were filled with Chuan Jia's own written formulas for elixirs. As expected, Zhang Qing reaped the rewards from the Chuan family. He received 2 elixirs and 2 gold coins. After leaving the Chuan residence, he consumed the elixirs, gaining an additional 6 attribute points, bringing his surplus to 22 points. Ah, how delightful it is to seize opportunities. On the way back from the razor, there were still elixirs and gold coins to claim. Young Man truly is a treasure. As these days unfold, Zhang Qing can only sigh in exasperation. As for the blood flower, the Chuan family will certainly be on the hunt for it. They seem to be yearning for what lies in Young Man's possession, so they will likely strive to fulfill her demands. Upon reaching the bustling street, Zhang Qing surveyed his surroundings for any signs of the anomalous. Attributes are never too abundant. In fact, when battling these entities, one might even have the chance to acquire health potions. Yet today, fortune did not favor him. He found no trace of the anomalies. Had they concealed themselves? Or perhaps, Zhang Qing pondered, the appearance of the Huai tree anomaly yesterday caused all the anomalies in Zicheng to hide today? Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. It turned out that the Iron Family's merchant convoy had returned. As one of the dominant forces in Zicheng, they naturally exude an aura of authority. The convoy commandeered the streets, displaying an audacious arrogance. Zhang Qing stood aside and cast a sweeping glance, noting the statistics. Iron Tang, 433, 453. Iron 1, 532, 544. Iron Chi, 462, 477. Iron Chi, 1412, 1422. Iron Floating Tower, 32,000, 32,000. Wait, what? Iron Floating Tower, 32,000 health? A martial artist? Absolutely impossible. Only a player could attain such a health pool, and native martial artists could not. Yet, currently, there is only one player in the entire Shadow Realm. This must be an anomaly. Moreover, the health pool is identical to that of the Huai Tree anomaly from last night. This cannot be mere coincidence. It is exceedingly rare for health pools to match so precisely, even among anomalies. Therefore, this individual is undoubtedly the Huai Tree anomaly. Goodness, has this being infiltrated the Iron Family? And, judging by its demeanor, it appears to hold a significant position. Oh, Zhang Qing. Suddenly, someone called out. Zhang Qing turned to see Tai Du approaching. Zhang Qing greeted with a respectful clasp of his fists. Haha, I thought I was mistaken. I never expected it to truly be you. Tai Du's face beamed with excitement. Look at my Iron Family. Isn't it impressive? You must come visit sometime. Zhang Qing chuckled awkwardly before responding. The esteemed members of the Iron Family certainly carry an impressive presence. Tai Du picked up on the conversation, adding, indeed, the merchant convoy is primarily composed of the family's elite. Look, Tai Du gestured towards Iron Floating Tower, saying, that is Lord Floating Tower of my Iron Family, a master of the Star Flash realm. Generally, the convoy is led by Lord Floating Tower. The Star Flash realm, now that is formidable. Zhang Qing continued in agreement. However, Tai Du soon ran out of topics that piqued Zhang Qing's interest. Watching Iron Floating Tower's retreating figure, Zhang Qing felt an urge to stir the Chuan family into action. Yet, upon reflection, he decided to restrain himself. The Huai Tree anomaly must hold significance for young man. Keeping this information under wraps would slow the progression of the storyline. He would harvest enough benefits before making a move. Brother Zhang, I heard that a few days ago, a woman transformed into an anomaly. Tai Du suddenly remarked. Ahem. Don't take offense. This matter is known by many. Your sudden entrance into the anomaly blood hall has garnered considerable attention. This time, our Iron Family's merchant convoy has returned with several human women. Would you care to take a look? There will be an auction at the Gathering Treasure Tavern shortly. Zhang Qing pursed his lips. His information could be public knowledge. He was accustomed to it. In Zicheng, spies and informants were as numerous as the stars. There were even clandestine shops dedicated to selling information. Having emerged into the limelight, his notoriety was to be expected. As for the women, Zhang Qing contemplated a refusal. However, maintaining his persona within the Chuan family was crucial. Since he had no pressing matters, he decided to take a look. All right, Zhang Qing replied, and together with Tai Du, they made their way to the Gathering Treasure Tavern. In such cities, taverns and similar establishments were typically owned by prominent families. The Gathering Treasure Tavern belonged to the Iron Family. Though referred to as a tavern, it also functioned as a brothel. This was Zhang Qing's first visit. Soon, the two found a table in the main hall, dismissing the private rooms upstairs. A low-ranking Karami from the Dim Light realm had no business there. The madam approached with several women, comprising both rabbit and sheep tribes, exhibiting a high degree of humanoid features. Only slight racial traits were apparent, such as ears or small tails, resembling beast-eared maidens. Their skin was fair, and their figures were alluring. Upon seeing Zhang Qing and Tai Du, they immediately drew closer, enveloping them in a fragrant aura. Zhang Qing glanced at the health bars. He 2325. Rabbit tribe. Qing Chi Chi 2124. Sheep tribe. Quite acceptable, as long as they were not anomalies. Brother Zhang, just a moment. The auction will commence shortly. Upon hearing the word auction, the two women became even more enthusiastic. He practically leaned against Zhang Qing, her warmth and softness inviting. She frequently served him food and poured wine, even offering him a drink if he hadn't declined. Ah, the pleasures of the brothel truly were delightful. Alas, as a player, one must always tread cautiously to avoid calamity. Before long, the main hall began to set up the auction stage. Zhang Qing's eyes roamed, taking in the surroundings and locking on several important figures. Yu Cheng, 1870. Yu Family's Candlelight Realm. Chuan Axe, 1860. Chuan Family's Candlelight Realm. Shui Ming, 1954. Shui, the fourth family in Zicheng. The Shui family was notoriously low-key, making it rare to encounter core members. To Zhang Qing's surprise, they would also attend this auction. After a brief moment, the auction stage was completed. An Iron family member stepped forward, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Iron Family's auction. This time, our merchant convoy has returned with abundant treasures. However, good things should be shared, right? As long as you can meet the price, my Iron Family dares to sell." Without further ado, the auction commenced. Following this declaration, the Iron Family member promptly produced a porcelain vial. This vial was evidently different from those used for spiritual elixirs. It was of a far more exquisite design. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this is the first item up for auction today. 10 drops of heart blood from the Huai tree anomaly. What? Damn! Zhang Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Plans changed faster than expected. This world defies logic. The blood from the heart of the Huai tree specter is indeed a formidable opening gambit. It not only leaves the indigenous people bewildered, but also astonishes Zhang Qing. It is a well-known fact that the Iron family on the platform is quite pleased with the expressions of the crowd and continues, once classified. The heart's blood of a specter is akin to a precious elixir. The heart's blood of the Huai tree specter is especially invaluable. It is said that once refined into a spiritual pill, it becomes a high-grade elixir. Consuming it significantly accelerates one's cultivation speed. Therefore, we shall commence the bidding at 100 gold. Ladies and gentlemen, let the auction begin. Zhang Qing's countenance darkens. A furtive glance at the second floor reveals a familiar figure, Tai Futu, the so-called Huai tree specter. What madness is this? Why on earth would one present their own heart's blood? Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, Zhang Qing realizes that this item will fetch a staggering price, potentially altering the dynamics of the city of Z. 200 gold. Someone calls out. 300 gold. 400 gold. 450 gold. The price soars. Then 1,000 gold. At this declaration, the entire venue erupts in astonishment. For 1,000 gold, one could acquire a finely crafted weapon. Although the heart's blood of a major specter is precious, this price is evidently excessive. Zhang Qing looks over and is taken aback as the price is shouted by Chuan Jian of the Chuan family. This price is likely the ceiling. It is improbable that anyone would bid beyond this amount. In fact, Zhang Qing senses that the Iron family has put forth the Huai tree specter's heart's blood specifically for the Chuan family. Whether this was the specter's own decision or a conspiracy between the specter and the Iron family remains uncertain. Congratulations to this esteemed gentleman for acquiring the first item of the auction. The Iron family member gestures towards Chuan Jian. Following this, the transfer is made. After receiving the heart's blood of the Huai tree specter, Chuan Jian departs immediately. The atmosphere of the auction is invigorated by the 1,000 gold bid, leading to the sale of subsequent items. However, Zhang Qing feels disinterested, sensing that his time of reaping benefits is drawing to a close. Brother Zhang, the auction for slaves has commenced. Du Sudeni informe Zhang Qing. Upon looking to the platform, Zhang Qing observes a procession of slaves being presented. Most are from other races, characterized by a high degree of humanoid resemblance. Their racial features render them particularly valuable. Among them are also humans, though their numbers are scant, predominantly male. What a pity! The human slaves displayed are all male. Brother Zhang is likely to be disappointed. Tai Du sighs. Zhang Qing shrugs nonchalantly. It matters not. However, I must admit, I am feeling somewhat restless. Meanwhile, at the Chuan family section, Chuan Chao stealthily enters and, upon spotting Zhang Qing, his eyes brighten. Tai brother, my purse is rather light. Lingering here only serves to deepen my sighs, Zhang Qing remarks. Perhaps it would be best to take my leave. He rises. Tai Du understands that Zhang Qing likely came seeking female human slaves, and with none available, there is no reason to linger. Then, Brother Zhang, feel free to do as you wish. Zhang Qing departs. Just as he steps outside the tavern, Chuan Chao catches up with him. Zhang Qing, the Yipin Hall is calling for you. All right, we shall go now. Upon returning to Yipin Hall, Zhang Qing senses a heavy atmosphere. Chuan Jia is toying with the jade vial he acquired from the auction, containing the heart's blood of the Huai tree specter. Upon seeing Zhang Qing, a smile breaks upon Chuan Jia's face. Zhang Qing, we have gathered the heart's blood of the Huai tree specter. Gome. He hands over the vial along with a wooden box. This is the blood flower. Take it and deliver it to young man. Zhang Qing accepts it, responding affirmatively. He then proceeds directly to the blood specter hall. Along the way, Zhang Qing notices, out of the corner of his eye, one or two figures with large blood banners flitting past him. They are likely sent by the Chuan family for protection of these items. Fortunately, there are no incidents. Upon entering the blood specter hall, Zhang Qing presents the two items to young man. The blood specter flower. Young man opens the box to reveal a red flower the size of a fingernail. Upon closer inspection, it appears to have blood flowing upon its surface, quite peculiar. Look at this flower. Young man exclaims. It is said that to cultivate such a flower, one must continuously nourish it with the blood of a specter. Furthermore, if plucked for even less than an hour, it wilts and becomes ineffective. Therefore, the rumors of the Chuan family nurturing specters must hold some truth. Young man leisurely divulges a significant secret. Nurturing specters is a grave taboo. The catastrophic event in Phoenix City a decade ago was due to the Phoenix clan nurturing a specter, which ultimately birthed an overwhelmingly terrifying existence, leading to the annihilation of the entire Phoenix City. The royal family of the Phoenix, the G clan, was nearly extinguished. The decline of the royal family has drastically reduced the number of Phoenix clansmen in the Dark Realm. Zhang Qing, who has spent considerable time in Z City, has yet to encounter a Phoenix clansman. Therefore, in the Dark Realm, nurturing specters is a profound taboo. Well, you should understand not to meddle in these matters. Young man glances at Zhang Qing, then opens the jade vial, sniffing and swirling it. Approximately 5 drops remain, but it should suffice. Wait for me a moment. With that, young man enters her small chamber. In less than 10 minutes, young man emerges, a sheen of sweat on her forehead, holding a small porcelain vial. Shaking it reveals something within. It must be a spiritual pill. Here, the high-grade spiritual pill that the Chuan family is so desperately seeking. Blood transformation pill. Young men awakens. This pill has but one effect: to enable the Chuan family's ancestor to break through the limits of the morning sun and advance further. This is the main ingredient. As for the auxiliary ingredient, it is the offering required for ancestor worship. Zhang Qing, I am entrusting this pill to you. Do you dare to return it to the Chuan family? Zhang Qing shakes his head. If what young man says is true, entering the Chuan family with this spiritual pill means he would not emerge alive. You are not foolish, good. Now, you should remain here and not leave. The Chuan family's ancestor worship should commence shortly. At that time, Z City will be in turmoil. Hiding here will be safe. Young man casually tosses the vial to Zhang Qing before returning to her small room to rest. Zhang Qing shakes his head and curiously opens the vial. With a pop, a peculiar fragrance wafts forth, igniting an insatiable appetite. Truly, it is a high-grade spiritual pill, the aroma immediately saturating the air. Oh, I forgot to mention. This spiritual pill loses its efficacy within half a minute of exposure to air. Young man's voice calls out from within the room. Zhang Qing lets out a cold chuckle. Pouring out the elixir, it revealed itself as a spirit pill resembling a lustrous white pearl, an astonishing sight to behold. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qing tossed it into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, a stark contrast to those inferior, gaudy concoctions. Congratulations on consuming the blood transformation pill, gaining 30 attribute points. Wow, this is immensely powerful. Is this the quality of a high-grade spirit pill? A full 30 points in attributes, indeed a generous gift. Now, with my attribute points soaring to 52, it is time for a lavish splurge. Chapter 34. The Chuan family's ancestor worship. Within the Hall of Mysterious Blood, an inexplicable fragrant aroma suddenly permeated the air. This was clearly an extraordinary phenomenon that could only be produced by a high-grade spirit pill. The crowd was puzzled, each speculating on who had forged such a remarkable elixir. However, one individual, appearing rather tense, swiftly exited the Hall of Mysterious Blood and returned to the Chuan family. Zhang Qing was not the sole representative of the Chuan family in the hall. Report to the Deputy Hall Master. That person respectfully stated, just moments ago, an unusual fragrance emanated from the Hall of Mysterious Blood. It signifies the successful creation of a high-grade spirit pill. Chuan Jia's eyes brightened suddenly, igniting with an unimaginable brilliance. Good, was all he uttered, before clutching his small booklet and heading towards the concealed entrance at the rear of the first-class hall, activating the mechanism to enter. Young man was merely an ordinary alchemist, Chuan Jia mused inwardly. In terms of spirit pill refinement, she was far inferior to his own capabilities, merely possessing knowledge of certain special formulas. Today, in my eyes, you hold no secrets. He glanced at the small booklet in his hand, which contained records of all the rare spiritual herbs young man had sought upon her arrival in Zicheng. Chuan Jia held absolute confidence that he could replicate the formula for the blood transformation pill from these herbs. In truth, I had my suspicions about the blood transformation pill's formula ever since she requested the blood from the heart of the Huai tree. Now, with successful validation, the formula for the blood transformation pill is concealed within. It can indeed be refined. Thus, allow you all to witness the talent of Zicheng's foremost alchemist. Chuan Jia was brimming with confidence, yet he refrained from boasting. He truly was Zicheng's premier alchemist, and the blood transformation pill was of utmost importance. If the ancestor of the Chuan family wished to transcend the limits of the morning sun realm, the assistance of the blood transformation pill was indispensable. Years ago, when young man joined the Razor, the Chuan family had shown no acknowledgement, and they later regretted their oversight upon discovering she possessed the formula for the blood transformation pill. Fortunately, after years of digging, they had finally unearthed the formula. Today, the Chuan family would perform their ancestor worship. As for the other families, Chuan Jia's thoughts were as clear as day. The blood of the Huai tree was involved with other families. They seemed to have made preparations, likely intending to lure out the ancestor and subsequently annihilate the Chuan family. I wonder from where they derive such confidence. Once the ancestor breaks through, The entire Ziqing shall see a change in its ruling house. At this moment, Chuan Jia was exhilarated, eager to experiment with the formula. As for Zhang Qing, who was he? Merely an insignificant ant. Once the dust settles, reckoning will ensue. Within the inner sanctum of the razor, Yu Huashui occupied the main seat. If Zhang Qing were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the one who commanded the Starry Realm during the outdoor encirclement operation, a formidable figure boasting 2,850 vitality. That fellow from the Chuan family should have acquired the formula by now, Yu Huashui remarked. Yuan nodded. Young man has indeed been trustworthy, disclosing the formula. Does that old fool truly believe he can break through the morning sun realm? Yu Huashui scoffed, and then swallow the entire Ziqing? What sheer delusion! What news from the Tai family? Yuan paused before replying. The Tai family is prepared. But will that great spirit behind the Huai tree truly be offered to devour thousands of practitioners? Yu Huashui shot Yuan a glance, sighed, and said, Yuan, the dark realm is merciless. Moreover, can an agreement with a spirit truly be considered binding? When the time comes, our ancestor will eliminate it as well. Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, ah. Subsequently, her mood brightened. Indeed, what weight does an agreement with a spirit hold? As long as we can lure that old man from the Chuan family out, we shall eliminate both him and that spirit together. Very well, prepare accordingly. Yu Huashui commanded. Yes. Yuan departed. Watching her retreating figure, Yu Huashui lifted his teacup and took a sip. Womans, for the sake of breaking through realms, they are willing to risk everything. Nurturing spirits? The annihilation of Phoenix Emperor City is imminent. Old fool, you have crossed the line. The news of the Chuan family's ancestor worship sent ripples throughout the entire Ziqing. The Chuan family had a tradition of ancestor worship, albeit with varying timings each time. Nonetheless, each occasion was exceedingly grandiose, drawing festive celebrations across the city. This was due to the vast resources and manpower required for the Chuan family's rituals. At such times, the Chuan family would lavishly dispense gold, allowing anyone in the city to partake in the bounty. This time, the scale of the Chuan family's ancestor worship was even more monumental. The streets bustled with Chuan family members, frantically purchasing items, almost as if conducting a sweep. Concurrently, they summoned numerous laborers to construct the altar for the ancestor worship, which required a structure soaring several meters high, all hastily assembled through the efforts of countless individuals. Thus, the entire city became abuzz with activity due to the Chuan family's ancestral rites. Ordinary citizens were busy earning money, while those privy to the underlying currents contemplated ways to secure their share. In the courtyard of Young Man's residence within the Hall of Mysterious Blood, Zhang Qing sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to tally his points. With 52 points, it was sufficient to elevate himself to the glimmering 9th tier. Although it would attract considerable attention, the situation had escalated significantly. Zhang Qing had nearly unraveled the connections within the Chuan family, Young Man, Yuan the Tai family, and even the Huai tree spirit were all entangled in this scheme. These forces had united to conspire against the Chuan family, which was on the verge of being led to its doom. Yet his identity as a guardian for the Chuan family loomed over him. While he found temporary refuge with Young Man, the flames of conflict would eventually reach him. Would there be a reckoning? He needed strength. If only he could surge into the candlelight realm in one go. Wait, had he forgotten something? The razor had its benefits. With that thought, Zhang Qing's eyes widened in realization. He promptly made his way to the grand hall of the razor, exchanging military merit for spirit pills. Indeed, Yuan had not issued false promises. He received 2 spirit pills and 2 pieces of gold. After consuming them, his attribute points rose to 58. Calculating his gains, the transition to the candlelight realm posed no issue. However, the cultivation technique had yet to ascend, rendering my state within the candlelight realm rather tenuous. Let us set that aside for now. First, I must secure my position in the candlelight realm. That wretched locust tree, if it weren't for its willingness to sell its own lifeblood, I could have benefited from it for a while longer. Upon returning to Young Man's courtyard, Zhang Qing sat cross-legged. At points, 51 points instantly transformed into 7. He allocated 49 points to Constitution and 2 to Intelligence, expending them all in one breath. Congratulations. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the first stage of the candlelight realm. Reward obtained. Constitution 1. I am well aware of this. Chapter 35, Encirclement. The correct advancement strategy for players involves elevating both cultivation technique and constitution simultaneously, followed by a careful consideration of intelligence. Without an increase in intelligence, higher tier ranks may overwhelm the mind. If you solely augment constitution and hastily advance, the result will be detrimental, a hollow existence. This term, hollow, is a colloquialism within the player community, signifying a facade of rank without corresponding strength. Zhang Qing has reached the candlelight realm due to his enhanced constitution. However, his cultivation technique remains lacking. Thus, he receives a system notification. His current combat prowess is difficult to assess and necessitates practical application. An enforced enhancement can be said to raise the ceiling while lowering the floor, ultimately yielding less than a steady progression. Nevertheless, for Zhang Qing, it is the best option at this moment. To sit idly and await fate? Unthinkable. He opened his interface. Zhang Qing. Martial Path. First stage of the Candlelight Realm. Health, 2170, 2170. Constitution, 101. Intelligence, 5. Cultivation technique, open origin technique, sky cleaving slash. River shattering steps, bullish might. Attribute points, 7. With over 2,000 health, akin to that of a Starflash Realm warrior, coupled with perfected cultivation techniques. Perhaps in a true confrontation, he could even overwhelm those at the pinnacle of the Starflash Realm, or at least contend with ordinary Candlelight Realm practitioners. After his advancement, Zhang Qing exhaled deeply and opened his eyes, only to find Young Man emerging. She extended her hand, preparing to take his pulse. However, Zhang Qing declined. You possess considerable audacity, Young Man remarked. Even at the cost of sacrificing your potential, you forcefully elevate your realm. Quite commendable. Zhang Qing distinctly sensed a reduction in Young Man's wariness towards him. The tides of change were imminent. He needed to bolster his own defensive capabilities. I must enhance my strength for self-preservation, he asserted. Subsequently, Young Man provided Zhang Qing with a set of garments and a mask. This attire is distinctive to the Blood Shadow Hall. Wearing it will afford you greater safety. Furthermore, refrain from returning tonight. Remain here with me, for I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise. Zhang Qing accepted the garments, clearly aware that Young Man still found him of value. Ah, woman, you are playing with fire? After donning the attire, Zhang Qing departed the Blood Shadow Hall and began to move. Young Man watched his retreating figure, releasing a sigh of relief. At last, he has compromised his potential. If he were to recklessly consume elixirs, he might ascend to the Starflash realm, but thereafter, further progress would be impossible. With the Starflash realm, combined with my identity as a healing warrior, mutual support is essential while traversing the wilderness. Should I ultimately fail, I can still rely on him to return me to Sheep Emperor City. Young Man had deliberately given Zhang Qing the blood transformation pill. Regardless of whether he utilized it, the River House would receive word. At that juncture, the situation would turn decidedly unfavorable for Zhang Qing, compelling him to use the blood transformation pill to advance his realm. In this manner, her objectives would be achieved. Nonetheless, Zhang Qing was never her optimal choice. These actions were merely a strategic maneuver in her larger game. As Zhang Qing strolled through the streets, he pondered deeply. He understood all too well that the momentum of the situation had little to do with him. Currently, he was but a minor player, incapable of truly influencing the unfolding events. Regardless of his actions, the outcome would remain unchanged. His only goal was to extract the maximum benefit from this predicament. The Candlelight Realm barely sufficient. The streets today retained a hint of festivity. The ancestral worship by the Chuan family was a significant affair. However, as Zhang Qing surveyed his surroundings, he observed no signs of the supernatural. In fact, the presence of even the Starflash realm had significantly diminished. A storm was brewing. After wandering for a while, Zhang Qing returned to the Blood Shadow Hall, finding a secluded corner in Young Man's courtyard to rest briefly. He needed to log off promptly. Tonight would undoubtedly be tumultuous. He must prepare for an all-nighter. Moments latte. Zhang Qing logged back in, positioning himself atop a high building within the Blood Shadow Hall. This vantage point provided the best view and was presumably secure. From here, he could see the ancestral altar of the Chuan family. Time passed slowly. Darkness began to envelop the sky, yet Zicheng shone brightly, as if it were daylight. The Chuan family was about to commence their ancestral rites. Shadows flitted across the altar. Zhang Qing's vision could not penetrate the distance, but he could faintly discern the flickering of health bars. The distance was too great to perceive exact values, but judging by their lengths, they must all belong to the Chuan family's direct descendants and elite members, each boasting 4-digit health bars, with little variation among them. Suddenly, a grand orchestration resonated throughout Zicheng. Audible doll. Yet in the next moment, a torrent surged forth, rushing towards the altar. It was the Tai family. The battle had commenced. Indeed, the Chuan family's ancestral worship served as the signal for war. Countless individuals clashed in a frenzy. Zhang Qing gazed longingly at the health packs, yet he restrained himself. In this chaotic scene, Even Starflash realm warriors would tremble. As for his half-baked advancement into the Candlelight realm, he must not act recklessly. The fighting raged on, but Zhang Qing remained fixated on the high platform. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and the entire Ziqing seemed to tremble. A terrifying shockwave swept across the city. Damage 1. Numbers appeared above Zhang Qing's head. How astonishing! At such a distance, the shockwave could still inflict damage upon him? Zhang Qing squinted to observe more closely. He caught sight of several figures atop the altar, though their details remained unclear. Just then, a young man materialized behind Zhang Qing, offering him an object. Upon receiving it, Zhang Qing recognized it as a telescope-like device. He positioned it before him and was able to see clearly. However, this revelation sent a shiver down his spine. Blood of the River, 5899, 5999. The ancestor of the Chuan clan. Above the rising sun? No, that cannot be. If the ancestor of the Chuan clan were truly above the rising sun, why would he need to pay homage to his ancestors? It seems that some arcane method has augmented his blood capacity. He is already at the pinnacle of the rising sun realm, merely a fraction away from transcending it. His blood volume is stuck in awkward value. He is not broken through. The Chuan clan has extracted 5 drops of blood from the heart of the Sephora. Could it be that the blood-transforming pill was not successfully refined? That seems improbable. If it had failed, would he still dare to pay homage to his ancestors? In the next moment, the ancestor of the Chuan clan's blood bar shifted. His overall blood capacity changed. Blood of the River, 5909, 6010. Has he broken through? Has he truly ascended above the rising sun realm? Yet in the very next instant, Blood of the River, 5899, 5999, his blood bar reverted. What is happening? It is inconceivable that he could have succeeded, young man remarked. Even if the Chuan clan had indeed produced a genuine blood-transforming pill, he could not possibly break through. The rising sun, it is a magnificent sun ascending majestically. How could an old specter on the verge of decay hope to transcend? To rise above the sun is no simple feat. Zhang Qing remained silent, continuing to observe the battle. He spotted the figures engaged in combat with the ancestor of the Chuan clan. 3 silhouettes were besieging him. Iron Mad, 5711, 5800. UGN, 5983, 5999. Insect Spirit, 59587, 56,000. Ah, the ancient monsters are indeed endowed with enhanced vitality. Moreover, what strange entity has emerged? Chapter 36. The ancestor of the Chuan clan. Death. Zhang Qing had speculated that the Tai clan might have allied with the strange beings to eliminate the ancestor of the Chuan clan. To his astonishment, this was indeed the case. The insect spirit, 56,000 in blood. The heart of the Sephora must kneel upon meeting it. This formidable anomaly brazenly joined forces with the ancestors of the Tai and Yu clans to besiege the ancestor of the Chuan clan. Just how much hatred does this old man incite? Nevertheless, the ancestor of the Chuan clan proves remarkably resilient, especially when his blood capacity surpasses 6,000. He fought fiercely against 3 opponents. Yet, as his blood capacity diminished, he found himself at the mercy of their combined onslaught. Back and forth they battled. The blood levels of the combatants began to plummet. Yet, no matter how much they fell, the ancestor of the Chuan clan's blood diminished even more rapidly. After all, he was outnumbered 3-1. Does the Chuan clan possess any hidden cards? Zhang Qing inquired. It is futile, young man replied. Even if the Chuan clan has hidden cards, the other 2 clans possess them as well. His demise is inevitable. Very well. Zhang Qing's mind began to race. After the ancestor of the Chuan clan's death, the Chuan clan would surely face reckoning, right? Indeed, not only the Chuan clan, but also the strange beings. Young man stated, "Look over there." She pointed towards a direction, which was that of the Chuan clan. There a multitude of strange beings were mounting an assault. Are you suggesting that after the ancestor of the Chuan clan's demise, the Yu and Tai clans would turn against the strange beings? Zhang Qing's eyes gleamed with realization. What other possibility exists? Young men Ripleyed. Do you truly believe that the strange beings can cooperate? The strange beings will get involved because the Chuan clan nurtures them. If they nurture strange beings, they must also capture them. Young man continued. They have captured a peculiar specter, so exceptional that this mighty anomaly would collaborate with those 2 clans. Their goal is to rescue that strange being. Hence, the strange beings are attacking the Chuan clan. How enlightening. Thus, the entire logical chain falls into place. The Chuan clan captured a unique strange being, which led to the strange beings reporting the Chuan clan. Upon witnessing this, the Yu and Tai clans deemed it taboo to nurture strange beings. Furthermore, The Chuan clan's ambition to seize the blood-transforming pill and encroach upon the sub-city prompted them to ally with the strange beings and decisively wage war against the Chuan clan at this juncture. Undoubtedly, Yang Man played an extraordinary role in this scheme. She was akin to a master strategist. One blood-transforming pill stirred the entire situation. Zhang Qing's mind sharpened. Understanding the complete logical chain, he knew he must pursue his own interests. Firstly, ensuring his identity's safety. Currently, he is backed by Yang Man. The likelihood of her facing reckoning is minimal. As one of the strategists in this game, her significance cannot merely be reduced to a single blood-transforming pill. Therefore, donning the garb of the blood of the strange and wearing a mask, he would likely evade any repercussions. Henceforth, he must find his point of entry into the battle. Once the ancestor of the Chuan clan perishes, the Razor will surely mobilize to sweep through. This is a given. Zhang Qing does not believe that the Yu clan would idly await the Tai clan to claim the Chuan clan's legacy. The Razor is evidently an excellent means for the Yu clan to seize inheritance. Thus, he could infiltrate. The optimal point of entry would be the Chuan clan. The Chuan clan nurtures strange beings, and the presence of the blood of the Sephora indicates that the strange beings they raise will certainly not be at full strength. They might only possess a sliver of vitality left. That would be the attribute points. Moreover, even if he cannot acquire this, he could still glean from the battle. The natives do not comprehend the concept of attribute points. Thus, merely scraping by could yield substantial attribute points and wealth. Lastly, there are the healing packs. In a chaotic melee, healing packs are the easiest to obtain. Therefore, it is worth taking action. Zhang Qing began to wait. He awaited the demise of the ancestor of the Chuan clan. In truth, many were waiting. Once the ancestor of the Chuan clan falls, the entire Chuan clan shall be divided. Time passed slowly. Zhang Qing remained vigilant, monitoring the ancestor of the Chuan clan's blood bar. Soon, he was left with but a sliver of vitality. Then, that sliver of vitality vanished in an instant. Dead. An era's ancestor has thus perished. Yet the battle atop the platform did not disperse with the ancestor of the Chuan clan's death. The ancestors of the Yu and Tai clans immediately turned their attention to the insect spirit, unleashing a torrent of their wrath. However, the curtain has already fallen. Zhang Qing leaped forth, descending from the high building, and upon landing, sprinted towards the Chuan clan. Instantly, the entire street was set in motion. Countless figures emerged, all members of the Razor, charging towards the Chuan clan. The Chuan clan is not without its heritage. At the very least, the first-rate halls of the Chuan clan fought valiantly in resistance. When an array of strange entities crashed upon the Chuan clan, they held firm. However, with the arrival of the Razor, the Chuan clan could no longer withstand. Zhang Qing surveyed the surroundings. Chuan Li, 342, 1342. Chuan Ming, 1432, 2432. Huante, 1644. 2514. Iron Blade Spirit, 1453, 4720. Tang Foam Spirit, 3521, 1233. Tree Transformation Spirit, 532, 3127. Kuda Spirit, 123, 2964. This is nothing short of paradise. Indeed, a plethora of wounded strange beings, a multitude of bloodied members of the Chuan clan. Before his eyes, it is all. Zhang Qing was exhilarated. Currently, I am at the candlelight tier. Although it may seem somewhat feeble, I am indeed of the candlelight tier. My speed of action and other attributes are not lacking. Upon discerning the health bar, I immediately fixated on a particular foe. Kuda Phantom, 123, 2964. It is you. How dare you wander about with such meager health? Skycleave. Zhang Qing executed a swift movement akin to a fleeting shadow. He charged forward, delivering a fierce blow to the Kuda Phantom. 123. D. Congratulations on defeating Kuda Phantom, earning 3 attribute points. With a single strike, I secured 3 attribute points. Delightful. Zhang Qing steadied his footing and began to unleash arrows upon the surrounding phantoms he could perceive. He nearly ensured that each phantom would suffer a hit. 34, 24, 42, 33. Striking, frantically accumulating points. First securing the minimum, then pursuing the substantial. He sheathed his bow and set his sights on the next target. Tree Phantom, 532, 3127. You're next. Zhang Qing dashed forward. Suddenly, a blade sliced through the air toward him. Zhang Qing executed an iron bridge maneuver to evade. Turning to look, he found Chuan Ming, 342, 1342. Oh, a blood bag has presented itself? Razor's debris, perish. Chuan Ming, with over 1,000 health, is at the 3rd tier of candlelight. Although injured, his strength remains formidable. Zhang Qing is a pseudo-candlelight. In a true confrontation, victory is not guaranteed, but a considerable amount of time would be squandered. What Zhang Qing needs most now is time. Thus, he charged forward. Thud! Chuanming's long blade pierced Zhang Qing's abdomen. 322. Zhang Qing, 1848-2170. However, Zhang Qing's long blade swiftly crushed Chuanming's heart. 340. Chuanming 2, 1342. My apologies, it seems I can endure a bit more. Zhang Qing withdrew his long blade. 2. Chuanming, perish. Congratulations on defeating Chuanming, gaining health points, 1342. Current health is 3,190, 3,512. This wave yielded a bountiful harvest. Chapter 37, Annihilation. The wound on Zhang Qing's abdomen posed no significant issue. It was not a fatal injury and did not induce a bleeding state. Coupled with his substantial health, he pressed on. Tree Phantom, 532, 3,127. Once I have set my sights on you, there is no escape. Zhang Qing charged toward it, engaging in battle. 22, 24, 21. A flurry of strikes ensued. The damage felt akin to a gentle scraping. The Tree Phantom's defense is remarkably robust. Or perhaps, Zhang Qing's failure to elevate his attack techniques resulted in his diminished attacking power. Fortunately, the opponent was already severely weakened. Even a mere scrape could bring it down. As for the self-inflicted health depletion from the collision, 12, 10, 8, no matter, it is not a significant concern. It is normal for one's health to diminish upon contact with a phantom. This is likely influenced by stamina depletion and other factors. Unless one achieves a perfect block or possesses formidable defense. Zhang Qing is well aware of these rules. The Tree Phantom is on the brink of collapse. Therefore, even if it results in a health exchange, it cannot withstand it. 27, 21, 23. After another wave, it will surely falter. Tree Phantom. 33, 3,127. With 2 consecutive strikes, 21, 12, D. Tree Phantom, 0, 3,127. Congratulations on defeating the Tree Phantom, earning 3 attribute points. Another 3 attribute points in hand. Zhang Qing turned to continue his pursuit of targets, only to be met with a series of notifications in the background. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of Tang Feng Phantom, earning 8 attribute points. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of Iron Blade Phantom, earning 1 attribute point. Alas, the phantoms I had previously marked have perished. The chaos is overwhelming. The phantoms' lifespans are fleeting, leaving no opportunity for me to claim the final blow. In a one-on-one scenario, it would be an even greater waste of time. Zhang Qing began to alter his strategy. He switched back to his bow. Any unfamiliar phantom would be met with an arrow. 22, 17, 32, 66. Critical hit. 23. Indeed, it is all about the scrapes, frantically accumulating points. Regardless of the phantom's health or strength, as long as I land a hit, I will reap rewards. This is undoubtedly the most efficient method of maximizing gain. He surged into the Chuan residence. Utilizing his knowledge of the terrain, Zhang Qing navigated swiftly. Just after rounding a corner, he witnessed a head soaring high into the air. 46. Chuanfa, 0, 285. Chuanfa. Alas, his level, when faced with the elite of the razor, leaves no chance of survival. Zhang Qing did not linger, nor did he grieve. In this world, he's his own clan. The others are inconsequential. Along the way, whenever he encountered Phantom, Zhang Qing would unleash an arrow, ensuring he registered damage before targeting another. This approach naturally drew the Phantom's attention. However, Zhang Qing did not engage. They could not keep pace with him. The notifications continued to sound in the background. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of Bloodbreak Phantom, earning 6 attribute points. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of Bisho Phantom, earning 12 attribute points. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of Blooddraw Phantom, earning 8 attribute points. So many. The notifications rang incessantly. This method of harvesting is the swiftest. Zhang Qing mused to himself. He continued to maneuver, maintaining phantoms as his targets. The opportunity for health packs was non-existent. As he approached the Chuan family's first-class hall, the health of the Chuan clan members grew increasingly robust, signifying their superior strength. Candlelight tier adversaries were abundant. Should he become the target, it could lead to a fierce battle. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted ahead. Zhang Qing turned to witness Lao Deng. Chuan Jia, 2198, 3600. Lao Deng, battered and bloodied, stood resolute. Yet, his demeanor remained calm. Before him loomed several formidable phantoms. Insect Tooth Phantom, 32,300, 36,000. Sephora, Tree Phantom, 30231, 32,000. The Ominous Apparitions, 32641, 35,000. These three formidable entities gazed intently at the darkness behind Chuanjia. There lay a concealed door. Zhang Qing speculated that it was the very place where the Chuan family nurtured their supernatural beings. Alas, the opportunity to infiltrate was lost. That area was a veritable disaster zone. The so-called special entity had yet to be rescued. It was clear he could not linger here any longer. He must retreat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air as a colossal and fearsome apparition descended from the heavens. Its body was marred by numerous wounds, yet its ferocity remained unabated. This was a gigantic creature resembling a longhorn beetle, towering over 7 meters in height. Truly terrifying. Insect Spirit Apparition, 24376, 56,000. It was indeed the one. Despite the relentless pursuit from the ancestors of the Yu and Tai families, it had somehow survived, even managing to arrive here. With a sudden roar, it unleashed a shockwave that radiated outward. Chuanjia felt an alarming number flash above his head. 1299. This is bad, Zhang Qing thought to himself. The shockwave soon struck him, and in an instant, he felt as though he had been hit by a freight train. Fortunately, he was far enough away, yet the damage he sustained still left him pale. 2,199. 875. 3,512. Had it not been for the blood pack from Chuanming, he would have been obliterated. Run. Without a backward glance, Zhang Qing fled. The formidable apparitions regarded him with exaggerated disdain, casting a fleeting glance before dismissing him entirely. After all, the small beings of the Candlelight realm were hardly worthy of their pursuit. Subsequently, the insect spirit apparition charged forth, depleting Chuanjia's health bar before vanishing into the concealed door. It then took flight, cradling another apparition as it departed the battlefield. With the insect spirit's exit, a multitude of apparitions began to withdraw. Zhang Qing continued to stealthily observe, albeit with heightened caution. The Chuan family had been nearly annihilated, with all the warriors of the glimmering light realm slaughtered. The two families had refrained from total extermination, yet they had successfully eradicated every martial artist among them. In an instant, the Chuan family was decimated. The name Chuan had fallen into the dust. Zhang Qing stood at the entrance of the Chuan estate, observing the Razor members bustling about, tidying up and expelling the remnants of the Chuan family. The expelled Chuan family members were largely devoid of any martial prowess. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. A voice, trembling with fear, echoed in the air, evoking a sense of pity. Zhang Qing turned to look. Chuan Hao 1313. The sight of his expression stirred a sense of compassion within him. The Chuan family, a prominent lineage from Zicheng, had fallen so swiftly, almost overnight. This once great family would soon be forgotten by the dawn, as if the Chuan name had never existed in Zicheng. Chapter 38, Strengthening Power. Zhang Qing glanced at the panel where over 43 attribute points lay dormant, ready for his ascension. He resolved to cast aside the chaos of the day and focus entirely on his enhancement. With the Chuan family's downfall, he had assumed a new identity, liberating himself from the shadow of their ancestral rites. Otherwise, he might have found himself as a sacrificial offering during those ceremonies. Now, with the Chuan family extinguished, perhaps he would enter a period of tranquil development. It was time to make the most of his identity, reaping blood packs and attribute points. As night deepened, Zhang Qing did not return to his own abode, but instead ventured to Yangman's quarters. The Tai and Yu families were engaged in a thorough hunt for the remnants of the Chuan family, and there was no need for him to provoke any misunderstandings. Within the small courtyard of Yangman, Zhang Qing sat cross-legged. With 43 attribute points at his disposal, this was a significant boost. Currently, the greatest efficiency lay in his martial techniques. Without improvement, despite possessing high health and ascending realms, he would inevitably become fatigued. Thus, this allocation would be dedicated to enhancing his martial arts. He spent 4 attribute points to elevate all his techniques to the beginner stage of the Glimmering Light realm. Upon reaching this stage, further enhancement would cost 2 attribute points for each realm. It was unrealistic to elevate all 4 techniques to the Candlelight realm immediately. So he focused first on his core technique, the opening technique, advancing it to the Candlelight tier. This consumed 10 attribute points, elevating the opening technique to the upper tier of the Glimmering Light realm. After this, further advancement would require 4 attribute points. He expended 20 attribute points to break through the opening technique to the beginner stage of the Candlelight realm. Congratulations! Your mastery of the opening technique has increased. Candlelight realm. Beginner level 1, 1000 experience. Congratulations! Your opening technique has reached the Candlelight realm, granting you an increase in physique by 5. Advancing a core technique by a significant tier yields substantial rewards in physique. Zhang Qing gasped in astonishment. The remnants of the opening technique had been fully restored by his attribute points. In its candlelight form, its enhancement was reflected in his vitality. If there were a visible vitality gauge, Zhang Qing felt it would have surged dramatically. Coupled with his status as a player and his advantage in health, his combat endurance would be exceptionally formidable. With 9 attribute points remaining, Zhang Qing did not hesitate to upgrade his offensive technique, the sky-splitting slash, expending 8 points to elevate it to the pinnacle of the glimmering light realm. He allocated the final point to intelligence, fearing that without bolstering his mind, it might not withstand the strain of such rapid advancements. Opening the panel, he saw Zhang Qing, Martial Path, Candlelight Realm, First Tier, Health 3,212, 3,562, Physique 106, Intelligence 6, Techniques, Opening Technique, Sky-Splitting Slash, Chuan Fragment Step, Bullish Strength. Attribute points 0. His attribute points had been completely expended, but the improvements were strikingly evident. With his core technique now at the Candlelight Realm, Zhang Qing was no longer just a weak warrior among the ranks. With his health, physique, and core techniques meeting the necessary criteria, he could hold his own within the first tier of the Candlelight Realm. Coupled with his notably high health and the augmentation from the opening technique, his actual combat prowess was undeniably formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could contend with 2 or 3 first-tier Candlelight Realm warriors. Against supernatural entities, he could withstand 5,000 health, expend 6,000 health, and endure 7,000 health. It was safe to say that his strength had surged dramatically. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Qing opened his eyes. The most pressing crisis had been resolved. What remained was simply his time for development. Naturally, the next step is to leverage his own identity and gradually explore the existence of that treasure in the sub-city, the sequence. This is Zhang Qing's ambition, akin to a concealed profession, and moreover, it is an advanced hidden class, one that comprehensively surpasses martial artists in combat prowess. Zhang Qing is resolute in his quest to become a sequence. The following day, Zhang Qing awoke, having indulged in a brief nap. Taking advantage of his recent disconnection, he resolved a few matters before rising. Today promised to be a day brimming with vitality, and Zhang Qing was in high spirits. Just as he stretched lazily, young men emerged. Her health bar remained unchanged, perhaps indicative of the slow progression typical of healing martial artists. Otherwise, as an apothecary, wouldn't she be able to consume potions to enhance her abilities? Awake? Young man inquired regarding Zhang Qing. Indeed, perfect timing. Could you assist me in locating a blue blood? I assure you, your efforts will not go unrewarded. For each material you procure for me, I shall provide you with a spirit elixir that can elevate you to a minor realm. That sounds fair enough, Zhang Qing replied. The identity of the Razor Team leader was undoubtedly advantageous. Zhang Qing had no intention of severing ties with Young Man. Under this guise, he could freely farm attributes and secure health packs throughout the sub-city. Thus, after agreeing to this task, Zhang Qing stepped outside. Once outside, he pondered the blue blood quest. It seemed trivial, a mere 10 attribute points. He could easily obtain it by slaying the monsters himself. Why squander precious time? He casually strolled to a nearby stall for breakfast, and, upon lifting his head, spotted a familiar face, Guan Yutian. Ah, Guan Yutian, 495, 499. Well, your health bar has increased. A breakthrough, perhaps? Guan Yuqian beamed, accompanied by several individuals who appeared disinterested in seeking misfortune. From a distance, he called out, Zhang brother. Captain. Zhang Qing responded, glancing at the health bars of Guan Yutian's team. Pu San, 290, 290. Cheng Xiao, 255, 255. A member of the Pig Clan. Shui Qing, 365, 365. A member of the Rat Clan. Shui Feng, 365, 365. Another from the Rat Clan. It seemed his teammates had largely changed. As for the previous member Feng Zhe, he was likely deceased from last night's mission. However, Zhang Qing cast a lingering glance at the 2 Rat Clan members. The Shui family? Following the decline of the Chuan family, the Shui family must now rank as the 3rd prominent clan in the sub-city. By the way, what are you called captain now? Guan Yuqian asked. You are a captain yourself. Yet where are your team members? Zhang Qing hesitated momentarily before responding. I have yet to claim them. Within the Razor's inner circle, numerous members were available for recruitment, some newly inducted, others from squads that had suffered heavy losses and required reorganization. Thus, Guan Yutian managed to maintain a full team of 5 daily. Zhang Qing preferred to operate solo. It suited him better. You should hurry and claim them. Acting alone is perilous, Guan Yutian urged. Moreover, should you encounter a monster, it would be challenging to combat alone. Zhang Qing chuckled and suddenly inquired, "What task has you so jubilant today, Captain?" Guan Yutian's smile widened as he replied, "Eradicating the remnants of the Chuan family. You understand? The commoners of the Chuan family can be killed or spared at our discretion." Zhang Qing nodded in comprehension. "Understood. If they pay, they live. If not, then they perish." Such a decree could easily reduce the remnants of the Chuan family to mere skeletons. Furthermore, those who remain may not necessarily be members of the Chuan family. Anyone associated with them falls under this mandate. For instance, Zhang Qing, who is not aligned with Yang Man's faction, is equally a target. "Brother, if you have no obligations, why not join us for a stroll?" Guan Yutian suggested. "Perhaps another time. I have matters to attend to." "I wish you bountiful rewards, Captain," Zhang Qing replied, discerning that his involvement would only complicate matters. After Zhang Qing departed, Guan Yutian muttered to himself, "I truly cannot fathom what Dr. Yang sees in him. Could it be merely his appearance? What the hell? His strength is beyond my comprehension. How many elixirs must he have consumed?" He then shook his head and proceeded to hunt down the remnants of the Chuan family. As Zhang Qing traversed the bustling streets, he began to scrutinize health bars, calling out names. Bodeng, 32, 34. Gucheng, 121, 123. Jianyu, 43, 43. Zigan, 397 397 Zhang Qing took a closer look at Qi, a tattered beggar from the Horse clan. 3,900 health points? A formidable figure of the Missing Moon realm? Surely not. He must be a monster. A Missing Moon expert would not stoop to masquerade as a beggar. "Come here," Zhang Qing commanded, pointing at Qi. Startled, Qi noticed the razor uniform and trembled. Yet he dared not disobey, cautiously approaching while stumbling along the way. It was quite the performance. He deserved an Oscar for his portrayal. "Did you see that? A monster with nearly 4,000 health points hiding within the subcity has become quite the actor, if not for the visible health bars. Who could have discerned that this fellow was a monster?" "My lord, you called for me?" Qi addressed him nervously. "Yes, what is your purpose here?" Zhang Qing asked casually. "I." In an instant, Zhang Qing drew his blade and severed Qi head in one swift motion. "I was merely asking." "You truly answered." 199. Qi head rolled away, trailing blood from the gaping wound in his neck. Chaos erupted in the streets as screams filled the air and people scattered in fear. They were well aware that the razor had resumed its indiscriminate slaughter. Moments later, Zhang Qing exclaimed, "I cast aside my disguise. You filthy creature." Monsters cannot help but transform once their human disguise is ruptured, for the shattered skin cannot conceal their true form. Of course, one might manage to suppress their transformation momentarily, but not for long. 43, 46, 44. During this process, the monster became a living target. Zhang Qing commenced mercilessly beating the corpse. "So you can endure? Let us see how long you can hold out." The next moment, with a resounding crash, it transformed. Flower skin monster, 3632, 3964. This creature bore a humanoid form, nearly the height of an average human. Unlike other monsters, it possessed skin, perhaps explaining its ability to withstand the damage to its disguise. "You shall perish." The flower skin monster roared. With a swift and direct charge towards Zhang Qing, the creature displayed its cunning. Zhang Qing let out a cold chuckle. With nearly 4,000 health points, he mused that if it were in the realm of dim light, he might have been inclined to endure. But now, it was time for it to perish. Raising his long blade, Zhang Qing unleashed a ferocious strike, the heavenly slash, aimed directly at the approaching creature. Bam! A critical hit. The overwhelming force sent the creature flying, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. Blood sprayed forth as it careened until it crashed against a pillar of a nearby shop. Roaring in fury, it opened its massive jaws, tearing the skin of its face to the roots of its ears. Yet, Zhang Qing was unyielding. With swift movements, he closed the distance. Slash, 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 3 decisive strikes. The creature, undeterred, retaliated. To his astonishment, Zhang Qing boldly absorbed the blows, engaging in a brutal exchange of damage. He was facing a direct confrontation of health points. Damage numbers flared above his head, yet his onslaught upon the creature was even fiercer. In a relentless minute of this bloody exchange, the creature was left in shock. This man was a madman. Despite numerous wounds adorning his body, he refused to retreat. It was astounding. Little did it realize that its own health points were dwindling to a mere fraction. Yes, the creature felt gravely wounded. Yet, Zhang Qing pressed on, denying it any chance of escape. Finally, with a critical blow, the creature's health points plummeted to 0. Gasping at the fallen corpse, Zhang Qing exhaled in relief, followed by a surge of exhilaration. Battling a creature with nearly 4 000 health had proven to be devoid of pressure. 4 attribute points were effortlessly acquired. Glancing at his own health, he noted a drop of nearly 1,000. Had he not engaged so fiercely, the loss would have been less significant. Nevertheless, it mattered little now. His eyes narrowed in determination. At this moment, he needed to wait. The razor had eyes everywhere, and soon enough, someone would arrive to tidy up the aftermath. During this time, he would guard the scene, for there was a chance a healing warrior might appear in the process. If all else failed, he could always seek young man for treatment later. After all, she was a healer, was she not? Seizing the moment, Zhang Qing glanced at his status panel. With 4 attribute points at his disposal, he decided against saving them. Instead, he allocated them directly to his bull strength technique. Congratulations! Your bull strength has successfully advanced from proficiency to mastery. This transition, consuming 4 attribute points, granted him newfound power and enhanced defense. With his health high, he prioritized bolstering his defenses. Damage could be secondary. Survival was paramount. Moments later, Razor's cleanup crew arrived to dispose of the creature's corpse, accompanied by a healer named Yu Hu, who promptly restored Zhang Qing's health to full capacity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Qing realized that healing warriors were not mandated to undertake missions. They were drawn by their interest in the creature's corpse. By attending the scene, they could claim a part of the creature without waiting for Razor's distribution. Once the task was completed, Zhang Qing departed the scene, closely trailing behind an individual. Following his recent victory against the blood-tinged creature, onlookers began to emerge, and among them, Zhang Qing spotted yet another creature. Curious, he decided to pursue it and observe its intentions. Before long, he discovered that it had entered a shop called the Exquisite Fabric Shop. The intriguing sign piqued his interest, and upon entering, his heart raced as he scanned the health points within. To his astonishment, he was met with a jolt. Chapter 40. The Haunting House? Red Show 4632, 4670. Red Makeup 3521, 3550. Red Attire 3531, 3560. Red Thread 3512, 3580. What kind of entities were these? Haunting House. For creatures, each boasting over 3,000 health points. It appeared that apart from the customers, the shop was entirely occupied by these entities. The few disguised as women were startled upon Zhang Qing's entrance, prompting the remaining patrons to flee in terror. Razor's members, their garments stained with blood, were clearly there with malicious intent. Zhang Qing furrowed his brow. While the prospect of attribute points was enticing, facing 4 creatures simultaneously was precarious. It would be wiser to seek out a Razor team for assistance, perhaps even securing a health pack in the process. Just as he prepared to retreat, one of the creatures, Red Show, spoke up. "My lord, your clothes are ruined. Perhaps we could assist you in repairing them?" "No need," Zhang Qing responded, ready to leave. In the next instant, bang, the shop's door slammed shut. Zhang Qing's brow furrowed in alarm. How audacious these creatures were. Many had witnessed him enter the shop. "My lord, the Razor members are exceedingly arrogant, having slain one of our sisters before departing. Is it not reasonable for us to act?" Red Show's expression darkened as she approached slowly. "What are you implying?" Zhang Qing's hand instinctively gripped his blade. Red Thread, having ventured outside to observe, likely revealed a vulnerability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pursued them. Red Show declared, "In that case, we shall keep you here." Zhang Qing was left speechless. They were indeed prepared to engage. This creature had even arranged for another to take its place. How naive! With a swift motion, Zhang Qing drew his blade, forcing Red Show back before delivering a powerful kick to the door. If he could break through, the Razor members would surely receive word amidst the crowd. Even if reinforcements arrived late, there was still a chance for support. With ample stamina and health, he could easily withstand the onslaught. These 4 creatures were as good as captured. However, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts. The door, surprisingly, did not break open. "Ha ha ha, my lord. This is forged from exquisite iron. At that moment, bang bang bang, the 4 transformed. Red-faced Spectre, 4632, for 1670. Makeup Spectre, 3521, 3550. Bone Transformation Spectre, 3531, 3560. Flowery Skin Spectre, 3512, 3580. It turned out that the Crimson Line, which I had been tracking, was also a flowery skin spectre. No wonder it was there to watch the commotion. As for the other 3, they were almost humanoid in form. The red-faced spectre was the strongest, its blood-red skin quite disquieting. The makeup spectre bore a similar visage. As for the bone transformation spectre, it raised Zhang Qing's alertness. This creature likely possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Striking first is the key. With my candlelight realm, I theoretically could inflict 6,000 points of damage on a spectre. I should not be at a disadvantage. Swish! With a single slash, the Bone Transformation Spectre actually blocked in front of the red-faced Spectre, intercepting the strike. Bone Powder erupted 29. Bone Transformation Spectre 3502 3560. Damn, I just enhanced my bullish strength. Logically, my attack power should have increased. This Bone Transformation Spectre indeed has strong defenses. Then, before Zhang Qing could launch a second assault, the red-faced Spectre and makeup Spectre surged forward. This time, Zhang Qing would not recklessly trade blows anymore. He activated the River Shatter Steps. Even though it was a low-grade technique, its mastery at the Grand Perfection level still proved exceptionally useful. Zhang Qing did not even engage in direct confrontation. He simply dispersed. Targeting the last Flowery Skin Spectre, he launched an assault. Having fought it before, he was well acquainted with its movements. Sure enough, damage was inflicted. 50, 51, 52. The bullish strength was effective. When attacking the Bone Transformation Spectre, he nearly fell into despair. Now, things felt much better. At the very least, the damage was up. Roar. Zhang Qing's strikes incited the displeasure of the Flowery Skin Spectre. Why pick on me among so many? What does that imply? Am I the weakest? It immediately began to counterattack, but Zhang Qing deftly evaded, slipping behind it and avoiding the pursuit of the other three specters. This fabric shop was not small, and the space was decent. The River Shatter Steps could be utilized to great effect, Zhang Qing mused. He turned back and struck the Flowery Skin Spectre several times, causing blood to spatter and stain the surrounding fabrics. The mobility of the specters had always been their weak point. Even those with a physique similar to humans were slightly less agile. They relied entirely on their immense strength, which was also the reason for the inevitable blood loss during battle. Unless one could evade. At this moment, Zhang Qing moved like a nimble monkey, leaping and bounding within the fabric shop, occasionally landing a few strikes on the Flowery Skin Spectre to chip away at its health. The offensive of the red-faced Spectre slowed. Zhang Qing instantly discerned its thoughts. Exhaust. Regardless of the race, they lacked the stamina to match the Spectre's endurance. Moreover, Zhang Qing's evasion demanded even more energy. Unfortunately, the red-faced Spectre could not fathom that Zhang Qing's stamina was outrageously abundant. The effects of the opening Yuan technique at this instant were unimaginable. Stamina amplification, energy enhancement. In this scenario, it was not they who were wearing Zhang Qing down, but rather Zhang Qing who was exhausting them. If this continues, I could fight all day, Zhang Qing thought to himself. Then began the relentless grind. Time trickled by. The expression on the red-faced Spectre's face shifted. This human seems a bit off, doesn't he? His stamina appears boundless. Meanwhile, the Flowery Skin Spectre, frequently under assault, was now panting heavily. It was perplexed. Yet in Zhang Qing's eyes, the Flowery Skin Spectre was nearing its limit. 321, 3,580. Nearly every strike landed on it, resulting in minimal harm to the other three specters. The Flowery Skin Spectre was now gravely injured. Perhaps sensing the looming threat, it began to slow its movements, allowing the red-faced Spectre to take the lead. Yet even so, Zhang Qing continued to target it. 53, 52, 216, critical hit. At last, with a decisive strike of the sky opening slash, he brought it down. The Flowery Skin Spectre was slain. Flowery Skin Spectre 3,580. Congratulations on defeating the Flowery Skin Spectre. You have gained 4 attribute points. Excellent. Rounding it up, this was quite rewarding. After slaying the Flowery Skin Spectre, Zhang Qing found himself slightly out of breath. The final blow, the sky opening slash, had consumed a considerable amount of energy. Yet the outcome was remarkable. He ultimately dispatched the Flowery Skin Spectre, which had begun to retreat. Now, facing the other 3 specters, which remained largely unscathed, Zhang Qing felt no pressure. Rather, he sensed victory was assured, because now he was ready to allocate points. His attack power was sufficient, but given the circumstances, he required greater stamina and evasion. Hence, let us enhance agility and bullish strength. Chapter 41, Stamina Abundant. Indeed, the 4 attribute points were instantly consumed. Congratulations, your technique River Shatter Steps has broken through its grade. You have mastered the mid-tier River Shatter Steps. Congratulations, your technique Sky Opening Slash has broken through its grade. You have entered the threshold of the upper tier Sky Opening Slash. Zhang Qing made his choice, expending 1 point each to break through the limits of the lower tier, and then spending 2 points to elevate the Sky Opening Slash by 1 level, effectively achieving a grade breakthrough. After the enhancement, Zhang Qing immediately felt his swordsmanship had become more exquisite and his footwork even more nuanced. Yet in the eyes of the 3 specters, Zhang Qing did not seem weakened by energy depletion. Rather, he appeared even more agile, his swordplay sharper than ever. 55, 53, 54. The makeup specter was howling in distress. Clearly, Zhang Qing had begun to target it. The red-faced specter sensed something was amiss. This human's stamina seemed limitless. Therefore, it roared in anger, determined to eliminate him before he picked them off one by one. The bone transformation specter let out a fierce growl, recklessly charging forward. Zhang Qing understood that they were about to resort to underhanded tactics. He needed the bone transformation specter to entangle him, ideally rolling around together, while the red-faced and makeup specters dealt the damage. Zhang Qing certainly would not allow that. He continuously evaded, unleashing a flurry of strikes at the bone transformation specter. With that hulking presence in play, he would surely be at a disadvantage. 32, 31, 29. This creature is incredibly tough. And, as the skeletal aberration unleashed its madness, wounds began to manifest upon my own body, and blood started to flow. Damn it! I'd also been struck in the chest by the red-faced specter. This fiend possesses a formidable offensive power. Currently, the situation stands as follows. Makeup Spectre, 1824, 3550. Skeletal Aberration, 2731, 3560. The Makeup Spectre is nearly incapacitated, while the skeletal aberration's health remains robust. As for the red-faced specter, its health is virtually untouched. The skeletal aberration, gnawing on itself, renders it exceedingly difficult for me to inflict damage upon the Makeup Specter, which is quite vexing. After casting a glance at my own health, I noted, Zhang Qing, 3321, 3562. Not too shabby. That healing warrior is unlike Young Man, as he has fully restored Zhang Qing's health. Presently, I still possess 3,300 health points. My margin for error is quite high. The skeletal aberration's attack power is not particularly daunting, so I shall directly exchange blows to eliminate the Makeup Specter. Zhang Qing mused. Once I rid myself of the Makeup Specter, I shall gain an additional 4 attribute points. At that juncture, enhancing my River Shatter step would allow me to dispatch the remaining 2 foes with ease, akin to fish in water. With a strategy set, Zhang Qing commenced his assault. He merely evaded the skeletal aberration's strikes with great effort. The specially enhanced skeletal aberration's attacks are hardly worth noting. Zhang Qing needed only to remain vigilant against the red-faced specter and the makeup specter. Thus, the pressure to evade lessened significantly. Simultaneously, each swipe of his blade was directed at the makeup specter's vital arteries. Critical hit, one blow after another, mercilessly delivered. The red-faced specter wore a grim expression, having never before encountered such a formidable adversary in the Candlelight Realm's first tier. The key issue lay in its formidable stamina. Were it a rat creature, such a level of evasion would have long since depleted its energy. Yet here we are. This creature resembles the Horse Clan, possessing an unyielding endurance, showing no signs of fatigue. Something is amiss. Let us press the attack. The red-faced specter bellowed. I must say, this red-faced specter is the most astute fiend Zhang Qing has ever encountered. Most others are mere brutes, yet this one employs strategy. However, at this point, such considerations are too late. The scales of battle began to tip long ago when the spotted specter fell. With 4 fiends now encircling him, Zhang Qing felt slightly overwhelmed. Now, faced with 3, he thought, how absurd. I shall strike, and strike again. Zhang Qing unleashed a flurry of blows upon the makeup specter, reducing it to a tattered sack, riddled with wounds and blood pooling upon the ground. Simultaneously, its health bar plummeted. Makeup retreat, the red-faced specter commanded. Indeed, the makeup specter began to withdraw, shielded by the red-faced specter and the skeletal aberration. It opened a concealed door and began to consume a corpse of a rat creature it had dragged from within. Then healing? You wish. Zhang Qing would rather endure a strike from the red-faced specter than allow the makeup specter to recuperate. With a single decisive blow, he unleashed the Heaven Splitter, sending the makeup specter flying. Bang! 163. 7. The makeup specter suffered greatly from this impact, crashing against a pillar and struggling to rise. Fiends, too, are governed by their physical structures. This violent collision nearly robbed it of its mobility. A prime opportunity. Zhang Qing activated the River Shatter step, charging forward. In a bold move, he even let his back go unguarded, bracing himself with sheer strength. 53, 56, 51, 5. Makeup Spectre, perish. Makeup Spectre, 0, 3,550. Congratulations on slaying the Makeup Spectre. You have gained 4 attribute points. At long last, it lies dead. Zhang Qing's health also diminished slightly. Those final blows had been quite punishing. Nevertheless, he still retained over 2,000 health points. His margin for error remained substantial. The red-faced specter was rendered speechless. This is absurd. This individual covered in wounds, blood streaming down, seems unaffected. Surely, no such resilient human exists. Could this person be a fiend? Zhang Qing turned, driving his blade against the red-faced specter, then delivering a kick to the skeletal aberration. Now it's a 1v2. Attribute points. Zhang Qing immediately allocated the 4 attribute points he had just acquired. Congratulations! Your technique, River Shatter Step, has advanced to the intermediate mastery level. The more he fought, the more he realized the utility of his footwork. Thus this time, Zhang Qing opted to enhance his agility with River Shatter Step. New insights flooded his mind. Fortunately, Zhang Qing's intellect was sufficient to comprehend them, allowing for swift application. You enjoy chasing me, do you? Now, I shall show you what true cruelty is. The elevation of my technique often proves more effective than mere physical augmentation. Zhang Qing, propelled by the River Shatter Step, deftly evaded the skeletal aberration's entanglement and the red-faced specter's strikes, countering with a swift slash. 43. Haha. This red-faced specter's defense pales in comparison to that of the skeletal aberration. The red-faced specter, surveying its wounds, was astounded. This fellow's speed has increased, and with its seemingly boundless stamina, its movements have quickened. Damn it! The red-faced specter roared. I refuse to believe your stamina is infinite. Once I slay you, I shall don your skin and mingle with the razor. Dream on. Zhang Qing plunged into battle with them, evading and exchanging blows, his mind steady and resolute. Meanwhile, the health bars above the red-faced specter and the skeletal aberration steadily declined. An execution? Merely a matter of time. Chapter 42. Agility is invaluable. Soon, the red-faced specter could no longer endure. It was absorbing damage, and thus Zhang Qing relentlessly focused his attacks upon it. 45, 43, 46. The red-faced specter's health bar plummeted, even surpassing that of the skeletal aberration. Zhang Qing's heart thumped like a giant drum. His stamina was indeed being drained. Yet the famed opening technique proved its worth. Its effects on stamina recovery are nothing short of miraculous. Not only could Zhang Qing recuperate during battle, but a sudden ruthless strike was delivered to the red-faced specter. The damage inflicted by the heaven-splitting slash was nothing short of astonishing. The sheer force of the blow sent the red-faced specter soaring. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Qing disregarded the principles of martial decorum. Leaping atop it and wielding his knife like a sword, stabbing and thrusting with relentless vigor. Critical hits erupted. In an instant, the red-faced specter was riddled with numerous wounds, its health plummeting dramatically. This series of attacks had drained over 600 health points from it. Soon after, the red-faced specter regained its senses and hurled Zhang Qing away. Yet, undeterred, Zhang Qing inhaled deeply and summoned another heaven-splitting slash. With a resounding critical hit, he severed the creature's head from its body. Now, it had no human skin left to tear. It was defeated. Congratulations on slaying the red-faced specter, earning 5 attribute points. It was done. 5 attribute points secured. Next came the final adversary, the bone-transmuting specter. This creature charged at Zhang Qing with a ferocious roar, clearly lacking the cunning of the red-faced specter. Zhang Qing's legs felt somewhat weak. Having unleashed 2 heaven-splitting slashes in quick succession had taken a toll. However, even in such a state of fatigue, he was not one to be trifled with by a simpleton like the bone-transmuting specter. After toying with it for a while and allowing his stamina to recover, he unleashed a final heaven-splitting slash to bring it down. Bone-transmuting specter, 3560. Congratulations on slaying the bone-transmuting specter, earning 4 attribute points. Zhang Qing exhaled, collapsing onto the ground. Victory! With sheer determination, he had vanquished all 4 specters single-handedly. It was unfathomable to think of such prowess in the past. He had finally attained a level of strength worthy of recognition. Exhilaration surged through him. Presently, he had accumulated 9 attribute points. Gazing at his status panel, Zhang Qing resolved to allocate 2 points to the river fragment step. This technique was incredibly useful. Moreover, due to player privileges, his version of the river fragment step had significantly evolved beyond its original form. The founder of this technique would surely be astounded by its effectiveness in Zhang Qing's hands. It was immensely more powerful than the original. Simultaneously, this battle had showcased the exceptional efficacy of the river fragment step and the opening technique. Their abilities to evade and replenish stamina compensated for any shortcomings in offensive power. Even a mere scratch was sufficient to dispatch a specter. With 2 attribute points invested, congratulations. Your technique, river fragment step, has been upgraded to the great perfection of the medium light tier. The upgrade had reached the great perfection level, but to ascend to the upper light tier, he required 2 more attribute points. Currently, he possessed only 7. Without hesitation, he allocated the points. Congratulations. Your technique, river fragment step, has been upgraded to the entry level of the upper light tier. With 5 points remaining, he decided to invest in the bullish strength technique as well. Congratulations! Your technique, bullish strength, has been upgraded to the great perfection of the medium light tier. Opening the status panel, he observed Zhang Qing, martial path, candlelight realm, first stage. Health, 3,212, 3,562. Constitution, 106. Intelligence, 6. Technique, opening technique. Heaven-splitting slash, river fragment step, bullish strength. Attribute points. 1. His techniques were beginning to catch up with his martial realm. It must be noted, the efficacy of these techniques was undeniable, closely intertwined with a warrior's combat prowess. Even a minor elevation in level could unveil remarkable differences in capability. Reflecting on his performance, Zhang Qing recognized the river fragment step, having withstood the trials of battle, as his primary focus for further enhancement. A slight scratch was tolerable, but being overwhelmed in combat was intolerable. Furthermore, he had no intention of forming a party. Thus, future encounters would likely see him facing multiple foes alone. The priority of the river fragment step was indisputable. Following this skirmish, Zhang Qing had already determined the optimal allocation for his forthcoming attribute points. He need not rush his realm elevation. A 10-point investment would yield minimal returns. The focus would remain on enhancing his techniques. With a deep sigh of relief, Zhang Qing stood up and opened the door to the fabric shop. Instantly, the stench of blood wafted out onto the street, drawing the curious gazes of passersby. Upon noticing the bloodied state of his attire, they scurried away in fright. The razor's reputation was indeed infamous. Zhang Qing remained unfazed, knowing it was only a matter of time before news spread. Before long, the cleanup crew arrived. Regrettably, no healing warriors were among them. Zhang Qing left the scene and returned home to change his clothes and rest before logging off. Logging off at noon was something Zhang Qing had never imagined just days prior. The recent ancestral rites of the Chuan family had posed a significant crisis, but thankfully, they had weathered it. Now, everything was progressing smoothly. The status he had attained and the benefits he could reap were beyond what he had dared to dream in his past life. Rising from his bed, Zhang Qing clenched his fist. After entering the candlelight realm, he had begun to feel a gradual transfer of power. His physical attributes were now among the elite globally. Yet, he knew it was still insufficient. After tidying up and having a meal, Zhang Qing swiftly prepared to log back in. Everything at home appeared normal. If a burglary had occurred during his brief offline period, it would have been akin to winning the lottery in terms of improbability. Once everything was in order, Zhang Qing stepped outside, strolling through the streets of the child city. Observing health bars flashing by, he felt no sense of monotony. Rather, a thrill akin to treasure hunting surged within him. As he wandered, he inadvertently found himself in the slums, an area typically inhabited by the city's destitute. Here, voices were hushed, and the dead often went unnoticed. Thus, it was also a hotspot for specters. Zhang Qing scanned the health bars and suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Chuanhao 1313, a member of the Chuan family, alive and, astonishingly, with not a drop of blood lost. Was this reasonable? Zhang Qing furrowed his brow. For an ordinary person, engaging in even the most mundane physical labor, or suffering injuries or hunger, would invariably affect their health. While a fully healthy individual could be found, such a condition was unlikely in the slums. Here, survival was precarious, yet he maintained perfect health. Zhang Qing instinctively desired to approach and take a closer look. Suddenly, a crimson bar appeared ahead, rather discreetly. Shui Ming, 1954. A member of the Shui family. Zhang Qing had encountered her before. She was the representative of the Shui clan at the Jabala of the Tai family. What's she doing here? Zhang Qing was curious but pretended to casually change his direction, moving a distance away from Chuanhao. Chapter 43. The Blue Blood and Forbidden Objects. Zhang Qing pondered the annihilation of the Chuan family. One intriguing aspect was that several families had not been completely eradicated. At that time, wiping out those above the microglow realm felt sufficient to Zhang Qing. Yet now, seeing Chuanhao alive and well, something felt amiss. The downfall of the Chuan family had been too abrupt, akin to a flood or a landslide. An entire clan uprooted in an instant. Was this normal? Today, Shui Ming's appearance here could be dismissed as mere coincidence. However, if it were intentional, then the matter concerning the Chuan family was far from over. Those individuals must be scheming something in the shadows. Never mind, it was best for him not to intervene in this affair for now. His strength was insufficient. Should he gain power in the future, perhaps there would be an opportunity to reap some benefits from it. Lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to Zhang Qing from behind. Zhang Xiong. The voice belonged to Guan Yutian. His presence here was expected, as he had secured a lucrative job. Judging by the broad smile on his face, he must have made quite a sum. Captain, is there something you need? Zhang Qing responded. Hey, the higher-ups suddenly assigned a task, Guan Yutian replied, somewhat exasperated. Do you remember that blood-flowered grievance from the backstreet? The man from that household was involved with the Tiger Clan shop, and upon returning, his home was filled with grievances. Blood-flower grievance. Zhang Qing recalled the incident vaguely. He had unexpectedly severed a head, or else he might have missed those 4 grievances. What is the current situation? Zhang Qing inquired. The razor not only captures grievances, but also plays a role in reconnaissance, Guan Yutian whispered, drawing closer. The Tiger Clan shop has issues. The intel from above indicates that they are smuggling forbidden objects, forbidden items. Zhang Qing's eyes lit up. What precisely qualifies as a forbidden object in the dark realm? His curiosity was piqued. Is that why you came to find me? Back then, we were the ones who dealt with the grievances in the backstreet. Matters of this nature typically involve the original crew. I understand, he replied. This move would benefit the involved parties in pursuing the clues relentlessly. Well, since I have nothing on my agenda, let's go take a look together, Zhang Qing suggested. Excellent. Let's not delay. We must hurry. Guan Yutian led the way. The group made their way directly to the Tiger Clan shop. The Tiger Clan, a major family in the Dark Realm, boasted men of extraordinary martial talent, fierce in combat, with little to no deficiencies in stamina or strength. They were indeed formidable. However, the Tiger Clan faced challenges in reproducing. Otherwise, the Dark Realm might well be unified under their banner. Soon, the group arrived at the Tiger Clan's establishment. Guan Yutian swallowed hard and pushed the door open. Zhang Qing followed closely behind. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings. Tang Yi, 765, 765. Tan Ki, 785, 785. Tan Zhu, 795, 795. Tang Te, 1222, 1222. Goodness, these 4 were all members of the Tiger Clan, towering nearly 2 meters tall, their physiques resembling walls. Moreover, each was at the microglow realm, with one even at the candlelight realm. Guan Yutian's height of approximately 1.50 meters was utterly overshadowed before them, lacking any semblance of intimidation. Were it not for his razor attire, he likely would not have dared enter the Tiger Clan shop. Esteemed sirs, may I inquire what brings you here? Spoke Tang Te, clad in attire befitting a shopkeeper, bowing slightly with a smile. As a candlelight realm cultivator, his demeanor resembled that of a market vendor, which was quite amusing. Ahem, Guan Yutian began. Didn't you go out for trade a while ago? Now, we have received intel suggesting that your dealings may be related to grievances. So we came to investigate. Tang Ti's expression shifted, revealing a troubled countenance. My lords, as you know, this city is dominated by several prominent families. For traders like us, there are challenges, he stated, then leaned in closer, speaking softly. My lords, to be honest, the Shui family entrusted us to transport a batch of goods. They are currently in the back courtyard. Aside from that, our shop primarily deals in daily necessities. If you wish to inspect, I can provide you with a list and open the warehouse for your examination. Guan Yutian trembled slightly. Dante spoke no falsehood. It was commonplace for major families to have capable shops assist in transporting goods during trade. However, could the razor afford to be negligent in such matters? What if they indeed contained forbidden items? The Shui family was currently the 3rd most powerful family in the city. If they were to turn hostile, those in charge might punish themselves, leaving those like Guan Yutian in dire straits. Yet, Yuan had specifically arranged for this investigation. Caught between 2 factions, it was quite the predicament. Finally, Guan Yutian took a deep breath and uttered 2 words through gritted teeth. Lead the way. Dong to nudit, promptly guiding the group to the warehouse. Upon arrival, he opened the door and began matching the goods to the list for Guan Yutian. Eventually, they revealed items belonging to the Shui family. 2 small boxes. My lord, shall we open them? Dong to inquired. These items are scheduled to be collected by the Shui family tomorrow. Open them, Guan Yutian declared, ready to take the risk. Zhang Qing leaned in a bit closer. Tang Te hesitated not. Even if they were the Shui family's goods, the razor had the authority to investigate. And what could he do? If the Shui family had objections, they could take it up with the razor. If they blamed the shop, who would dare accept jobs from the Shui family in the future? Tang Te cautiously opened the first box, revealing a mass of blood. It was blue, shaped like a blood sphere, and intriguingly, it remained intact, as if it were naturally spherical. This is blue grievance blood, a precious medicinal item. Dong Te exclaimed. It is exceedingly rare, procured with great effort from other cities, and the Shui family paid a hefty price for it. Guan Yutian nodded. Grievance blood was not considered a forbidden object. However, Zhang Qing's eyes gleamed with realization. Wasn't this precisely what young man was seeking? He had not anticipated that the Shui family had already acquired it. At that time, I will directly speak to young man. It will suffice to fulfill my obligations. I have no means to procure this item from the Shui family for her. Zhang Qing mused inwardly. Subsequently, after Tang Te carefully secured the blue eerie blood, he picked up the second box. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened it. In an instant, Guan Yuqian's pupils constricted. Clap. He immediately closed the box. This box hasn't been opened before, has it? Guan Yuqian fixed his gaze on Tang Te. Tang Te nodded affirmatively. It had indeed remained unopened. However, through the narrow gap, he had already glimpsed what lay within. Guan Yuqian was drenched in sweat, while Zhang Qing's mouth fell agape. Engulfed in an indescribable shock. A forbidden object. How could it possibly be a forbidden object? His worldview shattered. Chapter 44. The Eerie Transformation. What did Zhang Qing behold? Yes, he had indeed seen it. Even through the mere crack, he discerned the contents of the box. It was a fragment of broken metal, embedded with a green integrated circuit board. Indeed, Zhang Qing could not have been mistaken. It was undoubtedly a circuit board. Moreover, its level of integration and technological advancement vastly surpassed that of the most advanced levels on Blue Star. In the Dark Realm was a forbidden object. My heavens, what hidden secrets have I unearthed? Even in my past life, no one had ever stumbled upon this information. Zhang Qing exhaled deeply to calm himself. For now, he would keep this explosive revelation to himself. Guan Yuqian soon emerged. This errand was a laborious one. Brother Zhang, I find myself ensnared. Guan Yuqian lamented. The captain has worked hard. The higher-ups will surely understand. Zhang Qing chuckled in response. Thereafter, at the shop's entrance, Guan Yuqian prepared to return and report. Zhang Qing accompanied him, intending to have lunch together in the cafeteria. Upon returning to the Razor, Guan Yuqian went to report to Yuan, while Zhang Qing returned to Yang Man's courtyard. You're back so early? Yang Man was still diligently tending to her herbs in the courtyard. Yes, I had a duty with Guan Yuqian this morning, Zhang Qing replied. The Shui family entrusted the Tiger Clan shop with a shipment that includes a portion of blue eerie blood. Oh, Yang Man acknowledged, then fell silent. Zhang Qing continued. That belongs to the Shui family. I cannot procure it, but at least I have brought news, so what about my reward? Yang Man glanced at Zhang Qing and said, Wait a moment, I'll fetch it for you. After a brief moment, she returned with a porcelain vial. Here is a mid-grade spirit pill. It is sufficient for you to advance one rank, Yang Man stated. Oh, Zhang Qing nodded. The types of spirit pills are limited. It's impossible to have countless varieties for Zhang Qing to indulge in. The resistance ultimately belongs to the final realm. Attribute points must ultimately be derived from the eerie body. Opening the porcelain vial, Zhang Qing consumed its contents. Congratulations. You have consumed the Tianhai pill and gained 10 attribute points. Excellent. I now possess 11 attribute points. However, since these points were acquired from Yang Man, for the sake of my persona, I must invest them into my realm. Thus, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground, allocating points. Congratulations. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Would you like to proceed? Breakthrough. Breakthrough successful. You have successfully advanced to the second stage of the candlelight realm. Au revoir, Constitution 1. Zhang Qing felt a surge of energy envelop him before dissipating. The second stage of the candlelight realm was attained, marking a slight elevation in his realm. This improvement would augment his combat capability, albeit marginally. Currently, the enhancement from his technique was still the greatest. Zhang Qing opened his eyes, ready to head to the cafeteria to await Guan Yuqian. Forbidden objects. I wonder if Guan Yuqian would dare to discuss this topic. Did he simply leave like that? Yang Man observed Zhang Qing's departure and couldn't help but inquire. Is there something else? No, but don't you want to know what the Shui family is up to? The Shui family is a significant clan. What they intend to do has no bearing on me. Furthermore, as a mere individual, how could I possibly concern myself with such matters? Zhang Qing refrained from engaging with Yang Man's comments, inciting her frustration, as he turned away, muttering, the reputation of the eerie blood warriors holds no allure, does it? Don't you desire to know how the treatment warriors come about? What a fool. Zhang Qing absorbed her words, yet his stride did not falter. Regardless, he must not allow Yang Man to gain the upper hand. The power of eerie transformation? Zhang Qing had witnessed it before, when Yang Man first treated him. The system had alerted him, even granting him attribute points, perhaps in Constitution. As for her murmurs regarding eerie blood warriors, that likely pertains to the source of treatment warriors. Zhang Qing was indeed intrigued. However, he could not appear desperate for Yang Man's assistance. Otherwise, he would be easily manipulated in the long run. He was currently a free agent, and he would gradually uncover these secrets. Once he grew stronger, he would be able to access and master information regarding these hidden mysteries. The power of eerie transformation, eerie blood warriors, and even that forbidden object. No need to rush. Take it slow. Soon, noon arrived. Zhang Qing and Guan Yuqian sat at the same table with others. After finishing their meal, They engaged in conversation about various topics. As they chatted, Zhang Qing guided the discussion toward treatment warriors. This topic was not sensitive, and Guan Yutian spoke freely. However, ultimately, he merely conveyed that the core techniques of treatment warriors were exceedingly secretive, an absolute family secret. Following the downfall of the Chuan family, a star-level team was dispatched to swiftly confiscate the Chuan family's repository of scriptures. The techniques for treatment warriors within were certainly not meant for the ordinary populace. There were also whispers, such as the male-to-female ratio among treatment warriors being 1 to 10, with females being more suited for the role. Additionally, the core techniques of treatment warriors required specially crafted pills to access. Such spirit pills were of utmost importance and would never circulate outside. After discussing treatment warriors, the conversation shifted to eerie blood warriors. Unfortunately, Guan Yutian had no information whatsoever. Very well, his level was somewhat lacking. Zhang Qing ought to seek out an acquaintance from the Candlelight realm. After chatting for a while, they eventually had to go on patrol. Zhang Qing declined Guan Yutian's invitation to accompany him, opting to walk alone through the streets. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself once again in the impoverished district. This time, Shui Ming did not hide away but stood before Zhang Qing. She was a girl of the Mouse clan, exhibiting a high degree of anthropomorphism, comparable to members of the royal lineage of her race. Standing at approximately 1.6 meters, she was considered exceptionally tall among her kin. "Did young man send you?" Shui Ming inquired, gazing at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing narrowed his eyes. "I came to see Chuan Hao." There's no need for your concern. Return and inform young man that everything is proceeding according to plan," Shui Ming remarked. They are indeed concocting something. The Chuan family refrained from complete annihilation for a reason. "Fine, I understand," Zhang Qing declared, departing from the premises and heading elsewhere. Fortune was not on his side today. He had yet to uncover any traces of the supernatural. After wandering for most of the day, he had not encountered a single one, leading him to contemplate checking near the city wall. Surely, there must be some lurking outside. Just as Zhang Qing was about to leave, a glance at his health bar revealed a startling discovery. Beihu, 4950 for 1950. I found my target, he mused. This was undoubtedly a supernatural entity. Zhang Qing's expression brightened, and he immediately pursued it. The area was a slum, littered with crumbling walls, yet Zhang Qing managed to stealthily navigate through, evading detection by Baihu. Soon, he observed the entity entering a relatively concealed wooden shed. With utmost caution, he approached, managing to get close without alerting the supernatural being. Its vigilance was surprisingly lax, but one could understand why. This was indeed a slum, where the destitute scarcely moved, let alone eavesdrop. Upon getting nearer, voices emanated from within. "News has arrived. The informant within the Shui family has reported. Chuan Hao is the test subject, and the highly dangerous experimentation will commence by tomorrow at the latest. We must decide whether to keep Chuan Hao alive or eliminate him." Zhang Qing squinted his eyes. Hearing such words, he instantly realized there was an opportunity for profit. Chapter 45, Sabotage. The voices inside continued. "This matter is of utmost importance. I believe we must report to Lord Huai Shu. Indeed, we cannot make this decision ourselves." "Report? If you have everything planned, shouldn't it all unfold as intended? It's possible that the Shui family is deceiving you." Zhang Qing resolved to be a disruptor, determined to muddy the waters. With a sudden leap, he dashed towards Chuan Hao's location. In the next moment, the wooden shed nearly exploded as several supernatural entities surged forth. Zhang Qing glanced back at his health bar. Beihu, 4950 for 1950. Shao Qing, 7880, 7880. Xianchu, 8210, 8210. C2, 12200, 12200. A formidable assembly indeed. Charging in recklessly would surely lead to his downfall. However, if he ran, unless they were willing to resort to extreme measures, they would be unable to catch up with him. Damn it, the plan has been exposed. The Shui family has infiltrated to this extent. What to do now? I can't keep up unless I tear off some skin. The highly dangerous experimental plan was crucial. Lord Huai Shu had invested considerable effort. Plans never survive contact with reality. The ruthless C2 declared, "Beihu, you go report to Lord Huai Shu. We will call for reinforcements and seize Chuan Hao ourselves. The research on supernatural transformation will be handled by us." Upon hearing this, the other entities nodded in agreement, considering it the best course of action. In an instant, several supernatural beings sprang into action. Beihu went to report to Huai Shu, while the others signaled to summon hidden entities to prepare for the rescue. Zhang Qing sprinted swiftly, arriving at Shui Meng's side in no time. Quickly, Zhang Qing gasped, urgency in his voice. The supernatural beings have discovered our plan. We must relocate Chuanhao. Initially wearing a look of disdain, Shui Ming's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety upon hearing Zhang Qing's words. She quickly signaled, and in an instant, Shui family members hidden in the vicinity surged forth from all directions. Zhang Qing noted that even those of the Star Flicker realm were present. However, he paid little mind, prioritizing his own escape. Here, a battle could erupt at any moment. Indeed, within mere minutes, a throng of supernatural entities surrounded them from all sides. Antoine, how over to me? C2 demanded of Shui Ming. Unyielding, Shui Ming retorted with a single word, scram. C2 recognized that coercing the Shui family was futile. In the next instant, with a thunderous roar, he tore off his own skin, exclaiming, "Then I'll take him myself." Kill. In a frenzy, supernatural beings tore off their own skins, charging towards the Shui family. The battle commenced. In an instant, chaos reigned on the scene. Neither side was prepared for such an abrupt confrontation, and they were compelled to engage. The initial wave of attacks was cautious from both sides, yet equally bloody. Soon, genuine fury erupted, blood splattering as the area transformed into a slaughterhouse. Zhang Qing observed from a distance, remaining motionless. Now was not the time to act. Charging in at this moment could spell disaster. He waited, biding his time for the right opportunity. Soon, that opportunity presented itself. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. A significant force from the Shui family and the Razor were approaching. As they passed, Zhang Qing seamlessly blended into the ranks of the Razor, appearing entirely unremarkable. Hidden within the crowd, he felt a surge of excitement. It was time to seize the moment. Just like in the Chuan family, he would take advantage of the chaos. Before long, the forces of the Razor and the Shui family converged, launching a fierce assault on the battlefield that promptly forced the supernatural beings back. Amidst this chaos, Zhang Qing nocked an arrow, targeting each supernatural entity in sight. The damage need not be significant. Any damage would suffice. 33, 53, 42, 3. He was racking up points, and, as he continued to shoot, an announcement rang out in the background. Congratulations, you participated in the defeat of the giant root entity, earning 2 attribute points. A nameless 5,000 health supernatural being had perished. The attribute points were promptly credited to his account. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as reinforcements arrived for the supernatural entities. The scale of the battlefield expanded, spiraling into uncontrollable chaos. With no plan in place, the clash between humans and supernatural beings became utterly unpredictable. Countless entities and martial artists collided, engaging in a frenzied melee reminiscent of a meat grinder. Zhang Qing, like a seasoned veteran, maneuvered through the fray, his sword remaining sheathed while he relied solely on his bow to wreak havoc. Along the way, he even rescued a comrade from the Shui family. Congratulations, you have slain Shui Qianhua, earning 338 life points. Current maximum health, 3,974 per 1,000. Alas, one should not rush through the realm of faint glimmers. Haven't you noticed the throng of foes with immense vitality across the battlefield? Even the flickering flames of the candlelight realm could extinguish in an instant, my friend. Your lifeblood, I shall accept it. Permit me to carry on in your stead. Zhang Qing shrugged, his gaze searching for the next target. The chaos of war was tumultuous, yet Zhang Qing found joy amidst the turmoil. However, no matter how he maneuvered, one individual remained ever present in his peripheral vision. This disordered conflict was ignited by none other than Zhang Qing himself. The sole one privy to the pivotal details was Waterdream. Thus, seizing this chaotic moment, he resolved to eliminate her. In doing so, it would ensure a complete veil of secrecy. Even if inquiries arose later, there would be no evidence linking back to Zhang Qing. Waterdream, 1453-1954. The girl still possessed substantial health. There was no need for haste. Suddenly, a gust of wind whispered through the air. Instinctively, Zhang Qing executed a nimble maneuver to evade. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Three-Handed Trickster, 4392, for 1,950. It is you. You have thwarted our plans. He hissed in a low growl. Zhang Qing narrowed his eyes. 4,940 health points. This individual was Beihu. Splendid. With a swift motion, Zhang Qing readied his bow and dashed forward with light-footed grace. With fewer than 5,000 health points, he could manage. Bang! The long blade unsheathed, crashing mightily against the arm of the Three-Handed Trickster. 23. 1. Oh, what tremendous force! It blocked the assault, yet the recoil cost it a drop of health. Roar! The Three-Handed Trickster retaliated immediately. Alas, to Zhang Qing, the speed of this counterattack seemed laughably slow. Dodging the attack, Zhang Qing began to swing his great sword, unleashing a tempest of blades upon it. 56. 53, 52, 57. Now, this was the kind of assault that resonated. Though it still grazed somewhat, it was a marked improvement. It would undoubtedly leave its mark. Moreover, while he dealt damage, Zhang Qing kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. If any unfamiliar foes appeared, he would assuredly seize the opportunity. Chapter 46. The Chaotic Battlefield. The three-handed trickster was flabbergasted. Was this fellow merely toying with him, engaging in combat, while simultaneously surveying the battlefield? How could a mere candlelight realm combatant exude such an air of command? What business did those prominent figures or high-health foes have with him? And here he was, engaging in battle while attempting to siphon off their power? Zhang Qing clicked his tongue. Given the current circumstances, everything was proceeding splendidly. The three-handed trickster served as his cover. Other foes would not perceive him wandering about to strike. Meanwhile, he could frantically accumulate attribute points during this process. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of the armored malevolent, earning 2 attribute points. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of the mineral shifter, earning 2 attribute points. Congratulations on participating in the defeat of the bear demon, earning 2 attribute points. So many. A cacophony echoed from the back end. Zhang Qing glanced at his attribute point tally, which had soared beyond the threshold of 20 points. With this surge, he was poised for takeoff. Once more, he checked Water Dream's health. Water Dream, 1153, 1954. Still quite robust. No matter, I shall dispatch you sooner or later. Roar. The three-handed trickster let out a furious bellow. This person was far too insulting. Zhang Qing, why are you shouting so loudly? He then initiated a sky cleave. Boom. 272. A critical hit. The three-handed trickster was sent flying. The distance was considerable. Zhang Qing pursued, and thus they subtly distanced themselves from the heart of the battle. A glance back sent chills down Zhang Qing's spine. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. The Razor faction continued to send reinforcements, while the Water clan surged forth in waves. Meanwhile, it seemed the tricksters were also deploying their ranks. The sounds of flesh being torn apart echoed ominously. This impoverished district was suffused with a thick, sanguine mist. The instigator, Zhang Qing, clicked his tongue, redirecting his focus onto the three-handed trickster. Taking advantage of its moment of vulnerability, he lunged forward with a flurry of stabs, thrusting his blades mercilessly. 56, 58, 54, 57. Three-handed trickster, 1415, for 1,950. He pierced it until it cried out in despair, its health dwindling rapidly. You will pay for this. The three-handed trickster struggled to rise, desperate for a counterattack. But scarcely had it spoken when Zhang Qing delivered another devastating strike, toppling it once more. This creature was grievously injured, its combat prowess severely diminished. Zhang Qing was a cunning adversary. Each strike targeted the joints of his opponent. With each wound inflicted, the trickster's combat capabilities diminished further. At this juncture, the possibility of a counterstrike was virtually non-existent. Zhang Qing pressed the attack, damage consistently manifesting from its forehead. 59, 61, 53. Finally, he concluded with a decisive sky cleave. 143. Three-handed trickster, 0 for 1,950. Dead. Congratulations on defeating the three-handed trickster, earning 5 attribute points. Zhang Qing turned his gaze toward the battlefield and swiftly maneuvered to engage with the newly arrived foes. The battlefield was now in utter disarray. Coupled with the dense blood mist, even the upper echelons found it challenging to issue commands. Indeed, should one attempt to impose their will, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, resulting in catastrophic losses. Thus, it was better to simply endure. My lord, the Water clan has fortified their defenses around the area of Chuanhao. We cannot infiltrate for the time being. A humanoid trickster spoke to the nearby Huai Tree trickster. The Huai Tree trickster had donned a new human guise, shedding its former identity as the Iron family's iron behemoth. It now appeared as a lecherous old man. Remarkably, without tearing off the human skin, one would hardly discern any oddity. Do not fret. Do you not see that the Iron you families are refraining from intervention? The Huai Tree trickster chuckled. They have never been a unified front. Indeed, the Water clan is holding firm. The true support that has arrived comes solely from the Razor faction. Yet, not a single core member from the Iron or you families is in sight. It seems they are merely watching the Water clan expend their resources, summoning all the hidden tricksters in the sub-city. Since the esteemed lord desires to witness a grand spectacle of war, we shall provide it. The Huai Tree trickster's laughter grew increasingly sinister, almost tearing its human guise apart. Currently, the Water clan was holding the line, while the area surrounding Chuanhao was a gathering ground for the core members of the Water clan. As he huddled like a fool, muttering incessantly for his life, Chuanhao's demeanor irked the powerful figures surrounding him. This is unacceptable. Someone exclaimed. Are we to endure this any longer? We are on the brink of confrontation. The leader of the Shui family furrowed his brow, then spoke slowly. Let us commence the experiment directly. After acquiring the data, we shall withdraw from the battlefield. There's a possibility of betrayal from the Tai and Yu families. The Shui family must act decisively. Prolonging this situation is unwise. Although Chuanhao has not yet reached his limit, he can still serve as a standard for our experiment. Upon finishing his words, several individuals promptly produced a peculiar elixir. This potion was strikingly unusual, possessing a metallic texture, and upon closer inspection, it appeared to contain a green crystalline powder. After administering it to Chuanhao, he swiftly underwent a transformation. His health points began to surge. Chuanhao 102, 102. Chuanhao 1302, 1302. Chuanhao 2432, 2422. Chuanhao 3612, 3612. It seemed his vitality was still escalating. From an inconsequential, ordinary individual, he had surged into the realm of the missing moon. Moreover, it showed no signs of cessation. Could it be a grotesque blood warrior? This was undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough. The Shui family members were left in a state of astonishment. The speed of this ascension was unfathomable. If such heights could be attained through grotesque blood and elixirs, why toil through rigorous training? Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chuanhao's form began to shift violently, his body inflating as if filled with air. Then, he transcended human form. Terrifying mutations manifested upon him. A head sprouted from his armpit. Tentacles emerged from his abdomen, and a massive tumor bulged from his back. His head became adorned with a multitude of eyes. In an instant, Chuanhao had morphed into a monster. Moreover, throughout this transformation, his aura intensified. Should Zhang Qing have been present, he would have witnessed Chuanhao's health points escalating beyond reason. Chuanhao 12102, 12102. Chuanhao 17102, 17102. Chuanhao 21102, 21102. This being had transcended the very definition of humanity. Please do not kill me. I see it. Chuanhao babbled incoherently. His eye-laden head momentarily displayed fear, only to be overtaken by madness. Chapter 47. Under Surveillance. A peculiar sound resonated, grand and resonant, akin to the ticking of fate's clock. Countless individuals were startled by this sound echoing in their minds. Yet, when no further changes occurred, they dismissed it as mere hallucination. The Shui family members surrounding Chuanhao frowned, only to relax in resignation. Perhaps it was merely some form of psychic influence. Only Young Man, situated in the razor-high tower, was filled with ecstasy upon hearing this sound. Yes, this is it. However, her brow furrowed once more. But why? Why did it only ring once? Shouldn't it have chimed 60 times? A sigh escaped Young Man's lips as she contemplated. The grotesque blood and forbidden substances still cannot lead one to ascend the sequence. So, what else is required beyond the appropriate roles to truly step into this realm? Suddenly, a voice broke through. Young Man, Yuan has arrived. The grotesque blood's mutation process has commenced. The Shui family succumbed to pressure and forcibly administered the blood warrior elixir to Chuanhao. He is now mutated. According to reports from our scouts, he appears unstable. Young Man's expression remained calm as she turned to respond. The creation of a grotesque blood warrior is inherently a violation of humanity. To grant an ordinary person the instantaneous combat prowess of the missing moon, is that reasonable? Thus, failure is to be expected. Yu's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Young Man as she sought to voice her dissatisfaction. Yet, she ultimately spoke with a composed tone. The power of grotesque transformation is inherently superior to that of a warrior. As a healing warrior, you must understand the intricacies involved. Our predecessors utilized grotesque blood to create a healing warrior system. Why should we not advance further to establish a grotesque blood warrior system? Young Men Boted, Rippling. My dear Yuan, many have perished in the experiments of grotesque blood warriors over the years. It may not be the correct path. However, based on Chuanhao's transformation, I have conceived a new idea. Are you still prepared to invest in this? Yu's brow furrowed. Young Man, your words alone represent a substantial resource commitment. You must divulge your thoughts. Quite simply, Young Man replied. Do you know the sensation of ecstasy? Oh, but I suppose Miss Yuan is not yet married, so you wouldn't know. I suspect that during the grotesque transformation, an overwhelming pleasure may arise. Chuanhao is male, so he couldn't resist. If it were female, perhaps she could withstand it, considering how females respond to pleasure. Moreover, we might even take a more radical approach. If grotesque blood fails, why not transplant the flesh or even the organs of grotesque entities into human bodies? After all, if one is to be called a grotesque blood warrior. It feels incomplete without at least one or two grotesque blood attributes, does it not? Yuan took a step back, aghast at the woman before her. Is it even conceivable to transplant grotesque entities' organs into human bodies? This is nothing short of monstrous engineering. No, it is clear that young man has been creating monsters from the outset. So, should I proceed with this? At present, the grotesque blood warrior project had already incurred substantial investment. Years of data had been amassed. To abandon it now, Yuan exhaled deeply, saying, "Let us wait until we receive more data from Chuan Hao. I will give you a response tomorrow." Young man nodded, picking up a small device resembling binoculars, and continued observing the battlefield. In the slums, the battlefield remained unchanged despite Chuan Hao's mutation. He was formidable, towering an impressive height of 56 meters. Yet, he continued to murmur, pleading for his life. Even with combat power rivaling that of the missing moon, he remained utterly timid, failing to exhibit a shred of fighting spirit. The Shui family members were perplexed. Should they retreat or eliminate him on the spot? This is undeniably a product of failure. Hesitation and confusion linger. Yet, the tumult of battle does not pause. Outside, the clash of combat rages on. Zhang Qing, in his element, navigates through the chaos with remarkable finesse. He either engages in a deceptive display against foes with thousands of health points or simply glides through the fray. His accumulated attribute points have exceeded 50 and continue to rise steadily. Suddenly, a bone blade cleaves through the air with tremendous force. Zhang Qing reacts swiftly, raising his long sword to block. Bang! He is sent flying, a surge of pain radiating from his arm. This is sheer brute force. Upon closer inspection, he realizes he has caught the attention of a bone blade specter. After launching him away, it does not shift its focus, instead charging directly at him. Bone blade specter, 5734, 7560. 7,500 health points. This is a foe only a flame light realm practitioner can contend with, and fortuitously, he is indeed at that level. He smirks. What a facade. Steadying himself, he surges forward, initiating his sky opening slash. The bone blade specter, sensing Zhang Qing's audacity to retaliate, roars with excitement, unleashing a powerful strike. Boom! A thunderous sound erupts. 131. 45. Zhang Qing is again sent reeling. The 45 points of damage represent the recoil he endured, while his sky opening slash inflicts 131 points of damage upon the specter. He feels a slight sense of suppression. Zhang Qing muses. This bone blade specter is indeed a formidable entity of the flame light realm. Even a third or fourth tier practitioner would likely find themselves overwhelmed. As a mere second tier practitioner, my strength is still somewhat illusory. If I were to grind it out, I could slay it, Zhang Qing contemplates. However, the situation is increasingly perilous. It would be prudent to allocate more points. Health is paramount. Should I fall to a mere scrape, all my efforts would be in vain, and that would be laughable. Thus, he decides to invest points. Presently, he has amassed 60 attribute points. He channels them directly into his techniques. Now, aside from his elemental arts, all other skills have reached the entry level of the superior microglow tier. He invests all points without hesitation. Congratulations. Your technique sky opening slash has advanced to the entry level of flame light realm. Congratulations. Your technique river fragment step has advanced to the entry level of flame light realm. Congratulations. Your technique bullish strength has advanced to the entry level of flame light realm. With 60 attribute points, he has maximized his potential. Shaking his head, he feels a slight pressure from the rapid advancement of his techniques, but it is manageable. He opens his status panel. Zhang Qing. Martial Path. Flame Light Realm Tier 2. Health points 3612 4000. Physique 116. Intelligence 6. Techniques, Opening Elemental Art, Sky Opening Slash, River Fragment Step, Bullish Strength. Attribute points 0. He chuckles. A genuine practitioner of the Flame Light realm. Moreover, the techniques bolstered by his attribute points are particularly potent. Bone Blade Spectre, I shall use you as a banner. Chapter 48. Here I come. Zhang Qing grips his longsword tightly, shaking his head as he strides forth with an air of supreme arrogance. His mind swells slightly, but a shake will suffice. The Bone Blade Spectre, witnessing his audacity, exclaims in disbelief. This brat is far too arrogant. He must be dealt with. It charges forward with a furious howl. Then, bang, 205. With a single sky opening slash, Zhang Qing sends it hurtling away. The Bone Blade Spectre stands stunned. What is happening? That brat seems transformed, exhibiting greater strength, refined swordplay, and a more ethereal movement. A breakthrough? That cannot be right. Even a sudden breakthrough would not yield such comprehensive enhancement. The The Boneblade Spectre, dazed, finds itself at Zhang Qing's mercy. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, launching a barrage of stabs. His rapidly moving arms pierce the spectre, creating dozens of wounds. 64, 73, 69, 63. Boneblade Spectre, 2653, 7560. This relentless assault drains over 3,000 of its health. Seizing the opportunity to claim your life. This principle applies universally. By the time the Boneblade Spectre regains its senses and retaliates, it finds itself riddled with gaping holes. With a slight exertion, it begins to bleed profusely. You damn scoundrel! The Boneblade Spectre, now enraged, disregards its injuries and charges at Zhang Qing. However, its vengeful strike fails to even graze him. Zhang Qing's agility has ascended to the level of flame light, rendering the Spectre's speed utterly inconsequential. In fact, should he focus intently, he could likely execute minute-evasive maneuvers, effortlessly dodging all of the Spectre's attacks. Is that all? Zhang Qing taunts the Boneblade Spectre, while continuing to survey the battlefield. Now that he has the Spectre under control, there is no need to rush. He can afford to practice a bit, lest he draw too much attention to himself. He also glances over at Shui Meng. Shui Meng, 572, 1950. TSK. This girl is on the brink of collapse. With a raised eyebrow, Zhang Qing begins to manipulate the Boneblade Spectre's movements, directing their skirmish closer to Shui Meng. Unbeknownst to her, he approaches stealthily. She continues to fend off the Spectre's onslaught. Don't dodge, you scoundrel! The Boneblade Spectre cries out in frustration, pursuing Zhang Qing as he shifts the battlefield. However, it soon finds itself silenced. Zhang Qing pierces its vocal cords, rendering it mute while simultaneously inflicting a bleeding effect. The Boneblade Spectre has nearly succumbed to madness. With its injuries, it could withdraw from the battlefield and perhaps survive due to its resilience. Yet, it insists on pursuing Zhang Qing, seemingly determined to fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, bang! A colossal hand descends from the heavens, scattering Shui Meng's group. Everyone is sent flying. Zhang Qing glances over. Giant Arm Spectre, 17345, 18,000. 18,000 health. This is clearly a foe of the Star Flash realm. Zhang Qing retreats abruptly, delivering a sky-opening slash that sends the Boneblade Spectre to its demise. 424. Critical hit. Boneblade Spectre, 0, 7,560. Congratulations. You have slain the Boneblade Spectre, earning 8 attribute points. 8 attribute points added. Thereafter, Zhang Qing swiftly pivots and races towards Shui Meng, as the Giant Arm Spectre is likely to be engaged by the Shui clan's Star Flash realm experts. Otherwise, this creature would annihilate all the younger members of the Shui family. After avoiding several battle groups and skillfully knocking a few arrows, Zhang Qing spotted Shui Meng. Shui Meng, 254, 1950. The blood was almost gone. It was urgent. However, Shui Meng began to retreat, seemingly intent on exiting the battlefield. Understandably so. There was no need for such a formidable descendant of the Shui family to engage in a desperate fight here. What to do? If she left, it would be a glaring flaw on his part. Zhang Qing's eyes swept the surroundings, and suddenly he had an idea. A monstrous creature with dual hands spread wide, howling defiantly at the sky. It turned in fury, noticing a shameless individual furiously jabbing at its skin. This was intolerable. After years of combat, he had never encountered such audacity. You are doomed. It roared and charged directly at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing turned and fled, casting a taunting glance back. Blood Fox Demon, 11053, 11,900. This was a beastly form of a demon. While its combat techniques were straightforward, its speed was remarkable due to its beastly nature, darting through the fray like a gale. Zhang Qing quickly targeted it and then, with the beast in tow, dashed towards Shui Meng. As he drew near, he shouted, "Miss, save me." Shui Meng was on the verge of leaving the battlefield. Upon hearing the voice, she turned to see. Wasn't this one of Yang Man's subordinates? Was this a message from him again? Such a pity to die here. Could it be that there were hidden secrets lurking? No, she could not allow him to perish. Perhaps he could reveal some secrets regarding Yang Man. This thought flashed through Shui Meng's mind. Yang Man was a uniquely significant individual in this city, possessing knowledge that remained untouched by others. There were many secrets to unearth from her. If a spy could be placed near her, the rewards would be staggering. With this in mind, Shui Meng immediately surged toward Zhang Qing. The beastly demon exuded tremendous power. Prolonged combat would likely be beyond her capability. However, rescuing a person in its presence? That would be a cinch. Shui Meng moved with incredible speed, as she was at the zenith of the candlelight realm. merely 50 points of combat power away from the Star Flash realm. So, she shouted, "Quick, take my hand, I'll lead you to safety." As their hands touched, both exerted force simultaneously. Shui Meng pulled Zhang Qing, eager to escape, while Zhang Qing summoned all his strength to remain behind. Shui Meng was momentarily stunned. By the time she comprehended the situation, the claws of the blood fox demon were already sweeping toward them. "Miss, be careful." Zhang Qing's face was etched with urgency as he attempted to shield Shui Meng. But it was just a fraction too short. Bang! The two were sent flying. 352. 233. Damage indicators flared above their heads. Zhang Qing glanced at his health bar. Zhang Qing, 3245, 4000. Then he looked at Shui Meng's. Shui Meng, 111950. Oh no, bloodskin. This was severe injury. Indeed, the next moment, Shui Meng coughed up blood. 3. Now, her remaining health dwindled to a mere 8 points. Zhang Qing did not wear a victorious grin. Instead, he rushed forward in a panic. The blood fox demon was already charging towards Shui Meng. "Damn it! Don't steal my health pack, you bastard!" "Miss!" Zhang Qing bellowed as he charged forward, resembling a devoted knight protecting his lady. The next moment, bang! 213. He blocked the blood fox demon's attack. However, he was unable to stabilize himself and crashed into Shui Meng. He secretly exerted strength, determined to slam the creature to the ground. Chapter 49. This world is insane. Shui Meng had no idea what was happening. All she knew was that a shadow had hurtled toward her. Bang! 8. Shui Meng 0, 1950. Congratulations. You have slain Shui Meng, gaining maximum health value of 1950. Current maximum health value, 3,631, 5,950. Woohoo! Zhang Qing's heart soared with elation. He had dealt with the flaw of Shui Meng and consumed his health pack, bringing his health nearly to 6,000. This was incredible. However, he could not afford to laugh out loud. It was time to wrap things up. "Bastard!" Zhang Qing roared as he charged at the blood fox demon, employing a reckless blood exchange strategy. The blood fox demon was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? It didn't understand, but the members of the Shui family were quick to comprehend. Around Shui Meng's body, several individuals appeared, staring at her lifeless form in shock. Then they turned their gaze toward the blood fox demon, their eyes brimming with hatred. Several members of the Shui family charged forward, joining Zhang Qing in a frenzied assault against the blood fox demon. In less than a minute, not even a full minute, the blood fox demon succumbed to their onslaught. Its health of over 10,000 evaporated like a mirage before their combined might. Zhang Qing fought valiantly, but unfortunately, he did not deliver the final blow. Congratulations, you participated in the kill of blood fox demon, earning 6 attribute points. Nonetheless, he had contributed substantial damage and received half of the attribute points. After dispatching the blood fox demon, Zhang Qing did not glance back at Shui Meng. Instead, he feigned a demeanor of despondence and re-entered the battlefield. Throughout this process, he refrained from checking anyone's health bars. These individuals were likely of the Star Flash realm, with acute senses. Hey, that person. Never mind. Shui Meng must have had a connection with him. In battles against demons, death was a common occurrence. Sigh. The group sighed and then departed. Zhang Qing continued his charade, fully immersing himself in the act. He couldn't afford to falter now. He joined the fray against the demons, and he was now fully charged. His combat prowess was commendable, allowing him to narrowly escape death repeatedly. In fact, his health bar was sufficiently high, enabling him to withstand considerable damage, and he found it easier to latch onto other demons in the chaos. After all, he had entered the fray. The tumult of battle continues unabated. One group perishes while another rises. The same applies to the enigmatic. Both sides unleash genuine fury here. Thus, the Shui family within the wooden shed finds itself at a crucial juncture, forced to make a decision. What shall be done with this Chuan Hao? Given that failure has already struck, shall he be eliminated? His current state bears little distinction from the enigmatic. If he is indeed being manipulated, are we not inadvertently aiding the enemy? The process of transformation into the enigmatic is a perilous endeavor. While it may yield a flawless warrior, it also risks creating powerful, uncontrollable aberrations. The shadows of the transformation incident in Phoenix City linger in memory. At this moment, the Shui family is left with no choice but to eliminate Chuan Hao. Let's proceed. Just as the words fell, before the Shui family could act, the ground began to quake, and the entire wooden shed was suddenly upended by the branches of a locust tree. Gentlemen, might I request the return of my kin? The locust tree's enigmatic form approached with a mischievous grin, pointing at Chuan Hao. Behold, he is clearly not one of yours, is he? Thus, consider this a benevolent act. Ha ha! A cold snort resonated. A powerful warrior from the Shui family, possessing the strength of the Crescent Moon realm, surged towards Chuan Hao, intent on slaying him. However, with a resounding crash, the locust tree's enigmatic form tore through the human facade, revealing its true embodiment, a treeman. Indeed, the embodiment of the locust tree bore a striking resemblance to a treeman. Its withered bark was etched with deep grooves, and a fresh branch sprouted from its forehead, with tender leaves fluttering in the wind. Though it appeared somewhat clumsy, its aura was decidedly perilous. With a slight stomp, the ground erupted, unleashing a vine that intercepted the warrior aiming to kill Chuan Hao. Seeking death, the warrior roared in fury and immediately charged at the enigmatic locust tree, akin to a lit fuse. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted within the wooden shed. Enigmatic beings tore through human skin, joining the fray, while Chuan Hao, the supposed protagonist, found himself neglected amidst the chaos. Alas, this fellow was rather dim-witted, his massive form curled into a corner, still pleading for his life. As the clash of formidable forces intensified, Zhang Qing sensed a shift in the tide. Breaking free from the melee, he began to maneuver, casting a glance around. Shui Gao, 274, 2,450. A sudden realization struck him. Wasn't he this the individual who had fought alongside him, aiding Shui Meng in her quest for vengeance? The Starflash realm, truly formidable. Just then, a colossal fist came hurtling towards him, and Shui Gao's head exploded instantaneously, resulting in his demise. Zhang Qing clicked his tongue. This blood bag was gone. In truth, even had the blood bag survived, Zhang Qing would not have stooped to lick it. The core of the Starflash realm was a terrifying battleground. His petite frame could easily be obliterated. Remaining outside was decidedly safer. Turning back, he noted that reinforcements were continuously joining the fray. Moreover, he discerned the presence of healing warriors providing support. It appeared the Razor faction had gone mad. Healing warriors were a precious commodity. Engaging in a war of attrition here? Should even one perish, it would be a colossal loss. Suddenly, Zhang Qing spotted a familiar face. Young man. What on earth is this young lady doing here? He pondered. Wait, as one of the strategists. Young man's presence here implies the battlefield is about to be rewritten? Retreat. Zhang Qing decisively resolved. The enigmatic beings lacked the power to confront the Razor faction and their allies directly. Otherwise, they would have long since revealed their intentions. With the Razor's healing warriors entering the fray, Zhang Qing acutely sensed that a significant shift in the battle was imminent. Thus, he prepared to make his escape. After all, he had already secured his share. As long as the enigmatic perished in droves, Zhang Qing would take flight. What brings you here? Young men inquired, observing Zhang Qing's disheveled state. Her brow furrowed slightly, exuding a hint of adorableness. Zhang Qing pouted, genuinely feeling famished. I was patrolling when I noticed the battle here and decided to join in, he replied casually, fabricating his reasoning. In truth, the informed Shui Meng had already met her fate. Stay close to me, don't perish. Young men commanded, continuing onward. The Razor faction's aggressive advance began to dominate the battlefield. The enigmatic forces were retreating steadily. However, in the core area, the combat prowess of those at the Crescent Moon level remained astonishingly formidable, remaining largely unaffected. Then, under Zhang Qing's watchful gaze, Yang Man directed several healing warriors to converge. From her sleeve, she produced a box and slowly opened it. Zhang Qing was left utterly astounded. This was a technological artifact. Goodness, this world had gone mad. His worldview shattered. Chapter 50, Star Steel. In the Dark Realm, from the moment the game was released in the previous life until its arrival, everyone had accepted it as an ancient wasteland game. Houses were constructed of wood, and people donned coarse linen garments. Metallurgy was primitive, currency was metallic, and messages were conveyed by human messengers, while conversations were shouted. No technological artifacts had ever surfaced. This was why Zhang Qing was so astounded upon witnessing the so-called forbidden item, a highly integrated silicon crystal, that day. Yet now, it had escalated beyond belief. When the box was opened, it revealed a fist-sized, hexagonal, crystalline artifact, shimmering with radiant light, reminiscent of a running marquee, exuding a sense of science fiction. It featured exquisitely designed buttons and visible conduits. As the brilliance pulsed, the artifact seemed to quiver with awareness, as if breathing. It resembled some sort of engine. Coughing. Zhang Qing instinctively thought this. The overwhelming sense of science fiction made it seem entirely plausible to consider it the engine of some device. What is this? He could not help but inquire. Young Man chuckled softly. The number 1 forbidden item in Zicheng, Star Steel. Do not approach too closely. The reason it is termed a forbidden item is due to its forbidden power. This power can seize one's very soul. Zhang Qing took a step back, his heart momentarily halting. Star Steel, a treasured artifact, one that could elevate a person into the ranks of a sequence. At this moment, it lay before him. If he could seize it and escape into the wilderness, would that idea be feasible? As this thought blossomed, he could not help but scan the surroundings. Upon doing so, his heart sank. Yu Tianhai 4376 for 1,400. Yu Tianxiong 4211 for 1,500. Ao Yu Qianlao 4,352. 4,600. My goodness, over 4,000 health points. This is the Chaoyang realm. Wait, something is amiss. When the elder of the Yu family emerged, he had a health pool of 5,999. Could it be that the Yu family possesses some hidden secrets? Ah, I see now. The health of the prominent figures defies conventional parameters. Nonetheless, 5,999 should represent the zenith of the Chaoyang realm. Incredible. How astonishing that this realm has a health cap of 2,000, unlike other realms which are limited to merely 1,000. To return to the main topic, Zhang Qing's ambition to steal this Star Steel and leave the city is nothing more than a pipe dream. 3 formidable figures of the Chaoyang realm guard this place. It appears that no one can lay claim to this so-called first forbidden object of the sub-city, the Star Steel. The burden is heavy and the road ahead is long. To acquire this item, one must bring the entire Yu family to their knees. This task is explosive. And now, what does young man intend to do with it? Zhang Qing pondered. However, in the next moment, his worldview began to undergo a radical transformation. Several healing warriors approached, their hands radiating a shimmering green light. This healing aura began to converge upon the Star Steel. Consequently, it seemed as though the Star Steel had come to life. It was as if the healing green light was charging it. Then, Zhang Qing felt a force push him back, causing him to involuntarily stumble. Not only Zhang Qing, but everyone surrounding the Star Steel trembled involuntarily. Even the 3 prominent figures of the Chaoyang realm took a step back. What in the world? What kind of power is this? Hey, this is going off the rails. I am a staunch believer in martial prowess. This is entirely irrational. However, such is the nature of the Dark Realm. After the Star Steel unleashed this unique wave of energy, young man exhaled deeply and closed the box, entrusting it to the 3 figures for safekeeping. Zhang Qing couldn't resist stealing another glance at the box, only to receive a fierce glare from Yu Tianhai. The gaze of a Chaoyang realm warrior was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Zhang Qing. Fortunately, there were no further repercussions. Now, wait, young men, commandant. Her eyes fixed intently ahead. In her heart, she mused, even if Chuan Hao is merely a failed experiment, he will still be influenced by the forbidden object. What might transpire? It is truly exciting. In the ruins of the wooden shed, the prominent figures fought fiercely, entirely oblivious to Chuan Hao's transformation. He now resembled a grotesque creature, sporting 2 heads, several hands, and numerous grotesque growths. With the ripple emanating from the Star Steel, he began to change. The grotesque growths fell away, excess heads dropped off, and even the extra limbs began to dissolve. A foul stench began to permeate the air. The discarded remnants rapidly began to decay. Yet, Chuan Hao had already reverted to his human form. Moreover, even his physique began to contract. During this retraction, fine shards of silicon crystal began to emerge from his skin, transforming him into a diminutive green figure. His gaze grew clearer, even profound. Transformation, a monumental transformation. Chuan Hao seemed as if he had undergone a complete possession, entirely different from his former self. The timid Chuan Hao had vanished, replaced by an entity reminiscent of a protagonist, infused with a rising mystical power. He now shone brightly, akin to a constellation. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward him. What is happening? The members of the Shui family were bewildered. Has it succeeded? An eerie blood warrior? Observing the little green figure, they couldn't help but exclaim. Yet, the Huai tree demon grew anxious, rushing forward recklessly, intent on killing him. An eerie blood warrior, to the eerie, was a catastrophic experiment, because once successful, they would become prey, hunted down mercilessly. The extermination of the eerie in this world would merely be a matter of time. Thus, this plan must not succeed. Chuan Hao, whether or not he is a successful experiment, must die. Chuan Hao regarded the Huai tree demon charging at him, calmly stating. That sensation instilled a terrifying certainty in those around him. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that, as soon as he uttered the word "I," a voice began to resonate in everyone's mind, reminiscent of the ticking of a clock, echoing tick-tock, tick-tock. Shalt! An ineffable shock. Zhang Qing heard it too. His expression turned to one of astonishment as he turned to young man. On her face, there was unrestrained ecstasy, As she quietly counted the numbers 1234, she continued to tally the occurrences of the sound resonating in her mind. Unfortunately, after 4 chimes, it came to a complete halt. Young Man was momentarily stunned, her countenance betraying her disappointment. Even with the use of a secret treasure, the outcome remained unchanged. She turned and departed, muttering as she left. The pendulum of fate resonates in the minds of living beings. It is the greatest path. It is the sequence, the salvation, the ultimate destination. It is the key to the celestial kingdom, as well as the thorny path to immortality. Chapter 51. The Failed Experiment and the Woman. The prominent figures of the Yu family followed Young Man as she departed. Zhang Qing watched helplessly as the secret treasure, the star steel, was taken away. TSK. There was nothing to be done, at least for the moment. However, with the emergence of the star steel today, Zhang Qing gleaned some insights. For instance, Young Man's true objective. It turns out that what she desires is a method to ascend to the sequence. Ah, how I too wish to uncover that. It was previously stated that the sequencer is a hidden profession in this world, immensely powerful. Yet, transitioning to become a sequencer is exceedingly challenging. The secret treasure is fundamental, but beyond that, the operations are shrouded in mystery. In the worldview of my previous life, with the destruction of the sub-city, the star steel had also surfaced, indicating that Young Man had not succeeded. Therefore, I shall seize the star steel and then seek the means to become a sequencer. The individual in my past life seemed to have succeeded at the ruins of Fengwang City. Thus, I can simply bring the star steel there. Zhang Qing contemplated. He then turned his gaze toward the battlefield. Young Man had left, but the razor had not retreated. This time, they were likely intent on eradicating all the eerie. Zhang Qing prepared to linger until the last moment. Attribute points are never in excess. In a wooden shed, the prominent figures of the Shui family and the Great Eerie stared at Chuan Hao, their expressions a mix of uncertainty. Is this truly the Blood Mystic Warrior, Chuan Hao? Have you become the Blood Mystic Warrior? One of the members of the Shui family could not restrain their curiosity. Yet, the clarity and resolve in the eyes of the little green figure, Chuan Hao, remained intact. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, the word I caught in his throat, as if the program had frozen mid-load. Chuan Hao's lips quivered, his face flushed, and his expression suddenly contorted into a grotesque mask of rage, as though he were exerting every ounce of strength within him. The veins on his neck bulged, as if straining to expel the words trapped within his throat. I saw it. No, I will not be defeated. I will surely succeed. I see. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from Chuan Hao's body. Then his form shattered. A colossal silhouette continued to rise from within him, transcending his human form. Was this a transformation through the tearing of flesh? No, it resembled more the emergence of Chuan Hao's true self. A howl, unrecognizable as human, echoed through the air. Chuan Hao had become utterly lost. Young Man had long anticipated this outcome, which was precisely why she had chosen to depart. Chuan Hao had failed, or perhaps he was merely a test subject of Young Man, destined to be a failure. As a failed experiment, the side effect was madness. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the blood mist, and at that moment, Chuan Hao had transformed into a creature reminiscent of a gorilla, towering and colossal. His eyes glowed a sinister red, as if primed to devour anyone in his path. Indeed, he was a failure. His sanity had vanished. Someone from the Shui family remarked. However, the enigmatic figures were quite pleased. Such a unique specimen held immense potential for cultivation. Perhaps it could yield an extraordinarily powerful entity. As the two factions engaged in their schemes, Chuan Hao made his move. It appeared to be indiscriminate aggression. Boom! The wooden shed exploded. The Shui family's leaders were thrown into disarray. The enigmatic figures fared similarly, propelled into the air. Thud! 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 Chuan Hao vaulted out like a gorilla, finally appearing before the astonished crowd. What in the world is this creature? It looks ferocious. Countless onlookers were stunned. This entity bore no resemblance to anything they had ever encountered, especially with the green patches adorning Chuan Hao's body, reminiscent of shattered armor plates. Zhang Qing trembled slightly. Chuan Hao, 23412, 23,500, a brand new species. It appears quite formidable. Zhang Qing gradually retreated, positioning himself protectively in front of others, ever ready to flee. Kill! The Shui family leader declared war with a shout. Subsequently, the battlefield resumed, albeit with a significant difference. The Shui family's leaders were intent on exterminating Chuan Hao right there, while the enigmatic figures endeavored to shield him and establish communication. Unfortunately, Chuan Hao's sanity had completely vanished. Whenever an enigmatic figure approached, they were often met with a brutal onslaught. Thus, the chaos and brutality of the battle escalated. Zhang Qing dared not engage. instead remaining on the periphery, occasionally brushing against the enigmatic presence. 10 minutes later, Zhang Qing smacked his lips and turned to leave. The enigmatic figures, disregarding any semblance of martial ethics, exploited Chuan Hao's resilient physique to drag more individuals into the core conflict. It was known that only those at least at the level of the deficient moon could stand firm in the core. This sudden influx led to a drastic increase in the intensity of the battlefield. Zhang Qing was unwilling to wade through this murky water and promptly exited. His attribute points had once again exceeded 30. With a substantial sum in hand, he departed. The battle in the impoverished district continued for over an hour after Zhang Qing's departure, resulting in utter chaos and devastation. Later, it was reported that Chuan Hao had ultimately been taken away by the enigmatic figures, inflicting severe losses on the Shui family. The lower-tier team of the Razor suffered countless casualties. As for the impoverished souls, who cared for their lives? Upon returning home, Zhang Qing secured the door and swiftly logged off to attend to hygiene and sustenance before logging back in. Finally, he made his way to the Razor Hall, driven by an urgent desire for strength enhancement, especially with the emergence of Star Steel. He sought to see if there were any opportunities to seize within the Razor's domain. Upon entering the inner hall, he was delighted to discover military merits. The promises made by Yu and were still bearing fruit. Zhang Qing exchanged military merits for elixirs, though regrettably, they were all previously consumed, necessitating the acceptance of diminished effects. Congratulations, you have gained 2 attribute points. Congratulations, you have gained 2 attribute points. For attribute points, though meager, were better than none. He also acquired 2 gold coins. In the end, Zhang Qing proceeded to Young Man's courtyard. You've arrived? Young Man said with an unperturbed expression as she looked at Zhang Qing. Just in time, I have a favor to ask of you. Will it be dangerous? Zhang Qing inquired. Young Man was indeed a true strategist. Zhang Qing suspected that even the Yu family might not fully grasp Young Man's intentions. An easy task. Go to the city gates and help me find some women. Young Man pondered briefly before continuing. Ideally, those who have previously experienced humiliation and are desensitized to pleasure. Her resolve remained steadfast. She believed the sequence must begin with blood mystic warriors. Chuan Hao's failure was likely linked to issues of pleasure. Therefore, this time, she intended to change the test subjects to women. Women from the city would not suffice. They still possessed a sense of shame. Such shame would suppress them, ultimately leading to a complete eruption. It had to be women from outside the city. They were essentially numb. Zhang Qing twitched at the corner of his eye, but refrained from questioning further. Understanding Young Man's quest for a method to establish the sequence, he would assist her to the best of his ability. All right, I understand, Zhang Qing replied before turning to leave. Wait, Young Man called out to Zhang Qing, adding, be cautious. The enigmatic figures will undoubtedly seek retribution. Don't get yourself killed. Zhang Qing responded nonchalantly. I can see the health bars, so there's no need to worry. Chapter 52, Surviving. Exiting Young Man's courtyard, Zhang Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the Chuan Hao incident had truly come to a close. He had played the role of a troublemaker in this affair, ultimately reaping over 100 attribute points. Refreshing. Thus, Zhang Qing realized a profound truth. Under normal circumstances, accumulating attribute points was exceedingly difficult. Yet, once embroiled in a significant event, one could effortlessly profit by navigating the murky waters. Considering that Young Man was still intent on advancing the Blood Mystic Warrior plan, it was something the enigmatic figures would never permit. Therefore, once this plan neared fruition, a major incident would undoubtedly arise. At that moment, it became clear he must aid Young Man in rapidly propelling this plan forward. The early onset of the grand conflict between the Zhang family and the Guai is imminent. The potential for wealth and ascendance lies within their hands. Upon coming to this realization, Zhang Qing made his way to the city gates. Throughout his journey, he had indeed not encountered any peculiar blood trails. The Guai suffered considerable losses during the Chuan Hao incident, prompting them to lie low. Arriving at the city walls was a fortuitous choice. At the very least, there must be Guai lurking around for a buffet. At the city gate stood a squad of razor-sharp soldiers. Upon noticing Zhang Qing's approach and the insignia at his waist, they refrained from conversation, merely offering a slight bow. The insignia he bore was that of the leader of the Guai Blood Hall, typically held by someone of the Candlelight realm. Zhang Qing nodded, casting a glance around. Guia, 463, 465. Pig Tribe. Baifeng, 477, 477. Pig Tribe. Lu Guai, 362, 365. Ox Tribe. Tongqi, 433, 435. Monkey Tribe. Yilan, 670, 670. Tribe. An impressive squad with a commendable configuration, far superior to that of Guan Yuqian's team. He strode through the archway and approached the city wall. Glancing aside, he observed a throng of refugees at the base of the wall. A mix of various races and both genders, though the men significantly outnumbered the women. Understandably, the women who made it to the city walls were few in number. Speaking of which, what sort of woman does young man desire? No specifications were mentioned. Perhaps it would suffice to simply seize a few. As he approached and surveyed the area, a number of women began to gravitate towards Zhang Qing. Those who managed to survive to this point possessed keen instincts, and, noticing his gaze lingering on them, moved closer. Moreover, those who approached were remarkably humanoid in form. Women from the rabbit or sheep tribes, a touch of cuteness about them. Damn it, this was undoubtedly a paradise for the reclusive. If one could navigate life in the city with a bit of finesse, bringing home a few rabbit or sheep women would be utterly delightful. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts. Zhang Qing scrutinized the women who had approached. Guangqi, 1223, 1300. EU, 1321, 1330. Zanlan, 1243, 1320. Huwu, 1233, 1320. Alas, he found himself at a loss for words. They were all Guai. It appeared that no genuine women could be found among those who managed to reach the city walls. The 4 women who approached were merely Guai in disguise. Upon reflection, this was indeed to be expected. The Guai on the skins of women. Indulging in a buffet is surely the most comfortable option. Who would relish a live performance, after all? Furthermore, even if one were indifferent to the spectacle, one must remain vigilant against potential treachery. Thus, in a world shared by 2, the women present were Guai. After one's own pleasure is satiated, it is only fair that the other party experiences their turn. This method has proven to be foolproof. These Guai have certainly honed their buffet etiquette. Zhang Qing felt a sense of helplessness. The Guai were of no use to young man. Therefore, he unsheathed his blade. With a resounding clang, the long sword emerged from its scabbard. The expressions on the faces of the women turned to shock, and they fled in haste. In the Razor Squad, there are always some deranged individuals who might come to the city walls with murderous intent. It was no surprise. Seeking protection from the Razor Men carries inherent risks. Does it not? With extraordinary swiftness, Zhang Qing, now elevated to the candlelight realm, pursued them with remarkable speed. He caught one, delivering a swift series of thrusts. 3 seconds? That was ample time. As the sounds of combat rang out, congratulations, you have slain the Chi-Chi Guai, earning 1 attribute point. Such a creature, known as the Thousand Blood Guai, was utterly inconsequential to Zhang Qing at this stage. Without even transforming, it fell under his blade. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the other 3 Guai revealed their true forms. However, instead of confronting Zhang Qing, they chose to flee. Zhang Qing would not relent. With swift steps, he pursued them, his speed astonishing. Upon capturing one, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. 3 seconds? Sufficient. The accolades continued to resound. Congratulations, you have slain the Gu Ta Guai, earning 1 attribute point. Next, the next followed suit. He expended little effort as the sound of his victories echoed in succession. Congratulations, you have slain the Patang Guai, earning 1 attribute point. Congratulations, you have slain the Pamin Guai, earning 1 attribute point. Effortlessly, 4 attribute points were secured. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the scene. The refugees were horrified, fleeing in panic, desperate to distance themselves from Zhang Qing. Yet, one woman leaned against the wall, her eyes vacant, her body and face caked in filth, emanating a foul odor, her clothing tattered. She must have endured a harrowing ordeal. Zhang Qing glanced at her status. Huya, 216. Barely clinging to life, she was reduced to this state, with only 2 drops of blood sustaining her existence. It was likely she would not survive the night. Zhang Qing felt no pity. He looked around. The crowd had dispersed. Perhaps this wretched soul could be of use to young man, removing his water pouch. Zhang Qing tossed it to the woman. Thud! The pouch struck her, causing her dilated pupils to narrow in surprise. She stirred, akin to a dying creature in a desperate struggle, grasping the pouch, fumbling to open it, and greedily pouring the contents in her mouth, dirt and all. 1. Her health bar flickered slightly. The replenishment of water allowed her a momentary reprieve. Zhang Qing motioned for her to follow. Huya clutched the water pouch tightly, struggling to rise. With a painful limp, she gritted her teeth and staggered after Zhang Qing. She was unaware of what lay ahead. It was of little consequence. She did not know what this man would do to her. That too was unimportant. She had no inkling of the fate that awaited her, and indeed, all of it was irrelevant. What mattered was that, in this moment, she was alive. In the wilderness, to live is the greatest achievement. Everything else pales in comparison. Chapter 53. The Massacre of the Tiger Tribe Merchant Family. Upon reaching the archway, Zhang Qing gestured for the leader of the micro-light squad to approach. Yilan, curious, complied and inquired, "My lord, what is your intention? Is there a stock of water and food?" "Indeed," Yilan nodded. This was an unspoken rule on this side of the city gate. In the past, some individuals known as Razor would select a few people from the city wall. However, these individuals were filthy and odorous, causing discomfort to those who followed them. Hence, there were provisions of water barrels and some dry rations, along with a few women's garments. As Zhang Qing spoke, Yilan understood the situation at hand. With a grand gesture, Tong Chi swiftly approached and tugged Huya away. Moments later, a clean studia, clad in fresh attire, appeared. Zhang Qing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You truly know how to have fun." "Master, everything is ready," Yilan responded. "Thank you," Zhang Qing replied, gesturing for Huya to accompany him into the city. After Zhang Qing departed, Tong Chi smacked his lips, commenting, "The master has a good eye. This rabbit tribe woman is quite attractive, though a bit, you know." "Mind your tongue," Yilan shot him a glare. Tong Chi shrank back, falling silent. The human tribe's blood trick hall captain must be backed by a powerful pharmacist, no doubt. Such individuals should not be trifled with. Shortly, Zhang Qing delivered Huya into the hands of Young Man at the blood trick hall. Young Man regarded the woman and nodded. "Not bad. There is only a desire to survive in her gaze. Nothing more. Quite suitable for my experiments with blood trick warriors." "Excellent, young men see get." Zhang Qing extended his hand, huffing slightly. Young Man paused, then, feeling somewhat exasperated, handed a porcelain vial to Zhang Qing. After accepting it, he turned and left without a backward glance. "This fellow," Young Man shook her head, then led Huya into a small room. On his way, Zhang Qing consumed the elixir. "Congratulations, you have consumed Earth Vein Pill, gaining 10 attribute points." "Hehe, not bad. In less than an hour of running errands, I've earned 14 attribute points." Now, it was time to enhance his abilities. Upon returning to the small room, Zhang Qing sat cross-legged, glancing at the panel. He had accumulated 48 attribute points. All his techniques had reached the entry level of the candlelight realm. Where should he allocate the enhancements? He would not consider tier upgrades for the time being. Simply raising one tier would suffice to deal with Young Man. Enhancing his techniques was the most cost-effective method to increase combat power. Young Man would need to gradually seek the path of the seer, a lengthy endeavor. There was no need for him to take a detour. A steady improvement would suffice. Thus, aside from raising his cultivation by one tier, he would invest the remaining attribute points into his techniques. The latent combat power gained from enhancing techniques was astonishing, and Zhang Qing had already felt the difference. In the Shadow Realm, being discreet was the best means of survival. A low-level candlelight cultivation with high-level candlelight combat power would catch enemies off guard. Hence, he proceeded to allocate 4 attribute points into his physique. "Congratulations, you have met the requirements for a breakthrough. Will you proceed with the breakthrough?" Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 3rd tier of the candlelight realm. Revoir, physique. Done. He had 44 attribute points remaining. 4 low-tier candlelight techniques. Each level required 6 attribute points to enhance. So, he would first allocate 24 attribute points. "Congratulations, your technique Earth Origin technique has leveled up. It is now proficient in the low-tier candlelight realm." "Congratulations, your technique Heaven Severing / has leveled up. It is now proficient in the low-tier candlelight realm." "Congratulations, your technique River Shattering Steps has leveled up. It is now proficient in the low-tier candlelight realm." "Congratulations, your technique Bullish Strength has leveled up. It is now proficient in the low-tier candlelight realm." My head is pounding. The enhancement of techniques had caused a strain on his intellect. He allocated 2 attribute points to alleviate the discomfort. Intellect, 6-8. Oh, much better. Finally, he had 18 attribute points left. No need to hoard them. He should continue. Core techniques were undoubtedly the priority for enhancement. Thus, he expended all his remaining attribute points. "Congratulations, your technique Earth Origin technique has leveled up. It is now at great perfection in the low-tier candlelight realm." The elevation of Earth Origin technique granted Zhang Qing a significant boost in stamina and endurance. This was the latent combat power within latent combat power, also serving as support for other techniques to exert greater effectiveness. He opened his panel. Zhang Qing, Martial Path, 3rd tier of candlelight realm. Health, 5,712, 6,000. Physique, 121. Intellect, 8. Techniques, Earth Origin technique Heaven Severing / River Shattering Steps. Bullish Strength. Attribute points, 0. As a 3rd tier candlelight warrior, I possess 6,000 health points. This is a figure typically reserved for those above the dawn. Naturally, there was no need to compare with the tricksters. Their health was inherently high. Zhang Qing rose, exhaling deeply, his breath flowing from his nostrils like two soaring dragons. He felt increasingly unencumbered, as if he had awakened from a rejuvenating slumber. Zhang Qing understood that this was the candlelight realm continuously unlocking the potential of his body. Following the candlelight realm, the strength of warriors began to grow formidable. The glimmering realm felt increasingly trivial. Currently, Zhang Qing believed he could contend with dozens, if not hundreds, of glimmering realm warriors. As for those in the candlelight realm, Zhang Qing could defeat over 10 of them, if they were the family's core prodigies. It would be a different story altogether. Their training techniques and resources were incomparable. Now, it was time to stroll around the city gates and perhaps seek out some tricksters or collect a blood package. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Upon stepping outside, he had barely taken a few steps when he spotted Guan Yutian and Tai Du rushing towards him with their team. Upon seeing Zhang Qing, Guan Yutian immediately addressed him. Zhang, the trickster's retaliation has commenced. The tiger tribe shop that previously delivered goods to the Shui family has been utterly slaughtered. The higher-ups have sent me to summon you to lead the investigation. Tai Du beside him nodded in agreement. Zhang Qing, having allied with a wealthy patron and rapidly ascended in rank, had already surpassed the candlelight realm. This was common knowledge among them. This time, the incident at the tiger tribe shop necessitated Zhang Qing's involvement. Firstly, having a candlelight warrior overseeing the situation, even if bolstered by elixirs, was still a candlelight warrior. Secondly, Zhang Qing had previously been involved, and according to Razor's rules, he bore responsibility for the aftermath. Consequently, the two had rushed to find Zhang Qing without delay. Zhang Qing's eyes brightened. A task has come my way. I was just lamenting my inability to locate any tricksters. I didn't expect the clues to surface so swiftly. So, are you prepared to conceal your health points? A smile crept across Zhang Qing's lips. As the supreme authority of this operation, I declare the initiation of the mission. No objections, I trust. Chapter 54. The Razor's Investigation? What a farce. Very well. Zhang Qing acquiesced. He then cast a sweeping glance over Guan Yutian's team. Guan Yutian, 543. 545. Hu San, 310. 310. Zhang Qi, 345. 345. From the Pig Clan. Ting Na, 375. 375. From the Pig Clan. Bai Shi, 380. 380. From the Ox Clan. Guan Yutian had indeed made significant strides, advancing from the 4th to the 5th tier of dim light. As for Pu San, he was remarkably resilient. He had survived assaults from the Chuan clan and the turmoil of the slums without meeting his end. Regarding the remaining trio, it could only be said that Guan Yutian had grasped the importance of having ample shields. Now turning to the Iron Clan, Tai Du, 675, 675, Die Ku, beats to 55, 555, Typhon, 545, 545, Tai Chi, 530, 530, Taiyu, 1530, 1530. Remarkable. All members of the Iron family. Among them, one had even reached the 5th tier of candlelight. It is forbidden in the Razor to have a single clan dominate an entire team. Otherwise, it becomes difficult to ascertain whether these individuals are truly Razor members or merely representatives of their clan. Given that the Iron Clan managed to assemble a team comprised entirely of their own, it is not surprising that one of them concealed the candlelight tier. As for the Iron Clan's motives behind this arrangement, Zhang Qing was indifferent. As the second-ranked clan in the sub-city, is it not natural for them to harbor their own intentions? Now, let's hasten our departure. Zhang Qing gestured with his hand. Subsequently, the group headed directly to the Tiger Clan shop. Razor members were already stationed there, a special arrangement akin to local enforcers or covert operatives. As the team arrived, these individuals withdrew. Zhang Qing glanced back at the departing figures and found no trace of deception. He then stepped into the Tiger Clan's establishment. Upon pushing the door open, a gruesome sight met his eyes. The floor was strewn with corpses, fresh and still exuding warmth. Tang Te, the proprietor of the shop, had met a tragic end, his body nearly torn apart. The interior was a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh. Crimson blood splattered across the walls. Their bodies remained, and the loss of limbs was minimal. So who was it that first claimed this was the work of deception? Zhang Qing mused. Deceptive beings consume flesh out of instinct, desire, an uncontrollable craving. Even when masquerading as humans, these creatures find ways to indulge in their cannibalistic urges. Yet here, in the Tiger Clan shop, several of their members lay dead, but their bodies were largely intact. If it were indeed the work of deception, how could they have restrained themselves? Taiyu glanced at Zhang Qing and subtly nodded. Guan Yutian and Tai Du were momentarily taken aback, their expressions paling. Guan Yutian leaned closer to Zhang Qing and whispered, "Captain Zhang, could this be the work of deception?" Zhang Qing's eyes sparkled. Indeed, it is the work of deception. Damn it. Just who among the great clans orchestrated this? I refuse to get entangled in this murky business. It is unmistakably the work of deception. There is no doubt about it. Guan Yuqian and Tai Du exchanged knowing glances, their brows furrowing. They collectively agreed with Zhang Qing's assessment and prepared to call for reinforcements to clean up the scene before setting out to apprehend the deceivers. Wait! Suddenly, a voice interrupted. A Mouse Clan member clad in a blue robe entered, exuding an impressive presence, with an almost humanoid stature. Shui Qingchuan, 1980. Zhang Qing turned to face him, a member of the Shui family, at the pinnacle of candlelight. Who are you? Zhang Qing feigned ignorance, furrowing his brow in a manner reminiscent of the razor's arrogance. Shui family, Shui Qingchuan. The figure introduced himself. Zhang Qing's expression shifted, and a smile graced his lips. It is a distinguished member of the Shui family. We have already investigated this Tiger Clan shop and confirmed it was the work of deception. We were just preparing to apprehend the culprits. Shui Qingchuan's eyes twitched. Do you truly believe the Razor will conduct a thorough investigation? Dream on. The dead? The work of deception. A multitude of deaths? All the work of deception. In short, it is the work of deception. Esteemed captains, Shui Qingchuan cleared his throat. This Tiger Clan shop has long been engaged in trade with my Shui family. This sudden calamity cannot go unaddressed. We wish to collect the remains. Would you kindly grant us this favor? After he spoke, a member of the Shui family approached, presenting a bag to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing accepted it, weighing it in his hands, a smile on his face as he said, "The Shui family's benevolence does not go unnoticed. We shall proceed with our apprehension of the deceivers, which also serves as a gesture of respect to the Shui family's business partners. May you all take care, captains," Shui Qingchuan remarked. Once Zhang Qing and his party had departed for view, Shui Qingchuan's expression darkened considerably. Behind the Tiger Clan shop lurked a member of the Starflash tier. Although this individual could not reveal themselves, the Shui family had provided certain conveniences. Each time trade was conducted, this individual assisted the Shui family in transporting goods. However, this time, that Starflash member was still out on the trade route when a massacre occurred in the sub-city. It appeared to be a direct assault on the Shui family. Inform the family, Shui Qingchuan ordered. Organize a team to exit the city and retrieve our goods. Yes, someone responded, and then Shui Qingchuan calmed himself to examine the corpses. The Razor? They are merely here to tamper with the scene, or perhaps to extort money. What investigation are they conducting? Those captains are quite shrewd, each one avoiding entanglement. The reason for their swift arrival is that the Razor has eyes all over the sub-city. Wait a moment. Shui Qingchuan seemed to recall something. Notify the family that someone is targeting our goods. As the team exits the city, they should be vigilant for any followers. Yes. Subsequently, Shui Qingchuan looked down at the ground. The myriad of body fragments littering the floor had been cleaved apart by a sharp weapon, making it impossible to discern the martial art style used. They wouldn't be so foolish. Collect the remains. Shui Qingchuan glanced once more before departing. Zhang Qing discreetly opened the bag to take a peek. Inside, it was filled with gleaming gold coins, no less than 50 or 60 pieces. Come here, Captain Guan. Captain Tai, Zhang Qing called out, then extracted a small handful and offered it to the two. Their expressions brightened as they accepted the coins. After the division of spoils, the bond between the three grew closer. Captain Zhang, let us head to the Jujin Tavern. It seems a new batch of lovely ladies has arrived. Tai Du exclaimed with a grin. My treat. Guan Yuqian chimed in, his mouth stretched wide in agreement. Zhang Qing, too, smiled in assent, leaving the pursuit of deceivers far behind. The Razor's captains exhibited such behavior. They arrived swiftly, eager to find the spoils. If there is a catch, seize it. If not, withdraw. Is it merely a ruse? Just mere words. Indeed, higher authorities will pay heed to such cases of extermination. Yet the captains on the ground will merely state that the investigation is ongoing. Once a case becomes linked to a specific family, the Razor's edge of scrutiny is entirely cast aside. The resolution rate of the Zhang Razor is barely a 5, and even that figure is inflated. However, Zhang Qing tends to ponder more deeply. It is evident that someone above is looking out for him, allowing him to reap some benefits. He is also wary of being overwhelmed and has thus dispatched seasoned veterans like Guan Yuqian and Tai Du. Then, there is the matter concerning the Tiger Clan shops. The Shui family is the most adept at handling forbidden items. Ahem. Suddenly, a cough disrupted Zhang Qing's train of thought. Upon looking up, he saw Yu Hua Shui, 2850, 2850. Chapter 55, Camping in the Wild. Yu Hua Shui, a starry transcendence realm. He had led the last roundup operation. Greetings, sir. Guan Yuqian reacted swiftly, followed closely by Tai Du and Zhang Qing. Yu Huashui nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Zhang Qing, asking, have the people from the Shui family arrived? Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded, yes, they have. Since that is the case, you should accompany me on a mission, Yu Huashui declared, turning on his heel and departing. As he did so, Zhang Qing caught sight of the blood still dripping from the sword on his back. Damn, was this the handiwork of that old accomplice? Zhang Qing seemed to grasp the implications. The Shui family specializes in forbidden items, while Yang Man is fervently advancing the research on the blood martialists. It is crucial to note that blood martialists require forbidden items to sustain themselves. The Chuanhao incident was orchestrated by both the Yu and Shui families. Given the present circumstances, it feels as though the Yu family wishes to sideline the Shui family and proceed independently. Therefore, the Yu family will undoubtedly set their sights on the Shui family's channels for forbidden items. And thus, this scenario has unfolded. Of course, this is merely Zhang Qing's conjecture, rife with numerous gaps, as he has access to very little information. Zhang Qing, Guan Yutian, and Tai Du exchanged glances before hastening to follow Yu Huashui. After rounding a corner, they encountered a large contingent along with horses. An icy chill coursed through Zhang Qing. Damn, this mission requires us to leave the city. Thus, his earlier thoughts were confirmed. It wouldn't be surprising if he and Guan Yutian found themselves eliminated during the mission. After all, the Yu family could not openly confront the Shui family. Otherwise, the Tai family would be laughing in their dreams. Zhang Qing, right? Yu Huashui suddenly called out. Sir, I am here, Zhang Qing hurriedly replied, approaching him. I've heard you're performing admirably at Dr. Yang Man's, Yu Huashui remarked. You had instructed me to take good care of you. This mission carries a bit of risk, so stay close to me. Understood, Zhang Qing responded, glancing back at Guan Yutian. Old Guan, I'm on solid ground now. You'd best look out for yourself. Yu Huashui's deliberate admonition served to convey to Zhang Qing that he should stay close. He would ensure Zhang Qing's safe return. It was best not to speak too much around others. He was only doing this out of respect for Yu and Yang Man. Zhang Qing understood that he had secured his position. In a hidden conflict with the Shui family, survival for the involved parties would be tenuous. Old Guan, Old Tai, it seems I have a chance to ensure your survival. The team waited in the shadows for a considerable time before setting off. Zhang Qing noticed that this contingent was not solely comprised of Yu Huashui of the Starry Transcendence realm. There was another member acting as a scout. His figure flickered unpredictably, moving with such speed that Zhang Qing had to focus intently to track his health status. Yu Huahai, 2980, 2980. Goodness, a peak Starry Transcendence warrior. Having such a powerhouse to scout was indeed reassuring. Zhang Qing found himself convinced that their team was engaged in some sort of clandestine pursuit. Upon exiting the city gates and traversing along the merchant road, their progress was marked by frequent stops, continuing until darkness fell. Zhang Qing furrowed his brow. It seemed impossible to log off for a meal. However, his youthful constitution should withstand the strain. The wilds are perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to demise. In this life, Zhang Qing was determined not to commit any foolish mistakes. Prepare to set up camp, Yu Huashui commanded. Indeed, camping in the wild is fraught with danger. The nighttime wilderness is exceedingly perilous. Zhang Qing felt a twinge of unease. Should he perhaps dig a hole surreptitiously? He mused himself. In his previous life, survival in the wild hinged upon one method, digging a hole for shelter while praying not to encounter any supernatural beings. Setting up camp was a blatant invitation for an attack under the cover of night. He cast a glance back at Guan Yutian and the others. As expected, these cunning individuals were not only erecting tents, but also stealthily digging holes. Zhang Qing approached quietly, whispering, Captain, may I have one as well? Guan Yutian's eyes twitched, and he glanced around in a flustered manner before responding quietly. Keep it down. You can join us later. Zhang Qing nodded. In this era, who camps out in the wild? Digging holes is the only sensible approach. Gradually, the sky darkened. Along the merchant road, several tents had been erected, and the accompanying razor personnel were preparing meals. Zhang Qing spent 1 silver coin to ensure he received the best portion. Having satisfied his hunger, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Externally, Zhang Qing agreed to sleep beside Yu Huashui's tent, but ultimately stealthily made his way to Guan Yutian's side. They had excavated a tunnel-like hole. Upon entering, Guan Yutian handed Zhang Qing a shovel. Zhang Qing nodded in acceptance and resumed digging into the earthen walls of the tunnel. The others followed suit. A group of individuals huddled together? Not a chance. Once the main tunnel was established, everyone would craft their own hiding places, digging in front, filling in behind. With Zhang Qing's candlelight realm stamina, he completely vanished from the tunnel within a matter of minutes. In essence, everyone entered through one tunnel, yet only they knew their own positions. After establishing one cavity, Zhang Qing proceeded to create a ventilation shaft. He even couldn't resist the impulse to lay a patch of grass over the entrance. Should a conflict arise at night, one might find a blood pact to collect, perhaps even gain some attribute points. After crouching for about an hour, Zhang Qing felt compelled to log off briefly. Meals could be skipped, but one must attend to nature's call. It took no more than a minute, quick as a flash. He logged back in once more. Very well. There are no missing limbs. However, something seems amiss outside. A slight lift of the turf reveals a cacophony of sounds. Indeed, the enemy is launching a surprise attack. This is quite reasonable. If they did not, that would be illogical. A glance reveals numerous damage numbers emerging. Then, 644. A creature falls lifelessly to the ground. The assailant is Yu Huashui, a master of the Star Flash realm, whose speed is nothing short of astonishing. Even if Zhang Qing wished to intervene, he found no opportunity. After dispatching the creature, Yu Huashui decapitates it and hangs its head on a pole to intimidate lurking foes and ensure the camp's safety. A seasoned veteran. Indeed, no wonder Yu's family frequently leads expeditions. This act certainly serves to deter the creatures surrounding the camp. However, it may also be perceived as a provocation by the more formidable enemies. Thus, for several hours, the camp remains secure. Zhang Qing, with half-closed eyes, rests and recuperates. Suddenly, a resounding boom shakes the ground. Immediately following, a furious roar resonates, followed by the appearance of a colossal creature charging into the camp. Zhang Qing jolts awake. Peering from the edge of the turf, he sees giant creature 25325, 25,600. Chapter 56. The elite medic requests to engage. This creature is immense, towering at least 5 meters high. In its beastly form, it resembles a black-backed gorilla, yet more muscular and menacing in appearance. Yu Huashui finds the battle arduous. After all, he cannot simply leap to strike its knee. Furthermore, the creature's massive size signifies tremendous power. Unfortunately, Yu Huashui, being of the rodent clan, is inherently weaker. This predicament exacerbates his frustration, forcing him to evade attacks. Should he be struck, he risks losing his combat capability entirely. Damn it, those captains below are utterly useless. They crumble under pressure. Yu Huashui laments. Aside from his trusted allies from the Yu family who are assisting him in the assault, the Razor captains have already fled. It is not entirely their fault. These individuals are accustomed to surviving in the Razor, where evasion is their forte. In such circumstances, they naturally devise their own strategies for survival. For instance, in the distance, a creature is spotted, and over 5 captains lead their teams in a fierce assault. Zhang Qing glances curiously. Walking bird creature, 1723, 1960. Remarkable. They fight splendidly. Each strike is as gentle as a massage, meticulously controlled to inflict no more than single-digit damage. The walking bird creature is utterly terrified, surrounded by over 20 individuals, resembling a veritable meat grinder. Zhang Qing peeks out from the turf, observing the unfolding battle. The walking bird creature stands no chance of escape, unable to break through the throng. Therefore, Zhang Qing remains focused on the giant creature, a terrifying presence with over 20,000 health points. He marvels, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Over 20,000 health points translate to 20 attribute points. Just a mere touch would yield 5 attribute points. Such a bounty. Could that officer endure the scrutiny? Moreover, the giant creature possesses an unfathomable attack power. Some have already succumbed to its onslaught. In the distance, a few individuals are barely clinging to life. Zhang Qing squints, finally catching sight of their health bars. Yu Buqing 132, 1430, Yufonga 85, 1570, Yulying 533, 1740. One is gravely injured. Zhang Qing feels compelled to transform into a battlefield medic and rush to their aid. However, there are eyes upon him, and the core members of the Yu family have potions to stabilize themselves. Steady, steady, Zhang Qing reassures himself. There will be an opportunity. He must remain composed. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief bout, the giant creature enters a frenzied state, becoming increasingly violent. It even disregards its injuries in a bloodthirsty frenzy. In Zhang Qing's eyes, it is a bloodbath. In Yu Huashui's, it is sheer madness. Be careful. This beast has gone berserk. He shouts, prompting a hasty retreat from the others. Yet, one individual is still struck, sent hurtling in Zhang Qing's direction. An opportunity. Here it comes. The elite medic requests to engage. With a swift motion, Zhang Qing bursts forth from the ground, employing a rapid stepping technique to reach the injured person without delay. Yugoslavia 31, 1550. Goodness, only 31 health points remain. No fear. Let us get moving. Brother, hold on. Zhang Qing whispers urgently in Yu Quan's ear. Yugoslavia Quan Nuts Biguruzli. Struck by the giant creature. His injuries are severe. His abdomen is heavily wounded, and he has nearly lost sensation below. Moreover, external wounds bleed profusely. Without assistance, he would surely perish on the battlefield. Brother, thank you. Zhang Qing pats his shoulder, casually grasping Yu Quan's hand as he reaches for his potion. Thus, he drags him towards safety, consciously navigating through rocky terrain. Brother, I have potions. Don't worry. I know you want to survive. With me here, you'll be just fine. Suddenly, Yu Quan coughs up a mouthful of blood. His vision darkens as his back crashes against a rock, choking off his words and causing blood to surge uncontrollably. Out of the corner of Zhang Qing's eye, he notices 3. Before he can drag Yu Quan to safety, the latter succumbs. Yu Quan 0-1550. Congratulations. You have slain Yu Quan and gained maximum health of 1550. Current maximum health is 7,550. 7,550. Splendid. The battlefield medic has once again saved a soul, carrying forth his unfulfilled wishes. Zhang Qing is momentarily taken aback, bending down to Yu Quan's lifeless form, feigning disbelief and sorrow over his untimely demise. Despite the chaos of the wilderness and Yu Huashui engaged in battle, he knows he must maintain his persona. After bidding farewell to Yu Quan's remains, Zhang Qing prepares to charge forth. After claiming Yu Quan, he will set his sights on the giant creature. In this process, he might even win over some favor with Yu Huashui. A trifecta of gains. The giant mutation is remarkably formidable, equivalent to a warrior of the Starflash realm. And with its imposing physique, its attacking power is undeniably explosive. However, even with such explosive force, it cannot possibly deplete my 7550 health in a single blow. Thus, I will first evade a couple of strikes, then feign injury from another hit to retreat. The injured members of the Yu family are resting in one location, making it the perfect opportunity for Zhang Qing to execute his plan. He charges towards the giant mutation, while Yu Huashui engages in a fierce battle with it. This creature indeed counters the Rat Clan warriors effectively. Its continuous evasions and high-intensity combat are relentlessly exhausting Yu Huashui's stamina. At this moment, he catches sight of Zhang Qing rushing over. In an instant, Yu Huashui comprehends why Yuan insisted he protect this individual. To dare advance in such a situation is a testament to the kind of person the Yu family needs. Once this ordeal concludes, Yu Huashui is determined to advocate for Zhang Qing's inclusion in the Yu family, even if it means accepting him as an outsider. After all, his loyalty has already been tested. He unleashes the sky-opening slash. Bang! Zhang Qing's blade strikes the giant mutation's ankle. Critical hit. Oh, my apologies. How rude of me. Is this what it means to possess over 20,000 health? With charge skills and a critical hit, this is all the damage I can inflict? My apologies for the interruption. Farewell. After casually delivering a couple of strikes to its feet, Zhang Qing begins to seek an angle, preparing to absorb a hit. He will only take a sweeping strike, avoiding a direct blow, fearing he might be pummeled into the ground. As anticipated, after a few of Zhang Qing's foot strikes, the giant mutation notices this minuscule ant with a hint of courage. Its massive hand sweeps towards him with unimaginable speed. Who claims that a large frame equates to clumsiness? This hand sweeping through is akin to being struck by a train. Watch out! Yu Huashui shouts. Seizing the moment, the giant mutation diverts its attention to Zhang Qing. He leaps into the air, targeting the bend of the giant mutation's knee. No more foot strikes. They lead nowhere. He must rely on his agility to cling to the giant mutation's body, utilizing its movement blind spots for attack. This is his only chance to slay the behemoth. Yu Huashui successfully ascends to the giant mutation's back, casting a quick glance at Zhang Qing. Thankfully, he is still alive. This indeed presents an opportunity for him. No wonder Yuan has taken a liking to him. He is worth nurturing. Chapter 57. A good person. Bang. Critical hit. Friends who have frequently been struck by trains know the sensation is exquisitely painful. In that instant, Zhang Qing feels numb, completely oblivious to any pain, as though he is transcending dimensions. Then, a gust of wind rushes past his ears. Goodness, the 100-meter sprint lasts a maximum of 24 seconds, far faster than the Su-7. Moreover, the instantaneous acceleration is astonishing, reaching an incredible 0.1 seconds. After a fleeting second of flight, Zhang Qing cries out in agony as immense pain overwhelms him. But it is merely that. Who experiences a pain level of 100 in a game. That would be foolish. He merely shouts loudly. Upon glancing at his health bar, Zhang Qing is taken aback. With over 7,000 health, he is down to 5,000. If he endures 2 more hits, Will he not be swept away to his demise? Bang! Zhang Qing crashes to the ground, rolling like a gourd. Save him! Yu Huashui shouts. Immediately, members of the Yu family rush forward, hastily administering healing potions to Zhang Qing. These are pure healing potions, not ones that enhance physical attributes. The effect is somewhat lackluster for him, but for the severely wounded members of the Yu family. Yu Buqing 232, 1430, Yu Fengkui 185, 1570, Yu Liang 633, 1740. Damn, their health bars are rising. It's futile. Zhang Qing gradually rises, feigning injury, waving his hand to signal that he is fine. Caution. These health potions are unattainable now. He wonders if he can snatch the final blow from the giant mutation. With over 20,000 health, it represents 26 attribute points. If he can seize it, he will soar. Currently, Yu Huashui has the upper hand. He nimbly darts across the giant mutation's back. Its colossal size and muscular build create a terrifying weakness. It cannot scratch its own back. Yu Huashui clings tightly to its back, relentlessly stabbing with his longsword. 324, 326, 321. Damage numbers soar. The giant mutation's health plummets. With a clang, the longsword seems to strike something solid. That is the giant mutation's spine. A cruel smile spreads across Yu Huashui's face. In that moment, he halts. The long sword in his hand appears to shimmer with radiance, as if a special power is beginning to imbue it. Secret technique. Zhang Qing realizes. In the realm of the dark dimension, beyond mere techniques, there exists something known as secret techniques. It is the foundation upon which families stand. Within the same realm, those possessing secret techniques can even deal near instantaneous lethal damage to their opponents. It is exceedingly terrifying. Of course, there are many limitations. At this moment, Yu Huashui is poised to utilize a secret technique. Zhang Qing is taken aback. Above Yu Huashui's head, two damage numbers appear. One purple, one ordinary. Simultaneously, his health bar reads, Yu Huashui 2008, 2750. Holy cow, a drop in health capacity. The purple damage number signifies a reduction in maximum health. This means that this secret technique demands a sacrifice of realm. A decrease of 100 health capacity equates to a minor realm. Yu Huashui bellows. The longsword pierces forth, unleashing a beam of light that slashes diagonally towards the giant mutation spine. Bang! Flesh and bone explode, a mist of blood dispersing. Moreover, a gaping wound the size of a bowl opens at the location of its heart, blood and guts spilling forth like a fountain. 5,320. Critical hit. 6,000. Weak point. The heart shatters. Giant mutation, 1,007. 25,600. Damn. This strike obliterates over 11,000 health from the giant mutation, leaving it severely wounded. For the first time, Zhang Qing gains such a visceral understanding of the Star Flash realm. No wonder some claim that Star Flash represents a transformative leap for warriors. Such devastating power is truly extraordinary. Of course, credit must also be given to the secret techniques of the Yu family, which are undeniably formidable. Ahem, I must ensure that I acquire them in the future. As for demotion, it matters little. For me, it merely represents a trade-off of 10 attribute points for a single cataclysmic strike. Worth it. The giantified specter, in its current state, is gravely weakened. This is not merely due to low health, but rather because its heart has been shattered. Such an injury means that even without Yu Huashui's attacks, the giantified specter will continue to bleed out until its life force is completely extinguished. Yu Huashui leaped off the back of the giantified specter, quickly putting some distance between himself and the creature. The madness in the specter's eyes gradually faded. After its heart was destroyed, it continued to lose health. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it succumbed entirely. Zhang Qing, feeling a sense of urgency, realized that if things continued this way, he would miss his chance. Thus, he rushed to Yu Huashui's side, concerned for his well-being. Yu Huashui's complexion was far from favorable. It seemed that the explosive strike had taken a tremendous toll, not merely resulting in a demotion, but possibly also carrying adverse effects. As he witnessed Zhang Qing's immediate approach, a look of concern etched on his face, a flicker of warmth ignited within Yu Huashui's heart, even sparking thoughts of taking him on as a disciple. This young man possessed courage, bravery, and, crucially, an empathetic heart toward his comrades, demonstrating a willingness to save others. To others, Zhang Qing might appear foolish, but to Yu Huashui, he was undeniably a promising candidate for cultivation. At the very least, he would not betray him from behind. I am fine, Yu Huashui said, his expression softening. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and continued, You stay here and watch the specter. When it dies, be sure to sever its head. With that, he returned to the tent to tend to his wounds. Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback by this command. This was not a trap, but rather a reward. Severing the head of a specter that had yet to perish would earn him military merit. Yu Huashui was essentially helping him build his credentials. Goodness, did Yun truly have such clout? Or could it be that Yang Man had developed feelings for him? Surely, it couldn't be that the venerable Yu Huashui had taken an interest in him. But that would be quite unseemly. Enough of such thoughts. He needed to focus. The fact that Yu Huashui had entrusted him with this giantified specter meant that Zhang Qing drew his long blade, observing as the specter's health dwindled. He had never claimed such a trophy before. An opportunity like this was too good to pass up. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Heavenly Slash. Congratulations. You have slain the giantified specter and earned 26 attribute points. What relief. No amount of strategizing had prepared him for this moment. He had expected to steal the final blow from Yu Huashui, but instead, Yu Huashui had transformed into a laborer and gifted the kill to him. He truly was a good person. Chapter 58, Tiger Bravery. Half-Specter, Transformation. The wilderness is fraught with peril, making ambushes a commonplace occurrence. Once the head of the giantified specter was displayed on a pike, its imposing presence was enough to assure the camp's safety until dawn. At least, that's what everyone believed. However, Zhang Qing remained cautious. Upon returning to his burrow, he carefully covered the entrance with grass and decided to dig in a different direction to establish a new lair. He understood that it was prudent to avoid complacency. Caution in the wilderness was never excessive. Before long, a new hideout was completed, situated at a considerable distance from the camp. Zhang Qing lifted a patch of grass and peered out, preparing to rest. Before resting, he intended to allocate his attribute points. With 26 points at his disposal, Zhang Qing still chose not to elevate his tier. He preferred to invest in his techniques instead. Upgrading the opening technique without achieving a significant tier change seemed futile. In the wild, evasion equated to survival. Only those who lived had the right to deal damage. Therefore, prioritizing the enhancement of his movement technique was essential. Zhang Qing made his decision and allocated 24 attribute points into the river-shattering step. Congratulations! Your technique, river-shattering step, has leveled up to the firelight tier. Achieving great perfection, a wealth of techniques flooded his mind. It seemed that after investing attribute points, the river-shattering step had transcended its previous limitations. Zhang Qing felt the profound capabilities of the great perfection tier and mused that it seemed to be evolving towards micromanipulation. This was a classification method from forums in his previous life, categorizing movement techniques into 3 main types: speed, stability, and eccentricity. Speed is characterized by grand gestures, reigning supreme in velocity. Stability refers to micromanipulation, where opponents remain just slightly out of reach. Eccentric techniques often accompany auxiliary skills like bone-shrinking methods, focusing on the bizarre. The advancement of the river-shattering step appeared to be leaning towards the realm of stability. Micromanipulation is remarkably powerful and undeniably impressive. Dancing on the edge of a blade is undeniably chic. Gliding through a myriad of flowers without disturbing a single petal is the epitome of elegance. After defeating an opponent, exclaiming basic skills are not to be trifled with elevates one's prestige to the utmost. Opening his panel for a glance, he saw Zhang Qing, Martial Path, Firelight Realm. 3rd stage, Health, 5,425, 7,550. Physique, 121. Intelligence, 8. Techniques, Opening Technique, Heavenly Slash, River-Shattering Step, Bullish Might. Attribute points, 2. This is good. His techniques had finally caught up. These attributes were the assurance of his latent combat power. However, the demand for attribute points remained high. Routine battles rarely afforded him a substantial leap in growth, unless amidst a chaotic melee. Yu Huashui's decision to lead this expedition was likely connected to the Water Clan's Forbidden Items channel. There may not be many specters, but the primary threat still lay with people. That was acceptable. At the very least, he would soon be able to consume health packs without hesitation. Health was crucial. It increased his margin for error. The more health he had, the higher his survival rate would be. With tens of thousands of health points, Zhang Qing could truly let loose. Thus, this time, he resolved to focus on consuming health packs. Eager to enhance his strength, Zhang Qing was full of enthusiasm. Though he rested, he did not truly fall asleep. As dawn approached, the eastern sky began to lighten. Just when Zhang Qing thought he had safely weathered the night, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. Startled, he awoke with a jolt. In the wilderness, such a disturbance could only signify one thing: a tide of specters? Surely not. He held his breath and cautiously lifted a corner of the grass covering him. As Zhang Qing beheld the scene unfolding outside, his pupils abruptly constricted. A deadly confrontation was imminent. Two factions were advancing. One was the Shui clan, led by an individual brandishing a severed head. That head belonged to Yu Huahai. The scout had been dispatched with such alarming swiftness, at the pinnacle of the star flash realm, and yet he had perished so easily. Furthermore, it appeared that the assailants were remarkably at ease. This is perilous. The Yu clan's forces are doomed. Stay still, conceal yourself. Zhang Qing held his breath, casting his gaze towards the other contingent. Upon closer inspection, his pupils contracted once more. Towering above the rest, it was the Tiger tribe. Most striking was their leader, whose height exceeded 4 meters, his form partially transformed, exuding an aura of menace. A blood demon warrior? Given that he was already partially transformed, he must be a counterfeit. Nonetheless, even a counterfeit would possess formidable strength. After all, the Yu clan and Yang Man currently engage with blood demon warriors precisely because of their terrifying combat prowess. The Shui clan, blood demon warriors, and partial transformations. Zhang Qing mused, this Shui clan is no ordinary faction. They appear to be advancing their research at a pace surpassing that of the Yu clan. Could the Chuanhao incident have been a ruse devised by the Shui clan? Truly cunning. In that moment, Zhang Qing resembled a statue, utterly motionless, even meticulously regulating his breathing. He watched as the two factions surged towards the Yu clan's encampment. Then, an unforeseen silence fell. They did not engage. Zhang Qing's curiosity piqued. Could it be that Yu Huashui has a hidden trump card? Slowly, he descended into the earth, following the traces ahead to excavate the first nest. Lifting the grass, he revealed a pair of glistening eyes, keenly observing the situation. Don't you get it, Ben? Do not heed his temptations, the leader of the Shui clan warned. Being in close proximity, he could discern their health statuses. Shui Qinghe, 2980, 2980, at the peak of the star flash realm. Then there was the partially transformed Tiger tribe member, Tiger Ben, 14623, 14,700, over 14,000 health points. While this was less than Chuanhao, it must be noted that Chuanhao had already undergone full transformation by that time. Perhaps these health points correlate with the degree of transformation. After hearing Shui Qinghe's words, Tiger Ben lowered his head in contemplation. In response, Shui Qinghe grew anxious. It was evident that Tiger Ben was the ultimate boss in this scenario. Neither Shui Qinghe nor Yu Huashui could withstand him. Don't you get it, Ben? Do not forget that you have slain Yu Huahai, thus forging an enmity with the Yu clan. Can they truly be trusted to treat you sincerely? Continued Shui Qinghe. At present, they merely covet your channel to forbidden artifacts. Once you lose your value, they will surely eliminate you. Such words cut deeply. Tiger Ben lifted his gaze, his eyes gradually glowing crimson. However, Yu Huashui remained unfazed, stating, 200 meters from the business route. The star steel may be viewed by you. I can serve as your hostage. As for Yu Huahai, that was merely a minor misunderstanding arising from our collaboration. Shui Qinghe's expression changed dramatically. Tiger Ben's demeanor also shifted. Star Steel, the foremost forbidden artifact in Zicheng, possessing incomprehensible abilities. It could potentially alleviate my transformation process. Tiger Ben was swayed. Zhang Qing had not heard the initial exchange, but from the latter part, he gleaned the essence of the matter. The Yu clan sought to wrest from the Shui clan not maps or trade routes, but rather the blood demon warrior known as Tiger Ben. In other words, the channel to forbidden artifacts was under Tiger Ben's control, and for some reason, Tiger Ben required these forbidden artifacts. Thus, the Star Steel became a fatal gambit. Chapter 59 Brothers. Run. Flee. Shui Qingchuan shouted, turning to escape. He understood that Tiger Ben had already been ensnared by the Yu clan. Star Steel. The integrity of this forbidden artifact was astonishingly high, even retaining some forbidden capabilities. Its allure for Tiger Ben surpassed all else. Years ago, when the Shui clan encountered Tiger Ben in the wild and acquired information on blood demon warriors, the condition for their trade was this very artifact. Once the Shui clan's research on blood demon warriors reached maturity, they would leverage it to seize control of the entire Zicheng. And so, they offered a glimpse of the Star Steel to Tiger Ben. Subsequently, the Shui clan's purchases of blood artifacts from the Chuan clan aroused suspicion. How could the Shui clan possibly share their research? They swiftly turned and betrayed the Chuan clan. Cultivating the blood. This was a grand ruse. Coupled with the Chuan clan's reckless capture of a unique blood entity, it ultimately led to their downfall. When the Yu clan raided the Chuan clan, they uncovered their documents and the clues regarding blood demon warriors, prompting an investigation into the Shui clan. Chuanhao was a smokescreen devised by the Shui clan, intended to mislead the Yu clan into believing that their research was futile. To their surprise, the Yu clan, through Yang Man's inquiries, developed new theories and insights regarding blood demon warriors. Consequently, they began to encroach upon the Shui clan's influence, even attempting to seize control of the Shui clan's source of forbidden artifacts. Thus, this confrontation ensued. Originally, Shui Qinghe believed that with Tiger Ben present, they could annihilate the Yu clan's smaller squads, thereby eliminating the Yu clan's ambitions towards the forbidden artifact channels. The Shui clan could maintain a facade of cooperation until the research on blood demon warriors was completed, allowing for a complete reversal. To their shock, Tiger Ben betrayed them. The mere mention of Star Steel shattered years of collaboration between the Shui clan and Tiger Ben. The Shui clan began their retreat. Shui Qinghe understood that as long as they could return to Zicheng, they could preserve their lives. The Yu clan would not engage the Shui clan in battle. Otherwise, the Tai clan would revel in their folly. Therefore, Zicheng was their sanctuary. However, could they truly escape? Tiger Ben was astute, immediately beginning to gather an army. The Tiger tribe's merchant convoy commenced a ruthless onslaught against the Shui clan members. Tiger Ben's combat prowess was remarkable, a veritable force of destruction. Yu Washui also directed his forces to charge at the Shui clan. With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted with chaos. The captains of the Razor team, witnessing the tide turning in their favor, yelled, "Brothers, let us slay them." Zhang Qing was utterly flabbergasted. "Is this how you all choose to play? Wait for me. Blood bags, they're all blood bags." Zhang Qing swiftly emerged, charging towards the Shui clan's ranks. Along the way, he caught sight of Guan Yuqian and Tai Du giving him a wink, as if to say, "Brother, we've managed to slip through once more." Zhang Qing couldn't help but admire them. Who else could survive like you? He then took off, swiftly advancing with the agility of a fox. Ahead, Yu Washui caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and nearly exploded with fury. Among the Razor captains, not a single fool could be found. Upon witnessing the arrival of the formidable forces, it was as if even the spirits could not discern where these individuals were hiding. The tides of battle shifted dramatically as a throng surged forth. Fortunately, Yu Washui observed Zhang Qing, who had already reached the heart of the Yu family faction, and nodded in satisfaction. "Look at them," he mused, "and then look at yourselves. The disparity is glaringly evident. It has been proven that swiftness is indeed advantageous. Leaders will recognize the vitality reflected in your eyes." Zhang Qing dared not linger. Any delay could result in the precious healing packs being consumed by others, especially the fearsome Tiger warriors. Goodness, in a mere encounter, those in the Candlelight realm faced instant annihilation at his hands, while the Starflash realm warrior, Shui Qinghe, was swiftly pursued and struck down, losing half his vitality in one blow. The Tiger clan, a breed of blood warriors, had nearly reached full transformation. With an explosive ferocity, Zhang Qing bellowed, "Make way, let me through," and charged forward, unleashing the Sky Cleaver as he severed the head of a member of the Shui family. "Congratulations. You have slain Shui San and gained 450 health points. Cursed be it, only this diminutive luminescent creature, moving at a snail's pace, allowed Zhang Qing to catch up. Current maximum health, 7,532 out of 8,000. Onward he pressed. Ahead lay more healing packs. Zhang Qing continued his relentless dash, surpassing the luminescent realm, only to find himself confronting the Candlelight realm. Each healing pack held over 1,000 health points. This was a golden opportunity. Suddenly, Zhang Qing was taken aback to see the Shui family members, who had been running with such vigor, abruptly turn, their faces etched with terror. The once unstoppable Tiger warrior came to a halt, and then promptly turned to flee. "Run! The eerie tide is upon us," he shouted. Upon hearing this, a chill surged from Zhang Qing's tailbone to the crown of his head, compelling him to pivot and flee. The wilderness was fraught with peril, and the eerie tide was no ordinary threat. In the face of such a phenomenon, even the Starflash realm could raise no significant resistance. Even those in the Crescent Moon realm would find themselves fleeing for their lives. That monstrous entity claimed the life of all who dared approach. While the eerie tide's pace may not be exceedingly rapid, evasion was nearly impossible. Simply fleeing was not a viable strategy. The relentless stamina of the eerie beings would ensure that trailing behind would lead to inevitable demise. A gamble was in order. Zhang Qing's mind raced as he sprinted towards his lair. With a swift motion, he burrowed downwards. Excellent, the shovel was still there. He hastened to dig. First, he sealed off the surface with turf. Following the familiar trails, Zhang Qing quickly excavated until he reached the main cavern. There, he encountered familiar faces, Guan Yuqian, Pu San, and the Tai brothers. Upon their reunion, they exchanged smiles, though a hint of awkwardness lingered in their eyes. However, there was little time for discomfort. The survival squad, activate. Do not separate. Dig down with all your might. Guan Yuqian proposed. The others nodded in agreement and began to excavate fervently. From his bag, Guan Yuqian produced a luminous stone in one hand and a tube in the other. One end of the tube rested on the surface while the other extended down into the cavern. Normally, air quality was not a concern for hiding. But in the face of the eerie tide, they had to dig deeper, which necessitated careful consideration of air supply. They couldn't afford to suffocate. Soon, Guan Yuqian's tube ran out. Husan then connected his tube, followed by the Tai brothers. Well done. You truly are adept at surviving in the wild. After the Tai brothers' tubes were exhausted, the four turned to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, I reckon we should be fine, Guan Yuqian assured. We are deep enough that the eerie beings will struggle to detect us. Now, let us expand this underground space to prevent any burrowing eerie from catching us off guard. The others nodded in agreement and resumed broadening the area. Under the illumination of the luminous stones, they swiftly carved out a space nearly 2 meters high and 10 meters wide. Thankfully, they were all martial artists. Ordinary individuals would have been unable to accomplish such a feat. The eerie tide will last a day or two. We simply need to wait it out, Tai Du declared, plopping down onto the ground. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. They simply had to endure. Above ground, a multitude of eerie beings surged forward. At the epicenter of the eerie tide stood a creature resembling a colossal gorilla. Had Zhang Qing been present, he would have noticed a frame above its head. Chuan Hao. 39999. 39,999. Chapter 60. This is my brother Qing. Chuan Hao. Even the eerie tide cannot breach the sub-city, the Huai Tree Eerie remarked. In that great battle, it was ultimately the Eerie and Chuan Hao who forged a connection, leading to his rescue from the sub-city. In truth, the several families had not made a genuine effort. So what if he was rescued? Did they think they were the legendary figure from Phoenix City? Spare me. The Eerie's bloodline dictated everything. That particular Eerie bloodline could only sustain him to this extent. I merely wish to witness just how terrifying those ancient beings truly are. Chuan Hao professed. He had become lucid, yet utterly fallen. He embraced everything that the Eerie blood had bestowed upon him, fully transforming into an Eerie. It was now appropriate to refer to him as it. Due to the nature of his bloodline, Chuan Hao had ascended to this height. Regrettably, this was as far as he could go. The Huai Tree Eerie shrugged. This was Chuan Hao's internal conflict. He was but a trifling figure within the Chuan family. Even if he was a legitimate heir, he was scorned for his inability to cultivate. Later, he was ensnared by the Shui family, which provided him with the path of becoming a blood warrior. Eventually, the involvement of the Yu family in young man solidified his transformation into an Eerie. However, this fellow was no fool. Within his frail body lay a fervent soul. Especially now, with newfound power, he began to conceive and pursue his own ambitions. That day, the influence of the forbidden object left an indelible mark on him. He vowed never to forget that sensation. He had committed that feeling to memory. Young men, she must possess some unknown yet overwhelmingly powerful force within her grasp. Therefore, Chuan Hao now sought to leverage his identity, bloodline, and methods to devise a plan to extricate young man from the sub-city. This endeavor must remain concealed from the insect spirit Eerie. Of course, to achieve this, he needed to establish his own foundation among the Eerie's. The Eerie tide served as the selection process. The ancient beings were formidable, the stabilizing force of the sub-city. He intended to test the waters with these Eerie's and then attempt to infiltrate the sub-city amid the chaos. In the cavern, the 5 individuals exchanged glances. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Zhang Qing occupied one corner, while Guan Yuqian and Pu Xin huddled in another, and the Tai brothers lingered in yet another corner. Zhang Qing surveyed the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Guan Yuqian, 543, 560, Pusan, 401, 425, Taidu, 645, 675, Taiku, 525, 555. Collectively, these 4 possess over 2,000 health points. If I consume them, wouldn't that amount to over 10,000? Moreover, the surroundings are exceedingly favorable. Taking action will undoubtedly go unnoticed. Zhang Qing's thoughts ignited with fervor. The desire to consume the health packs surged within him. Suddenly, Taiku sprang to his feet. There's movement, he whispered. The other 3 immediately rose, hands poised on their blades in vigilant readiness. Silence. My hearing has always been exceptional, Taiku continued. Then, he crouched to the ground, ear pressed against the earth. Beneath them, less than 20 meters down, a cacophony of activity could be discerned. It seemed to originate from a multitude of creatures. Yet the sounds were relatively faint and not heavy, suggesting these creatures were not of significant size. According to common knowledge, smaller creatures that dwell in groups underground are likely to be from an earthworm-like creature's nest. Zhang Qing was taken aback. Is this the foundation of a great family? Though Taiku's martial prowess was not particularly high, his upbringing in a prominent family endowed him with knowledge far surpassing that of Zhang Qing and Guan Yushin. What should we do? Guan Yushin inquired. Will they come after us? Should we relocate? Taiku shook his head, stating, it must be our recent excavation that has disturbed them. If we continue digging, it may provoke the nest, prompting them to surface and hunt us. The best course of action is to remain still and gamble on our luck. The earthworm-like creatures are akin to scavengers in nature, existing in the form of nests and rarely venturing to the surface. Warriors encountering them need only ascend to safety. They pose little threat. However, the current dilemma is that escape to the surface is not an option. Thus, we can only hope that the earthworm nest will forego its exploration. Yet what one fears often manifests. Soon, Taida's countenance turned grim. It's over, they're beginning to ascend, he announced. Zhang Qing drew his blade and questioned, what is the strength of the earthworm-like creatures? They are at the dim glow level, but there are many, Taida grimaced. Above us is a tide of creatures, and below is the earthworm nest. In short, we are overwhelmed. Draw your blades and prepare to fight alongside me, Zhang Qing declared. In the midst of a tide of creatures, survival is bleak, yet perhaps there lies a chance against the earthworm nest. The others nodded. Minutes later, Taiku pointed to Zhang Qing's side, swallowing hard as he said, in that direction, there is still over 2 meters of earth. Zhang Qing took a deep breath, ready to engage. He was relieved the NT acted immediately to consume the health packs. These leaders possessed extensive survival experience in the wild, proving invaluable. The rustling sounds reached Zhang Qing's ears too. Indeed, it was the sound of some form of excavation. Then the earthen wall crumbled, and a single earthworm-like creature emerged. Earthworm-like creature, 1222, 1324. An aberrant creature, over 3 meters long, less than half a meter in girth, with only 2 arms resembling the claws of a pangolin. Its body lacked skin, composed entirely of red, soft tissue. The head was indistinct, devoid of eyes, featuring merely a large mouth filled with tightly packed, spiral-like teeth. It appeared extremely repulsive. However, Zhang Qing's eyes brightened. Just over 1,000 health points? This should be quite manageable. Though the attribute points gained are scant, it is weak. Thus, without hesitation, Zhang Qing charged forward. With a swing of his blade, he severed its neck. 399. A critical point. Thick, repulsive liquid gushed forth from the wound in its neck. Zhang Qing deftly evaded. Following this, he unleashed a flurry of thrusts. 102, 101, 94, 99. In a moment of frenzied output, he swiftly dispatched it. Earthworm-like creature, 0, 1324. Congratulations on slaying the earthworm-like creature, earning 1 attribute point. Zhang Qing's eyes sparkled. This fragile creature, this cavern, this output. Could this be the legendary method for leveling up by exploiting creatures? You all cover me. I shall take the lead in the offensive, Zhang Qing proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of emotion. He was truly a brother in spirit. Such a comrade as Zhang Qing is a rarity in this world. All right, Qingge, be cautious. If you find yourself fatigued, do speak up, Guan Yushin responded earnestly, addressing him as Qingge instead of Team Zhang. Indeed, the one who bravely faces danger at the forefront is akin to a true brother. Be careful, Qingge. The Tai brothers echoed seriously. Understood. Zhang Qing nodded, hoping they would refrain from disrupting his rhythm of monster slaying. After all, the cave was not vast, and should the rhythm falter, losing the final blow would signify a considerable loss for him. Chapter 61. The Tide of Earthworm-like Creatures. The demise of the scouting earthworm-like creature quickly incited the ire of the earthworm nest. Subsequently, a multitude of earthworm-like creatures were dispatched to attack. Zhang Qing met each one with a strike, dispatching them with flair. Moreover, in the gradual refinement of his technique, he began to accumulate experience pertaining to weak points and critical injuries. As previously stated, creatures possess life and their own biological structures. Therefore, they must harbor vital organs or regions, hearts, heads. These are crucial areas. Once targeted, they trigger a weak point attack, inflicting tremendous damage. This was also the reason Yu Huashui was able to deliver a devastating blow against a giant creature, causing over 10,000 damage. As Zhang Qing gradually comprehended this, he lifted his long blade, invoking the heavenly slash. He silently chanted. As the blade was drawn, a significant portion of his stamina dissipated. An earthworm-like creature, barely emerging from its burrow, was instantly decapitated by his heavenly slash. 1334. Earthworm-like creature, 0, 1334. Congratulations on slaying the earthworm-like creature, earning 1 attribute point. Incredible. A one-hit kill. Zhang Qing's lips curled in a smile. Having spent some time in this dark realm, he initially perceived it as a game. Yet as time passed, he became increasingly immersed. The Dark Realm is a world unto itself, governed by its own set of rules. A person whose heart is extracted will perish. A creature whose head is severed will also die. None of us are merely data-encoded bodies. We must adhere to biological constructs. Thus, the same principle applies. Pursuing footwork lacks a future. Decapitation and striking the heart is the true path. From now on, when confronting the cunning foes, a shift in mentality is essential. Merely grinding down their health is not cost-effective. One must pinpoint their weaknesses and deliver a decisive blow. Zhang Qing mused. Akin to how Yu Huashui dispatched the formidable giant cunning. A single strike to the heart, resulting in instant demise. Suddenly, another earthworm cunning burst forth. Alas, it was immediately met with a blade from Zhang Qing, blocking its escape at the cave's entrance. With a second swift stroke, 943, weakness, decapitation, instant kill, earthworm cunning, 0, 1153. Congratulations on slaying the earthworm cunning, earning 1 attribute point. Yes, this is the rhythm. Zhang Qing had gleaned newfound insights. Before long, under the astonished gazes of Guan Yutian and the others, Zhang Qing methodically dispatched each earthworm cunning that emerged from the burrow with remarkable fluidity. First, he would subdue it with 1 strike, then swiftly behead it with another, as if on an assembly line. Such stamina this brother possesses. Guan Yutian couldn't help but whisper. The prolonged intensity of battle left him astounded, revealing that Zhang Qing, who appeared to be merely riding on the coattails of a wealthy benefactor, was far more formidable than he seemed. For over half an hour, Zhang Qing lost count of how many he had slain, only aware that the task for Guan Yutian and the others was not to remain vigilant, but rather to clear space for the carcasses of the earthworm cunnings. Gradually, the number of these creatures emerging from the burrow diminished, and within a few minutes, none remained. Earthworm cunnings lack intellect and act solely on instinct, Iron Bitter remarked. At this point, it was evident that the nest below was devoid of any more earthworm cunnings. Zhang Qing nodded, stretching his limbs. He was indeed fatigued. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of the open source technique, he might have struggled to endure. However, the rewards were substantial. Upon checking his back end, he discovered an impressive accumulation of 67 attribute points. This resembled a fortuitous windfall amidst chaos. The wilderness harbors immense danger, yet it is accompanied by equally significant opportunities. Casting another glance at Guan Yutian and Iron Bitter, Zhang Qing set aside any thoughts of consuming their blood packs. They were invaluable. Their companionship in the wild significantly reduced his need for detours. Moreover, his bond with them seemed to deepen. Is it true that there might be a mother earthworm cunning below? Zhang Qing inquired. The cunning also reproduce, albeit their lineage plays a role, the lower the lineage. The faster they reproduce, while the higher the lineage, the more arduous and scarce the reproduction becomes. Brother Qing, I advise against provoking it, Iron Bitter cautioned. The maternal figure may not possess significant combat prowess, yet it harbors a unique contagion. Some warriors have succumbed to madness and death after battling the mother. Zhang Qing nodded in agreement. Engaging with the mother would be an arduous and thankless endeavor, one he saw no reason to pursue. Subsequently, the group filled in the burrow of the earthworm cunning and settled down to rest. Zhang Qing closed his eyes and accessed the back end. The prospect of 67 attribute points was exhilarating. However, he refrained from enhancing his power. Such a wealth of attribute points could serve as a contingency for unforeseen circumstances in the wilderness. As time passed, having established a trust with Guan Yutian and the others, Zhang Qing logged off for a brief respite to eat and attend to personal needs before swiftly returning online. With his increasing strength, even his abilities in the real world showed slight improvement, preventing any physical detriment from prolonged inactivity. Ultimately, upon rising, he found himself adorned with defined abs and well-proportioned muscles. Quite invigorating. More than a day had elapsed, and the group remained stationary within the burrow. At last, Iron Bitter began to assess the safety of the surface based on the vibrations. After a moment, he nodded. There is virtually no commotion above. The cunning tide should have passed. The group hesitated no longer and commenced their slow ascent. After more than half an hour, Zhang Qing pushed aside a patch of grass, peering out to survey the surroundings. Ah, splendid. The outside world appears tranquil. Let us return directly to Zicheng, Zhang Qing proclaimed, emerging from the burrow. Soon, everyone followed suit. Suddenly, a voice captured their attention. Turning, they noticed a patch of grass being pushed up as several members clad in razor outfits emerged from the ground. The group exchanged glances, sharing a silent smile, before forming their respective teams and setting off towards Zicheng. Humans cannot match the speed of horses. The group traversed the merchant road for nearly an entire day before finally catching sight of Zhang Qing's outline. At last, they had returned. The wilderness was no place for humans. Even Zhang Qing sighed in relief, finding solace in the safety of Zhang Qing. The wilderness was fraught with anxiety. As they neared Zhang Qing, the group was immediately struck by the scene before them. Red. Everywhere, there was red, the ground littered with severed limbs. Almost all belonged to the cunning. It seemed that the tide of the undead had ultimately chosen to assault Zhang Qing. TSK. Was this a death wish? A city capable of standing firm is not easily breached by a tide of cunning. Otherwise, the cunning would have no need to lurk. A straightforward onslaught would suffice. As Zhang Qing and his companions approached Zhang Qing, the gathering refugees were startled into chaos. What were they doing? They were scavenging. The city would not provide food for them. So what were they to do? They feasted on the remains of the cunning. Why do refugees prefer to linger on the outskirts of cities? Apart from a semblance of safety, the city would dispose of the bodies of the cunning or other deceased individuals by casting them beyond the city walls. It is through these means that the refugees manage to survive. Living is paramount. Devouring humans. Humans consume one another. Humans feast upon cunning. This is the realm of darkness, a world devoid of light. Chapter 62. The Yu clan's external relations. Upon returning to Zhang Qing, the Razor members guarding the city gates offered no resistance. As they stepped onto the streets of Zhang Qing, a long-lost sense of security enveloped them. Truly, cities are blessing. The group exchanged knowing glances before parting ways. Zhang Qing smacked his lips, heading straight for the Razor Hall. He wondered if that old Yu Huashui had met his end. He intended to gather some intelligence before visiting Yang Man to see if any rewards awaited him. Most importantly, he had not collected his wages from the Razor for 2 days now. It felt as though he was missing out. Upon arriving at the Ghost Blood Hall, Zhang Qing entered Yang Man's courtyard. Yang Man was taken aback by Zhang Qing's presence. "You're still alive? Remarkable." After regaining her composure, she expressed satisfaction with Zhang Qing's survival skills, confirming that she had not misjudged him. He had encountered the ghost tide, evaded it for a while, and by sheer luck, had returned. Zhang Qing offered a few perfunctory remarks before inquiring, "What events have transpired in the past few days?" "Upon my return, I noticed signs of a fierce battle beyond the city walls." Yang Man nodded, stating, "The ghost tide attacked the sub-city, yet they did not breach our defenses." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Yu Huashui has returned. This time, he brought information regarding the channels of forbidden items. Therefore, exercise caution. Unrest shall soon return to the sub-city." Zhang Qing silently cursed her in his heart, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. From Yang Man's words, he surmised the situation. It was still a matter concerning the Ghost Blood Warriors. The Shui family, having been ousted, must be fuming. Furthermore, the ghost would never allow Yang Man to succeed. Chuanhao was an unexpected variable. The ghost did not believe that a complete Ghost Blood Warrior would ultimately transform entirely into a ghost. Hence, the sub-city would soon become lively once more. Standing in place for a moment, Zhang Qing asked, "Could you enlighten me regarding the Ghost Blood Warriors?" This inquiry ventured into uncharted territory, and Zhang Qing was uncertain if Yang Man would respond. Nonetheless, he felt it prudent to ask. Yang Man nodded, seemingly like a naive child, and elaborated. "Everything is for the sake of power. Ghostification is a unique form of strength. For instance, the core techniques required for healing warriors necessitate ghostification power. However, this power is quite safe. Ghost Blood Warriors delve deeper into seizing the power of ghosts for their own use. This is not an entirely novel path. In the wild, many semi-ghostified beings, through fortuitous circumstances, have acquired ghostly powers, yet they also bear the burden of a curse-like pollution. Over time, they become fully ghostified, transforming into servants controlled by ghost blood." "Ah, I see," Zhang Qing replied, realizing that Yang Man's research aimed to utilize ghostification power without any adverse effects. But wait, this was not correct. He almost fell into her trap. Yang Man's true objective was not the Ghost Blood Warriors. It was the sequencer. It seemed that the Ghost Blood Warriors were merely a stepping stone on the path of the sequencer. "So, that is how it is," Zhang Qing acknowledged. "If your research proves successful, would you wish to become a Ghost Blood Warrior?" Yang Man inquired, gazing into his eyes. Zhang Qing met her gaze. "It seems I would. All for the sake of power." This was likely the answer Yang Man sought. Indeed, upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yang Man's lips. "Very well. I shall reserve a portion of the materials for you. By the way, Yu Huashui holds a very favorable impression of you. If you wish to be involved, it would be wise to meet him at least once." "Old Deng, have I truly managed to impress him?" Zhang Qing mused. "Well, I suppose I should pay him a visit." However, before departing, he extended his hand. "It appears you have yet to assist me in a certain matter. The channel for forbidden items should count as your contribution." "Of course," Yang Man replied, subsequently handing Zhang Qing a porcelain vial. Zhang Qing turned to leave, consuming the elixir within. Congratulations! You have ingested the Earth's spring pill, gaining 10 attribute points. Splendid. Reaping rewards is utterly delightful. Zhang Qing. You must also strive to cultivate. The variety of elixirs is limited, young man remarked casually. Understood. Zhang Qing replied without turning back, onward to the next destination. Perhaps old Deng would yield further benefits. Upon arriving at the Razor Inner Hall, he reported to Yuan, and soon, Zhang Qing found himself face to face with Yu Huashui. He glanced at his health points. Yu Huashui 2,850, 2,850. The secret technique has restored his maximum health points? The Yu family secret arts have a remarkably brief duration of after effects. I must learn this. Zhang Qing thought to himself. Greetings, my lord. Zhang Qing promptly bowed to Yu Huashui. Excellent. Yu Huashui's eyes narrowed with delight upon seeing Zhang Qing again. After returning from the Ghost Tide, his first action was to examine Zhang Qing's dossier. Impressive indeed. The entire record is remarkably clean, devoid of any possibility of ghost infiltration, and you possess commendable innate talent. Though you hail from the Chuan family, you have early on abandoned the shadows to assist the Yu family in their endeavors. Both Yuan and Yang Man have given you high praise. Such as a rare talent. Zhang Qing, you are commendable. Would you be interested in becoming an external member of the Yu family? Yu Huashui proposed. Zhang Qing was taken aback, then exclaimed with unrestrained joy. I would dare to plunge into fire and water for the Yu family. Ahem, it seems I have said this before. I am becoming quite proficient. Very well. For this special task, if you can sever several ghost heads, that will suffice as your credentials. For now, continue working under Yang Man in the Ghost Blood Hall. All benefits shall be equal to those of the Dark Hall. Once you have children, you may be granted the surname Yu and enter the core of my Yu family for further learning. My Yu family shall not neglect any external member. Yu Huashui was equally elated. At long last, he had successfully recruited a promising talent. For the time being, he would let him endure, and once his credentials were sufficient, he would transfer him to his own Dark Hall, nurturing him as his own direct descendant. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I shall remain loyal to the family. Living as a member of the family, dying as a ghost of the family, Zhang Qing flattered once more. Ha! Yu Huashui laughed heartily. This mission not only secured the channel for the forbidden item from Hu Bin, but also recruited a talent who could be cultivated as his own direct descendant. Truly, a double blessing. Here, this is the token of the Dark Hall. From now on, you may enter and exit freely without the need for prior notice. Subsequently, Yu Huashui presented Zhang Qing with another token, confident that the importance he placed on Zhang Qing would win him over. Indeed, after receiving the token, Zhang Qing showered him with further praise, causing Yu Huashui's eyes to narrow into slits of satisfaction. Once Zhang Qing departed, Yuan emerged from behind a screen. He is quite good. ISNT. I told you my judgment is always sound. Indeed, Yu Huashui nodded, adding, he is close to Yang Man. I will involve him in matters concerning the Ghost Blood Warriors. If he does not fall under Yang Man's influence and survives in the end, he will truly become a member of our Yu family. Conversely, our family is prosperous and can afford this investment. Yuan nodded in agreement, certainly. Zhang Qing requires another test, does he not? Yang Man is just the challenge he needs. Gaining entry into the Yu family is no simple feat indeed. Arrange for someone to find him a woman. After having a child, he will undoubtedly become more resolute. Understood. Chapter 63. Brother Qing, do you desire a wife? Upon leaving Old Deng's place, Zhang Qing proceeded to collect his rewards. The first item on the agenda was the elixirs. Young Man was correct. The varieties of elixirs are limited. This time, the military function could exchange for 5 elixirs. Regrettably, they were all of low grade and ones he had already consumed. After calculating and considering the resistance, it was estimated he could obtain 10 attribute points. Ultimately, Zhang Qing chose to redeem them, aiming to enhance his attributes. Both Yang Man and Yu Huashui had expressed their desire for him to partake in the plan of the Blood Warriors. Without strength, Zhang Qing would feel insecure. After exchanging the elixirs, he turned to gold, which essentially serve as hard currency. Upon receiving the gold, combined with his savings, he had accumulated around 100 pieces. The forging of refined weapons was only 1/10 complete. Finally, it was time to return home and elevate his capabilities. Upon arriving at his small courtyard, Zhang Qing first conducted a thorough inspection, having been absent for 2 days, to ascertain whether anyone had visited or if any concealed threats lurked about. After securing the door, he sat upon his bed and checked his status. 87 attribute points were quite appealing. Currently, all attribute points for Star Flash had been invested in physique. Yet he could not reach Star Flash. Although sufficient, a breakthrough was unattainable, as the Star Flash realm required a qualitative transformation. necessitating an elevation of both the technique and the physique simultaneously. It cannot be approached mindlessly as before, merely investing in physique. However, with the techniques gradually catching up, he could maximize his tier. As for rationality, discussions in online forums during his previous life suggested that martial arts realms and tiers could be calculated using functions, where martial arts could be visualized as point A on the x-axis, tier as point B on the y-axis, and power as point C on the function line. This would allow for the calculation of YB realms paired with XA tiers of martial arts to seek the highest C point, thereby maximizing combat effectiveness. Moreover, the YB point would fluctuate according to changes in the XA point, which was composed of 4 variable constants, A, B, C, and D, representing martial arts levels. Zhang Qing scratched his head. Who in their right mind would scour forums for this? The lengthy formulas evoked a dread reminiscent of being dominated by mathematics. Never mind. I shall proceed with reckless abandon. Zhang Qing recalled the complexity and decided against it. First, he would enhance his physique, elevating it to 199, 9 attribute points for 1 tier, consuming a total of 62 attribute points. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 4th tier of the candlelight realm. Reward obtained. Physique. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 5th tier of the candlelight realm. Reward obtained. Physique 1. Breakthrough successful. You have ascended to the 9th tier of the candlelight realm. Reward obtained. Physique 1. The candlelight realm was now perfected. Physique at 199. Achieved. This marked the limit of the candlelight realm. With 25 attribute points remaining, he began to enhance his techniques. Spending 24 attribute points, he raised both the heavenly slash and the bullish strength by 2 levels. Congratulations, your technique heavenly slash has broken through its tier, achieving unparalleled mastery in the low-grade candlelight heavenly slash. Congratulations, your technique bullish strength has broken through its tier, achieving unparalleled mastery in the low-grade candlelight bullish strength. 1 point remained. He promptly allocated it to intelligence. The last enhancement to the technique had left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. A small addition sufficed. Thus, he opened his panel. Zhang Qing. Martial Path, 9th tier of the candlelight realm. Health 5,425, 8,780. Physique 199. Intelligence 9. Techniques, opening technique, heavenly slash, river shattering steps. Bullish strength. Attribute points 0. Zhang Qing smacked his lips. This gap in attribute points was rather substantial. Raising his techniques would require an excessive number of attribute points. The conventional means of acquiring them were inadequate. Furthermore, the current state of affairs made it challenging to find opportunities. In retrospect, the attribute points obtained from chaotic battles were significantly more abundant. Zhang Qing mused, thus I require numerous chaotic skirmishes to nourish my growth. Moreover, I have begun to gain access. I possess identities within the Razor, Dark Hall, and Blood Hall. Coupled with my involvement in the Blood Warrior plan, could I orchestrate a scheme? Zhang Qing's eyes sparkled. Waiting for food and preparing food are 2 distinct concepts. What is currently most valued in the Dark World? The development of Blood Warriors. Young Man holds the key to the most critical research. This implies that, should I present some semblance of research related to the Blood Warriors, it would inevitably attract a swarm of dark entities seeking to eliminate me. I need not search for them. They would come forth. If I could involve another family to take the brunt, I could easily blend in and benefit. The Yu family must remain untouched, as old Deng still owes me gold coins, along with the tempting secret techniques of the Yu family. Therefore, the target should be the Shui family. After all, undermining the Shui family would likely earn the support of the Yu family, perhaps even assistance. I have an idea. Just then, Zhang Qing was absorbed in this train of thought when he heard a knock at the door. At that moment, who could it be? Zhang Qing, puzzled, opened the door. Outside stood Guan Yuqian, who, upon seeing Zhang Qing, immediately brightened and exclaimed, Brother Qing, do you desire a wife? Just say the word, and I shall bring one to you. Zhang Qing was taken aback. Brother, what are you talking about? Could it be that joining the Yu family's Dark Hall comes with a wife as a perk? Brother Qing, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Just wait, I will fetch someone for you right away. Guan Yuqian turned and left, calling out as he walked away. Zhang Qing was left speechless. A wife was on the way. Damn it, women will only impede my speed in drawing my sword. Once Guan Yuqian disappeared around the corner, Zhang Qing's expression darkened. A woman, a child. Was this arranged by the Yu family? The Dark World places significant emphasis on reproduction. Having joined the Dark Hall, I am yet to present any tokens of loyalty. Is this woman a pawn sent by the Yu family to monitor me? Or is she genuinely meant to bear my child? Regardless, the Yu family would likely feel reassured. Zhang Qing did not refuse outright for this reason. The Dark World is treacherous, None among them are to be underestimated. I shall observe the situation. If any issues arise, I could attempt to orchestrate a scenario that brings the battlefield closer. It would not be unusual for a woman associated with a Dark Hall member to accidentally meet her demise in the chaos. Such an event could deepen my enmity towards the dark entities, allowing me to infiltrate even more covert plans. Zhang Qing contemplated. Before long, Guan Yutian returned. Behind him followed a woman. Zhang Qing squinted his eyes and immediately drew a sharp breath. Yun Xiaoxi, 23. Was this figure truly acquired? Her skin was as fair as snow, and her exquisitely sculpted visage radiated an enchanting glow. Her bright eyes resembled deep, tranquil lakes, and her long eyelashes fluttered delicately like butterfly wings. With her fair complexion, stunning beauty, and long legs, she exuded an air of poise and grace, a presence that could not possibly have emerged from some forgotten corner of the wilderness. Chapter 64. Everyone has a bright future. Zhang Qing had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he had never anticipated the arrival of such a remarkable specimen. Could it be that aesthetic standards differed among races? Surely not. Such nearly flawless beauty should possess even greater allure. Brother Qing, Guan Yutian exclaimed as he dashed over, eagerly pushing Yun Xiaoxi toward Zhang Qing as if presenting a treasure. Zhang Qing instinctively took a step back. Brother Qing, what do you think of this lady? Guan Yutian inquired with a grin. The merchant caravan from the Tai family just returned. Tai Du and the others discovered this human woman, and we pooled our resources to buy her for you. Rest assured, she wasn't captured from the wild. She comes from another city where she was raised for sale. Overall, she should be cleaner and more suitable for companionship. After saying this, he winked at Zhang Qing, and before Zhang Qing could respond, took his leave, mentioning something about the value of a moment of spring night. Zhang Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced at Yun Xiaoxi, who, upon noticing his gaze, lowered her head slightly, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Such an expression would surely incite desire. It was as if she had been trained for this. Zhang Qing grasped his blade and returned to the courtyard. Yun Xiaoxi followed behind, her head bowed, as if resigned to her fate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Qing swiftly unsheathed his long knife and, with a sudden turn, swung it towards Yun Xiaoxi's neck with the intent to behead. The blade grazed her skin, sending a tremor through her. Who sent you? Zhang Qing demanded. Yun Xiaoxi froze, the chill of the blade against her neck igniting terror in her eyes. She trembled, her voice barely a whisper. I was sold here. I will be obedient. Please don't kill me. Zhang Qing raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I should keep you? It was a tense situation, and having a docile companion might ease his own nerves. Of course, he was also drawn to her exquisite form. Let us not pretend otherwise. Yun Xiaoxi's physique was indeed extraordinary. However, safety came first. As a newcomer, he needed to protect his secrets. Otherwise, his hard-earned progress could vanish in an instant. Keeping this woman around served two purposes. For his own reasons, and secondly, since Guan Yutian had brought her, it was highly likely that this was a directive from above. It would be implausible to kill her immediately after her arrival, leaving him without a wife or child, all alone. Who would dare to undertake significant tasks for someone so isolated? Those with leverage were the most useful. With this thought, Zhang Qing sheathed his knife. Then you better behave, he said before retreating to his room. Moments later, the sound of rustling reached his ears. Zhang Qing peered out the window and observed Yun Xiaoxi tidying the courtyard, weeding and leveling the ground with remarkable skill. Perhaps she was another unfortunate soul. As dusk approached, Yun Xiaoxi began preparing dinner. Soon after, she knocked on Zhang Qing's door. Sir, dinner is ready. All right, I understand, Zhang Qing replied, stepping out to behold a table laden with dishes. Yun Xiaoxi timidly added, while washing your clothes. I found a few coins, so I bought some ingredients. She lowered her head, fearing she had overstepped. Zhang Qing paid her no mind, inviting her to sit down as they began their meal. After dining, he assigned her a room and returned to his own. Now it was time to reassess. His identity had been thoroughly integrated into this sub-city. The olive branch from Yu Huashui had been accepted. With his connection, Yang Man would not easily discard him. As various relationships intertwined, his position would only grow more secure. At this moment, attribute points became paramount, and orchestrating schemes was essential. Tomorrow, he would visit Yang Man and lay everything bare. She lacked humanity and was driven solely by self-interest. How to gain her assistance? It was simple. Present her with enticing promises through the Dark Hall, and then leverage the plan endorsed by Yang Man to manifest those promises into reality. He believed Yu Huashui would be quite pleased, as this could extract something from Yang Man. If all went well, this scheme could indeed come to fruition. Only then would the damage to the Shui family yield the desired results. After meticulously contemplating the details and finding no flaws, Zhang Qing cast his gaze across the room, seemingly able to penetrate the walls and see Yun Xiaoxi tossing and turning in her sleep. This woman must remain. Such scheming could not be a one-time affair. If future circumstances called for similar tactics, he could send Yun Xiaoxi to the Yu family as a hostage, allowing others to believe he had leverage, which was not a bad thing. It could also provide the Yu family with a greater sense of security. That was essentially the plan. He settled in for the night, preparing to log off. Zhang Qing lay down, commencing his log-out process. After eating, showering, and attending to his personal hygiene, he quickly logged back in. Without opening his eyes, he listened intently for any unusual sounds. Sensing nothing amiss, he finally attempted to rest. The following day, Zhang Qing emerged from his room to find Yun Xiaoxi had prepared breakfast. Ah, how delightful, he thought, enjoying the pleasant sensation. Eating breakfast while admiring her figure was quite a treat. He shook his head, reminding himself to remain cautious. One could have desires, but they must not be controlled by them. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Qing left some money for Yun Xiaoxi and stepped out. On the streets, he encountered numerous shaven-headed men. The heightened presence of patrols was likely a consequence of the siege. Upon arriving at the bloodshed hall, young man spoke as soon as she saw Zhang Qing. I have no matters to discuss. You should patrol the streets. But I have something to say. Before Zhang Qing could articulate his thoughts, young man continued. You are now considered part of the Dark Hall, so it's permissible to share certain matters with you. The Yu family and the Shui family are at odds over the channel for forbidden items and are preparing for something. Zhang Qing was taken aback. Are they plotting something? Young man replied, Did you catch wind of this? No, it merely seems that the number of Razor members on the streets has increased. You are quite perceptive, but the execution of this scheme remains a puzzle. I have an idea. Zhang Qing stepped forward and said, Is this not akin to sending a pillow to someone who is already drowsy? I have yet to draw my pastry. Then there comes the matter of debate concerning the blood deceiver warriors. Young man, possessing exceptional comprehension, immediately discerned the crux of the situation. Could this incite a conflict between the Shui family and the deceivers? Young men pondered. She recognized the potential benefits for herself. The Shui family, after years of research, likely possesses relevant information. If the Shui family and the deceivers were to engage in a conflict, would it not present an opportunity to acquire this information? Furthermore, the Yu family would undoubtedly be inclined to cooperate. Why would the Yu family refrain from stoking the flames to weaken the Shui family's power? You need not concern yourself. I will coordinate with the Yu family. Young man contemplated for a moment before speaking. Zhang Qing nodded. Young man, a deft strategist. This is a calculated scheme. Utilizing the information on the blood deceiver warriors as bait, the Shui family must fall for it. They have no alternatives, having retreated to a corner. Only by successfully researching the blood deceiver warriors can they hope to counter the Yu family. Regardless of the veracity, they must seize it. And upon seeing the bait, the deceivers would exclaim, Goodness, the information on the blood deceiver warriors? You harbor ill intentions against me. Destruction is imperative. Hence, once this bait is cast, can a confrontation be avoided? Perfect. After the confrontation ensues, young man's coveted information will be within reach. The Yu family desires the Shui family to be weakened, while Zhang Qing wishes to thrive amidst the chaos. Everyone envisions a promising future, do they not? Chapter 65. In meeting Chuan Hao. In the Yu family's dark hall, Yu Huashui quickly grasped young man's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Yuan, saying, This endeavor is feasible. The Shui family must be weakened. They have yet to reveal their true potential. I have received considerable intelligence from Hu Bin. The Shui family harbors grand ambitions. However, we cannot confront them openly, lest the Tai family revel in our misfortune. The blood deceiver warriors are of utmost importance. We have invested substantial resources over the years, and it is crucial to advance our efforts. Yuan nodded in agreement. Then I shall begin making arrangements. First, we shall enhance patrols, presenting a tense posture to the deceivers. This way, the bait's appearance will appear all the more authentic. Yu Huashui acknowledged, Indeed, young man will be responsible for the bait. I will ensure it reaches the Shui family and relay the information to the deceivers. You will maintain order in Zicheng, cornering the Shui family. Excellent. A calculated scheme is indeed inescapable. Regardless of how suspicious the Shui family may be, they must act. Who can ascertain the truth of the bait? If it turns out to be real, and the Yu family begins mass-producing blood deceiver warriors, then the Shui family will be utterly doomed. We must take the plunge. Zhang Qing proceeded to patrol the streets. The news had been disseminated. The Razor members were to conduct high-intensity patrols, striving to unearth any deceiver spies. Of course, this was all part of the plan. As he traversed the streets, Zhang Qing surveyed the various blood levels. Hua Xiao, 12, 13. Ninghe, 23, 23. Deng Yun, 132, 132. Xiangnan, 134, 134. Xiong, 4730, 4730. Ah, rising sun, over 4,000 blood, clad in the attire of the impoverished. Is this not a Thai deceiver? The big shot is not in the mood for a leisurely stroll among mortals. Therefore you. Zhang Qing pointed at Shi Hong. The surrounding crowd gasped. The razor had commenced its operations once more. Flee! In an instant, the throngs dispersed, leaving only Shi Hong trembling in place. Indeed, the higher the blood levels of a deceiver, the more adept their performance. Sir, I am but a law-abiding citizen. Shi Hong stammered, his legs quaking. Zhang Qing nodded and approached to inquire. Now, tell me who you are and what your occupation is. Shi Hong quivered. I reside in the chaotic paper alley, and I usually merely engage in. Swiftly, the long blade swept forth, severing his head cleanly. You truly speak? 199. Shi Hong's head took flight, a torrent of blood erupting from his neck. This sudden assault startled those observing from the shadows. However, the true brutality was yet to come. Zhang Qing paid no heed to whether the head had touched the ground. He charged forward, hacking at Shi Hong's still-standing headless corpse. 102, 121, 116. In an instant, a deluge of damage manifested, and cries of agony emanated from the corpse, followed by an explosive burst of blood mist. A figure began to rise. Redfoot Deceiver, 3983, for 1,730. This humanoid deceiver stood less than 3 meters tall, its skin marred by engorged veins. Notably, the color of its skin gradually deepened to red near its feet. A delightful gradient. You, Otsolimel. The Redfoot Deceiver roared. It had encountered the razor before. It had seen them indiscriminately slaughtering the unfortunate. Typically, a mere handful of silver would suffice to pass without incident. Yet, Zhang Qing, who would sever heads at the slightest provocation, and then proceed to butcher the corpse, was a sight it had never witnessed. Was this not pure madness? Spare your words, Zhang Qing declared. Since his ascension, he had yet to engage in a proper battle, and thus, he would use this opportunity to test his strength. With swift footwork, Zhang Qing surged forward. To the Redfoot Deceiver, Zhang Qing appeared as a specter, instantly materializing before it. Moreover, the angle of his long blade was exceedingly cunning. Impossible to evade. If that is the case, then let us exchange blows. The human body is rather fragile. The Redfoot Deceiver braced itself to withstand Zhang Qing's strike, intending to claw out a hole in his abdomen. Alas, 324. Critical hit. Miss. What? The Redfoot Deceiver felt a sharp pain in its forehead, stunned to realize it had not even grazed Zhang Qing. How could this be? It soon comprehended the reason. Zhang Qing's evasion was nearly perfect. No matter how frantically the Redfoot Deceiver attacked, it could not touch the hem of Zhang Qing's garments. He toyed with it as if it were a mere plaything. Damn it! Damn it! It screeched in a frenzy. Yet it remained oblivious to Zhang Qing's long blade slicing along the wound on its forehead, cleaving its head in two. 2,631. Weak point. Redfoot Deceiver, 0 for 1,730. Congratulations, you have slain the Redfoot Deceiver, earning 5 attribute points. Zhang Qing narrowed his eyes. Beautiful. While effortlessly dispatching foes without sustaining injury, he had also maximized the effectiveness of his weak point attacks. This was the essence of his lethal methodology. While bloodletting was one approach, delivering instantaneous fatal strikes proved to be far more cost-effective. Of course, this required a certain level of skill with the blade. Aiming for the neck was out of the question. It was well guarded. However, one could repeatedly strike the same wound to exacerbate the injury, ultimately leading to a fatal outcome. This time, Zhang Qing had chosen the head as his target. Indeed, it was hard, but with each strike, he could wear it down to the point of breaking. Would one not succumb if the skull were split open? Impossible. Weak point attacks easily resulted in instant death effects. 5 attribute points gained. Delightful. Surveying his surroundings, Zhang Qing did not wait for the razor to come and clean up the aftermath. Instead, he continued his patrol. As he moved further away, a young man in a nearby shop remarked with a smile to his companion, "The Chuan family's Chuan Subu is impressive. It has evidently been honed to surpass its original form. It seems he possesses remarkable martial talent. Therefore, he should have an interest in Chuan blood spring." Beside him stood a middle-aged man, who, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and said, "Isn't that a bit too rash? Look at his attire. He is one of the razor. Would he really do our bidding for the sake of martial arts?" The young man shrugged. "We'll find out if we give it a try." Turning a corner, Zhang Qing continued to check on health bars. Suddenly, a pair, seemingly a father and son, caught his attention. Checking their health bars, he noted Chuan Hao 39999, 39,999, Uncle Huai 32,000, 32,000. Coughing lightly, he thought, what a peculiar sight. Chuan Hao, Uncle Huai, where did they arrive in the sub-city? No matter, Better to slip away discreetly. Zhang Qing scanned the area and then turned to leave. Chuan Hao's expression froze. Was this fellow blind? He was clearly targeting him. Could one who had practiced martial arts truly be oblivious to the aura? I'm beginning to take an interest in this individual, Chuan Hao muttered through clenched teeth. After saying this, Chuan Hao, accompanied by Uncle Huai, set out to intercept Zhang Qing. However, Zhang Qing cleverly feigned ignorance, evading them each time, infuriating Chuan Hao to the point where he nearly wished to tear his skin apart in frustration. Ultimately, Zhang Qing was cornered. Chapter 66. Now making his entrance is the newly minted film emperor, Zhang Qing. Blocked. To flee outright? Or, Zhang Qing pondered, deciding to engage. He was insignificant in the sub-city. There was no need for these two to focus on eliminating him. Perhaps they had ulterior motives. Hey, what are you two up to? Zhang Qing boldly pointed at Chuan Hao and Uncle Huai, striding closer with his hand resting on his blade. Esteemed sir, Uncle Huai approached with a smile. We are people of the Tai family. The Tai family? Do you have a waste token? Esteemed sir, we wish to conduct a business transaction with you. I ask again, where's your waste token? Zhang Qing nearly drew his sword. Esteemed sir, might I inquire if you have any interest in secret techniques? Secret technique? Zhang Qing's eyes brightened, narrowing slightly as he sheathed his sword. Dear friend from the Tai family, what sort of business do you propose? Indeed, Chuan Hao and Uncle Huai were not there to kill him. It appeared that he had begun to make a name for himself. Observing the change in Zhang Qing's expression, Chuan Hao and Uncle Huai thought in unison, this is promising. The allure of martial arts was evidently too strong for him to resist. Thus, they could manipulate the situation to their advantage. Esteemed sir, what do you think of this place? How about the Gathering Treasure Restaurant? Very well. Chuan Hao and Uncle Huai nodded. This fellow was quite cautious. The Gathering Treasure Restaurant was a property of the Tai family. Was he testing their identities? He had some wits about him. There was potential for usefulness. The mention of the Gathering Treasure Restaurant solidified Zhang Qing's genuine interest in this business rather than merely buying time. Inside the Gathering Treasure Restaurant, Zhang Qing, Chuan Hao, and Uncle Huai sat in a private room, accompanied by 3 enchanting rabbit clan women, their voluptuous forms and alluring expressions captivating. Observing the health bars, Zhang Qing noted, King, 6733, 6740, Solon, 6834, 6880, Gong, 6944, 7000. Ah, this. Upon seeing Wang Gang's name, a shiver ran down Zhang Qing's spine. The ability to change skin? Couldn't they have chosen a more palatable name? This was far too unsettling. Very well. In this chamber, it was all guises. Zhang Qing was the only human present. It seemed they were preparing to perform. Not a problem. They could act together. Esteemed sir, it is said that you are quite favored by Dr. Yang Man. Uncle Huai began. Our Tai family has long admired her, particularly her extraordinary skills. Furthermore, he paused, leaning in slightly to whisper, I have heard that blood warriors are the trend in the sub-city. Alas, only the Shui and Yu families are conducting research in this area. If we could establish contact with Dr. Yang, wouldn't that significantly contribute to the stability of the sub-city? So, Uncle Huai had quite the silver tongue. Zhang Qing cleared his throat. Ahem. Now, I shall begin to establish my new persona. Please observe my performance. Indeed, the stability of the sub-city is of utmost concern to us razors. Should we achieve lasting stability, our efforts will not have been in vain. However, my friends, you are aware that the strength of the Guises is formidable, without overwhelming power. Our intentions may be noble, but fruitless. Chuan Hao and Uncle Huai cursed Zhang Qing's greed internally. He had not even broached the main topic before demanding benefits. Yet, greed was easier to control. To speak frankly, esteemed sir, during our last confrontation with the Tai and Chuan families, we fortuitously acquired certain items. I believe you would find them intriguing. With that, Uncle Huai presented a notebook from within his garments. A handwritten manuscript, its ink still fresh. Must have been written by Chuan Hao. His speed was impressive. Zhang Qing's eyes lit up as he accepted it. Opening it, he read, Chuan Bloodspring. This was a secret technique, one belonging to the Chuan family. He had heard that to kill the Chuan family's ancestor, one must draw him out, for they possessed a secret technique allowing them to accumulate blood springs. During a battle, standing on their amassed blood spring rendered them nearly invincible, perpetually healing while fighting. How could one contend with that? A splendid asset. Zhang Qing began to peruse the pages, turning one after another, gradually grasping the principles of the secret technique. Then he turned the final page. It was blank. Zhang Qing frowned. My lord, during that fierce battle, my family could only find this fragment. If you require it, we shall certainly scour the ruins of the Chuan family. Perhaps we shall uncover further treasures, Huai Shu Gue remarked. Huh, the means of the Chuan family's scripture repository. Allow me to show you a glimpse. However, the rest shall require something in exchange, Zhang Qing interjected. Indeed, I have been rather hasty. With numerous tasks at hand and some movement from the razor, I find myself somewhat preoccupied, he sighed, casting a glance at Huai Shugue. Just you wait. I shall ensure your demise shall not be so easy. Both Chuan Hao and Huai Shugue perked up at the mention of the razor's activities. Zhang Qing's greed was unmistakable. The allure of secret techniques could evidently sway his allegiance. Thus, was this not planting a nail in the razor's operations? The razor maintained order within the sub-city, and my family yearned to contribute. Yet alas, we had no channels. Huai Shugue mused, my lord. What can our family do to assist? Zhang Qing pondered for a moment, embarking on a mental brainstorming session. He had numerous threads to navigate, pursuing Yang Man's lineage, aiding Yang Man's blood sorcerers, securing achievements for the Yu family's dark chamber, and advancing his own chaotic combat attributes. Now, an additional thread emerged with Chuan Hao and Huai Shugue's underhanded dealings. By the heavens, I cannot juggle all these, he thought. Let us prioritize advancing my chaotic combat attributes. This way, we can leverage Chuan Hao's resources, Zhang Qing concluded, leaning in slightly to whisper. I have heard that the Shui family's research has made significant breakthroughs. The razor is on high alert. It is likely that the Yu family may clash with the Shui family. I, a mere pawn, crave power so desperately. Instantly, Chuan Hao and Huai Shuge grasped the implication. Zhang Qing sensed that a great conflict was imminent, which explained his fervent desire for strength. It was no wonder his eyes sparkled at the mere mention of secret techniques. How splendid! My lord, it seems you face danger daily, leaving me humbled. Upon my return, I shall instruct my subordinates to diligently seek out these secret techniques for you. I am confident we will yield results by nightfall, Huai Shugue declared. The two exchanged knowing smiles, sealing an unspoken pact of collaboration. Zhang Qing divulged valuable information, while Chuan Hao would provide compensation. Their partnership was indeed a pleasurable endeavor. Chuan Hao and Huai Shugue felt elated. Zhang Qing's position within the razor promised plentiful rewards. Zhang Qing, too, felt a surge of optimism. There were still treasures to unearth from Chuan Hao, and he could subtly advance the progress of chaotic combat. All were filled with anticipation for a promising future. Well then, Zhang Qing stood and announced, the cuisine at the Gathering Treasure Tavern is quite delightful. I shall make it a point to visit frequently. Chuan Hao and Huai Shugue rose, grinning, since you favor the Gathering Treasure Tavern. We shall reserve this private room for you. Excellent. Zhang Qing replied before departing. As the door to the private room closed once more, Chuan Hao's expression darkened. This fellow is excessively greedy, yet those who are greedy are easily manipulated. Huai Shugue nodded in agreement before stating, the pressing question remains, has the Shui family truly achieved results? We must remember, Lord Chong has declared that blood sorcerers must never be revealed. Fear not. I shall send someone to infiltrate the Shui family for intelligence. Such a significant event cannot remain concealed, Chuan Hao asserted. Agreed. Soon, the wheels of intrigue began to turn.